Chapter 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 1. The Lady Isabel. In an easy chair of the spacious and handsome library of his town-house sat William, Earl of Mount Severn. His hair was grey, the smoothness of his expansive brow was defaced by premature wrinkles, and his once attractive face bore the pale, unmistakable look of dissipation. One of his feet was cased in folds of linen, as it rested on the soft velvet ottoman, speaking of gout as plainly as any foot ever spoke. It would seem, to look at the man as he sat there, that he had grown old before his time. And so he had. His years were barely 49, yet in all save years he was an aged man. A noted character had been the Earl of Mount Severn. Not that he had been a renowned politician, or a great general, or an eminent statesman, or even an active member in the Upper House. Not for any of these had the Earl's name been in the mouths of men. But for the most reckless among the reckless, for the spendthrift among spendthrifts, for the gamester above all gamesters, and for a gay man outstripping the gay, by these characteristics did the world know Lord Mount Severn. It was said his faults were those of his head, that a better heart or a more generous spirit never beat in human form, and there was much truth in this. It had been well for him had he lived and died plain William Vane. Up to his 25th year he had been industrious and steady, had kept his terms in the Temple, and studied late and early. The sober application of William Vane had been a byword with the embryo barristers around. Judge Vane, they ironically called him, and they strove ineffectually to allure him away to idleness and pleasure. But young Vane was ambitious, and he knew that on his own talents and exertions must depend his own rising in the world. He was of excellent family, but poor, counting a relative in the old Earl of Mount Severn. The possibility of his succeeding to the earldom never occurred to him, for 3 healthy lives, 2 of them young, stood between him and the title. Yet those have died off, one of apoplexy, one of fever, in Africa, the third boating at Oxford, and the young Temple student, William Vane, suddenly found himself Earl of Mount Severn, and the lawful possessor of 60,000 a year. His first idea was, that he should never be able to spend the money, that such a sum, year by year, could not be spent. It was a wonder his head was not turned by adulation at the onset, for he was courted, flattered, and caressed by all classes, from a royal duke downward. He became the most attractive man of his day, the lion in society, for, independent of his newly acquired wealth and title, he was of distinguished appearance and fascinating manners. But, unfortunately, the prudence which had sustained William Vane, the poor law student, in his solitary Temple chambers, entirely forsook William Vane, the young Earl of Mount Severn, and he commenced his career on a scale of speed so great, that all staid people said he was going to ruin and the deuce headlong. But a peer of the realm, and one whose rent-roll is 60,000 per year, does not go to ruin in a day. There sat the Earl, in his library now, in his 49th year, and ruin had not come yet; that is, it had not overwhelmed him. But the embarrassments which had clung to him, and had been the destruction of his tranquillity, the bane of his existence, who shall describe them? The public knew them pretty well, his private friends knew better, his creditors best, but none save himself knew, or could ever know, the worrying torment that was his portion, well nigh driving him to distraction. Years ago, by dint of looking things steadily in the face, and by economizing, he might have retrieved his position; but he had done what most people do in such cases, put off the evil days sine die, and gone on increasing his enormous list of debts. The hour of exposure and ruin was now advancing fast. Perhaps the Earl himself was thinking so, as he sat there before an enormous mass of papers which strewed the library table. His thoughts were back in the past. That was a foolish match of his, that Gretna Green match for love, foolish so far as prudence went, but the Countess had been an affectionate wife to him, had borne with his follies and his neglect, had been an admirable mother to their only child. One child alone had been theirs, and in her 13th year the Countess had died. If they had been but blessed with a son, the Earl moaned over the long-continued disappointment still, he might have seen a way out of his difficulties. The boy, as soon as he was of age, would have joined with him in cutting off the entail, and— "My lord," said a servant, entering the room, and interrupting the Earl's castles in the air, "a gentleman is asking to see you." "Who?" cried the Earl, sharply, not perceiving the card the man was bringing. No unknown person, although wearing the externals of a foreign ambassador, was ever admitted unceremoniously to the presence of Lord Mount Severn. Years of duns had taught the servants caution. "His card is here, my lord. It is Mr. Carlyle of West Lynne." "Mr. Carlyle of West Lynne!" groaned the Earl, whose foot just then had an awful twinge. "What does he want? Show him up." The servant did as he was bid, and introduced Mr. Carlyle. Look at the visitor well, reader, for he will play his part in this history. He was a very tall man of 27, of remarkably noble presence. He was somewhat given to stooping his head when he spoke to any one shorter than himself. It was a peculiar habit, almost to be called a bowing habit, and his father had possessed it before him. When told of it he would laugh, and say he was unconscious of doing it. His features were good, his complexion was pale and clear, his hair dark, and his full eyelids drooped over his deep grey eyes. Altogether it was a countenance that both men and women liked to look upon, the index of an honourable, sincere nature, not that it would have been called a handsome face, so much as a pleasing and distinguished one. Though but the son of a country lawyer, and destined to be a lawyer himself, he had received the training of a gentleman, had been educated at Rugby, and taken his degree at Oxford. He advanced at once to the Earl, in the straightforward way of a man of business, of a man who has come on business. "Mr. Carlyle," said the latter, holding out his hand, he was always deemed the most affable peer of the age, "I am happy to see you. You perceive I cannot rise, at least without great pain and inconvenience. My enemy, the gout, has taken possession of me again. Take a seat. Are you staying in town?" "I've just arrived from West Lynne. The chief object of my journey was to see your lordship." "What can I do for you?" asked the Earl, uneasy, for a suspicion had crossed his mind that Mr. Carlyle might be acting for some one of his many troublesome creditors. Mr. Carlyle drew his chair nearer to the lord, and spoke in a low tone. "A rumour came to my ears, my lord, that East Lynne was in the market." "A moment, sir!" exclaimed the Earl, with reserve, not to say hauteur in his tone, for his suspicions were gaining ground. "Are we to converse confidentially together, as men of honour, or is there something concealed behind?" "I do not understand you," said Mr. Carlyle. "In a word, excuse my speaking plainly, but I must feel my ground, are you here on the part of some of my rascally creditors to pump information out of me that otherwise they would not get?" "My lord," uttered the visitor, "I should be incapable of so dishonourable an action. I know that a lawyer gets credit for possessing but lax notions on the score of honour, but you can scarcely suspect that I should be guilty of underhand work toward you. I never was guilty of a mean trick in my life, to my recollection, and I do not think I ever shall be." "Pardon me, Mr. Carlyle. If you knew half the tricks and ruses played upon me, you would not wonder at my suspecting all the world. Proceed with your business." "I heard that East Lynne was for private sale. Your agent dropped half a word to me in confidence. If so, I should wish to be the purchaser." "For whom?" inquired the Earl. "Myself." "You?" laughed the Earl. "Egad, lawyering can't be such bad work, Carlyle." "Nor is it," rejoined Mr. Carlyle, "with an extensive first class connection such as ours. But you must remember that a good fortune was left me by my uncle, and a large one by my father." "I know. The proceeds of lawyering also." "Not altogether. My mother brought a fortune on her marriage, and it enabled my father to speculate successfully. I have been looking out for an eligible property to invest my money upon, and East Lynne will suit me well, provided I can have the refusal of it, and we can agree about the terms." Lord Mount Severn mused for a few minutes before he spoke. "Mr. Carlyle," he began, "my affairs are very bad, and ready money I must find somewhere. Now East Lynne is not entailed, neither is it mortgaged to anything like its value, though the latter fact, as you may imagine, is not patent to the world. When I bought it at a bargain, 18 years ago, you were the lawyer on the other side, I remember." "My father," smiled Mr. Carlyle. "I was a child at the time." "Of course, I ought to have said your father. By selling East Lynne a few thousands will come into my hands, after claims on it are settled. I have no other means of raising the wind, and that is why I have resolved to part with it. But now, understand, if it were known abroad that East Lynne is going from me, I should have a hornet's nest about my ears, so that it must be disposed of privately. Do you comprehend?" "Perfectly," replied Mr. Carlyle. I would as soon you bought it as any one else, if, as you say, we can agree about terms. What does your lordship expect for it, at a rough estimate? For particulars I must refer you to my men of business, Warburton and Ware. Not less than £70,000. Too much, my lord, cried Mr. Carlyle decisively. And that's not its value, returned the Earl. These forced sales never do fetch their value, answered the plain-speaking lawyer. Until this hint was given me by Beauchamp, I had thought East Lynne was settled upon your lordship's daughter. There's nothing settled on her, rejoined the Earl, the contraction on his brow standing out more plainly. That comes of your thoughtless runaway marriages. I fell in love with General Conway's daughter, and she ran away with me like a fool. That is, we were both fools together for our pains. The General objected to me and said I must sow my wild oats before he would give me Mary, so I took her to Gretna Green and she became Countess of Mount Severn without a settlement. It was an unfortunate affair, taking one thing with another. When her elopement was made known to the General, it killed him." "Killed him?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "It did. He had disease of the heart, and the excitement brought on the crisis. My poor wife was never happy from that hour. She blamed herself for her father's death, and I believe it led to her own. She was ill for years. The doctors called it consumption, but it was more like a wasting insensibly away, and consumption had never been in her family. No luck ever attends runaway marriages. I have noticed it since, in many, many instances. Something bad is sure to turn up from it." "There might have been a settlement executed after the marriage," observed Mr. Carlyle, for the Earl had stopped, and seemed lost in thought. "I know there might, but there was not. My wife had possessed no fortune. I was already deep in my career of extravagance, and neither of us thought of making provision for our future children, or, if we thought of it, we did not do it. There is an old saying, Mr. Carlyle, that what may be done at any time is never done." Mr. Carlyle bowed. "So my child is portionless," resumed the Earl, with a suppressed sigh. "The thought that it may be an embarrassing thing for her, were I to die before she is settled in life, crosses my mind when I am in a serious mood. That she will marry well, there is little doubt, for she possesses beauty in a rare degree, and has been reared as an English girl should be, not to frivolity and foppery. She was trained by her mother, who, save for the mad act she was persuaded into by me, was all goodness and refinement, for the first 12 years of her life, and since then by an admirable governess. No fear that she will be decamping to Gretna Green." "She was a very lovely child," observed the lawyer. "I remember that." "Ay, you have seen her at East Lynne in her mother's lifetime. But to return to business. If you become the purchaser of the East Lynne estate, Mr. Carlyle, it must be under the rose. The money that it brings, after paying off the mortgage, I must have, as I tell you, for my private use, and you know I should not be able to touch a farthing of it if the confounded public got an inkling of the transfer. In the eyes of the world, the proprietor of East Lynne must be Lord Mount Severn, at least for some little time afterwards. Perhaps you will not object to that." Mr. Carlyle considered before replying, and then the conversation was resumed, when it was decided that he should see Warburton and Ware the first thing in the morning, and confer with them. It was growing late when he rose to leave. "Stay and dine with me," said the Earl. Mr. Carlyle hesitated, and looked down at his dress, a plain, gentlemanly morning attire, but certainly not a dinner costume for a peer's table. "Oh, that's nothing," said the Earl. "We shall be quite alone except my daughter. Mrs. Vane, of Castle Marling, is staying with us. She came up to present my child at the last drawing-room, but I think I heard something about her dining out to-day. If not, we will have it by ourselves here. Oblige me by touching the bell, Mr. Carlyle." The servant entered. "Inquire whether Mrs. Vane dines at home," said the Earl. "Mrs. Vane dines out, my lord," was the man's immediate reply. "The carriage is at the door now." "Very well. Mr. Carlyle remains." At 7 o'clock the dinner was announced, and the Earl wheeled into the adjoining room. As he and Mr. Carlyle entered it at one door, some one else came in by the opposite one. What was it? Mr. Carlyle looked, not quite sure whether it was a human being. He almost thought it more like an angel. A light, graceful, girlish form, a face of surpassing beauty, beauty that is rarely seen save from the imagination of a painter, dark, shining curls falling on her neck and shoulders, smooth as a child's, fair, delicate arms decorated with pearls, and a flowing dress of costly white lace. Altogether the vision did indeed look to the lawyer as one from a fairer world than this. "My daughter, Mr. Carlyle, the Lady Isabel." They took their seats at the table, Lord Mount Severn at its head, in spite of his gout and his footstool. and the young lady and Mr. Carlyle opposite each other. Mr. Carlyle had not deemed himself a particular admirer of women's beauty, but the extraordinary loveliness of the young girl before him nearly took away his senses and his self-possession. Yet it was not so much the perfect contour or the exquisite features that struck him, or the rich damask of the delicate cheek, or the luxuriant falling hair. No, it was the sweet expression of the soft dark eyes. Never in his life had he seen eyes so pleasing. He could not keep his gaze from her, and he became conscious, as he grew more familiar with her face, that there was in its character a sad, sorrowful look. Only at times was it to be noticed, when the features were at repose, and it lay chiefly in the very eyes he was admiring. Never does this unconsciously mournful expression exist, but it is a sure index of sorrow and suffering. But Mr. Carlyle understood it not. And who could connect sorrow with the anticipated brilliant future of Isabel Vane? "Isabel," observed the Earl, "you are dressed." "Yes, papa, not to keep old Mrs. Leveson wanting tea. She likes to take it early, and I know Mrs. Vane must have kept her waiting dinner. It was 6:30 when she drove from here." "I hope you will not be late to-night, Isabel." "It depends upon Mrs. Vane." "Then I am sure you will be. When the young ladies in this fashionable world of ours turn night into day, it is a bad thing for their roses. What say you, Mr. Carlyle?" Mr. Carlyle glanced at the roses on the cheeks opposite to him. They looked too fresh and bright to fade lightly. At the conclusion of dinner a maid entered the room with a white cashmere mantle, placing it over the shoulders of her young lady, as she said the carriage was waiting. Lady Isabel advanced to the Earl. "Good-bye, papa." "Good night, my love," he answered, drawing her towards him, and kissing her sweet face. "Tell Mrs. Vane I will not have you kept out till morning hours. You are but a child yet. Mr. Carlyle, will you ring? I am debarred from seeing my daughter to the carriage. If your lordship will allow me, if Lady Isabel will pardon the attendance of one little used to wait upon young ladies, I shall be proud to see her to her carriage," was the somewhat confused answer of Mr. Carlyle as he touched the bell. The Earl thanked him, and the young lady smiled, and Mr. Carlyle conducted her down the broad, lighted staircase, and stood bareheaded by the door of the luxurious chariot, and handed her in. She put out her hand in her frank, pleasant manner, as she wished him good night. The carriage rolled on its way, and Mr. Carlyle returned to the Earl. "Well, is she not a handsome girl?" "Handsome is not the word for beauty such as hers," was Mr. Carlyle's reply, in a low, warm tone. "I never saw a face half so beautiful." "She caused quite a sensation at the drawing room last week, as I hear. This everlasting gout kept me indoors all day. And she is as good as she is beautiful." The Earl was not partial. Lady Isabel was wondrously gifted by nature, not only in mind and in person, but in heart. She was as little like a fashionable young lady as it was possible to be, partly because she had hitherto been secluded from the great world, partly from the care bestowed upon her training. During the lifetime of her mother, she had lived occasionally at East Lynne, but mostly at a larger seat of the Earl's in Wales, Mount Severn. Since her mother's death she had remained entirely at Mount Severn, under the charge of a judicious governess, a very small establishment being kept for them, and the Earl paying them impromptu and flying visits. Generous and benevolent she was, timid and sensitive to a degree, gentle and considerate to all. Do not cavil at her being thus praised. Admire and love her whilst you may; she is worthy of it now, in her innocent girlhood. The time will come when such praise would be misplaced. Could the fate that was to overtake his child have been foreseen by the Earl, he would have struck her down to death, in his love, as she stood before him, rather than suffer her to enter upon it. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 2. The Broken Cross. Lady Isabel's carriage continued its way, and deposited her at the residence of Mrs. Levison. Mrs. Levison was nearly 80 years of age, and very severe in speech and manner, or, as Mrs. Vane expressed it, crabbed. She looked the image of impatience when Isabel entered, with her cap pushed all awry, and pulling at the black satin gown, for Mrs. Vane had kept her waiting dinner, and Isabel was keeping her from her tea, and that does not agree with the aged, with their health or with their temper. "I fear I am late," exclaimed Lady Isabel, as she advanced to Mrs. Levison, "but a gentleman dined with papa to-day, and it made us rather longer at the table." "You are 25 minutes behind your time," cried the old lady sharply, "and I want my tea. Emma, order it in." Mrs. Vane rang the bell, and did as she was bid. She was a little woman of 26, very plain in face, but elegant in figure, very accomplished, and vain to her fingers' ends. Her mother, who was dead, had been Mrs. Levison's daughter, and her husband, Raymond Vane, was presumptive heir to the earldom of Mount Severn. "Won't you take that tippet off, child?" asked Mrs. Levison, who knew nothing of the new-fashioned names for such articles, mantles, burnous, and all the string of them, and Isabel threw it off and sat down by her. "The tea is not made, grandmamma!" exclaimed Mrs. Vane, in an accent of astonishment, as the servant appeared with the tray and the silver urn. "You surely do not have it made in the room?" "Where should I have it made?" inquired Mrs. Levison. "It is much more convenient to have it brought in ready-made," said Mrs. Vane. "I dislike the embarrass of making it." "Indeed," was the reply of the old lady, "and get it slopped over in the saucers, and as cold as milk. You always were lazy, Emma, and given to use those French words. I'd rather stick a printed label on my forehead for my part, 'I speak French,' and let the world know it in that way." "Who makes tea for you in general?" asked Mrs. Vane, telegraphing a contemptuous glance to Isabel behind her grandmother. But the eyes of Lady Isabel fell timidly, and a blush rose to her cheeks. She did not like to appear to differ from Mrs. Vane, her senior, and her father's guest, but her mind revolted at the bare idea of ingratitude or ridicule cast on an aged parent. "Harriet comes in and makes it for me," replied Mrs. Levison. "Ay, and sits down and takes it with me when I am alone, which is pretty often. What do you say to that, Madam Emma? You, with your fine notions." "Just as you please, of course, grandmamma." "And there's the tea-caddy at your elbow, and the urns fizzing away, and if we are to have any tea to-night, it had better be made." "I don't know how much to put in," grumbled Mrs. Vane, who had the greatest horror of soiling her hands or her gloves, who, in short, had a particular antipathy to doing anything useful. "Shall I make it, dear Mrs. Levison?" said Isabel, rising with alacrity. "I had used to make it quite as often as my governess at Mount Severn, and I make it for papa." "Do, child," replied the old lady. "You are worth 10 of her." Isabel laughed merrily, drew off her gloves, and sat down to the table, and at that moment a young and elegant man lounged into the room. He was deemed handsome, with his clearly cut features, his dark eyes, his raven hair, and his white teeth. But to a keen observer those features had not an attractive expression, and the dark eyes had a great knack of looking away while he spoke to you. It was Francis, Captain Levison. He was grandson to the old lady, the first cousin to Mrs. Vane. Few men were so fascinating in manners, at times and seasons, in face and in form. Few men won so completely upon their hearers' ears, and few were so heartless in their hearts of hearts. The world courted him, and society honoured him, for though he was a graceless spendthrift, and it was known that he was the presumptive heir to the old and rich Sir Peter Levison. The ancient lady spoke up. "Captain Levison, Lady Isabel Vane." They both acknowledged the introduction, and Isabel, a child yet in the ways of the world, flushed crimson at the admiring looks cast upon her by the young guardsman. Strange, strange that she should make the acquaintance of these two men in the same day, almost in the same hour, the two, of all the human race, who were to exercise so powerful an influence over her future life. "That's a pretty cross, child," cried Mrs. Levison, as Isabel stood by her when tea was over, and she and Mrs. Vane were about to depart on their evening visit. She alluded to a golden cross, set with 7 emeralds, which Isabel wore on her neck. It was of light, delicate texture, and was suspended from a thin, short, gold chain. "Is it not pretty?" answered Isabel. "It was given me by my dear mamma just before she died. Stay, I will take it off for you. I only wear it upon great occasions." This, her first appearance at the Grand Duke's, seemed a very great occasion to the simply reared and inexperienced girl. She unclasped the chain, and placed it with the cross in the hands of Mrs. Levison. "Why, I declare you have nothing on but that cross and some rubbishing pearl bracelets," uttered Mrs. Vane to Isabel. "I did not look at you before." "Mamma gave me both. The bracelets are those she used frequently to wear." "You old-fashioned child! Because your mamma wore those bracelets years ago, is that a reason for your doing so?" retorted Mrs. Vane. "Why did you not put on your diamonds?" "I did put on my diamonds, but I took them off again," stammered Isabel. "What on earth for?" "I did not like to look too fine," answered Isabel, with a laugh and a blush. "They glittered so, I feared it might be thought I had put them on to look fine." "Ah, I see you mean to set up in that class of people who pretend to despise ornaments," scornfully remarked Mrs. Vane. "It is the refinement of affectation, Lady Isabel." The sneer fell harmlessly on Lady Isabel's ear. She only believed something had put Mrs. Vane out of temper. It certainly had, and that something, though Isabel little suspected it, was the evident admiration Captain Levison evinced for her fresh young beauty. It quite absorbed him, and rendered him neglectful even of Mrs. Vane. "Here, child, take your cross," said the old lady. "It is very pretty, prettier on your neck than diamonds would be. You don't want embellishing. Never mind what Emma says." Francis Levison took the cross and chain from her hand to pass them to Lady Isabel. Whether he was awkward or whether her hands were full, for she held her gloves, her handkerchief, and had just taken up her mantle, certain it is that it fell, and the gentleman, in his too quick effort to regain it, managed to set his foot upon it, and the cross was broken in 2. "There, now whose fault was that?" cried Mrs. Levison. Isabel did not answer. Her heart was very full. She took the broken cross, and the tears dropped from her eyes. She could not help it. "Why, you are never crying over a stupid bauble of a cross," uttered Mrs. Vane, interrupting Captain Levison's expression of regret at his awkwardness. "You can have it mended, dear," interposed Mrs. Levison. Lady Isabel chased away the tears and turned to Captain Levison with a cheerful look. "Pray do not blame yourself," she good-naturedly said. "The fault was as much mine as yours, and as Mrs. Levison says, I can get it mended." She disengaged the upper part of the cross from the chain as she spoke, and clasped the latter round her throat. "You will not go with that thin string of gold on, and nothing else?" uttered Mrs. Vane. "Why not?" returned Isabel. If people say anything, I can tell them an accident happened to the cross." Mrs. Vane burst into a laugh of mocking ridicule. "If people say anything," she repeated, in a tone according with the laugh, "they are not likely to say anything, but they will deem Lord Mount Severn's daughter unfortunately short of jewellery." Isabel smiled and shook her head. "They saw my diamonds at the drawing-room." "If you had done such an awkward thing for me, Frank Levison," burst forth the old lady, "my doors should have been closed against you for a month. There, if you are to go, Emma, you had better go. Dancing off to begin an evening at 10 o'clock at night! In my time we used to go out at 7, but it's the custom now to turn night into day." "When George III dined at 1 o'clock upon boiled mutton and turnips," put in the graceless captain, who certainly held his grandmother in no greater reverence than did Mrs. Vane. He turned to Isabel as he spoke to hand her downstairs. Thus she was conducted to her carriage the second time that night by a stranger. Mrs. Vane got down by herself, as best she could, and her temper was not improved by the process. "Good night," she said to the captain. "I shall not say good night. You will find me there almost as soon as you." "You told me you were not coming. Some bachelor's party in the way." "Yes, but I have changed my mind. Farewell for the present, Lady Isabel." "What an object you will look with nothing on your neck but a schoolgirl's chain," began Mrs. Vane, returning to the grievance as the carriage drove on. "Oh, Mrs. Vane, what does it signify? I can only think of my broken cross. I am sure it must be an evil omen." "An evil what?" "An evil omen. Mamma gave me that cross when she was dying. She told me to let it be to me as a talisman, always to keep it safely, and when I was in any distress or in need of counsel, to look at it and strive to recall what her advice would be, and to act accordingly. And now it is broken. Broken." A glaring gaslight flashed into the carriage, right into the face of Isabel. "I declare," uttered Mrs. Vane, "you are crying again. I tell you what it is, Isabel, I am not going to chaperone red eyes to the Duchess of Dartford's, so if you can't put a stop to this I shall order the carriage home, and go on alone." Isabel meekly dried her eyes, sighing deeply as she did so. "I can have the pieces joined, I dare say, but it will never be the same cross to me again." "What have you done with the pieces?" irascibly asked Mrs. Vane. "I folded them in the thin paper Mrs. Levison gave me, and put it inside my frock. Here it is," touching the body. "I have no pocket on." Mrs. Vane gave vent to a groan. She never had been a girl herself. She had been a woman at 10, and she complimented Isabel on being little better than an imbecile. "Put it inside my frock," she uttered in a torrent of scorn. "And you 18 years of age! I fancied you left off frocks when you left the nursery. For shame, Isabel." "I meant to say my dress," corrected Isabel. "Meant to say you were a baby idiot," was the inward comment of Mrs. Vane. A few minutes, and Isabel forgot her grievance. The brilliant rooms were to her as an enchanting scene of dreamland, for her heart was in its springtide of early freshness, and the satiety of experience had not come. How could she remember trouble, even the broken cross, as she bent to the homage offered her and drank in the honeyed words poured forth into her ear? "Hallo!" cried an Oxford student, with a long rent roll in perspective, who was screwing himself against the wall, not to be in the way of the waltzers. "I thought you had given up coming to these places." "So I had," replied the fast nobleman addressed, the son of a marquis, "but I am on the lookout, so I am forced into them again. I think a ballroom the greatest bore in life." "On the lookout for what?" "For a wife. My governor has stopped supplies, and had vowed by his beard not to advance another shilling, or pay a debt till I reform. As a preliminary step towards it, he insists upon a wife, and I am trying to choose one, for I am deeper in debt than you imagine." "Take the new beauty, then." "Who is she?" "Lady Isabel Vane." "Much obliged for the suggestion," replied the Earl, "but one likes a respectable father-in-law, and Mount Severn is going to smash. He and I are too much in the same line, and might clash in the long run." "One can't have everything. The girl's beauty is beyond common. I saw that rake, Levison, make up to her. He fancies he can carry all before him where women are concerned." "So he does, often," was his quiet reply. "I hate that fellow. He thinks so much of himself, with his curled hair and shining teeth and his white skin, and he's as heartless as an owl. What was that hushed-up business about Miss Charteris? Who's to know? Levison slipped out of the escapade like an eel, and the woman protested that he was more sinned against than sinning. 3/4 of the world believed them. And she went abroad and died, and Levison, here he comes, and Mount Severn's daughter with him." They were approaching at that moment Francis Levison and Lady Isabel. He was expressing his regret at the untoward accident of the cross for the 10th time that night. "I feel that it could never be atoned for," whispered he, "that the heartfelt homage of my whole life would not be sufficient compensation." He spoke in a tone of thrilling gentleness, gratifying to the ear but dangerous to the heart. Lady Isabel glanced up and caught his eyes gazing upon her with the deepest tenderness, a language hers had never yet encountered. A vivid blush again arose to her cheek, her eyelids fell, and her timid words died away in silence. Take care, my young Lady Isabel," murmured the Oxonian under his breath, as they passed him. "That man is as false as he is fair." "I think he is a rascal," remarked the Earl. "I know he is. I know a thing or two about him. He would ruin her heart for the renown of the exploit, because she's a beauty, and then fling it away broken. He has none to give in return for the gift." "Just as much as my new racehorse has," concluded the Earl. "She is very beautiful." End of Chapter 2. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.
Chapter 3 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurel Anderson. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 3. Barbara Hare. West Lynne was a town of some importance, particularly in its own eyes, though being neither a manufacturing one nor a cathedral one, nor even the chief town of the county, it was somewhat primitive in its manners and customs. Passing out of the town toward the east, you came upon several detached gentlemen's houses, in the vicinity of which stood the church of St. Jude, which was more aristocratic in the matter of its congregation than the other churches of West Lynne. For about a mile these houses were scattered, the church being situated at their commencement, close to that busy part of the place, and about a mile further on you came upon the beautiful estate which was called East Lynne. Between the gentlemen's houses mentioned and East Lynne, the mile of road was very solitary, being much overshadowed with trees. One house alone stood there, and that was about 3/4 of a mile before you came to East Lynne. It was on the left-hand side, a square, ugly, red brick house with a weathercock on the top, standing some little distance from the road. A flat lawn extended before it, and close to the palings which divided it from the road was a grove of trees, some yards in depth. The lawn was divided by a narrow middle gravel path, to which you gained access from the portico of the house. You entered upon a large flagged hall, with a reception room on either hand, and the staircase, a wide one, facing you. By the side of the staircase you passed on to the servants' apartments and offices. That place was called the Grove, and was the property and residence of Richard Hare, Esquire, commonly called Mr. Justice Hare. The room to the left hand, as you went in, was the general sitting room; the other was very much kept boxed up in lavender and brown holland, to be opened on state occasions. Justice and Mrs. Hare had 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. Annie was the elder of the girls, and had married young. Barbara, the younger, was now 19, and Richard, the eldest, but we shall come to him hereafter. In this sitting room, on a chilly evening early in May, a few days subsequent to that which had witnessed the visit of Mr. Carlyle to the Earl of Mount Severn, sat Mrs. Hare, a pale, delicate woman, buried in shawls and cushions, but the day had been warm. At the window sat a pretty girl, very fair, with blue eyes, light hair, a bright complexion, and small aquiline features. She was listlessly turning over the leaves of a book. "Barbara, I am sure it must be tea time now." "The time seems to move slowly with you, mamma. It is scarcely a quarter of an hour since I told you it was but 10 minutes past 6." "I am so thirsty," announced the poor invalid. "Do go and look at the clock again, Barbara." Barbara Hare rose with a gesture of impatience, not suppressed, opened the door, and glanced at the large clock in the hall. "It wants 9 and 20 minutes to 7, mamma. I wish you would put your watch on of a day. 4 times you have sent me to look at that clock since dinner." "I'm so thirsty," repeated Mrs. Hare, with a sort of sob. "If 7 o'clock would but strike! I am dying for my tea." It may occur to the reader that a lady in her own house, dying for her tea, might surely order it brought in, although the customary hour had not struck. Not so Mrs. Hare. Since her husband had first brought her home to that house, 24 years ago, she had never dared to express a will in it, scarcely on her own responsibility to give an order. Justice Hare was stern, imperative, obstinate, and self-conceited; she, timid, gentle, and submissive. She had loved him with all her heart, and her life had been one long yielding of her will to his. In fact, she had no will; his was all in all. Far was she from feeling the servitude a yoke. Some natures do not, and to do Mr. Hare justice, his powerful will that must bear down on all before it was in fault, not his kindness. He never meant to be unkind to his wife. Of his 3 children, Barbara alone had inherited his will. "Barbara," began Mrs. Hare again, when she thought another quarter of an hour at least must have elapsed. "Well, mamma?" "Ring and tell them to be getting it in readiness, so that when 7 strikes there may be no delay." "Goodness, mamma! You know that they always do have it ready, and there's no such hurry, for papa may not be at home." But she rose and rang the bell with a petulant motion, and when the man answered it, told him to have tea in to its time. "If you knew, dear, how dry my throat is, how parched my mouth, you would have more patience with me." Barbara closed her book with a listless air, and turned listlessly to the window. She seemed tired, not with fatigue, but with what the French express by the word ennui. "Here comes papa," she presently said. "Oh, I am so glad!" cried poor Mrs. Hare. "Perhaps he will not mind having the tea in at once if I told him how thirsty I am." The justice came in, a middle-sized man with pompous features and a pompous walk and a flaxen wig. In his aquiline nose, compressed lips, and pointed chin might be traced a resemblance to his daughter, though he never could have been half so good-looking as was pretty Barbara. "Richard," spoke up Mrs. Hare from between her shawls the instant he opened the door. "Well?" "Would you please let me have in tea now? Would you very much mind taking it a little earlier this evening? I am feverish again, and my tongue is so parched I don't know how to speak." "Oh, it's near 7. You won't have long to wait." With this exceedingly gracious answer to an invalid's request, Mr. Hare quitted the room again and banged the door. He had not spoken unkindly or roughly, simply with indifference. But ere Mrs. Hare's meek sigh of disappointment was over, The door reopened, and the flaxen wig was thrust in again. "I don't mind if I do have it now. It will be a fine moonlit night, and I am going with Pinner as far as Beecham's to smoke a pipe. Order it in, Barbara." The tea was made and partaken of, and the justice departed for Mr. Beecham's, Squire Pinner calling for him at the gate. Mr. Beecham was a gentleman who farmed a great deal of land, and who was also Lord Mount Severn's agent or steward for East Lynne. He lived higher up the road, some little distance beyond East Lynne. "I am so cold, Barbara," shivered Mrs. Hare, as she watched the justice down the gravel path. "I wonder if your papa would say it was foolish of me if I told them to light a bit of a fire." "Have it lighted if you like," responded Barbara, ringing the bell. "Papa will know nothing about it, one way or the other, for he won't be home till after bedtime. Jasper, mamma is cold, and would like a fire lighted." "Plenty of sticks, Jasper, that it may burn up quickly," said Mrs. Hare in a pleading voice, as if the sticks were Jasper's and not hers. Mrs. Hare got her fire, and she drew her chair in front, and put her feet on the fender to catch its warmth. Barbara, listless still, went into the hall, took a woolen shawl from the stand there, threw it over her shoulders, and went out. She strolled down the straight formal path, and stood at the iron gate looking over it into the public road. Not very public in that spot, and at that hour, but as lonely as one could wish. The night was calm and pleasant, though somewhat chilly for the beginning of May, and the moon was getting high in the sky. "When will he come?" she murmured, as she leaned her head upon the gate. "Oh, what would life be like without him? How miserable these few days have been! I wonder what took him there. I wonder what is detaining him. Corny said he was only gone for a day." The faint echo of footsteps in the distance stole upon her ear, and Barbara drew a little back, and hid herself under the shelter of the trees, not choosing to be seen by any stray passer by. But as they drew near, a sudden change came over her. Her eyes lighted up, her cheeks were dyed with crimson, and her veins tingled with excess of rapture, for she knew those footsteps, and loved them only too well. Cautiously peeping over the gate again, she looked down the road. A tall form, whose very height and strength bore a grace of which its owner was unconscious, was advancing rapidly toward her from the direction of West Lynne. Again she shrank away. True love is ever timid, and whatever may have been Barbara Hare's other qualities, her love at least was true and deep. But instead of the gate opening with the firm, quick motion peculiar to the hand which guided it, the footsteps seemed to pass, and not to have turned at all toward it. Barbara's heart sank, and she stole to the gate again, and looked out with a yearning look. Yes, sure enough, he was striding on, not thinking of her, not coming to her, and she, in the disappointment and impulse of the moment, called to him, "Archibald!" Mr. Carlyle, it was no other, turned on his heel and approached the gate. "Is it you, Barbara? Watching for thieves and poachers? How are you?" "How are you?" she returned, holding the gate open for him to enter as he shook hands, and striving to calm down her agitation. "When did you return?" "Only now, by the 8 o'clock train, which got in beyond its time, having drawled unpardonably at the stations. They little thought they had me in it, as their looks betrayed when I got out. I have not been home yet." "No? What will Cornelia say?" "I went to the office for 5 minutes, but I have a few words to say to Beecham, and am going up at once. Thank you, I cannot come in now. I intend to do so on my return." "Papa has gone up to Mr. Beecham's." "Mr. Hare, has he?" "He and Squire Pinner," continued Barbara. "They have gone to have a smoking bout, and if you wait there with papa, it will be too late to come in, for he is sure not to be home before 11 or 12." Mr. Carlyle bent his head in deliberation. "Then I think it is of little use my going on," said he, "for my business with Beecham is private. I must defer it until to-morrow." He took the gate out of her hand, closed it, and placed the hand within his own arm to walk with her to the house. It was done in a matter-of-fact, real sort of way. Nothing of romance or sentiment hallowed it, but Barbara Hare felt that she was in Eden. "And how have you all been, Barbara, these few days?" "Oh, very well. What made you start off so suddenly? You never said you were going, or came to wish us good-bye." "You have just expressed it, Barbara, suddenly. A matter of business suddenly arose, and I suddenly went upon it." "Cornelia said you were only gone for a day." "Did she? When in London I find so many things to do. Is Mrs. Hare better?" "Just the same. I think mamma's ailments are fancies, half of them. If she would rouse herself, she would be better." "What is in that parcel?" "You are not to inquire, Miss Barbara. It does not concern you. It only concerns Mrs. Hare." Is it something you have brought for mamma, Archibald?" Of course. A countryman's visit to London entails buying presents for his friends; at least it used to be so in the old fashioned days, when people made their wills before starting, and were a fortnight doing the journey in a wagon," laughed Barbara. "Grandpapa used to tell us tales of that when we were children. But is it really something for mamma?" "Don't I tell you so? I have brought something for you." "Oh, what is it?" she uttered, her color rising, and wondering whether he was in jest or earnest. "There's an impatient girl. What is it? Wait a moment, and you shall see what it is." He put the parcel or roll he was carrying upon a garden chair, and proceeded to search his pockets. Every pocket was visited, apparently in vain. "Barbara, I think it is gone. I must have lost it somehow." Her heart beat as she stood there, silently looking up at him in the moonlight. Was it lost? What had it been? But upon a second search he came upon something in the pocket of his coat tail. "Here it is, I believe. What brought it there?" He opened a small box, and taking out a long gold chain, threw it around her neck. A locket was attached to it. Her cheeks crimson went and came, her heart beat more rapidly. She could not speak a word of thanks, and Mr. Carlyle took up the roll and walked on into the presence of Mrs. Hare. Barbara followed in a few minutes. Her mother was standing up, watching with pleased expectation the movements of Mr. Carlyle. No candles were in the room, but it was bright with firelight. "Now, don't laugh at me," quoth he, untying the string of the parcel. "It is not a roll of velvet for a dress, and it is not a roll of parchment conferring £20,000 a year, but it is an air cushion!" It was what poor Mrs. Hare, so worn with sitting and lying, had often longed for. She had heard such a luxury was to be bought in London, but never remembered to have seen one. She took it almost with a greedy hand, casting a grateful look at Mr. Carlyle. "How am I to thank you for it?" she murmured through her tears. "If you thank me at all, I will never bring you anything again," cried he gaily. "I have been telling Barbara that a visit to London entails bringing gifts for friends," he continued. "Do you see how smart I have made her?" Barbara hastily took off the chain and laid it before her mother. "What a beautiful chain!" muttered Mrs. Hare in surprise. "Archibald, you are too good, too generous. This must have cost a great deal. This is beyond a trifle." "Nonsense!" laughed Mr. Carlyle. "I'll tell you both how I happened to buy it. I went into a jeweler's about my watch, which has taken to lose lately in a most unceremonious fashion, and there I saw a whole display of chains hanging up, some ponderous enough for a sheriff, some light and elegant enough for Barbara. I dislike to see a thick chain on a lady's neck. They put me in mind of the chain she lost, the day she and Cornelia went with me to Lynchborough, which loss Barbara persisted in declaring was my fault for dragging her through the town sight-seeing, while Cornelia did her shopping, for it was then that the chain was lost." "But I was only joking when I said so," was the interruption of Barbara. "Of course it would have happened had you not been with me. The links were always snapping." "Well, these chains in the shop in London put me in mind of Barbara's misfortune, and I chose one. Then the shopman brought forth some lockets, and enlarged upon their convenience for holding deceased relatives' hair, not to speak of sweethearts, until I told him he might attach one. I thought it might hold that piece of hair you prize, Barbara," he concluded, dropping his voice. "What piece?" asked Mrs. Hare. Mr. Carlyle glanced round the room, as if fearful that the very walls might hear his whisper. "Richard's. Barbara showed it to me one day when she was turning out her desk, and said it was a curl taken off in that illness." Mrs. Hare sank back in her chair and hid her face in her hands, shivering visibly. The words evidently awoke some poignant source of deep sorrow. "Oh, my boy!" she wailed. "My boy! My unhappy boy! Mr. Hare wonders at my ill health, Archibald. Barbara ridicules it. But there lies the source of all my misery, mental and bodily. Oh, Richard, Richard!" There was a distressing pause, for the topic admitted of neither hope nor consolation. "Put your chain on again, Barbara," Mr. Carlyle said after a while, "and I wish you health to wear it out. Health and reformation, young lady." Barbara smiled and glanced at him with her pretty blue eyes, so full of love. "What have you brought for Cornelia?" she resumed. "Something splendid," he answered, with a mock serious face, "only I hope I have not been taken in. I bought her a shawl. The vendors vowed it was true Parisian cashmere. I gave 18 guineas for it." "That is a great deal," observed Mrs. Hare. "It ought to be a very good one. I never gave more than 6 guineas for a shawl in all my life." "And Cornelia, I dare say, never more than half 6," laughed Mr. Carlyle. "Well, I shall wish you good evening, and go to her, for if she knows I am back all this while I shall be lectured." He shook hands with them both. Barbara, however, accompanied him to the front door, and stepped outside with him. "You will catch cold, Barbara. You have left your shawl indoors." "Oh no, I shall not. How very soon you are leaving! You have scarcely stayed 10 minutes. But you forget I have not been at home." "You were on your road to Beecham's, and would not have been at home for an hour or two in that case," spoke Barbara in a tone that savored of resentment. "That was different. That was upon business. But, Barbara, I think your mother looks unusually ill." "You know she suffers a little thing to upset her, and last night she had what she calls one of her dreams," answered Barbara. "She says that it is a warning that something bad is going to happen, and she has been in the most unhappy, feverish state possible all day. Papa has been quite angry over her being so weak and nervous, declaring that she ought to rouse herself out of her nerves. Of course we dare not tell him about the dream." "It related to the—" Mr. Carlyle stopped, and Barbara glanced round with a shudder, and drew closer to him as she whispered. He had not given her his arm this time. "Yes, to the murder. You know mamma has always declared that Bethel had something to do with it. She says her dreams would have convinced her of it if nothing else did, and she dreamt she saw him with you know." "Hallijohn," whispered Mr. Carlyle. "With Hallijohn," assented Barbara, with a shiver. "He was standing over him as he lay on the floor, just as he did lay on it, and that wretched Afy was standing at the end of the kitchen looking on." "But Mrs. Hare ought not to suffer dreams to disturb her peace by day," remonstrated Mr. Carlyle. "It is not to be surprised that she dreams of the murder, because she is always dwelling upon it, but she should strive and throw the feeling from her with the night." "You know what mamma is. Of course she ought to do so, but she does not. Papa wonders what makes her get up so ill and trembling of a morning, and mamma has to make all sorts of evasive excuses, for not a hint, as you are aware, must be breathed to him about the murder." Mr. Carlyle gravely nodded. "Mamma does so harp about Bethel, and I know that dream arose from nothing in the world but because she saw him pass the gate yesterday. Not that she thinks that it was he who did it, unfortunately there is no room for that, but she will persist that he had a hand in it some way, and he haunts her dreams." Mr. Carlyle walked on in silence; indeed, there was no reply that he could make. A cloud had fallen upon the house of Mr. Hare, and it was an unhappy subject. Barbara continued. "But for mamma to have taken it into her head that some evil is going to happen because she had this dream, and to make herself miserable over it, is so absurd that I have felt quite cross with her all day. Such nonsense, you know, Archibald, to believe that dreams give sign of what is going to happen, so far behind these enlightened days." "Your mamma's trouble is great, Barbara, and she is not strong." "I think all our troubles have been great since that dark evening," responded Barbara. "Have you heard from Anne?" inquired Mr. Carlyle, willing to change the subject. "Yes, she's very well. What do you think they are going to name the baby? Anne, after her mamma. So very ugly a name! Anne!" "I do not think so," said Mr. Carlyle. "It is simple and unpretending. I like it much. Look at the long, pretentious names of our family. Archibald, Cornelia, and yours too, Barbara. What a mouthful they all are!" Barbara contracted her eyebrows. It was equivalent to saying that he did not like her name. They reached the gate, and Mr. Carlyle was about to pass out of it, when Barbara laid her hand upon his arm to detain him, and spoke in a timid voice. "Archibald." "What is it?" "I have not said a word of thanks to you for this," she said, touching the chain and locket. "My tongue seemed tied. Do not deem me ungrateful." "You foolish girl! It is not worth them. There! Now I am paid. Good night, Barbara." He had bent down and kissed her cheek, swung through the gate, laughing, and strode away. "Don't say I never gave you anything," he turned his head round to say. "Good night." All her veins were tingling, all her pulses beating; her heart was throbbing with the sense of bliss. He had never kissed her that she could remember since she was a child; and when she returned indoors her spirits were so extravagantly high that Mrs. Hare wondered. "Ring for the lamp, Barbara, and you can get to your work. But don't have the shutters closed. I like to look out on these light nights." Barbara, however, did not get to her work. She also, perhaps, liked looking out on a light night, for she sat down at the window. She was living the last half-hour over again. "Don't say I never gave you anything," she murmured. "Did he allude to the chain or to the kiss? Oh, Archibald, why don't you say that you love me?" Mr. Carlyle had been all his life upon intimate terms with the Hare family. His father's first wife, for the late lawyer Carlyle had been twice married, had been a cousin of Justice Hare's, and this had caused them to be much together. Archibald, the child of the second Mrs. Carlyle, had alternately teased and petted Anne and Barbara Hare, boy fashion. Sometimes he quarreled with the pretty little girls, sometimes he caressed them, as he would have done had they been his sisters, and made no scruple of declaring publicly to the pair that Anne was his favorite. A gentle, yielding girl she was, like her mother, whereas Barbara displayed her own will, and it sometimes clashed with young Carlyle's. The clock struck 10. Mrs. Hare took her customary sup of brandy and water, a small tumbler 3 parts full. Without it she believed she could never get to sleep. It deadened unhappy thought, she said. Barbara, after making it, had turned to the window, but she did not resume her seat. She stood right in front of it, her forehead bent forward against its middle pane. The lamp, casting a bright light, was behind her, so that her figure might be distinctly observable from the lawn, had any one been there to look upon it. She stood there in the midst of dreamland, giving way to all its enchanting and most delusive fascinations. She saw herself in anticipation the wife of Mr. Carlyle, the envied, thrice envied, of all West Lynne, for, like as he was the dearest on earth to her heart, so was he the greatest match in the neighborhood around. Not a mother but what coveted him for her child, and not a daughter but would have said "Yes, and thank you," to an offer from the attractive Archibald Carlyle. "I never was sure, quite sure of it till tonight," murmured Barbara, caressing the locket, and holding it to her cheek. "I always thought he meant something, or he might mean nothing. But to give me this, to kiss me, oh, Archibald!" A pause. Barbara's eyes were fixed upon the moonlight. "If he would but say he loved me! If he would but save the suspense of my aching heart! But it must come, I know it will, and if that cantankerous toad of a Corney—" Barbara Hare stopped. What was that at the far end of the lawn, just in advance of the shade of the thick trees? Their leaves were not causing the movement, for it was a still night. It had been there some minutes. It was evidently a human form. What was it? Surely it was making signs to her. Or else it looked as though it was. That was certainly its arm moving, and now it advanced a pace nearer, and raised something which it wore on its head, a battered hat with a broad brim, a wide awake, encircled with a wisp of straw. Barbara Hare's heart leaped, as the saying runs, into her mouth, and her face became deadly white in the moonlight. Her first thought was to alarm the servants; her second to be still, for she remembered the fear and mystery that attached to the house. She went into the hall, shutting her mamma in the parlor, and stood in the shade of the portico, gazing still, but the figure evidently followed her movement with its sight, and the hat was again taken off and waved violently. Barbara Hare turned sick with utter terror. She must fathom it; she must see who and what it was. For the servants she dared not call, and those movements were imperative, and might not be disregarded. But she possessed more innate courage than falls to the lot of some young ladies. "Mamma," she said, returning to the parlor and catching up her shawl, while striving to speak without emotion, "I shall just walk down the path and see if papa is coming." Mrs. Hare did not reply. She was musing upon other things, in that quiescent, happy mood which a small portion of spirits will impart to one weak in body, and Barbara softly closed the door and stole out again to the portico. She stood a moment to rally her courage, and again the hat was waved impatiently. Barbara Hare commenced her walk towards it in dread unutterable, an undefined sense of evil filling her sinking heart, mingling with which came, with a rush of terror, a fear of that other undefinable evil, the evil Mrs. Hare had declared was foreboded by her dream. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Laurel Anderson, Sanford, Florida.
Chapter 4 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Laurie Ann Walden. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 4 The Moonlight Interview. Cold and still looked the old house in the moonbeams. Never was the moon brighter. It lighted the far-stretching garden, it illuminated even the weathercock aloft, it shone upon the portico, and upon one who appeared in it. Stealing to the portico from the house had come Barbara Hare, her eyes strained in dread affright of the grove of trees at the foot of the garden. What was it that had stepped out of that grove of trees, and mysteriously beckoned to her as she stood at the window, turning her heart to sickness as she gazed? Was it a human being, one to bring more evil to the house, where so much evil had already fallen? Was it a supernatural visitant, or was it but a delusion of her own eyesight? Not the latter, certainly, for the figure was now emerging again, motioning to her as before, and with a white face and shaking limbs, Barbara clutched her shawl around her, and went down that path in the moonlight. The beckoning form retreated within the dark recess as she neared it, and Barbara halted. "Who and what are you?" she asked under her breath. "What do you want?" "Barbara," was the whispered, eager answer. "Don't you recognize me?" Too surely she did, the voice at any rate, and a cry escaped her, telling more of sorrow than of joy, though betraying both. She penetrated the trees, and burst into tears as one in the dress of a farm laborer caught her in his arms. In spite of his smock frock and his straw-wisped hat, and his false whiskers black as Erebus, she knew him for her brother. "Oh, Richard, where have you come from? What brings you here?" "Did you know me, Barbara?" was his rejoinder. "How was it likely, in this disguise? A thought crossed my mind that it might be someone from you, and even that made me sick with terror. How could you run such a risk as to come here?" she added, wringing her hands. "If you are discovered it is certain death. Death upon you know." "Upon the gibbet," returned Richard Hare. "I do know it, Barbara." "Then why risk it? Should mamma see you it will kill her outright." "I can't live on as I am living," he answered gloomily. "I have been working in London ever since—" "In London!" interrupted Barbara. "In London, and have never stirred out of it. But it is hard work for me, and now I have an opportunity of doing better, if I can get a little money. Perhaps my mother can let me have it. It is what I have come to ask for." "How are you working? What at?" "In a stable yard." "A stable yard!" she uttered, in a deeply shocked tone. "Richard!" "Did you expect it would be as a merchant or a banker, or perhaps as secretary to one of Her Majesty's ministers? Or that I was a gentleman at large living on my fortune?" retorted Richard Hare, in a tone of chafed anguish, painful to hear. "I get 12 shillings a week, and that has to find me in everything." Poor Richard!" she wailed, caressing his hand and weeping over it. "Oh, what a miserable night's work that was! Our only comfort is, Richard, that you must have committed the deed in madness." "I did not commit it at all," he replied. "What?" she exclaimed. "Barbara, I swear that I am innocent. I swear I was not present when the man was murdered. I swear that, from my own positive knowledge, my eyesight, I know no more who did it than you. The guessing at it is enough for me, and my guess is as sure and true a one as that the moon is in the heavens." Barbara shivered as she drew close to him. It was a shivering subject. "You surely do not mean to throw the guilt on Bethel?" "Bethel," lightly returned Richard Hare. "He had nothing to do with it. He was after his gins and his snares that night, though, poacher as he is." "Bethel is no poacher, Richard." "Is he not?" rejoined Richard Hare significantly. "The truth as to what he is may come out some time. Not that I wish it to come out. The man has done no harm to me, and he may go on poaching with impunity till doomsday for all I care. He and Locksley—" "Richard," interrupted his sister, in a hushed voice, "mamma entertains one fixed idea which she cannot put from her. She is certain that Bethel had something to do with the murder." "Then she is wrong. Why should she think so?" "How the conviction arose at first, I cannot tell you. I do not think she knows herself. But you remember how weak and fanciful she is, and since that dreadful night she is always having what she calls dreams, meaning that she dreams of the murder. In all these dreams Bethel is prominent, and she says she feels an absolute certainty that he was, in some way or other, mixed up in it. Barbara, he was no more mixed up in it than you." "And you say that you were not?" "I was not even at the cottage at the time. I swear it to you. The man who did the deed was Thorn." "Thorn?" echoed Barbara, lifting her head. "Who is Thorn?" "I don't know who. I wish I did. I wish I could unearth him. He was a friend of Afy's." Barbara threw back her neck with a haughty gesture. "Richard!" "What?" "You forget yourself when you mention that name to me." "Well," returned Richard, "it was not to discuss these things that I put myself in jeopardy, and to assert my innocence can do no good. It cannot set aside the coroner's verdict of wilful murder against Richard Hare the younger. Is my father as bitter against me as ever?" "Quite. He never mentions your name, or suffers it to be mentioned. He gave his orders to the servants that it was never to be spoken in the house again. Eliza could not or would not remember, and she persisted in calling your room Mr. Richard's. I think the woman did it heedlessly, not maliciously, to provoke papa. She was a good servant, and had been with us 3 years, you know. The first time she transgressed, papa warned her. The second, he thundered at her as I believe nobody else in the world can thunder. And the third he turned her from the doors, never allowing her to get her bonnet, one of the others carrying her bonnet and shawl to the gate, and her boxes were sent away the same day. Papa took an oath. Did you hear of it?" "What oath? He takes many." "This was a solemn one, Richard. After the delivery of the verdict, he took an oath in the justice room, in the presence of his brother magistrates, that if he could find you, he would deliver you up to justice, and that he would do it, though you might not turn up for 10 years to come. You know his disposition, Richard, and therefore may be sure he will keep it. Indeed, it is most dangerous for you to be here." "I know that he never treated me as he ought," cried Richard bitterly. "If my health was delicate, causing my poor mother to indulge me, ought that to have been a reason for his ridiculing me on every possible occasion, public and private? Had my home been made happier, I should not have sought the society I did elsewhere. Barbara, I must be allowed an interview with my mother." Barbara Hare reflected before she spoke. "I do not see how it can be managed." "Why can't she come out to me as you have done? Is she up or in bed?" "It is impossible to think of it tonight," returned Barbara in an alarmed tone. "Papa may be in at any moment. He is spending the evening at Beecham's." "It is hard to have been separated from her for 18 months, and to go back without seeing her," returned Richard. "And about the money. It is £100 that I want." "You must be here again tomorrow night, Richard. The money, no doubt, can be yours, but I am not so sure about your seeing mamma. I am terrified for your safety. But if it is as you say, that you are innocent," she added, after a pause, "could it not be proved?" "Who is to prove it? The evidence is strong against me, and Thorn, did I mention him, would be as a myth to other people. Nobody knew anything of him." "Is he a myth?" said Barbara in a low voice. "Are you and I myths?" retorted Richard. "So even you doubt me?" "Richard," she suddenly exclaimed, "why not tell the whole circumstances to Archibald Carlyle? If anyone can help you, or take measures to establish your innocence, he can. And you know that he is true as steel." "There's no other man living should be trusted with the secret that I am here, except Carlyle. Where is it they suppose that I am, Barbara?" "Some think that you are dead, some that you are in Australia. The very uncertainty has nearly killed mamma. A report arose that you had been seen at Liverpool in an Australian-bound ship, but we could not trace it to any foundation." "It had none. I dodged my way to London, and there I have been." "Working in a stable yard?" "I could not do better. I was not brought up to anything, and I did understand horses. Besides, a man that the police runners were after could be more safe in obscurity, considering that he was a gentleman, than—" Barbara turned suddenly and placed her hand upon her brother's mouth. "Be silent for your life," she whispered. "Here's papa." Voices were heard approaching the gate, those of Justice Hare and Squire Pinner. The latter walked on, the former came in. The brother and sister cowered together, scarcely daring to breathe; you might have heard Barbara's heart beating. Mr. Hare closed the gate and walked on up the path. "I must go, Richard," said Barbara hastily. "I dare not stay another minute. Be here again tomorrow night, and meanwhile I will see what can be done." She was speeding away, but Richard held her back. "You did not seem to believe my assertion of innocence. Barbara, we are here alone in the still night, with God above us. As truly as that you and I must sometime meet him face to face, I told you the truth. It was Thorn murdered Hallijohn, and I had nothing whatever to do with it." Barbara broke out of the trees and flew along, but Mr. Hare was already in, locking and barring the door. "Let me in, papa," she called out. The justice opened the door again, and, thrusting forth his flaxen wig, his aquiline nose, and his amazed eyes, gazed at Barbara. "Hallo! What brings you out at this time of night, young lady?" "I went down to the gate to look for you," she panted, "and had strolled over to the side path. Did you not see me?" Barbara was truthful by nature and habit, but in such a cause, how could she avoid dissimulation? "Thank you, papa," she said, as she went in. "You ought to have been in bed an hour ago," angrily responded Mr. Justice Hare. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 5. Mr. Carlyle's Office. In the center of West Lynne stood two houses adjoining each other, one large, the other much smaller. The large one was the Carlyle residence, and the small one was devoted to the Carlyle offices. The name of Carlyle bore a lofty standing in the county. Carlyle and Davidson were known as first-class practitioners. No pettifogging lawyers were they. It was Carlyle and Davidson in the days gone by. Now it was Archibald Carlyle. The old firm were brothers-in-law, the first Mrs. Carlyle having been Mr. Davidson's sister. She had died and left one child. The second Mrs. Carlyle died when her son was born, Archibald, and his half-sister reared him, loved him, and ruled him. She bore for him all the authority of a mother. The boy had known no other, and when a little child he had called her Mamma Corny. Mamma Corny had done her duty by him, that was undoubted. But Mamma Corny had never relaxed her rule. With an iron hand she liked to rule him now, in great things as in small, just as she had done in the days of his babyhood. And Archibald generally submitted, for the force of habit is strong. She was a woman of strong sense, but in some things weak of judgment, and the ruling passions of her life were love of Archibald and love of saving money. Mr. Davidson had died earlier than Mr. Carlyle, and his fortune, he had never married, was left equally divided between Cornelia and Archibald. Archibald was no blood relation to him, but he loved the open-hearted boy better than his niece Cornelia. Of Mr. Carlyle's property, a small portion only was bequeathed to his daughter, the rest to his son, and in this, perhaps, there was justice, since the £20,000 brought to Mr. Carlyle by his second wife had been chiefly instrumental in the accumulation of his large fortune. Miss Carlyle, or, as she was called in town, Miss Corny, had never married. It was pretty certain she never would. People thought that her intense love of her young brother kept her single, for it was not likely that the daughter of the rich Mr. Carlyle had wanted for offers. Other maidens confessed to soft and tender impressions. Not so Miss Carlyle. All who had approached her with the lovelorn tale she sent quickly to the right-about. Mr. Carlyle was seated in his own private room in his office the morning after his return from town. His confidential clerk and manager stood near him. It was Mr. Dill, a little, meek-looking man with a bald head. He was on the rolls, had been admitted years and years ago, but he had never set up for himself. Perhaps he deemed the post of head manager in the office of Carlyle and Davidson, with its substantial salary, sufficient for his ambition, and manager he had been to them when the present Mr. Carlyle was in long petticoats. He was a single man, and occupied handsome apartments near. Between the room of Mr. Carlyle and that of the clerks was a small square space or hall, having ingress also from the house passage.
Another room opened from it, a narrow one, which was Mr. Dill's own peculiar sanctum. Here he saw clients when Mr. Carlyle was out or engaged, and here he issued private orders. A little window, not larger than a pane of glass, looked out from the clerk's office. They called it Old Dill's peephole, and wished it anywhere else, for his spectacles might be discerned at it more frequently than was agreeable. The old gentleman had a desk also in their office, and there he frequently sat. He was sitting there in state this same morning, keeping a sharp lookout around him, when the door timidly opened, and the pretty face of Barbara Hare appeared at it, rosy with blushes. "Can I see Mr. Carlyle?" Mr. Dill rose from his seat and shook hands with her. She drew him into the passage, and he closed the door. Perhaps he felt surprised, for it was not the custom for ladies, young and single, to come there after Mr. Carlyle. "Presently, Miss Barbara. He is engaged just now. The justices are with him." "The justices!" uttered Barbara in alarm. "And papa one? Whatever shall I do? He must not see me. I would not have him see me here for the world." An ominous sound of talking. The justices were evidently coming forth. Mr. Dill laid hold of Barbara, whisked her through the clerk's room, not daring to take her the other way, lest he should encounter them and shut her in his own. "What the plague brought papa here at this moment?" thought Barbara, whose face was crimson. A few minutes, and Mr. Dill opened the door again. "They are gone now, and the coast's clear, Miss Barbara." "I don't know what opinion you must form of me, Mr. Dill," she whispered, "but I will tell you, in confidence, that I am here on some private business for mamma, who was not well enough to come herself. It is a little private matter that she does not wish papa to know of." "Child," answered the manager, "a lawyer receives visits from many people, and it is not the place of those about him to think." He opened the door as he spoke, ushered her into the presence of Mr. Carlyle, and left her. The latter rose in astonishment. "You must regard me as a client, and pardon my intrusion," said Barbara, with a forced laugh, to hide her agitation. "I am here on the part of mamma, and I nearly met papa in your passage, which terrified me out of my senses. Mr. Dill shut me into his room." Mr. Carlyle motioned to Barbara to seat herself, then resumed his own seat beside his table. Barbara could not help noticing how different his manners were in his office from his evening manners when he was off duty. Here he was the staid, calm man of business. "I have a strange thing to tell you," she began in a whisper, "but it is impossible that anyone can hear us," she broke off with a look of dread. "It might be death." "It is quite impossible," calmly replied Mr. Carlyle. "The doors are double doors. Did you notice that they were?" Nevertheless, she left her chair and stood close to Mr. Carlyle, resting her hand upon the table. He rose, of course. "Richard is here." "Richard?" repeated Mr. Carlyle. "At West Lynne?" "He appeared at the house last night in disguise, and made signs to me from the grove of trees. You may imagine my alarm. He has been in London all this while, half starving, working, I feel ashamed to mention it to you, in a stable yard. And oh, Archibald, he says he is innocent." Mr. Carlyle made no reply to this. He probably had no faith in the assertion. "Sit down, Barbara," he said, drawing her chair closer. Barbara sat down again, but her manner was hurried and nervous. "Is it quite sure that no stranger will be coming in? It would look so peculiar to see me here, but mamma was too unwell to come herself, or rather, she feared papa's questioning, if he found out that she came." "Be at ease," replied Mr. Carlyle. "This room is sacred from the intrusion of strangers. What of Richard?" "He says that he was not in the cottage at the time the murder was committed, that the person who really did it was a man of the name of Thorn." "What Thorn?" asked Mr. Carlyle, suppressing all signs of incredulity. "I don't know. A friend of Afy's, he said. Archibald, he swore to it in the most solemn manner, and I believe, as truly that I am now repeating it to you, that he was speaking the truth. I want you to see Richard, if possible. He is coming to the same place tonight. If he can tell his own tale to you, perhaps you may find out a way by which his innocence may be made manifest. You are so clever, you can do anything." Mr. Carlyle smiled. "Not quite anything, Barbara." Was this the purport of Richard's visit, to say this? "Oh, no! He thinks it is of no use to say it, for nobody would believe him against the evidence. He came to ask for £100. He says he has an opportunity of doing better, if he can have that sum. Mamma has sent me to you. She has not the money by her, and she dare not ask papa for it, as it is for Richard. She bade me say that if you will kindly oblige her with the money to-day, she will arrange with you about the repayment." "Do you want it now?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "If so, I must send to the bank. Dill never keeps much money in the house when I'm away. Not until evening. Can you manage to see Richard?" "It is hazardous," mused Mr. Carlyle, "for him, I mean. Still, if he is to be in the grove to-night, I may as well be there also. What disguise is he in?" "A farm labourer's, the best he could adopt about here, with large black whiskers. He is stopping about 3 miles off, he said, in some obscure hiding-place. And now," continued Barbara, "I want you to advise me. Had I better inform mamma that Richard is here, or not?" Mr. Carlyle did not understand, and said so. "I declare I am bewildered," she exclaimed. "I should have premised that I have not yet told mamma it is Richard himself who is here, but that he has sent a messenger to beg for this money. Would it be advisable to acquaint her?" "Why should you not? I think you ought to do so." "Then I will. I was fearing the hazard, for she was sure to insist upon seeing him. Richard also wishes for an interview." "It is only natural. Mrs. Hare must be thankful to hear so far that he is safe." "I never saw anything like it," returned Barbara. "The change is akin to magic. She says it has put life into her anew. And now for the last thing. How can we secure papa's absence from home to-night? It must be accomplished in some way. You know his temper. Were I or mamma to suggest to him to go and see some friend, or to go to the club, he would immediately stop at home. Can you devise any plan? You see, I appeal to you in all my troubles," she added, "like I and Anne used to do when we were children." It may be questioned if Mr. Carlyle heard the last remark. He had dropped his eyelids in thought. "Have you told me all?" he asked presently, lifting them. "I think so." "Then I will consider it over, and—" "I shall not like to come here again," interrupted Barbara. It might excite suspicions. Someone might see me, too, and mention it to papa. Neither ought you to send to our house." "Well, contrive to be in the street at 4 this afternoon. Stay, that's your dinner hour. Be walking up the street at 3 precisely. I will meet you." He rose, shook hands, and escorted Barbara through the small hall, along the passage to the house door, a courtesy probably not yet shown to any client by Mr. Carlyle. The house door closed upon her, and Barbara had taken one step from it, when something large loomed down upon her, like a ship in full sail. She must have been the tallest lady in the world, out of a caravan, a fine woman in her day, but angular and bony now. Still, in spite of the angles and the bones, there was majesty in the appearance of Miss Carlyle. "Why, what on earth," began she, "have you been with Archibald for?" Barbara Hare, wishing Miss Carlyle over in Asia, stammered out the excuse she had given Mr. Dill. "Your mamma sent you on business? I never heard of such a thing. Twice I have been to see Archibald, and twice did Dill answer that he was engaged and must not be interrupted. I shall make old Dill explain his meaning for observing a mystery over it to me." "There is no mystery," answered Barbara, feeling quite sick lest Miss Carlyle should proclaim there was, before the clerks or her father. "Mamma wanted Mr. Carlyle's opinion upon a little private business, and not feeling well enough to come herself, she sent me." Miss Carlyle did not believe a word. "What business?" asked she, unceremoniously. "It is nothing that could interest you. A trifling matter, relating to a little money. It's nothing, indeed." "Then, if it's nothing, why were you closeted so long with Archibald?" "He was asking the particulars," replied Barbara, recovering her equanimity. Miss Carlyle sniffed, as she invariably did when dissenting from a problem. She was sure there was some mystery astir. She turned and walked down the street with Barbara, but was none the more likely to get anything out of her. Mr. Carlyle returned to his room, deliberated a few moments, and then rang his bell. A clerk answered it. "Go to the Buck's Head. If Mr. Hare and the other magistrates are there, ask them to step over to me." The young man did as he was bid, and came back with the noted justices at his heels. They obeyed the summons with alacrity, for they believed they had got themselves into a judicial scrape, and that Mr. Carlyle alone could get them out of it. "I will not request you to sit down," began Mr. Carlyle, "for it is barely a moment I shall detain you. The more I think about this man's having been put in prison, the less I like it, and I have been considering that you had better all 5 come and smoke your pipes at my house this evening, when we shall have time to discuss what must be done. Come at 7, not later, and you will find my father's old jar replenished with the best broadcut and half a dozen churchwarden pipes. Shall it be so?" The whole 5 accepted the invitation eagerly, and they were filing out when Mr. Carlyle laid his finger on the arm of Justice Hare. "You will be sure to come, Hare," he whispered. "We could not get on without you. All heads," with a slight inclination toward those going out, "are not gifted with the clear good sense of yours." "Sure and certain," responded the gratified justice. "Fire and water shouldn't keep me away." Soon after Mr. Carlyle was left alone, another clerk entered. "Miss Carlyle is asking to see you, sir, and Colonel Bethel's come again." "Send in Miss Carlyle first," was the answer. "What is it, Cornelia?" "Ah, you may well ask what, saying this morning that you could not dine at 6 as usual, and then marching off and never fixing the hour. How can I give my orders? I thought business would have called me out, but I am not going now. We will dine a little earlier, though, Cornelia, say a quarter before 6. I have invited—" "What's up, Archibald?" interrupted Miss Carlyle. "Up? Nothing that I know of. I am very busy, Cornelia, and Colonel Bethel is waiting. I will talk to you at dinner time. I have invited a party for tonight." "A party?" echoed Miss Carlyle. "4 or 5 of the justices are coming in to smoke their pipes. You must put out your father's leaden tobacco box, and—" "They shan't come!" screamed Miss Carlyle. "Do you think I'll be poisoned with tobacco smoke from a dozen pipes?" "You need not sit in the room." "Nor they either. Clean curtains are just put up throughout the house, and I'll have no horrid pipes to blacken them." "I'll buy you some new curtains, Cornelia, if their pipes spoil these," he quietly replied. "And now, Cornelia, I really must beg you to leave me." "When I have come to the bottom of this affair with Barbara Hare," resolutely returned Miss Corny, dropping the point of the contest as to the pipes. "You are very clever, Archie, but you can't do me. I asked Barbara what she came here for. Business for Mamma, touching money matters, was her reply. I ask you, to hear your opinion about the scrape the bench have got into is yours. Now, it's neither one nor the other, and I tell you, Archibald, I'll hear what it is. I should like to know what you and Barbara do with a secret between you." Mr. Carlyle knew her and her resolute expression well, and he took his course to tell her the truth. She was, to borrow the words Barbara had used to her brother with regard to him, true as steel. Confide to Miss Carlyle a secret, and she was trustworthy and impervious as he could be, but let her come to suspect that there was a secret which was being kept from her, and she would set to work like a ferret, and never stop until it was unearthed. Mr. Carlyle bent forward and spoke in a whisper. "I will tell you if you wish, Cornelia, but it is not a pleasant thing to hear. Richard Hare has returned." Miss Carlyle looked perfectly aghast. "Richard Hare? Is he mad?" "It is not a very sane proceeding. He wants money from his mother, and Mrs. Hare sent Barbara to ask me to manage it for her. No wonder poor Barbara was flurried and nervous, for there's danger on all sides." "Is he at their house?" "How could he be there and his father in it? He is hiding 2 or 3 miles off, disguised as a laborer, and will be at the Grove tonight to receive this money. I have invited the justices to get Mr. Hare safe away from his own house. If he saw Richard, he would undoubtedly give him up to justice, and, putting graver considerations aside, that would be pleasant for neither you nor for me. To have a connection gibbeted for a wilful murder would be an ugly blot on the Carlyle escutcheon, Cornelia." Miss Carlyle sat in silence, revolving the news, a contraction on her ample brow. "And now you know all, Cornelia, and I do beg you to leave me, for I am overwhelmed with work to-day." End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 6. Richard Hare the Younger. The bench of justices did not fail to keep their appointment. At 7 o'clock they arrived at Miss Carlyle's, one following closely upon the heels of another. The reader may dissent from the expression Miss Carlyle's, but it is the correct one, for the house was hers, not her brother's. Though it remained his home, as it had been in his father's time, the house was among the property bequeathed to Miss Carlyle. Miss Carlyle chose to be present in spite of the pipes and the smoke, and she was soon as deep in the discussion as the justices were. It was said in the town that she was as good a lawyer as her father had been. She undoubtedly possessed sound judgment in legal matters and quick penetration. At 8 o'clock a servant entered the room and addressed his master. "Mr. Dill is asking to see you, sir." Mr. Carlyle rose and came back with an open note in his hand. "I'm sorry to find that I must leave you for half an hour. Some important business has arisen, but I will be back as soon as I can." "Who has sent for you?" immediately demanded Miss Corny. He gave her a quiet look, which she interpreted into a warning not to question. "Mr. Dill is here, and will join you to talk the affair over," he said to his guests. "He knows the law better than I do, but I will not be long." He quitted his house and walked with a rapid step toward the grove. The moon was bright as on the previous evening. After he had left the town behind him and was passing the scattered villas already mentioned, he cast an involuntary glance at the wood, which rose behind them on his left hand. It was called Abbey Wood, from the circumstance that in old days an abbey had stood in its vicinity, all traces of which, save tradition, had passed away. There was one small house or cottage just within the wood, and in that cottage had occurred the murder for which Richard Hare's life was in jeopardy. It was no longer occupied, for nobody would rent it or live in it. Mr. Carlyle opened the gate of the grove and glanced at the trees on either side of him, but he neither saw nor heard any signs of Richard's being concealed there. Barbara was at the window, looking out, and she came herself and opened the door to Mr. Carlyle. "Mamma is in the most excited state," she whispered to him as he entered. "I knew how it would be." "Has he come yet?" "I have no doubt of it, but he has made no signal." Mrs. Hare, feverish and agitated, with a burning spot on her delicate cheeks, stood by the chair, not occupying it. Mr. Carlyle placed a pocket-book in her hands. "I have brought it chiefly in notes," he said. "They will be easier for him to carry than gold." Mrs. Hare answered only by a look of gratitude, and clasped Mr. Carlyle's hand in both hers. "Archibald, I must see my boy. How can it be managed? Must I go into the garden to him, or may he come in here?" "I think he might come in. You know how bad the night air is for you. Are the servants astir this evening?" "Things seem to have turned out quite kindly," spoke up Barbara. "It happens to be Anne's birthday, so mamma sent me just now into the kitchen with a cake and a bottle of wine, desiring them to drink her health. I shut the door and told them to make themselves comfortable, that if we wanted anything we would ring." "Then they are safe," observed Mr. Carlyle, "and Richard may come in." "I will go and ascertain whether he has come," said Barbara. "Stay where you are, Barbara. I will go myself," interposed Mr. Carlyle. "Have the door open when you see us coming up the path." Barbara gave a faint cry and, trembling, clutched the arm of Mr. Carlyle. "There he is, see, standing out from the trees just opposite this window." Mr. Carlyle turned to Mrs. Hare. "I shall not bring him in immediately, for if I am to have an interview with him it must be got over first, that I may go back home to the justices and keep Mr. Hare all safe." He proceeded on his way, gained the trees, and plunged into them, and, leaning against one, stood Richard Hare. Apart from his disguise and the false and fierce black whiskers, he was a blue-eyed, fair, pleasant-looking young man, slight and of middle height, and quite as yielding and gentle as his mother. In her, this mild yieldingness of disposition was rather a graceful quality. In Richard it was regarded as a contemptible misfortune. In his boyhood he had been nicknamed Leafy Dick, and when a stranger inquired why, the answer was that, as a leaf was swayed by the wind, so he was swayed by everybody about him, never possessing a will of his own. In short, Richard Hare, though of an amiable and loving nature, was not overburdened with what the world calls brains. Brains he certainly had, but they were not sharp ones. "Is my mother coming out to me?" asked Richard, after a few interchanged sentences with Mr. Carlyle. "No, you're to go indoors. Your father is away, and the servants are shut up in the kitchen and will not see you. Though if they did, they could never recognize you in that trim. A fine pair of whiskers, Richard." "Let us go in, then. I am all in a twitter till I get away. Am I to have the money?" "Yes, yes. But, Richard, your sister says you wish to disclose to me the true history of that lamentable night. You had better speak while we are here." "It was Barbara herself wanted you to hear it. I think it of little moment. If the whole place heard the truth from me, it would do no good, for I should get no belief, not even from you. Try me, Richard, in as few words as possible." "Well, there was a row at home about my going so much to Hallijohn's. The governor and my mother thought I went after Afy. Perhaps I did, and perhaps I didn't. Hallijohn had asked me to lend him my gun, and that evening when I went to see someone, never mind. "Richard," interrupted Mr. Carlyle, "there's an old saying, and it is sound advice. Tell the whole truth to your lawyer and your doctor. If I am to judge whether anything can be attempted for you, you must tell it to me. Otherwise, I would rather hear nothing. It shall be sacred trust." "Then if I must, I must," returned the yielding Richard. "I did love the girl. I would have waited till I was my own master to make her my wife, though it had been for years and years. I could not do it, you know, in the face of my father's opposition." "Your wife?" rejoined Mr. Carlyle, with some emphasis. Richard looked surprised. "Why, you don't suppose I meant anything else? I wouldn't have been such a blackguard." "Well, go on, Richard. Did she return your love?" "I can't be certain. Sometimes I thought she did, sometimes not. She used to play and shuffle, and she liked too much to be with him. I would think her capricious, telling me I must not come this evening and I must not come the other, but I found out they were the evenings when she was expecting him. We were never there together." "You forget that you have not indicated him by any name, Richard. I am at fault." Richard Hare bent forward till his black whiskers brushed Mr. Carlyle's shoulder. "It was that cursed Thorn." Mr. Carlyle remembered the name Barbara had mentioned. "Who was Thorn? I never heard of him." "Neither had anyone else, I expect, in West Lynne. He took precious good care of that. He lived some miles away, and used to come over in secret." "Courting Afy?" "Yes, he did come courting her," returned Richard in a savage tone. "Distance was no barrier. He would come galloping over at dusk, tie his horse to a tree in the wood, and pass an hour or two with Afy. In the house, when her father was not at home, roaming about the woods with her when he was." "Come to the point, Richard. To the evening." Hallijohn's gun was out of order, and he requested the loan of mine. I had made an appointment with Afy to be at her house that evening, and I went down after dinner, carrying the gun with me. My father called after me to know where I was going. I said, out with young Beauchamp, not caring to meet his opposition, and the lie told against me at the inquest. When I reached Hallijohn's, going the back way along the fields and through the wood path, as I generally did go, Afy came out, all reserve, as she could be at times, and said she was unable to receive me then, that I must go back home. We had a few words about it, and as we were speaking, Locksley passed and saw me with the gun in my hand, but it ended in my giving way. She could do just what she liked with me, for I loved the very ground she trod on. I gave her the gun, telling her it was loaded, and she took it indoors, shutting me out. I did not go away. I had a suspicion that she had got Thorn there, though she denied it to me, and I hid myself in some trees near the house. Again Locksley came in view, and saw me there, and called out to know why I was hiding. I shied further off, and did not answer him. What were my private movements to him? And that also told against me at the inquest. Not long afterwards, 20 minutes perhaps, I heard a shot, which seemed to be in the direction of the cottage. Somebody having a late pop at the partridges, thought I, for the sun was then setting, and at the moment I saw Bethel emerge from the trees and run in the direction of the cottage. That was the shot that killed Hallijohn. There was a pause. Mr. Carlyle looked keenly at Richard there in the moonlight. Very soon, almost in the same moment, as it seemed, someone came panting and tearing along the path leading from the cottage. It was Thorn. His appearance startled me. I had never seen a man show more utter terror. His face was livid, his eyes seemed starting, and his lips were drawn back from his teeth. Had I been a strong man, I should surely have attacked him. I was mad with jealousy, for I then saw that Afy had sent me away that she might entertain him. "I thought you said this Thorn never came but at dusk," observed Mr. Carlyle. "I never knew him to do so until that evening. All I can say is, he was there then. He flew along swiftly, and I afterwards heard the sound of his horse's hoofs galloping away. I wondered what was up, that he should look so scared and scutter away as though the deuce was after him. I wondered whether he had quarrelled with Afy. I ran to the house, leaped up the 2 steps, and, Carlyle, I fell over the prostrate body of Hallijohn. He was lying just within, on the kitchen floor, dead. Blood was round about him, and my gun, just discharged, was thrown near. He had been shot in the side. Richard stopped for breath. Mr. Carlyle did not speak. I called to Afy. No one answered. No one was in the lower room, and it seemed that no one was in the upper. A sort of panic came over me, a fear. You know they always said at home I was a coward. I could not have remained another minute with that dead man, had it been to save my own life. I caught up the gun, and was making off when— "Why did you catch up the gun?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "Ideas pass through our minds quicker than we can speak them, especially in these sorts of moments," was the reply of Richard Hare. "Some vague notion flashed on my brain that my gun ought not to be found near the murdered body of Hallijohn. I was flying from the door, I say, when Locksley emerged from the wood, full in view, and what possessed me I can't tell, but I did the worst thing I could do, flung the gun indoors again, and got away, although Locksley called after me to stop. "Nothing told against you so much as that," observed Mr. Carlyle. "Locksley deposed that he had seen you leave the cottage, gun in hand, apparently in great commotion, that the moment you saw him you hesitated, as from fear, flung back the gun, and escaped." Richard stamped his foot. "Ay, and all owing to my cursed cowardice. They had better have made a woman of me and brought me up in petticoats. But let me go on. I came upon Bethel. He was standing in that half-circle where the trees had been cut. Now I knew that Bethel, if he had gone straight in the direction of the cottage, must have met Thorn quitting it. 'Did you encounter that hound?' I asked him. 'What hound?' returned Bethel. 'That fine fellow, that Thorn, who comes after Afy,' I answered, for I did not mind mentioning her name in my passion. 'I don't know any Thorn,' returned Bethel, 'and I did not know anybody was after Afy but yourself.' 'Did you hear a shot?' I went on. 'Yes, I did,' he replied. 'I suppose it was Locksley, for he's about this evening.' 'And I saw you,' I continued, 'just the moment the shot was fired, turn round the corner in the direction of Hallijohn's.' 'So I did,' he said, 'but only to strike into the wood a few paces up. What's your drift?' 'Did you not encounter Thorn running from the cottage?' I persisted. 'I have encountered no one,' he said, 'and I don't believe anybody's about but ourselves and Locksley.' 'I quitted him, and came off,' concluded Richard Hare. He evidently had not seen Thorn, and knew nothing. 'And you decamped the same night, Richard. It was a fatal step.' 'Yes, I was a fool. I thought I'd wait quiet and see how things turned out. But you don't know all. 3 or 4 hours later I went to the cottage again, and I managed to get a minute's speech with Afy. I never shall forget it. Before I could say one syllable, she flew out at me, accusing me of being the murderer of her father, and she fell into hysterics out there on the grass. The noise brought people from the house. Plenty were in it then, and I retreated. 'If she can think me guilty, the world will think me guilty,' was my argument, and that night I went right off, to stop in hiding for a day or two, till I saw my way clear. It never came clear. The coroner's inquest sat, and the verdict floored me over. And Afy, but I won't curse her, fanned the flame against me by denying that anyone had been there that night. She had been at home, she said, and had strolled out at the back door, to the path that led from West Lynne, and was lingering there when she heard a shot. 5 minutes afterward she returned to the house, and found Locksley standing over her dead father." Mr. Carlyle remained silent, rapidly running over in his mind the chief points of Richard Hare's communication. 4 of you, as I understand it, were in the vicinity of the cottage that night, and from one or the other the shot no doubt proceeded. You were at a distance, you say, Richard. Bethel also could not have been— "It was not Bethel who did it," interrupted Richard. "It was an impossibility. I saw him, as I tell you, in the same moment that the gun was fired." "But now, where was Locksley?" "It is equally impossible that it could have been Locksley. He was within my view at the same time, at right angles from me, deep in the wood, away from the paths altogether. It was Thorn did the deed, beyond all doubt, and the verdict ought to have been wilful murder against him." "Carlyle, I see you don't believe my story." "What you say has startled me, and I must take time to consider whether I believe it or not," said Mr. Carlyle, in his straightforward manner. "The most singular thing is, if you witnessed this, Thorn's running from the cottage in the manner you describe, that you did not come forward and denounce him." "I didn't do it because I was a fool, a weak coward, as I've been all my life," rejoined Richard. "I can't help it. It was born with me, and will go with me to my grave. What would my word have availed that it was Thorn, when there was nobody to corroborate it? And the discharged gun, mine, was a damnatory proof against me." "Another thing strikes me as curious," cried Mr. Carlyle. "If this man, Thorn, was in the habit of coming to West Lynne, evening after evening, how is it that he never was observed? This is the first time I have heard any stranger's name mentioned in connection with the affair, or with Afy. Thorn chose by-roads, and he never came, save that once, but at dusk and dark. It was evident to me at the time that he was striving to do it on the secret. I told Afy so, and that it augured no good for her. You are not attaching credit to what I say, and it is only as I expected. Nevertheless, I swear that I have related the facts. As surely as that we, I, Thorn, Afy, and Hallijohn, must one day meet together before our Maker, I have told you the truth." The words were solemn, their tone earnest, and Mr. Carlyle remained silent, his thoughts full. "To what end else should I say this?" went on Richard. "It can do me no service. All the assertion I could put forth would not go a jot toward clearing me." No, it would not, assented Mr. Carlyle. If ever you are cleared, it must be by proofs. But I will keep my thought on the matter, and should anything arise— What sort of a man was this Thorn? In age he might be 3 or 4 and 20, tall and slender, an out-and-out aristocrat. And his connections? Where did he live? I never knew. Afy, in her boasting way, would say he had come from Swainson, a 10-mile ride. From Swainson? Quickly interrupted Mr. Carlyle. Could it be one of the Thorns of Swainson? None of the Thorns that I know. He was a totally different sort of man, with his perfumed hands and his rings and his dainty gloves. That he was an aristocrat, I believe, but of bad taste and style, displaying a profusion of jewelry. A half-smile flitted over Carlyle's face. Was it real, Richard? It was. He would wear diamond shirt-studs, diamond rings, diamond pins, brilliants, all of the first water. My impression was that he had put them on to dazzle Afy. She told me once that she could be a grander lady if she chose than I could ever make her. A lady on the cross, I answered, but never on the square. Thorn was not a man to entertain honest intentions to one in the station of Afy Hallijohn, but girls are simple as geese. By your description, it could not have been one of the Thorns of Swainson. Wealthy tradesmen, fathers of young families, short, stout, and heavy as Dutchmen, staid and most respectable. Very unlikely men are they to run into an expedition of that sort. What expedition? Questioned Richard. The murder? The riding after Afy. Richard, where is Afy? Richard Hare lifted his eyes in surprise. How should I know? I was just going to ask you. Mr. Carlyle paused. He thought Richard's answer an evasive one. She disappeared immediately after the funeral, and it was thought— In short, Richard, the neighborhood gave her credit for having gone after and joined you. No, did they? What a pack of idiots! I have never seen or heard of her, Carlyle, since that unfortunate night. If she went after anybody, it was after Thorn. Was the man good-looking? I suppose the world would call him so. Afy thought such an Adonis had never been coined out of fable. He had shiny black hair and whiskers, dark eyes, and handsome features. But his vain dandyism spoilt him. Would you believe that his handkerchiefs were soaked in scent? They were the finest cambric, silky as a hair, as fine as the one Barbara bought at Lynneborough and gave a guinea for, only hers had a wreath of embroidery around it. Mr. Carlyle could ascertain no more particulars, and it was time Richard went indoors. They proceeded up the path. What a blessing it is the servants' windows don't look this way, shivered Richard, treading on Mr. Carlyle's heels. If they should be looking out upstairs! His apprehensions were groundless, and he entered unseen. Mr. Carlyle's part was over. He left the poor banned exile to his short interview with his hysterical and tearful mother, Richard nearly as hysterical as she, and made the best of his way home again, pondering over what he had heard. The magistrates made a good evening of it. Mr. Carlyle entertained them to supper, mutton chops and bread and cheese. They took up their pipes for another whiff when the meal was over, but Miss Carlyle retired to bed. The smoke, to which she had not been accustomed since her father's death, had made her head ache and her eyes smart. About 11 they wished Mr. Carlyle good night, and departed, but Mr. Dill, in obedience to a nod from his superior, remained. "Sit down a moment, Dill. I want to ask you a question. You are intimate with the Thorns of Swainson. Do they happen to have any relative, a nephew or cousin, perhaps, a dandy young fellow?" "I went over last Sunday fortnight to spend the day with young Jacob," was the answer of Mr. Dill, one wider from the point than he generally gave. Mr. Carlyle smiled. "Young Jacob! He must be 40, I suppose." "About that. But you and I estimate age differently, Mr. Archibald. They have no nephew. The old man never had but those 2 children, Jacob and Edward. Neither have they any cousin. Rich men they are growing now. Jacob has set up his carriage." Mr. Carlyle mused, but he expected the answer, for neither had he heard of the brothers Thorn, tanners, curriers, and leather dressers, possessing a relative of the name. "Dill," said he, "something has arisen which, in my mind, casts a doubt upon Richard Hare's guilt. I question whether he had anything to do with the murder." Mr. Dill opened his eyes. "But his flight, Mr. Archibald, and his stopping away?" "Suspicious circumstances, I grant. Still, I have good cause to doubt. At the time it happened, some dandy fellow used to come courting Afy Hallijohn in secret, a tall, slender man, as he is described to me, bearing the name of Thorn, and living at Swainson. Could it have been one of the Thorn family?" "Mr. Archibald," remonstrated the old clerk, "as if those two respected gentlemen with their wives and babies would come sneaking after that fly-away Afy." "No reflection on them," returned Mr. Carlyle. "This was a young man, 3 or 4 and 20, a head taller than either. I thought it might be a relative. I have repeatedly heard them say that they are alone in the world, that they are the two last of the name. Depend upon it, it was nobody connected with them." And, wishing Mr. Carlyle good night, he departed. The servant came in to remove the glasses and the obnoxious pipes. Mr. Carlyle sat in a brown study. Presently he looked round at the man. "Is Joyce gone to bed?" "No, sir, she is just going." "Send her here when you have taken away those things." Joyce came in, the upper servant and Miss Carlyle's. She was of middle height, and would never see 35 again. Her forehead was broad, her grey eyes were deeply set, and her face was pale. Altogether she was plain but sensible looking. She was the half-sister of Afy Hallijohn. "Shut the door, Joyce." Joyce did as she was bid, came forward, and stood by the table. "Have you ever heard from your sister, Joyce?" began Mr. Carlyle, somewhat abruptly. "No, sir," was the reply. "I think it would be a wonder if I did hear." "Why so?" "If she would go off after Richard Hare, who had sent her father into his grave, she would be more likely to hide herself in her doings than to proclaim them to me, sir." "Who was that other, that fine gentleman, who came after her?" The colour mantled in Joyce's cheeks, and she dropped her voice. "Sir, did you hear of him?" "Not at that time. Since. He came from Swainson, did he not?" "I believe so, sir. Afy never would say much about him. We did not agree upon the point. I said a person of his rank would do her no good, and Afy flew out when I spoke against him." Mr. Carlyle caught her up. "His rank? What was his rank?" "Afy bragged of his being next door to a lord, and he looked like it. I only saw him once. I had gone home early, and there sat him and Afy. His white hands were all glittering with rings, and his shirt was finished off with shining stones where the buttons ought to be." "Have you seen him since?" "Never since, never but once, and I don't think I should know him if I did see him. He got up, sir, as soon as I went into the parlour, shook hands with Afy, and left. A fine, upright man he was, nearly as tall as you, sir, but very slim. Those soldiers always carry themselves well." "How do you know he was a soldier?" quickly rejoined Mr. Carlyle. "Afy told me so. The captain, she used to call him. But she said he was not a captain yet awhile. The next grade to it, lieutenant?" suggested Mr. Carlyle. "Yes, sir, that was it. Lieutenant Thorn." "Joyce," said Mr. Carlyle, "has it never struck you that Afy is more likely to have followed Lieutenant Thorn than Richard Hare?" "No, sir," answered Joyce. "I have felt certain always that she is with Richard Hare, and nothing can turn me from the belief. All West Lynne is convinced of it." Mr. Carlyle did not attempt to turn her from her belief. He dismissed her, and sat on still, revolving the case in all its bearings. Richard Hare's short interview with his mother had soon terminated. It lasted but a quarter of an hour, both dreading interruption from the servants, and with £100 in his pocket, and desolation in his heart, the ill-fated young man once more quitted his childhood's home. Mrs. Hare and Barbara watched him steal down the path in the tell-tale moonlight, and gain the road, both feeling that those farewell kisses they had pressed upon his lips would not be renewed for years, and might not be for ever. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 7. Miss Carlyle at Home. The church clocks at West Lynne struck 8 one lovely morning in July, and then the bells chimed out, giving token that it was Sunday. East Lynne had changed owners, and now it was the property of Mr. Carlyle. He had bought it as it stood, furniture and all, but the transfer had been conducted with secrecy, and was suspected by none, save those engaged in the negotiations. Whether Lord Mount Severn thought it might prevent any one getting on the scent, or whether he wished to take farewell of a place he had formerly been fond of, certain it is that he craved a week or two's visit to it. Mr. Carlyle most readily and graciously acquiesced, and the Earl, his daughter, and retinue had arrived the previous day. West Lynne was in ecstasies. It called itself an aristocratic place, and it indulged hopes that the Earl might be intending to confer permanently the light of his presence, by taking up his residence again at East Lynne. The toilettes prepared to meet his admiring eyes were prodigious, and pretty Barbara Hare was not the only young lady who had thereby to encounter the paternal storm. Miss Carlyle was ready for church at the usual time, plainly, but well dressed. As she and Archibald were leaving their house, they saw something looming up the street, flashing and gleaming in the sun. A pink parasol came first, a pink bonnet and feather came behind it, a grey brocaded dress and white gloves. "The vain little idiot!" ejaculated Miss Carlyle. But Barbara smiled up the street toward them, unconscious of the apostrophe. "Well done, Barbara," was the salutation of Miss Carlyle. "The justice might well call out, 'You are finer than a sunbeam.'" "Not half so fine as many another in the church will be to-day," responded Barbara, as she lifted her shy blue eyes and blushing face to answer the greetings of Mr. Carlyle. "West Lynne seems bent on outdressing the Lady Isabel. You should have been at the milliner's yesterday morning, Miss Carlyle." "Is all the finery coming out to-day?" gravely inquired Mr. Carlyle, as Barbara turned with them toward the church, and he walked by her side and his sister's, for he had an objection, almost invincible as a Frenchman's, to give his arm to two ladies. "Of course," replied Barbara. "First impression is everything, you know, and the Earl and his daughter will be coming to church." "Suppose she should not be in peacock's plumes?" cried Miss Carlyle, with an imperturbable face. "Oh, but she is sure to be, if you mean richly dressed," cried Barbara, hastily. "Or suppose they should not come to church?" laughed Mr. Carlyle. "What a disappointment to the bonnets and feathers!" "After all, Barbara, what are they to us, or we to them?" resumed Miss Carlyle. "We may never meet. We insignificant West Lynne gentry shall not obtrude ourselves into East Lynne. It would scarcely be fitting, or be deemed so by the Earl and Lady Isabel." "That's just how papa went on," grumbled Barbara. "He caught sight of this bonnet yesterday, and when by way of excuse I said I had it to call on them, he asked whether I thought the obscure West Lynne families would venture to thrust their calls on Lord Mount Severn, as though they were of the country aristocracy. It was the feather that put him out." "It is a very long one," remarked Miss Carlyle, grimly surveying it. Barbara was to sit in the Carlyle pew that day, for she thought the farther she was from the justice the better. There was no knowing but he might take a sly revengeful cut at the feather in the middle of service, and so dock its beauty. Scarcely were they seated when some strangers came quietly up the aisle: a gentleman who limped as he walked, with a furrowed brow and grey hair, and a young lady. Barbara looked round with eagerness, but looked away again. They could not be the expected strangers. The young lady's dress was too plain, a clear looking muslin dress for a hot summer's day. But the old beadle in his many caped coat was walking before them sideways with his marshalling baton, and he marshalled them into the East Lynne pew, unoccupied for so many years. "Who in the world can they be?" whispered Barbara to Miss Carlyle. "That old stupid is always making a mistake and putting people into the wrong places." "The Earl and Lady Isabel." The colour flushed into Barbara's face, and she stared at Miss Corny. "Why, she has no silks, and no feathers, and no anything," cried Barbara. "She's plainer than anybody in the church." "Plainer than any of the fine ones than you, for instance. The Earl is much altered, but I should have known them both anywhere. I should have known her from the likeness to her poor mother, just the same eyes and sweet expression." Ay, those brown eyes, so full of sweetness and melancholy, few who had once seen them could mistake or forget them, and Barbara Hare, forgetting where she was, looked at them much that day. "She is very lovely," thought Barbara, "and her dress is certainly that of a lady. I wish I had not this streaming pink feather. What fine jackdaws she must deem us all." The Earl's carriage, an open barouche, was waiting at the gate, at the conclusion of the service. He handed his daughter in, and was putting his gouty foot upon the step to follow her, when he observed Mr. Carlyle. The Earl turned and held out his hand. A man who could purchase East Lynne was worthy of being received as an equal, though he was but a country lawyer. Mr. Carlyle shook hands with the Earl, approached the carriage and raised his hat to Lady Isabel. She bent forward with her pleasant smile, and put her hand into his. "I have many things to say to you," said the Earl. "I wish you would go home with us. If you have nothing better to do, be East Lynne's guest for the remainder of the day." He smiled peculiarly as he spoke, and Mr. Carlyle echoed it. "East Lynne's guest!" That is what the Earl was at present. Mr. Carlyle turned aside to tell his sister, "Cornelia, I shall not be home to dinner. I am going with Lord Mount Severn. Good day, Barbara." Mr. Carlyle stepped into the carriage, was followed by the earl, and it drove away. The sun shone still, but the day's brightness had gone out for Barbara Hare. "How does he know the earl so well? How does he know Lady Isabel?" she reiterated in her astonishment. "Archibald knows something of most people," replied Miss Corny. "He saw the earl frequently, when he was in town in the spring, and Lady Isabel once or twice. What a lovely face hers is!" Barbara made no reply. She returned home with Miss Carlyle, but her manner was as absent as her heart, and that had run away to East Lynne. Chapter 8
of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landy. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 8. Mr. Kane's Concert. Before Lord Mount Severn had completed the fortnight of his proposed stay, the gout came on seriously. It was impossible for him to move away from East Lynne. Mr. Carlyle assured him he was only too pleased that he should remain as long as might be convenient, and the earl expressed his acknowledgments. He hoped soon to be re-established on his legs. But he was not. The gout came, and the gout went, not positively laying him up in bed, but rendering him unable to leave his rooms, and this continued until October, when he grew much better. The county families had been neighbourly, calling on the invalid earl, and occasionally carrying off Lady Isabel, but his chief and constant visitor had been Mr. Carlyle. The earl had grown to like him in no common degree, and was disappointed if Mr. Carlyle spent an evening away from him, so that he became, as it were, quite domesticated with the earl and Isabel. "I am not quite equal to general society," he observed to his daughter, "and it is considerate and kind of Carlyle to come here and cheer my loneliness." "Extremely kind," said Isabel. "I like him very much, papa." "I don't know anybody that I like half as well," was the rejoinder of the earl. Mr. Carlyle went up as usual the same evening, and in the course of it the earl asked Isabel to sing. "I will if you wish, papa," was the reply, "but the piano is so much out of tune that it is not pleasant to sing to it. Is there any one in West Lynne who could come here and tune my piano, Mr. Carlyle?" she added, turning to him. "Certainly there is. Kane would do it. Shall I send him to-morrow?" "I should be glad, if it would not be giving you too much trouble." "Not that tuning would benefit it greatly, old thing that it is. Were we to be much at East Lynne, I should get papa to exchange it for a good one." Little thought Lady Isabel that that very piano was Mr. Carlyle's and not hers. The earl coughed, and exchanged a smile and a glance with his guest. Mr. Kane was the organist of St. Jude's Church, a man of embarrassment and sorrow, who had long had a sore fight with the world. When he arrived at East Lynne the following day, dispatched by Mr. Carlyle, Lady Isabel happened to be playing, and she stood by and watched him begin his work. She was courteous and affable. She was so to everyone, and the poor music master took courage to speak of his own affairs, and to proffer a humble request that she and Lord Mount Severn would patronize and personally attend a concert he was about to give the following week. A scarlet blush came into his thin cheeks as he confessed that he was very poor, could scarcely live, and he was getting up this concert in his desperate need. If it succeeded well, he could then go on again. If not, he should be turned out of his home, and his furniture sold for the 2 years' rent he owed, and he had 7 children. Isabel, all her sympathies awakened, sought the earl. "Oh, papa, I have to ask you the greatest favour. Will you grant it?" "Ay, child, you don't ask them often. What is it?" "I want you to take me to a concert at West Lynne." The earl fell back in surprise, and stared at Isabel. "A concert at West Lynne!" he laughed. "To hear the rustics scraping the fiddle! My dear Isabel!" She poured out what she had just heard, with her own comments and additions. 7 children, papa, and if the concert does not succeed, he must give up his home, and turn out into the streets with them. It is, you see, almost a matter of life or death with him. He is very poor." "I am poor myself," said the earl. "I was so sorry for him when he was speaking. He kept turning red and white, and catching up his breath in agitation. It was painful to him to tell of his embarrassments. I am sure he is a gentleman." "Well, you may take £1 worth of tickets, Isabel, and give them to the upper servants. A village concert!" "Oh, papa, it is not. Can't you see it is not? If we, you and I, will promise to be present, All the families round West Lynne will attend, and he'll have the room full. They will go because we do. He said so. Make a sacrifice for once, dearest papa, and go, if it be only for an hour. I shall enjoy it if there's nothing but a fiddle and a tambourine." "You gipsy, you are as bad as a professional beggar. There, go and tell the fellow we will look in for half an hour." She flew back to Mr. Kane, her eyes dancing. She spoke quietly, as she always did, but her own satisfaction gladdened her voice. "I am happy to tell you that papa has consented. He will take 4 tickets, and we will attend the concert." The tears rushed into Mr. Kane's eyes. Isabel was not sure but they were in her own. He was a tall, thin, delicate-looking man, with long white fingers and a long neck. He faltered forth his thanks, with an inquiry whether he might be allowed to state openly that they would be present. "Tell everybody," said she, eagerly. "Everybody you come across, if, as you think, it will be the means of inducing people to attend. I shall tell all friends who call upon me, and ask them to go." When Mr. Carlyle came up in the evening, the Earl was temporarily absent from the room. Isabel began to speak of the concert. "It is a hazardous venture for Mr. Kane," observed Mr. Carlyle. "I fear he will only lose money, and add to his embarrassments." "Why do you fear that?" she asked. "Because, Lady Isabel, nothing gets patronized at West Lynne, nothing native, and people have heard so long of poor Kane's necessities that they think little of them." "Is he so very poor?" "Very. He is starved half his time." "Starved!" repeated Isabel, an expression of perplexity arising to her face, as she looked at Mr. Carlyle, for she scarcely understood him. "Do you mean that he does not have enough to eat?" "Of bread he may, but not much better nourishment. His salary as organist is £30, and he gets a little stray teaching. But he has his wife and children to keep, and no doubt serves them before himself. I dare say he scarcely knows what it is to taste meat." The words brought a bitter pang to Lady Isabel. Not enough to eat! Never to taste meat! And she, in her carelessness, her ignorance, her indifference, she scarcely knew what term to give it, had not thought to order him a meal in their house of plenty. He had walked from West Lynne, occupied himself an hour with her piano, and set off to walk back again, battling with his hunger. A word from her, and a repast had been set before him out of their superfluities such as he never sat down to, and that word she had not spoken. "You are looking grave, Lady Isabel." "I am taking contrition to myself. Never mind, it cannot now be helped, but it will always be a dark spot on my memory." "What is it?" She lifted her repentant face to his, and smiled. "Never mind. I say, Mr. Carlyle, what is past cannot be recalled. He looks like a gentleman." "Who? Kane? A gentleman bred. His father was a clergyman. Kane's ruin was his love of music. It prevented his settling to any better paid profession. His early marriage also was a drawback, and kept him down. He is young still." "Mr. Carlyle, I would not be one of your West Lynne people for the world. Here is a young gentleman struggling with adversity, and you won't put out your hand to help him." He smiled at her warmth. "Some of us will take tickets, I for one, but I don't know about attending the concert. I fear few would do that." "Because that's just the thing that would serve him? If one went, another would. Well, I shall try and show West Lynne that I don't take a lesson from their book. I shall be there before it begins, and never come out till the last song's over. I am not too grand to go, if West Lynne is." "You surely do not think of going?" "I surely do think of it, and papa goes with me. I persuaded him, and I have given Mr. Kane the promise." Mr. Carlyle paused. "I am glad to hear it. It will be a perfect boon to Kane. If it once gets abroad that Lord Mount Severn and Lady Isabel intend to honour the concert, there won't be standing room." She danced round with a little gleeful step. "What high and mighty personages Lord Mount Severn and Lady Isabel seem to be! If you had any goodness of heart, Mr. Carlyle, you would enlist yourself in the cause also." "I think I will," he smiled. "Papa says you hold sway at West Lynne. If you proclaim that you mean to go, you will induce others." "I will proclaim that you do," he answered. "That will be all sufficient. But, Lady Isabel, you must not expect much gratification from the performance." "A tambourine will be quite enough for me. I told papa so. I shan't think of music. I shall think of poor Mr. Kane. Mr. Carlyle, I know you can be kind if you like. I know you would rather be kind than otherwise. It is to be read in your face. Try and do what you can for him." "Yes, I will," he warmly answered. Mr. Carlyle sold no end of tickets the following day, or rather caused them to be sold. He praised up the concert far and wide, and proclaimed that Lord Mount Severn and his daughter would not think of missing it. Mr. Kane's house was besieged for tickets, faster than he could write his signature in their corner, and when Mr. Carlyle went home to luncheon at midday, which he did not often do, he laid down too at Miss Corny's elbow. "What's this? Concert tickets! Archibald, you have never gone and bought these!" What would she have said had she known that the two were not the extent of his investment? 10 shillings to throw away upon two paltry bits of cardboard!" chafed Miss Carlyle. "You always were a noodle in money matters, Archibald, and always will be. I wish I had the keeping of your purse." "What I have given will not hurt me, Cornelia, and Kane is badly off. Think of his troop of children." "Oh dear," said Miss Corny, "I imagine he should think of them. I suppose it was his own fault they came. That's always it. Poor folks get a heap of children about them, and then ask for pity. I should say it would be more just if they asked for blame." "Well, there the tickets are, bought and paid for, so they may as well be used. You will go with me, Cornelia." "And stick ourselves there upon empty benches, like two geese, and sit staring and counting the candles. A pleasant evening!" "You need not fear empty benches. The Mount Severns are going, and West Lynne is in a fever, racing after tickets. I suppose you have got a cap," looking at the nondescript article decorating his sister's head, "that will be suitable to go in, Cornelia. If not, you had better order one." This suggestion put up Miss Carlyle. "Hadn't you better have your hair curled, and your coat tails lined with white satin, and a gold opera glass, and a cocked hat?" retorted she. "My gracious me! A fine new cap to go to their mess of a concert in, after paying 10 shillings for the tickets! The world's coming to something." Mr. Carlyle left her and her grumbling to return to the office. Lord Mount Severn's carriage was passing at the moment, and Isabel Vane was within it. She caused it to stop when she saw Mr. Carlyle, and he advanced to her. "I have been to Mr. Kane's myself for the tickets," said she, with a beaming look. "I came into West Lynne on purpose. I told the coachman to find out where he lived, and he did. I thought if the people saw me in the carriage there, they would guess what I wanted. I do hope he will have a full concert." "I am sure he will," replied Mr. Carlyle, as he released her hand. And Lady Isabel signed to the carriage to drive on. As Mr. Carlyle turned away, he met Otway Bethel, a nephew of Colonel Bethel's, who was tolerated in the Colonel's house because he had no other home, and appeared incapable of making himself one. Some persons persisted in calling him a gentleman, as he was by birth; others a mauvais sujet. The two are united sometimes. He was dressed in a velveteen suit, and had a gun in his hand. Indeed, he was rarely seen without a gun, being inordinately fond of sport; but if all tales whispered were true, he supplied himself with game in other ways than by shooting, which had the credit of going up to London dealers. For the last 6 months, or near upon it, he had been away from West Lynne. "Why, where have you been hiding yourself?" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle. "The Colonel has been inconsolable." "Come, no gammon, Carlyle. I have been on the tramp through France and Germany. Man likes a change sometimes. As to the revered Colonel, he would not be inconsolable if he saw me nailed up in a 6-foot box, and carried out feet foremost." "Bethel, I have a question to ask you," continued Mr. Carlyle, dropping his light manner and his voice together. "Take your thoughts back to the night of Hallijohn's murder." "I wish you may get it," cried Mr. Bethel. "The reminiscence is not attractive." "You'll do it," quietly said Mr. Carlyle. "It has been told me, though it did not appear at the inquest, that Richard Hare held a conversation with you in the wood a few minutes after the deed was done. Now—" "Who told you that?" interrupted Bethel. "That is not the question. My authority is indisputable." "It is true that he did. I said nothing about it, for I did not want to make the case worse against Dick Hare than it already was. He certainly did accost me, like a man flurried out of his life." "Asking if you had seen a certain lover of Afy's fly from the cottage, one Thorn." "That was the purport. Thorn. I think Thorn was the name he mentioned. My opinion was that Dick was either wild or acting a part." "Now, Bethel, I want you to answer me truly. The question cannot affect you either way, but I must know whether you did see this Thorn leave the cottage." Bethel shook his head. I know nothing whatever about any Thorn, and I saw nobody but Dick Hare. Not but what a dozen Thorns might have run from the cottage without my seeing them." "You heard the shot fired?" "Yes, but I never gave a thought to mischief. I knew Locksley was in the wood, and supposed it came from him. I ran across the path bearing towards the cottage, and struck into the wood on the other side. By and by Dick Hare pitched upon me like one startled out of his seven senses, and asked if I had seen Thorn leave the cottage. Thorn, that was the name." "And you had not?" "I had seen nobody but Dick, excepting Locksley. My impression was that nobody else was about. I think so still." "But Richard—" "Now look you here, Carlyle. I won't do Dick Hare an injury, even by a single word, if I can help it, and it is of no use setting me on to it." "I should be the last to set you on to injure anyone, especially Richard Hare," rejoined Mr. Carlyle. "And my motive is to do Richard Hare good, not harm. I hold a suspicion, no matter whence gathered, that it was not Richard Hare who committed the murder, but another. Can you throw any light upon the subject?" "No, I can't. I have always thought poor wavering Dick was nobody's enemy but his own, but as to throwing any light on that night's work, I can't do it. Cords should not have dragged me to the inquest to give evidence against Dick, and for that reason I was glad Locksley never let out that I was on the spot. How the deuce it got about afterwards that I was, I can't tell, but that was no matter. My evidence did not help on the verdict. And talking of that, Carlyle, how has it come to your knowledge that Richard Hare accosted me? I have not opened my lips upon it to mortal man." "It is of no consequence now," repeated Mr. Carlyle. "I do know it, and that is sufficient. I was in hopes you had really seen this man Thorn leave the cottage." Otway Bethel shook his head. "I should not lay too much stress upon any Thorns having been there, were I you, Carlyle. Dick Hare was as one crazy that night, and might see shapes and forms where there were none." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landy. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 9. The Song and the Dirge. The concert was to take place on Thursday, and on the following Saturday Lord Mount Severn intended finally to quit East Lynne. The necessary preparations for departure were in progress, but when Thursday morning dawned it appeared a question whether they would not once more be rendered nugatory. The house was roused betimes, and Mr. Wainwright, the surgeon from West Lynne, summoned to the Earl's bedside. He had experienced another and a violent attack. The peer was exceedingly annoyed and vexed, and very irritable. "I may be kept here a week, a month, a fortnight, a month longer now," he uttered fretfully to Isabel. "I am very sorry, papa. I dare say you do find East Lynne dull." "Dull? That's not it. I have other reasons for wishing East Lynne to be quit of us. And now you can't go to the concert." Isabel's face flushed. "Not go, papa?" "Why, who is to take you? I can't get out of bed." "Oh, papa, I must be there. Otherwise it would look almost as though we had announced what we did not mean to perform. You know it was arranged that we should join the Ducies. The carriage can still take me to the concert room, and I can go in with them." "Just as you please. I thought you would have jumped at any plea for staying away." "Not at all," laughed Isabel. "I should like West Lynne to see that I don't despise Mr. Kane and his concerts." Later in the day the Earl grew alarmingly worse. His paroxysms of pain were awful. Isabel, who was kept from the room, knew nothing of the danger, and the Earl's groans did not penetrate to her ears. She dressed herself in a gleeful mode, full of laughing wilfulness. Marvel, her maid, superintending in stiff displeasure, for the attire chosen did not meet her approbation. When ready, she went into the Earl's room. "Shall I do, papa?" Lord Mount Severn raised his swollen eyelids and drew the clothes from his flushed face. A shining vision was standing before him, a beauteous queen, a gleaming fairy. He hardly knew what she looked like. She had put on a white lace hat and her diamonds, the dress was rich, and the jewels gleamed from her delicate arms, and her cheeks were flushed and her curls were flowing. The Earl stared at her in amazement. "How could you dress yourself off like that for a concert? You are out of your senses, Isabel." "Marble thinks so too," was the gay answer. "She has had a cross face since I told her what to put on. But I did it on purpose, papa. I thought I would show those West Lynne people that I think the poor men's moment worth going to, and worth dressing for." You will have the whole room gaping at you." "I don't mind. I'll bring you word all about it. Let them gape." "You vain child, you have so dressed yourself to please your vanity. But Isabel, you ooh!" Isabel started as she stood. The earl's groan of pain was dreadful. "An awful twinge, child. There, go along. Talking makes me worse." "Papa, shall I stay at home with you?" she gravely asked. "Every consideration should give way to illness. If you would like me to remain, or if I can do any good, pray let me." "Quite the contrary. I had rather you were away. You can do no earthly good, for I could not have you in the room. Good bye, darling. If you see Carlyle, tell him I shall hope to see him to-morrow." The room was partly full when Mrs. Ducie, her two daughters, and Lady Isabel entered, and were conducted to seats by Mr. Kane, seats he had reserved for them at the upper end, near the orchestra. The same dazzling vision which had burst on the sight of Lord Mount Severn fell on that of the audience, in Isabel with her rich white dress, her glittering diamonds, her flowing curls, and her wondrous beauty. The Mrs. Ducie, plain girls, in brown silks, turned up their noses worse than nature had done it for them, and Mrs. Ducie heaved an audible sigh. "The poor motherless girl is to be pitied, my dears," she whispered. "She has nobody to point out to her suitable attire. This ridiculous decking must have been Marvell's doings." But she looked like a lily among poppies and sunflowers, whether the decking out was ridiculous or not. Was Lord Mount Severn right when he accused her of dressing so in self-gratification? Very likely, for has not the great preacher said that childhood and youth are vanity? Miss Carlyle, the Justice, and Barbara also had seats near the orchestra, for Miss Carlyle in West Lynne was a person to be considered, and not hidden behind others. Mr. Carlyle, however, preferred to join the gentlemen who congregated and stood round about the door, inside and out. There was scarcely standing room in the place. Mr. Kane had, as was anticipated, got a bumper, and the poor man could have worshipped Lady Isabel, for he knew he owed it to her. It was very long country concerts generally are and was about 3 parts over when a powdered head, larger than any cauliflower ever grown, was discerned ascending the stairs, behind the group of gentlemen, which head, when it brought its body in full view, was discovered to belong to one of the footmen of Lord Mount Severn. The calves alone, cased in their silk stockings, were a sight to be seen, and these calves betook themselves inside the concert room, with a deprecatory bow for permission to the gentleman they had to steer through, and there they came to a standstill, the cauliflower extending forward, and turning itself about from right to left. "Well, I'll be jiffled!" cried an astonished old fox hunter, who had been elbowed by the footman. "The cheek these fellows have!" The fellow in question did not appear, however, to be enjoying any great amount of cheek just at that moment, for he looked perplexed, humble, and uneasy. Suddenly his eye fell upon Mr. Carlyle, and it lighted up. "Beg pardon, sir, could you happen to inform me whereabouts my young lady is sitting?" "At the other end of the room, near the orchestra." "I'm sure I don't know however I am to get to her, then," replied the man, more in self-soliloquy than to Mr. Carlyle. "The room is choke full, and I don't like crushing by. My lord is taking alarmingly worse, sir," he explained in an awe-stricken tone. "It is feared he is dying." Mr. Carlyle was painfully startled. "His screams of pain were awful, sir. Mr. Wainwright and another doctor from West Lynne are with him, and an express has gone to Lynneborough for physicians. Mrs. Mason said we were to fetch my young lady right home, and not lose a moment, and we brought the carriage, sir, Wells galloping his horses all the way." "I will bring Lady Isabel," said Mr. Carlyle. "I am sure, sir, I should be under everlasting obligations if you would," returned the man. He worked his way through the concert room. He was tall and slender, many looking daggers at him, for a pathetic song was just then being given by a London lady. He disregarded all, and stood before Isabel. "I thought you were not coming to speak to me tonight. Is it not a famous room? I am so pleased." "More than famous, Lady Isabel," choosing his words that they may not alarm her. "Lord Mount Severn does not find himself so well, and he has sent the carriage for you." "Papa not so well!" she quickly exclaimed. "Not quite. At any rate, he wishes you to go home. Will you allow me to pilot you through the room?" "Oh, my dear, considerate papa!" she laughed. "He fears I shall be weary, and would emancipate me before the time. Thank you, Mr. Carlyle, but I will wait till the conclusion." "No, no, Lady Isabel, it is not that. Lord Mount Severn is indeed worse." Her countenance changed to seriousness, but she was not alarmed. "Very well, when the song is over, not to disturb the room." "I think you had better lose no time," he urged. "Never mind the song and the room." She rose instantly, and put her arm within Mr. Carlyle's. A hasty word of explanation to Mrs. Ducie, and he led her away, the room, in its surprise, making for them what space it might. Many an eye followed them, but none more curiously and eagerly than Barbara Hare's. "Where is he going to take her to?" involuntarily uttered Barbara. "How should I know?" returned Miss Corny. "Barbara, you have done nothing but fidget all the night. What's the matter with you? Folks come to a concert to listen, not to talk and fidget." Isabel's mantle was procured from the anteroom where it had been left, and she descended the stairs with Mr. Carlyle. The carriage was drawn up close to the entrance, and the coachman had his reins gathered, ready to start. The footman, not the one who had gone upstairs, threw open the carriage door as he saw her. He was new in the service, a simple country native just engaged. She withdrew her arm from Mr. Carlyle's, and stood a moment before stepping in, looking at the man. "Is papa much worse?" "Oh yes, my lady. He was screaming shocking, but they think he'll live till morning." With a sharp cry she seized the arm of Mr. Carlyle, seized it for support in her shock of agony. Mr. Carlyle rudely thrust the man away. He would willingly have flung him at full length on the pavement. "Oh, Mr. Carlyle, why did you not tell me?" she shivered. "My dear Lady Isabel, I am grieved that you are told now. But take comfort. You know how ill he frequently is, and this may be but an ordinary attack. Step in. I trust we shall find it nothing more." "Are you going home with me?" "Certainly. I shall not leave you to go alone." She moved to the other side of the chariot, making room for him. "Thank you. I will sit outside." "But the night is cold." "Oh no." He closed the door and took his seat by the coachman. The footman got up behind, and the carriage sped away. Isabel gathered herself into her corner, and moaned aloud in her suspense and helplessness. The coachman drove rapidly, and soon whipped his horses through the lodge gates. The housekeeper, Mrs. Mason, waited at the hall door to receive Lady Isabel. Mr. Carlyle helped her out of the carriage, and gave her his arm up the steps. She scarcely dared to inquire. "Is he better? May I go to his room?" she panted. Yes, the earl was better in so far that he was quiet and senseless. She moved hastily towards his chamber. Mr. Carlyle drew the housekeeper aside. "Is there any hope?" "Not the slightest, sir. He is dying." The earl knew no one. Pain was gone for the present, and he lay on his bed, calm. But his face, which had death in it all too plainly, startled Isabel. She did not scream or cry. She was perfectly quiet, save that she had a fit of shivering. "Will he soon be better?" she whispered to Mr. Wainwright, who stood there. The surgeon coughed. "Well, we must hope it, my lady." "But why does his face look like that? It is pale, grey. I never saw anybody else look so." "He has been in great pain, my lady, and pain leaves its traces on the countenance." Mr. Carlyle, who had come and was standing by the surgeon, touched his arm to draw him from the room. He noticed the look on the earl's face, and did not like it. He wished to question the surgeon. Lady Isabel saw that Mr. Carlyle was about to quit the room, and beckoned to him. "Do not leave the house, Mr. Carlyle. When he wakes up, it may cheer him to see you here. He liked you very much." "I will not leave it, Lady Isabel. I did not think of doing so." In time, it seemed an age, the medical men arrived from Lynneborough, 3 of them. The groom had thought he could not summon too many. It was a strange scene they entered upon. The ghastly peer, growing restless again now, battling with his departing spirit, and the gala robes, the sparkling gems, adorning the young girl watching at his side. They comprehended the case without difficulty, that she had been suddenly called from some scene of gaiety. They stooped to look at the earl, and felt his pulse, and touched his heart, and exchanged a few murmured words with Mr. Wainwright. Isabel had stood back to give them place, but her anxious eyes followed their every movement. They did not seem to notice her, and she stepped forward. "Can you do anything for him? Will he recover?" They all turned at the address, and looked at her. One spoke. It was an evasive answer. "Tell me the truth," she implored, with feverish impatience. "You must not trifle with me. Do you not know me? I am his only child, and I am here alone." The first thing was to get her away from the room, for the great change was approaching, and the parting struggle between the body and the spirit might be one of warfare, no sight for her. But in answer to their suggestion that she should go, she only leaned her head upon the pillow by her father, and moaned in despair. "She must be got out of the room," cried one of the physicians, almost angrily. "Ma'am," turning suddenly upon Mrs. Mason, "are there no reserves in the house? No one who can exert influence over the young lady?" "She has scarcely any relatives in the world," replied the housekeeper; "no near ones, and we happen to be, just now, quite alone." But Mr. Carlyle, seeing the urgency of the case, for the earl with every minute grew more excited, approached and whispered her: "You are as anxious as we can be for your father's recovery?" "As anxious!" she uttered, reproachfully. "You know what I would imply. Of course, our anxiety can be nothing to yours." "As nothing, as nothing. I think my heart will break." "Then forgive me. You should not oppose the wishes of his medical attendants. They wish to be alone with him, and time is being lost." She rose up, she placed her hands on her brow, as if to collect the sense of the words, and then she addressed the doctors. "Is it really necessary that I should leave the room? Necessary for him?" "It is necessary, my lady. Absolutely essential." She broke into a passion of tears and sobs as Mr. Carlyle led her to another apartment. "He is my dear father. I have but him in the wide world," she exclaimed. I know. I feel for you all that you are feeling. 20 times this night I have wished, forgive me the thought, that you were my sister, so that I might express my sympathy more freely and comfort you." "Tell me the truth, then, why I am kept away. If you can show me sufficient cause, I will be reasonable and obey. But do not say again I should be disturbing him, for it is not true." "He is too ill for you to see him. His symptoms are too painful. In fact, it would not be proper, and were you to go in defiance of advice, you would regret it all your after life." "Is he dying?" Mr. Carlyle hesitated. Ought he to dissemble with her as the doctors had done? A strong feeling was upon him that he ought not. "I trust to you not to deceive me," she simply said. "I fear he is. I believe he is." She rose up, she grasped his arm in the sudden fear that flashed over her. "You are deceiving me, and he is dead." "I am not deceiving you, Lady Isabel. He is not dead, but it may be very near." She laid her face down upon the soft pillow. "Going forever from me, going forever! Oh, Mr. Carlyle, let me see him for a minute, just one farewell. Will you not try for me?" He knew how hopeless it was, but he turned to leave the room. "I will go and see, but you will remain here quietly. You will not come." She bowed her head in acquiescence, and he closed the door. Had she indeed been his sister, he would probably have turned the key upon her. He entered the earl's chamber, but not many seconds did he remain in it. "It is over," he whispered to Mrs. Mason, whom he met in the corridor, "and Mr. Wainwright is asking for you." "You are soon back," cried Isabel, lifting her head. "May I go?" He sat down and took her hand, shrinking from his task. "I wish I could comfort you," he exclaimed, in a tone of deep emotion. Her face turned of a ghastly whiteness, as white as another's not far away. "Tell me the worst," she breathed. "I have nothing to tell you but the worst. May God support you, dear Lady Isabel." She turned to hide her face and its misery away from him, and a low wail of anguish broke from her, telling its own tale of despair. The grey dawn of morning was breaking over the world, advent of another bustling day in life's history. But the spirit of William Vane, Earl of Mount Severn, had soared away from it forever. Chapter 10 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Landy. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 10. The Keepers of the Dead. Events between the death of Lord Mount Severn and his interment occurred quickly, and to one of them the reader may feel inclined to demur, as believing that it could have no foundation in fact, in the actions of real life, but must be a wild creation of the author's brain. He would be wrong. The author is no more fond of wild creations than the reader. The circumstance did take place. The earl died on Friday morning at daylight. The news spread rapidly. It generally does on the death of a peer, if he has been of note, whether good or bad, in the world, and was known in London before the day was over, the consequence of which was, that by Saturday morning early a shoal of what the late peer would have called harpies had arrived to surround East Lynne. There were creditors of all sorts, for small sums and for great, for £5 or £10 up to 5 or 10,000. Some were civil, some impatient, some loud and rough and angry, some came to put in executions on the effects, and some to arrest the body. This last act was accomplished cleverly. 2 men, each with a remarkably hooked nose, stole away from the hubbub of the clamorous, and peering cunningly about, made their way to the side or tradesman's entrance. A kitchen maid answered their gentle appeal at the bell. "Is the coffin come yet?" said they. "Coffin? No," was the girl's reply. "The shell ain't here yet. Mr. Jones didn't promise that till 9 o'clock, and it haven't gone 8. "It won't be long," quoth they. "It's on its road. We'll go up to his lordship's room, please, and be getting ready for it." The girl called the butler. "2 men from Jones's, the undertaker's, sir," announced she. "The shell's coming on, and they want to go up and make ready for it." The butler marshalled them upstairs himself, and introduced them to the room. "That will do," said they, as he was about to enter with them. "We won't trouble you to wait." And closing the door upon the unsuspicious butler, they took up their station on either side of the dead, like a couple of ill-omened mutes. They had placed an arrest upon the corpse. It was theirs until their claim was satisfied, and they sat down to thus watch and secure it. Pleasant occupation! It may have been an hour later that Lady Isabel, leaving her own chamber, opened noiselessly that of the dead. She had been in it several times during the previous day, at first with the housekeeper, afterward, when the nameless dread was somewhat effaced, alone. But she felt nervous again this morning, and had gained the bed before she ventured to lift her eyes from the carpet and encounter the sight. Then she started, for there sat 2 strange-looking men, and not attractive men either. It darted through her mind that they must be people from the neighbourhood, come to gratify an idle and unpardonable curiosity. Her first impulse was to summon the butler, her second to speak to them herself. "Do you want anything here?" she quietly said. "Much obleeged for the inquiry, miss. We are all right." The words and tone struck her as being singular in the extreme, and they kept their seats too, as though they had a right to be there. "Why are you here?" she repeated. "What are you doing?" "Well, miss, I don't mind telling you, for I suppose you are his daughter," pointing his left thumb over his shoulder at the late peer, "and we here have got no other relative anigh him. We have been obleeged, miss, to perform an unpleasant duty, and secure him." The words were like Greek to her, and the men saw that they were. "He unfortunately owed a slight amount of money, miss, as you perhaps be aware on, and our employers is in deep. So as soon as they heard what had happened, they set us down to arrest the dead corpse, and we have done it." Amazement, horror, fear, struggled together in the shocked mind of Lady Isabel. Arrest the dead! She had never heard of a like calamity, nor could she have believed in such. Arrest it for what purpose? What to do? To disfigure it? To sell it? With a panting heart and ashy lips she turned from the room. Mrs. Mason happened to be passing near the stairs, and Isabel flew to her, laying hold of her with both hands in her terror, as she burst into a fit of nervous tears. "Those men in there!" she gasped. "What men, my lady?" returned Mrs. Mason, surprised. I don't know. I think they are going to stop there. They say they have taken papa." After a pause of bewildered astonishment, the housekeeper left her standing where she was, and went to the Earl's chamber to see if she could fathom the mystery of the words. Isabel leaned against the balustrades, partly for support, partly that she seemed afraid to stir from them, and the ominous disturbances downstairs reached her ears. Strangers, interlopers, appeared to be in the hall, talking vehemently, and complaining in bitter tones. More and more terrified, she held her breath to listen. "Where's the good of your seeing the young lady?" cried the butler, in a tone of remonstrance. "She knows nothing about the Earl's affairs. She is in grief enough just now, without any other worry." "I will see her," returned a dogged voice. "If she's too start up and mighty to come down and answer a question or two, why, I'll find my way on to her. Here we are, a shameful crowd of us, swindled out of our own, told there's nobody we can speak to, nobody here but the young lady, and she must not be troubled. She didn't find it trouble to help to spend our money. She has got no honour and feelings of a lady if she don't come and speak to us. There!" Repressing her rebellious emotions, Lady Isabel glided partly down the staircase, and softly called to the butler. "What is all this?" she asked. "I must know." "Oh, my lady, don't go amongst those rough men. You can't do any good. Pray go back before they see you. I have sent for Mr. Carlyle, and expect him here momentarily." "Did papa owe them all money?" she said, shivering. "I am afraid he did, my lady." She went swiftly on, and passing through the few stragglers in the hall, entered the dining room, where the chief mass had congregated, and the hubbub was loudest. All anger, at least external anger, was hushed at her sight. She looked so young, so innocent, so childlike in her pretty morning dress of peach-coloured muslin, her fair face shaded by its falling curls, so little fit to combat with, or understand their business, that instead of pouring forth complaints, they hushed them into silence. "I heard someone calling out that I ought to see you," she began, her agitation causing the words to come forth in a jerking manner. "What did you want with me?" Then they poured forth their complaints, but not angrily, and she listened till she grew sick. There were many and formidable claims: promissory notes and IOUs, overdue bills and underdue bills, heavy outstanding debts of all sorts, and trifles, comparatively speaking, for housekeeping, servants' liveries, outdoor servants' wages, bread and meat. What was Isabel Vane to answer? What excuse to offer? What hope or promise to give? She stood in bewilderment, unable to speak, turning from one to the other, her sweet eyes full of pity and contrition. "The fact is, young lady," spoke up one who bore the exterior of a gentleman, "we should not have come down troubling you; at least, I can answer for myself, but his lordship's men of business, Warburton and Ware, to whom many of us hastened last evening, told us there would not be a shilling for anybody unless it could be got from furniture. When it comes to that, it is first come, first served, and I got down by morning light, and levied an execution." "Which was levied before you came," put in a man, who might be brother to the two upstairs, to judge by his nose. "But what such furniture is this to our claims, if you come to combine 'em? No more than a bucket of water is to the Thames." "What can I do?" shivered Lady Isabel. "What is it you wish me to do? I have no money to give you. "No, miss," broke in a quiet, pale man. "If report tells me, you are worse wronged than we are, for you won't have a roof to put your head under, or a guinea to call your own." "He has been a scoundrel to everybody," interrupted an intemperate voice. "He has ruined thousands." The speech was hissed down. Even they were not men gratuitously to insult a delicate young lady. "Perhaps you'll just answer us a question, miss," persisted the voice, in spite of the hisses. "Is there any ready money that can—" But another person had entered the room, Mr. Carlyle. He caught sight of the white face and trembling hands of Isabel, and interrupted the last speaker with scant ceremony. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, in a tone of authority. "What do you want?" "If you are a friend of the late peers, you ought to know what we want," was the response. "We want our debts paid." "But this is not the place to come to," returned Mr. Carlyle. "Your coming here, flocking in this extraordinary manner, will do no good. You must go to Warburton and Ware." "We have been to them, and received their answer a cool assurance that there will be nothing for anybody." "At any rate, you'll get nothing here," observed Mr. Carlyle to the assembly collectively. "Allow me to request that you leave the house at once." It was little likely that they would for him, and they said it. "Then I warn you of the consequences of a refusal," quietly said Mr. Carlyle. "You are trespassing upon a stranger's property. This house is not Lord Mount Severn's. He sold it some time back." They knew better. Some laughed, and said these tricks were stale. "Listen, gentlemen," rejoined Mr. Carlyle, in the plain, straightforward manner that carried its own truth. "To make an assertion that could be disproved when the Earl's affairs come to be investigated would be simply foolish. I give you my word of honour as a gentleman, nay, as a fellow man, that this estate, with the house and all it contains, passed months ago from the hands of Lord Mount Severn, and during his recent sojourn here he was a visitor in it. Go and ask his men of business." "Who purchased it?" was the inquiry. "Mr. Carlyle of West Lynne. Some of you may possibly know him by reputation." Some of them did. "A 'cute young lawyer," observed a voice, "as his father was before him." "I am he," proceeded Mr. Carlyle, "and, being a 'cute lawyer, as you do me the honour to decide, you cannot suppose I should risk my money upon any sale not perfectly safe and legal. I was not an agent in the affair. I employed agents, for it was my own money that I invested, and East Lynne is mine." "Is the purchase money paid over?" inquired more than one. "It was paid over at the time, last June." "What did Lord Mount Severn do with the money?" "I do not know," replied Mr. Carlyle. "I am not cognizant of Lord Mount Severn's private affairs." Significant murmurs arose. "Strange that the Earl should stop 2 or 3 months at a place that wasn't his." "It may appear so to you, but allow me to explain," returned Mr. Carlyle. "The Earl expressed a wish to pay East Lynne a few days' visit by way of farewell, and I acceded. Before the few days were over he was taken ill, and remained from that time too ill to quit it. This day, gentlemen, as we stand here, was at length fixed for his departure." "And you tell us you bought the furniture?" "Everything as it stands. You need not doubt my word, for the proofs will be forthcoming. East Lynne was in the market for sale. I heard of it and became the purchaser, just as I might have bought an estate from any of you. And now, as this is my house, and you have no claim upon me, I shall be obliged to you to withdraw." "Perhaps you'll claim the horses and carriages next, sir," cried the man with a hooked nose. Mr. Carlyle raised his head haughtily. "What is mine, legally purchased and paid for, a fair, just price. The carriages and horses I have nothing to do with. Lord Mount Severn brought them down with him." "And I have got a safe watcher over them in the out premises, to see as they don't run away," nodded the man complacently. "And if I don't mistake, there's a safe watcher over something else upstairs. What a cursed scoundrel Mount Severn was!" "Whatever he may have been, it does not give you the right to outrage the feelings of his daughter," warmly interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "And I should have thought that men, calling themselves Englishmen, would have disdained the shame. Allow me, Lady Isabel," he added, imperatively taking her hand to lead her from the room. "I will remain and deal with this business." But she hesitated and stopped. The injury her father had done these men was telling painfully on her sense of right, and she essayed to speak a word of apology, of sorrow. She thought she ought to do so; she did not like them to deem her quite heartless. But it was a painful task, and the colour went and came in her pale face, and her breath was laboured with the excess of her tribulation. "I am very sorry," she stammered, and with the effort of speaking, emotion quite got the better of her, and she burst into tears. "I did not know anything of all this. My father's affairs were not spoken of before me. I believe I have not anything. If I had, I would divide it amongst you as equally as I could. But should the means ever be in my power, should money ever be mine, I will thankfully pay all your claims." All your claims! Lady Isabel little thought what that all would comprise. However, such promises, made at such a moment, fell heedlessly upon the ear. Scarcely one present but felt sympathy and sorrow for her, and Mr. Carlyle drew her from the room. He closed the door upon the noisy crew, and then sobs came forth hysterically. "I am so grieved, Lady Isabel. Had I foreseen this annoyance, you should have been spared it. Can you go upstairs alone, or shall I call Mrs. Mason?" "Oh yes, I can go alone. I am not ill, only frightened and sick. This is not the worst," she shivered. "There are 2 men up with papa." Up with papa? Mr. Carlyle was puzzled. He saw that she was shaking from head to foot as she stood before him. "I cannot understand it, and it terrifies me," she continued, attempting an explanation. "They are sitting in the room, close to him. They have taken him, they say." A blank, thunderstruck pause. Mr. Carlyle looked at her. He did not speak, and then he turned and looked at the butler, who was standing near. But the man only responded by giving his head a half shake, and Mr. Carlyle saw that it was an ominous one. "I will clear the house of these," he said to Lady Isabel, pointing back to the dining room, "and then join you upstairs." "2 ruffians, sir, and they have got possession of the body," whispered the butler in Mr. Carlyle's ear, as Lady Isabel departed. "They obtained entrance to the chamber by a sly, deceitful trick, saying that they were the undertaker's men, and that he can't be buried unless their claims are paid, if it's for a month to come. It has upset all our stomachs, sir. Mrs. Mason, while telling me, for she was the first one to know it, was as sick as she could be." At present Mr. Carlyle returned to the dining room, and bore the brunt of the anger of those savages, and it may be said, ill-used men. Not that it was vented upon him, quite the contrary, but on the memory of the unhappy peer who lay overhead. A few had taken the precaution to insure the earl's life, and they were the best off. They left the house after a short space of time, for Mr. Carlyle's statement was indisputable, and they knew the law better than to remain trespassers on his property. But the custodians of the dead could not be got rid of. Mr. Carlyle proceeded to the death chamber, and examined their authority. A similar case had never occurred under his own observation, though it had under his father's, and Mr. Carlyle remembered hearing of it. The body of a church dignitary, who had died deeply in debt, was arrested as it was being carried through the cloisters to its grave in the cathedral. These men, sitting over Lord Mount Severn, enforced heavy claims, and there they must sit until the arrival of Mr. Vane from Castle Marling, now the Earl of Mount Severn. On the following morning, Sunday, Mr. Carlyle proceeded again to East Lynne, and found to his surprise that there was no arrival. Isabel sat in the breakfast room alone, the meal on the table untouched, and she shivering, as it seemed, on a low ottoman before the fire. She looked so ill that Mr. Carlyle could not forbear remarking upon it. "I have not slept, and I am very cold," she answered. "I did not close my eyes all night, I was so terrified." "Terrified at what?" he asked. "At those men," she whispered. "It is strange that Mr. Vane has not come." "Is the post in?" "I don't know," she apathetically replied. "I have received nothing." She had scarcely spoke when the butler entered with his salver full of letters, most of them bearing condolence with Lady Isabel. She singled one out and hastened to open it, for it bore the Castle Marling postmark. "It is Mr. Vane's handwriting," she remarked to Mr. Carlyle. "Castle Marling, Saturday. "My dear Isabel, I am dreadfully grieved and shocked at the news conveyed in Mr. Carlyle's letter to my husband, for he has gone cruising in his yacht, and I opened it. Goodness knows where he may be, round the coast somewhere, but he said he should be home for Sunday, and as he is pretty punctual in keeping his word, I expect him. Be assured he will not lose a moment in hastening to East Lynne. I cannot express what I feel to you, and am too bouleversée to write more. Try and keep up your spirits, and believe me, dear Isabel, with sincere sympathy and regret, faithfully yours, "Emma Mount Severn." The colour came into Isabel's pale cheek when she read the signature. She thought, had she been the writer, she should in that first early letter have still signed herself Emma Vane. Isabel handed the note to Mr. Carlyle. "It is very unfortunate," she sighed. Mr. Carlyle glanced over it as quickly as Mrs. Vane's illegible writing allowed him, and drew in his lips in a peculiar manner when he came to the signature, perhaps at the same thought which had struck Isabel. "Had Mrs. Vane been worth a rush, she would have come herself, knowing your lonely situation," he uttered impulsively. Isabel leaned her head upon her hand. All the difficulties and embarrassments of her position came crowding on her mind. No orders had been given in preparation for the funeral, and she felt that she had no right to give any. The Earls of Mount Severn were buried at Mount Severn, but to take her father thither would involve great expense. Would the present Earl sanction that? Since the previous morning she seemed to have grown old in the world's experience. Her ideas were changed, the bent of her thoughts had been violently turned from its course. Instead of being a young lady of high position, of wealth and rank, she appeared to herself more in the light of an unfortunate pauper and interloper in the house she was inhabiting. It has been the custom in romance to present young ladies, especially if they be handsome and interesting, as being entirely oblivious of matter-of-fact cares and necessities, supremely indifferent to future prospects of poverty that brings hunger and thirst, and cold and nakedness. But be assured, this apathy never existed in real life. Isabel Vane's grief for her father, whom, whatever may have been the aspect he wore for others, she had deeply loved and reverenced, was sharply poignant, but in the midst of that grief, and of the singular troubles his death had brought forth, she could not shut her eyes to her own future. Its blank uncertainty, its shadowed forth embarrassments, did obtrude themselves, and the words of that plain-speaking creditor kept ringing in her ears. "You won't have a roof to put your head under, or a guinea to call your own." Where was she to go? With whom to live? She was in Mr. Carlyle's house now, and how was she to pay the servants? Money was owing to them all. "Mr. Carlyle, how long has this house been yours?" she asked, breaking the silence. It was in June that the purchase was completed. Did Lord Mount Severn never tell you he had sold it to me?" "No, never." "All these things are yours?" glancing round the room. "The furniture was sold with the house. Not these sorts of things," he added, his eye falling on the silver on the breakfast table. "Not the plate and linen." "Not the plate and linen? Then those poor men who were here yesterday have a right to them," she quickly cried. "I scarcely know. I believe the plate goes with the entail, and the jewels go also. The linen cannot be of consequence either way." "Are my clothes my own?" He smiled as he looked at her, smiled at her simplicity, and assured her that they were nobody's else. "I did not know," she sighed. "I did not understand. So many strange things have happened in the last day or two, that I seem to understand nothing." Indeed, she could not understand. She had no definite ideas on the subject of this transfer of East Lynne to Mr. Carlyle; plenty of indefinite ones, and they were haunting her. Fears of debt to him, and of the house and its contents being handed over to him in liquidation, perhaps only partial, were working in her brain. "Does my father owe you any money?" she breathed in a timid tone. "Not any," he replied. "Lord Mount Severn was never indebted to me in his life." "Yet you purchased East Lynne?" "As anyone else might have done," he answered, discerning the drift of her thoughts. "I was in search of an eligible estate to invest money in, and East Lynne suited me." "I feel my position, Mr. Carlyle," she resumed, the rebellious fears forcing themselves to her eyes, "thus to be intruding upon you for a shelter, and I cannot help myself." "You can help grieving me," he gently answered, "which you do much when you talk of obligation. The obligation is on my side, Lady Isabel, and when I express a hope that you will continue at East Lynne while it can be of service, however prolonged that period may be, I assure you I say it in all sincerity." "You are very kind," she faltered, "and for a few days, until I can think, until Oh, Mr. Carlyle, are papa's affairs really so bad as they said yesterday?" She broke off, her perplexities recurring to her with vehement force. "Is there nothing left?" Now Mr. Carlyle might have given the evasive assurance that there would be plenty left, just to tranquillize her; but to have used deceit with her would have pricked against every feeling of his nature, and he saw how implicitly she relied upon his truth. "I fear things are not very bright," he answered; "that is, so far as we can see at present. But there may have been some settlement effected for you that you do not know of. Warburton and Ware—" "No," she interrupted, "I never heard of a settlement, and I am sure there is none. I see the worst plainly. I have no home and no money. This house is yours. The town house and Mount Severn go to Mr. Vane, and I have nothing." "But surely Mr. Vane will be delighted to welcome you to your old home. The houses pass to him. It almost seems as though you had the greater right in them than he or Mrs. Vane." "My home with them!" she retorted, as if the words had stung her. "What are you saying, Mr. Carlyle?" "I beg your pardon, Lady Isabel. I should not have presumed to touch upon these points myself, but—" "Nay, I think I ought to beg yours," she interrupted, more calmly. "I am only grateful for the interest you take in them, the kindness you have shown, but I could not make my home with Mrs. Vane." Mr. Carlyle rose. He could do no good by remaining, and did not think it well to intrude longer. He suggested that it might be more pleasant if Isabel had a friend with her. Mrs. Ducie would no doubt be willing to come, and she was a kind, motherly woman. Isabel shook her head with a passing shudder. "Have strangers here, with all that in papa's chamber?" she uttered. "Mrs. Ducie drove over yesterday, perhaps to remain. I don't know, but I was afraid of questions, and would not see her. When I think of that, I feel thankful that I am alone." The housekeeper stopped Mr. Carlyle as he was going out. "Sir, what is the news from Castle Marling? Pound said there was a letter. Is Mr. Vane coming?" "He was out yachting. Mrs. Vane expected him home yesterday, so it is to be hoped he will be here today." "Whatever will be done if he does not come?" she breathed. "The leaden coffin ought to be soldered down, for you know, the state he was in when he died." "It can be soldered down without Mr. Vane." "Of course, without Mr. Vane. It's not that, sir. Will those men allow it to be done? The undertakers were here this morning at daybreak, and those men intimated that they were not going to lose sight of the dead. The words sounded significant to us, but we asked them no questions. Have they a right to prevent it, sir?" "Upon my word, I cannot tell," replied Mr. Carlyle. "The proceeding is so rare a one that I know little what right of law they have or have not. Do not mention this to Lady Isabel, and when Lord Mount Severn arrives, send down to apprise me of it." CHAPTER 11 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 11. The New Pier, the Bank Note. A post-chaise was discerned thundering up the avenue that Sunday afternoon. It contained the new peer, Lord Mount Severn. The more direct line of rail from Castle Marling brought him only to within 5 miles of West Lynne, and thence he had travelled in a hired chaise. Mr. Carlyle soon joined him, and almost at the same time Mr. Warburton arrived from London. Absence from town at the period of the Earl's death had prevented Mr. Warburton's earlier attendance. Business was entered upon immediately. The present Earl knew that his predecessor had been an embarrassed man, but he had no conception of the extent of the evil. They had not been intimate, and rarely came into contact. As the various items of news were now detailed to him, the wasteful expenditure, the disastrous ruin, the total absence of provision for Isabel, he stood petrified and aghast. He was a tall, stout man of 43 years, his nature honourable, his manner cold, and his countenance severe. "It is the most iniquitous piece of business I ever heard of," he exclaimed to the 2 lawyers. "Of all the reckless fools, Mount Severn must have been the worst." "Unpardonably improvident as regards his daughter," was the assenting remark. "Improvident! It must have been rank madness," retorted the Earl. "No man in his senses could leave a child to the mercy of the world as he has left her. She has not a shilling, literally, not a shilling in her possession. I put the question to her what money there was in the house when the Earl died. 20 or 25 pounds, she answered, which she had given to Mason, who required it for housekeeping purposes. If the girl wants a yard of ribbon for herself, she has not the pence to pay for it. Can you realize such a case to the mind?" continued the excited peer. "I will stake my veracity that such a one never occurred yet." "No money for her own personal wants!" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle. "Not a halfpenny in the world, and there are no funds, and will be none, that I can see, for her to draw upon." "Quite correct, my lord," nodded Mr. Warburton. "The entailed estates go to you, and what trifling matter of personal property may be left the creditors will take care of." "I understand East Lynne is yours," cried the Earl, turning sharply upon Mr. Carlyle. "Isabel has just said so." "It is," was the reply. "It became mine last June. I believe his lordship kept the fact a close secret." "He was obliged to keep it a secret," interposed Mr. Warburton, addressing Lord Mount Severn, "for not a stiver of the purchase money could he have fingered had it got wind. Except ourselves and Mr. Carlyle's agents, the fact was made known to none." "It is strange, sir, that you could not urge the claims of his child upon the Earl," rejoined the new peer to Mr. Warburton, his tone one of harsh reproof. "You were in his confidence, you knew the state of his affairs. It was in your line of duty to do it." "Knowing the state of affairs, my lord, we knew how useless the urging it would be," returned Mr. Warburton. "Your lordship has but a faint idea of the burdens Lord Mount Severn had upon him. The interest alone upon his debts was frightful, and the deuce's own work it was to get it. Not to speak of the kites he let loose, he would fly them and nothing could stop him, and they had to be provided for." "Oh, I know," replied the Earl, with a gesture of contempt. "Drawing one bill to cover another, that was his system." "Draw!" echoed Mr. Warburton. "He would have drawn a bill on Aldgate Pump. It was a downright mania with him." "Urged to it by his necessities, I conclude," put in Mr. Carlyle. "He had no business to have such necessities, sir," cried the Earl, wrathfully. "But let us proceed to business. What money is there lying at his bankers, Mr. Warburton? Do you know?" "None," was the blank reply. "We overdrew the account ourselves a fortnight ago to meet one of his pressing liabilities. We hold a little, and, had he lived a week or two longer, the autumn rents would have been paid in, though they must have been as quickly paid out again." "I'm glad there's something. What is the amount?" "My lord," answered Mr. Warburton, shaking his head in a self-condoling manner, I am sorry to tell you that what we hold will not half satisfy our own claims. Money actually paid out of our pockets." "Then where on earth is the money to come from, sir? For the funeral, for the servants' wages, for everything, in fact?" "There is none to come from anywhere," was the reply of Mr. Warburton. Lord Mount Severn strode the carpet more fiercely. "Wicked improvidence! Shameful profligacy! Callous-hearted man, to live a rogue and die a beggar, leaving his daughter to the charity of strangers!" "Her case presents the worst feature of the whole," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "What will she do for a home?" "She must, of course, find it with me," replied his lordship, "and, I should hope, a better one than this. With all these debts and duns at his elbow, Mount Severn's house could not have been a bower of roses." "I fancy she knew nothing of the state of affairs, had seen little, if anything, of the embarrassments," returned Mr. Carlyle. "Nonsense!" said the peer. "Mr. Carlyle is right, my lord," observed Mr. Warburton, looking over his spectacles. "Lady Isabel was in safety at Mount Severn till the spring, and the purchase money from East Lynne, what the earl could touch of it, was a stop gap for many things, and made matters easy for the moment. However, his imprudences are at an end now." "No, they are not at an end," returned Lord Mount Severn. "They leave their effects behind them. I hear there was a fine scene yesterday morning. Some of the unfortunate wretches he has taken in made their appearance here all the way from town." "Oh, they are Jews, half of them," slightingly spoke Mr. Warburton. "If they do lose a little, it will be an agreeable novelty to them." "Jews have as much right to their own as we have, Mr. Warburton," was the peer's angry reprimand. "And if they were Turks and infidels, it would not excuse Mount Severn's practices. Isabel says it was you, Mr. Carlyle, who contrived to get rid of them." "By convincing them that East Lynne and its furniture belonged to me. But there are those two men upstairs in possession of him. I could not get rid of them." The earl looked at him. "I do not understand you." "Did you not know that they have seized the corpse?" asked Mr. Carlyle, dropping his voice. "Two men have been posted over it, like sentinels, since yesterday morning, and there's a third in the house, I hear, who relieves each other by turn, that they may go down the hall and take their meals." The earl had halted in his walk and drawn near to Mr. Carlyle, his mouth open, his face a marvel of consternation. "By George!" was all Mr. Warburton uttered, and snatched off his glasses. "Mr. Carlyle, do I understand you aright? That the body of the late earl has been seized for a debt?" demanded the peer solemnly. "Seize a dead body! Am I awake or dreaming?" "It is what they have done. They got into the room by stratagem." "Is it possible that transactions so infamous are permitted by our law?" ejaculated the earl. "Arrest a dead man! I never heard of such a thing. I am shocked beyond expression. Isabel said something about two men, I remember, but she was so full of grief and agitation altogether that I but half comprehended what she did say upon the subject. Why, what will be done? Can't we bury him?" "I fancy not. The housekeeper told me this morning she feared they would not even suffer the coffin to be closed down, and that ought to be done with all convenient speed." "It is perfectly horrible," uttered the earl. "Who has done it? Do you know?" inquired Mr. Warburton. "Somebody of the name of Anstey," replied Mr. Carlyle. "In the absence of any member of the family, I took upon myself to pay the chamber a visit, and examine into the men's authority. The claim is about £3,000. "If it's Anstey who has done it, it is a personal debt of the earl's, really owing every pound of it," observed Mr. Warburton. "A sharp man, though, that Anstey, to hit upon such a scheme." "And a shameless and a scandalous man," added Lord Mount Severn. "Well, this is a pretty thing. What's to be done?" While they consult, let us look for a moment at Lady Isabel. She sat alone, in great perplexity, indulging the deepest grief. Lord Mount Severn had intimated to her, kindly and affectionately, that henceforth she must find her home with him and his wife. Isabel returned a faint "Thank you," and as soon as he left her, burst in a paroxysm of rebellious tears. "Have her home with Mrs. Vane," she uttered to her own heart. "No, never! Rather would she die! Rather would she eat a crust and drink water!" And so on, and so on. Young demoiselles are somewhat prone to indulge in these flights of fancy, but they are in most cases impracticable and foolish, exceedingly so in that of Lady Isabel Vane. Work for their living? It may appear very feasible in theory, but theory and practice are as opposite as light and dark. The plain fact was that Isabel had no alternative whatever, save that of accepting a home with Lady Mount Severn, and the conviction that it must be so stole over her spirit even while her hasty lips were protesting that she would not. 2 mourners only attended the funeral, the Earl and Mr. Carlyle. The latter was no relative of the deceased, and but a very recent friend, but the Earl had invited him, probably not liking the parading solus, his trappings of woe. Some of the county aristocracy were pallbearers, and many private carriages followed. All was bustle on the following morning. The Earl was to depart, and Isabel was to depart, but not together. In the course of the day the domestics would disperse. The Earl was speeding to London, and the chaise to convey him to the railway station at West Lynne was already at the door when Mr. Carlyle arrived. "I was getting fidgety, fearing you would not be here, for I have barely 5 minutes to spare," observed the Earl, as he shook hands. "You are sure you fully understood about the tombstone?" "Perfectly," replied Mr. Carlyle. "How is Lady Isabel?" "Very downhearted, I fear, poor child, for she did not breakfast with me," replied the Earl. "Mason privately told me that she was in a convulsion of grief. A bad man was Mount Severn," he emphatically added, as he rose and rang the bell. "Let Lady Isabel be informed that I am ready to depart, and that I wait to see her," he said to the servant who answered it. "And while she is coming, Mr. Carlyle," he added, "allow me to express my obligations to you. How I should have got along in this worrying business without you, I cannot divine. You have promised, mind, to pay me a visit, and I shall expect it speedily." "Promise conditionally that I find myself in your neighbourhood," smiled Mr. Carlyle. "Should—" Isabel entered, dressed also and ready, for she was to depart immediately after the Earl. Her crape veil was over her face, but she threw it back. "My time is up, Isabel, and I must go. Is there anything you wish to say to me?" She opened her lips to speak, but glanced at Mr. Carlyle and hesitated. He was standing at the window, his back towards them. "I suppose not," said the Earl, answering himself, for he was in a fever of hurry to be off, like many others are when starting on a journey. "You will have no trouble whatever, my dear, only mind you get some refreshments in the middle of the day, for you won't be at Castle Marling before dinner time. Tell Lady Mount Severn that I had no time to write, but will do so from town." But Isabel stood before him in an attitude of uncertainty, of expectancy it may be said, her colour varying. "What is it? You wish to say something?" She certainly did wish to say something, but she did not know how. It was a moment of embarrassment to her, intensely painful, and the presence of Mr. Carlyle did not tend to lessen it. The latter had no idea his absence was wished for. "Bless me, Isabel, I declare I forgot all about it," cried the Earl, in a tone of vexation. "Not being accustomed to—this aspect of affairs is so new—" He broke off his disjointed sentences, unbuttoned his coat, drew out his purse, and paused over its contents. "Isabel, I have run myself very short, and have but little beyond what will take me to town. You must make £3 do for now, my dear. Once at Castle Marling, Pound has the funds for the journey, Lady Mount Severn will supply you. But you must tell her, or she will not know." He shot some gold out of his purse as he spoke, and left 2 sovereigns and 2 half-sovereigns on the table. "Farewell, my dear. Make yourself happy at Castle Marling. I shall be home soon." Passing from the room with Mr. Carlyle, he stood talking with that gentleman a minute, his foot on the step of the chaise, and the next was being whisked away. Mr. Carlyle returned to the breakfast room, where Isabel, an ashy whiteness having replaced the crimson on her cheeks, was picking up the gold. "Will you do me a favour, Mr. Carlyle?" "I will do anything I can for you." She pushed a sovereign and a half towards him. "It is for Mr. Kane. I told Marvel to send in and pay him, but it seems she forgot it, or put it off, and he is not paid. The tickets were a sovereign, the rest is for tuning the piano. Will you kindly give it him? If I trust one of the servants, it may be forgotten again in the hurry of their departure." "Kane's charge for tuning a piano is 5 shillings," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "But he was a long time occupied with it, and did something with the leathers. It is not too much. Besides, I never ordered him anything to eat. He wants money even worse than I do," she added, with a poor attempt at a smile. "But for thinking of him, I should not have mustered the courage to beg of Lord Mount Severn, as you have just heard me do. In that case, do you know what I should have done?" "What should you have done?" he smiled. "I should have asked you to pay him for me, and I would have repaid you as soon as I had any money. I had a great mind to ask you, do you know, it would have been less painful than being obliged to beg of Lord Mount Severn. "I hope it would," he answered, in a low, earnest tone. "What else can I do for you?" She was about to answer nothing, that he had done enough, but at that moment their attention was attracted by a bustle outside, and they moved to the window. It was the carriage coming round for Lady Isabel, the late Earl's chariot, which was to convey her to the railway station 6 or 7 miles off. It had 4 post horses to it, the number having been designated by Lord Mount Severn, who appeared to wish Isabel to leave the neighbourhood in as much state as she had entered it. The carriage was packed, and Marvel was perched outside. "All is ready," she said, "and the time is come for me to go. Mr. Carlyle, I am going to leave you a legacy. Those pretty gold and silver fish that I bought a few weeks back." "But why do you not take them?" "Take them to Lady Mount Severn? No, I'd rather leave them with you. Throw a few crumbs into the globe now and then." Her face was wet with tears, and he knew that she was talking hurriedly to cover her emotion. "Sit down a few minutes," he said. "No, no, I had better go at once." He took her hand to conduct her to the carriage. The servants were gathered in the hall, waiting for her. Some had grown grey in her father's service. She put out her hand, she strove to say a word of thanks and of farewell, and she thought she would choke at the effort of keeping down the sobs. At length it was over, a kind look around, a yearning wave of the hand, and she passed on with Mr. Carlyle. Pound had ascended to his place by Marvel, and the postboys were awaiting the signal to start, but Mr. Carlyle had the carriage door open again, and was bending in, holding her hand. "I have not said a word of thanks to you for all your kindness, Mr. Carlyle," she cried, her breath very laboured. "I am sure you have seen that I could not. I wish I could have done more. I wish I could have shielded you from the annoyances you have been obliged to endure," he answered. "Should we never meet again—" "Oh, but we shall meet again," she interrupted. "You promised Lord Mount Severn." "True, we may so meet casually, once in a way, but our ordinary paths in life lie far and wide apart. God for ever bless you, dear Lady Isabel." The postboys touched their horses, and the carriage sped on. She drew down the blinds and leaned back in an agony of tears. Tears for the house she was leaving, for the father she had lost. Her last thoughts had been of gratitude to Mr. Carlyle, but she had more cause to be grateful to him than she yet knew of. Emotion soon spent itself, and as her eyes cleared she saw a bit of crumpled paper lying on her lap, which appeared to have fallen from her hand. Mechanically she took it up and opened it. It was a bank note for £100. Ah, reader, you will say that this is a romance of fiction, and a far-fetched one, but it is verily and indeed true. Mr. Carlyle had taken it with him to East Lynne that morning, with its destined purpose. Lady Isabel strained her eyes and gazed at the note, gazed and gazed again. Where could it have come from? What had brought it there? Suddenly the undoubted truth flashed upon her. Mr. Carlyle had left it in her hand. Her cheeks burned, her fingers trembled, her angry spirit rose up in arms. In that first moment of discovery she was ready to resent it as an insult, but when she came to remember the sober facts of the last few days, her anger subsided into admiration of his wondrous kindness. Did he not know that she was without a home to call her own, without money, absolutely without money, save what would be given her in charity? When Lord Mount Severn reached London, and the hotel which the Vanes were in the habit of using, the first object his eyes lighted on was his own wife, whom he had believed to be safe at Castle Marling. He inquired the cause. Lady Mount Severn gave herself little trouble to explain. She had been up a day or two, could order her morning so much better in person, and William did not seem well, so she brought him up for a change. "I am sorry you came to town, Emma," remarked the Earl, after listening. "Isabel is gone to-day to Castle Marling." Lady Mount Severn quickly lifted her head. "What's she gone there for?" "It is the most disgraceful piece of business altogether," returned the Earl, without replying to the immediate question. "Mount Severn has died, worse than a beggar, and there's not a shilling for Isabel." "It was never expected there would be much." "But there's nothing, not a penny, nothing for her own personal expenses. I gave her £1 or 2 to-day, for she was completely destitute." The Countess opened her eyes. "Where will she live? What will become of her?" "She must live with us. She—" "With us! interrupted Lady Mount Severn, her voice almost reaching a scream, "that she never shall." "She must, Emma. There is nowhere else for her to live. I have been obliged to decide it so, and she is gone, as I tell you, to Castle Marling to day." Lady Mount Severn grew pale with anger. She rose from her seat and confronted her husband, the table being between them. "Listen, Raymond, I will not have Isabel Vane under my roof. I hate her. How could you be cajoled into sanctioning such a thing?" "I was not cajoled, and my sanction was not asked," he mildly replied. "I proposed it. Where else is she to be?" "I don't care where," was the obstinate retort. "Never with us." "She is at Castle Marling now, gone to it as her home," resumed the earl, "and even you, when you return, will scarcely venture to turn her out again into the road or to the workhouse. She will not trouble you long," carelessly continued the earl. "One so lovely as Isabel will be sure to marry early, and she appears as gentle and sweet-tempered a girl as I ever saw. So whence can arise your dislike to her, I don't pretend to guess. Many a man will be ready to forget her want of fortune for the sake of her face." "She shall marry the first who asks her," snapped the angry lady. "I'll take care of that." Chapter 12 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 12. Life at Castle Marling. Isabel had been in her new home about 10 days when Lord and Lady Mount Severn arrived at Castle Marling, which was not a castle, you may as well be told, but only the name of a town, nearly contiguous to which was their residence, a small estate. Lord Mount Severn welcomed Isabel, Lady Mount Severn also, after a fashion, but her manner was so repellent, so insolently patronising, that it brought the indignant crimson to the cheeks of Lady Isabel. And if this was the case at the first meeting, what do you suppose it must have been as time went on? Galling slights, petty vexations, chilling annoyances were put upon her, trying her powers of endurance to the very length of their tether. She would wring her hands when alone, and passionately wish that she could find another refuge. The Earl and Countess had 2 children, both boys, and in February the younger one, always a delicate child, died. This somewhat altered their plans. Instead of proceeding to London after Easter, as had been decided upon, they would not go till May. The Earl had passed part of the winter at Mount Severn, looking after the repairs and renovations that were being made there. In March he went to Paris, full of grief for the loss of his boy, far greater grief than was experienced by Lady Mount Severn. April approached, and with it Easter. To the unconcealed dismay of Lady Mount Severn, her grandmother, Mrs. Levison, wrote her word that she required change, and should pass Easter with her at Castle Marling. Lady Mount Severn would have given her diamonds to have got out of it, but there was no escape. Diamonds that were once Isabel's, at least, that Isabel had worn. On the Monday in Passion Week the old lady arrived, and with her Francis Levison. They had no other guests. Things went on pretty smoothly till Good Friday. On Good Friday afternoon Isabel strolled out with little William Vane, and they never came in till nearly dinner time, when the 3 entered together, Lady Mount Severn doing penance all the time, and nursing her rage against Isabel, for Mrs. Levison kept her indoors. There was barely time to dress for dinner, and Isabel went straight to her room. Her dress was off, her dressing gown on. Marvel was busy with her hair, and William chattering at her knee, when the door was flung open, and my lady entered. "Where have you been?" demanded she, shaking with passion. Isabel knew the signs. "Strolling about in the shrubberies and grounds," answered Isabel. "How dare you so disgrace yourself?" "I do not understand you," said Isabel, her heart beginning to beat unpleasantly. "Marvel, you are pulling my hair." When women liable to intemperate fits of passion give the reins to them, they neither know nor care what they say. Lady Mount Severn broke into a torrent of reproach and abuses, most degrading and unjustifiable. "Is it not sufficient that you are allowed an asylum in my house, but you must also disgrace it? 3 hours have you been hiding yourself with Francis Levison. You have done nothing but flirt with him from the moment he came. You did nothing else at Christmas." The attack was longer and broader, but that was the substance of it, and Isabel was goaded to resistance, to anger little less great than that of the Countess. This, and before her attendant! She, an earl's daughter, so much better born than Emma Mount Severn, to be thus insultingly accused, in the other's mad jealousy. Isabel tossed her hair from the hands of Marvel, rose up and confronted the Countess, constraining her voice to calmness. "I do not flirt," she said. "I have never flirted. I leave that," and she could not wholly suppress in tone the scorn she felt, "to married women, though it seems to me that it is a fault less venial in them than in single ones. There is but one inmate of this house who flirts, so far as I have seen since I have lived in it. Is it you or I, Lady Mount Severn?" The home truth told on her ladyship. She turned white with rage, forgot her manners, and raising her right hand, struck Isabel a stinging blow upon the left cheek. Confused and terrified, Isabel stood in pain, and before she could speak or act, my lady's left hand was raised to the other cheek, and a blow left on that. Lady Isabel shivered as with a sudden chill, and cried out, a sharp, quick cry, covered her outraged face, and sank down upon the dressing-chair. Marvel threw up her hands in dismay, and William Vane could not have burst into a louder roar had he been beaten himself. The boy, he was of a sensitive nature, was frightened. My good reader, are you one of the inexperienced ones who borrow notions of fashionable life from the novels got in a library, taking their high-flown contents for gospel, and religiously believing that lords and ladies live upon stilts, speak, eat, move, breathe, by the rules of good breeding only? Are you under the delusion, too many are, that the days of dukes and duchesses are spent discussing pictures, tastes, Shakespeare, and the musical glasses, that they are strung on polite wires of silver, and can't get off the hinges, never giving vent to angry tempers, to words unorthodox, as commonplace mortals do? That will come to pass when the great Creator shall see fit to send men into the world free from baneful tempers, evil passions, from the sins bequeathed from the fall of Adam. Lady Mount Severn finished up the scene by boxing William for his noise, jerked him out of the room, and told him he was a monkey. Isabel Vane lived through the livelong night, weeping tears of anguish and indignation. She would not remain at Castle Marling. Who would, after so great an outrage? Yet where was she to go? 50 times in the course of the night did she wish that she was laid beside her father, for her feelings obtained the mastery of her reason. In her calm moments she would have shrunk from the idea of death, as the young and healthy must do. She rose on the Saturday morning, weak and languid, the effects of the night of grief, and Marvel brought her breakfast up. William Vane stole into her room afterward. He was attached to her in a remarkable degree. "Mamma's going out," he exclaimed in the course of the morning. "Look, Isabel." Isabel went to the window. Lady Mount Severn was in the pony carriage, Francis Levison driving. "We can go down now, Isabel. Nobody will be there." She assented, and went down with William, but scarcely were they in the drawing-room when a servant entered with a card on a salver. "A gentleman, my lady, wishes to see you." "To see me?" returned Isabel in surprise. "Or Lady Mount Severn?" "He asked for you, my lady." She took up the card. "Mr. Carlyle." "Oh!" she uttered in a tone of joyful surprise. "Show him in." It is curious, nay appalling, to trace the thread in a human life, how the most trivial occurrences lead to the great events of existence, bringing forth happiness or misery, weal or woe. A client of Mr. Carlyle's, travelling from one part of England to the other, was arrested by illness at Castle Marling, grave illness it appeared to be, inducing fears of death. He had not, as the phrase goes, settled his affairs, and Mr. Carlyle was telegraphed for in haste to make his will, and for other private matters. A very simple occurrence it appeared to Mr. Carlyle, this journey, and yet it was destined to lead to events that would end only with his own life. Mr. Carlyle entered, unaffected and gentlemanly as ever, with his noble form, his attractive face, and his drooping eyelids. She advanced to meet him, holding out her hand, her countenance betraying her pleasure. "This is indeed unexpected," she exclaimed. "How very pleased I am to see you." "Business brought me yesterday to Castle Marling. I could not leave it again without calling on you. I hear that Lord Mount Severn is absent." "He is in France," she rejoined. "I said we should be sure to meet again. Do you remember, Mr. Carlyle? You—" Isabel suddenly stopped, for with the word remember she also remembered something, the £100 note, and what she was saying faltered on her tongue. Confused indeed grew she, for alas! she had changed and partly spent it. How was it possible to ask Lady Mount Severn for money? And the Earl was nearly always away. Mr. Carlyle saw her embarrassment, though he may not have detected its cause. "What a fine boy!" exclaimed he, looking at the child. "It is Lord Vane," said Isabel. "A truthful, earnest spire, I am sure," he continued, gazing at his open countenance. "How old are you, my little man?" "I am 6, sir, and my brother was 4." Isabel bent over the child, an excuse to cover her perplexity. You do not know this gentleman, William. It is Mr. Carlyle, and he has been very kind to me." The little lord had turned his thoughtful eyes on Mr. Carlyle, apparently studying his countenance. "I shall like you, sir, if you are kind to Isabel. Are you kind to her?" "Very, very kind," murmured Lady Isabel, leaving William and turning to Mr. Carlyle, but not looking at him. "I don't know what to say. I ought to thank you. I did not intend to use it, but I "Hush," he interrupted, laughing at her confusion. "I do not know what you are talking of. I have a great misfortune to break to you, Lady Isabel." She lifted her eyes and her glowing cheeks, somewhat aroused from her own thoughts. "Two of your fish are dead, the gold ones." "Are they?" "I believe it was the frost killed them. I don't know what else it could have been. You may remember those bitter days we had in January. They died then." "You are very good to take care of them all this while. How is East Lynne looking? Dear East Lynne! Is it occupied?" "Not yet. I have spent some money upon it, and it repays the outlay." The excitement of his arrival had worn off, and she was looking herself again, pale and sad. He could not help observing that she was changed. "I cannot expect to look so well at Castle Marling as I did at East Lynne," she answered. "I trust it is a happy home to you?" said Mr. Carlyle, speaking upon impulse. She glanced up at him, a look that he would never forget. It certainly told of despair. "No," she said, shaking her head. "It is a miserable home, and I cannot remain in it. I have been awake all night thinking where I can go, but I cannot tell. I have not a friend in the wide world." Never let people talk secrets before children, for be assured that they comprehend a vast deal more than is expedient. The saying that little pitchers have great ears is wonderfully true. Lord Vane held up his hand to Mr. Carlyle. "Isabel told me this morning that she should go away from us. Shall I tell you why? Mamma beat her yesterday when she was angry." "Be quiet, William," interrupted Lady Isabel, her face in a flame. "Two great slaps upon her cheeks," continued the young Viscount, "and Isabel cried so, and I screamed, and then mamma hit me. But boys are made to be hit, nurse says so. Marvel came into the nursery when we were at tea, and told nurse about it. She says Isabel's too good looking, and that's why mamma—" Isabel stopped the child's tongue, rang a peal on the bell, and marched him to the door, dispatching him to the nursery by the servant who answered it. Mr. Carlyle's eyes were full of indignant sympathy. "Can this be true?" he asked, in a low tone, when she returned to him. "You do indeed want a friend." "I must bear my lot," she replied, obeying the impulse which prompted her to confide in Mr. Carlyle, "at least till Lord Mount Severn returns." "And then?" "I really do not know," she said, the rebellious tears rising faster than she could choke them down. "He has no other home to offer me, but with Lady Mount Severn I cannot and will not remain. She would break my heart, as she has already well nigh broken my spirit. I have not deserved it of her, Mr. Carlyle." "No, I am sure you have not," he warmly answered. "I wish I could help you. What can I do?" "You can do nothing," she said. "What can anyone do?" I wish I could help you," he repeated. "East Lynne was not, take it for all in all, a pleasant home to you, but it seems you changed for the worse when you left." "Not a pleasant home!" she echoed, its reminiscences appearing delightful in that moment, for it must be remembered that all things are estimated by comparison. "Indeed it was. I may never have so pleasant a one again. Mr. Carlyle, do not disparage East Lynne to me. Would I could awake and find the last few months but a hideous dream; that I could find my dear father alive again; that we were still living peacefully at East Lynne. It would be a very Eden to me now." What was Mr. Carlyle about to say? What emotion was it that agitated his countenance, impeded his breath, and dyed his face blood red? His better genius was surely not watching over him, or those words had never been spoken. "There is but one way," he began, taking her hand and nervously playing with it, probably unconscious that he did so. "Only one way in which you could return to East Lynne, and that way I may not presume, perhaps, to point it out." She looked at him and waited for an explanation. "If my words offend you, Lady Isabel, check them, as their presumption deserves, and pardon me. Dare I offer you to return to East Lynne as its mistress?" She did not comprehend him in the slightest degree. The drift of his meaning never dawned upon her. "Return to East Lynne as its mistress?" she repeated in bewilderment. "And as my wife." No possibility of misunderstanding him now, and the shock and surprise were great. She had stood there by Mr. Carlyle's side, conversing confidentially with him, esteeming him greatly, feeling as if he were her truest friend on earth, clinging to him in her heart as to a powerful haven of refuge, loving him almost as she would a brother, suffering her hand to remain in his. But to be his wife! The idea had never presented itself to her in any shape until this moment, and her mind's first emotion was one of entire opposition, her first movement to express it, as she essayed to withdraw herself and her hand away from him. But not so. Mr. Carlyle did not suffer it. He not only retained that hand, but took the other also, and spoke, now the ice was broken, eloquent words of love, not unmeaning phrases of rhapsody about hearts and darts, and dying for her, such as somebody else might have given utterance to, but earnest-hearted words of deep tenderness, calculated to win upon the mind's good sense, as well as upon the ear and heart, and it may be that, had her imagination not been filled up with that somebody else, she would have said yes there and then. They were suddenly interrupted. Lady Mount Severn entered, and took in the scene at a glance, Mr. Carlyle's bent attitude of devotion, his imprisonment of the hands, and Isabel's perplexed and blushing countenance. She threw up her head and her little inquisitive nose, and stopped short on the carpet. Her freezing looks demanded an explanation as plainly as looks can do it. Mr. Carlyle turned to her, and by way of sparing Isabel, proceeded to introduce himself. Isabel had just presence of mind left to name her. "Lady Mount Severn." "I am sorry that Lord Mount Severn should be absent, to whom I have the honour of being known," he said. "I am Mr. Carlyle." "I have heard of you," replied her ladyship, scanning his good looks, and feeling cross that his homage should be given where she saw it was given. "But I had not heard that you and Lady Isabel Vane were on the extraordinary terms of intimacy that "Madam," he interrupted, as he handed a chair to her ladyship, and took another himself, "we have never yet been on terms of extraordinary intimacy. I was begging the Lady Isabel to grant that we may be. I was asking her to become my wife." The avowal was a shower of incense to the Countess, and her ill humour melted into sunshine. It was a solution to her great difficulty, a loophole by which she might get rid of her bête noire, the hated Isabel. A flush of gratification lighted her face, and she became full of graciousness to Mr. Carlyle. "How very grateful Isabel must feel to you," quoth she. "I speak openly, Mr. Carlyle, because I know that you are cognizant of the unprotected state in which she was left by the earls in Providence, putting marriage for her, at any rate, a high marriage, nearly out of the question. East Lynne is a beautiful place, I have heard." "For its size, it is not large," replied Mr. Carlyle, as he rose, for Isabel had also risen, and was coming forward. "And pray, what is Lady Isabel's answer?" quickly asked the Countess, turning to her. Not to her did Isabel condescend to give an answer, but she approached Mr. Carlyle and spoke in a low tone. "Will you give me a few hours for consideration?" "I am only too happy that you should accord it consideration, for it speaks to me of hope," was his reply, as he opened the door for her to pass out. "I will be here again this afternoon." It was a perplexing debate that Lady Isabel held with herself in the solitude of her chamber, whilst Mr. Carlyle touched upon ways and means to Lady Mount Severn. Isabel was little more than a child, and as a child she reasoned, looking neither far nor deep, the shallow, palpable aspect of affairs alone presenting itself to her view. That Mr. Carlyle was not of rank equal to her own, she scarcely remembered. East Lynne seemed a very fair settlement in life, and in point of size, beauty, and importance it was far superior to the house she was now in. She forgot that her position in East Lynne as Mr. Carlyle's wife would not be what it had been as Lord Mount Severn's daughter. She forgot that she would be tied to a quiet house, shut out from the great world, the pomps and vanities to which she was born. She liked Mr. Carlyle much. She experienced pleasure in conversing with him. She liked to be with him. In short, but for that other ill-omened fancy which had crept over her, there would have been danger of her falling in love with Mr. Carlyle. And oh, to be removed for ever from the bitter dependence on Lady Mount Severn, East Lynne would in truth, after that, seem what she had called it, Eden. "So far it looks favourable," mentally exclaimed poor Isabel, "but there is the other side of the question. It is not only that I do not love Mr. Carlyle, but I fear I do love, or very nearly love, Francis Levison. I wish he would ask me to be his wife, or that I had never seen him." Isabel's soliloquy was interrupted by the entrance of Mrs. Levison and the Countess. What the latter had said to the old lady to win her to the cause was best known to herself, but she was eloquent in it. They both used every possible argument to induce her to accept Mr. Carlyle, the old lady declaring that she had never been introduced to any one she was so much taken with, and Mrs. Levison was incapable of asserting what was not true, that he was worth a dozen empty-headed men of the great world. Isabel listened, now swayed one way, now the other, and when afternoon came her head was aching with perplexity. The stumbling block that she could not get over was Francis Levison. She saw Mr. Carlyle approach from her window, and went down to the drawing room, not in the least knowing what her answer was to be. A shadowy idea was presenting itself that she would ask him for a longer time, and write her answer. In the drawing room was Francis Levison, and her heart beat wildly, which said beating might have convinced her that she ought not to marry another. "Where have you been hiding yourself?" cried he. "Did you hear of our mishap with the pony carriage?" "No," was her answer. "I was driving Emma into town. The pony took fright, kicked, plunged, and went down upon his knees. She took fright in turn, got out and walked back, so I gave the brute some chastisement and a race, and brought him to the stables, getting home in time to be introduced to Mr. Carlyle. He seems an out-and-out good fellow, Isabel, and I congratulate you." "What?" she uttered. "Don't start. We are all in the family, and my lady told. I won't betray it abroad. She says East Lynne is a place to be coveted. I wish you happiness, Isabel." "Thank you," she returned, in a sarcastic tone, though her throat beat and her lips quivered. "You are premature in your congratulations, Captain Levison." "Am I? Keep my good wishes, then, till the right man comes. I am beyond the pale myself, and dare not think of entering the happy state," he added, in a pointed tone. "I have indulged dreams of it, like others, but I cannot afford to indulge them seriously. A poor man with uncertain prospects can only play the butterfly, perhaps to his life's end." He quitted the room as he spoke. It was impossible for Isabel to misunderstand him, but a feeling shot across her mind for the first time that he was false and heartless. One of the servants appeared, showing in Mr. Carlyle. Nothing false or heartless about him. He closed the door and approached her, but she did not speak, and her lips were white and trembling. Mr. Carlyle waited. "Well," he said at length, in a gentle tone, "have you decided to grant my prayer?" "Yes, but—" She could not go on. What with one agitation and another, she had difficulty in conquering her emotion. "But I was going to tell you—" "Presently," he whispered, leaving her to her sofa. "We can both afford to wait now. Oh, Isabel, you have made me very happy." "I ought to tell you, I must tell you," she began again, in the midst of hysterical tears. "Though I have said yes to your proposal, I do not yet it has come upon me by surprise," she stammered. "I like you very much, I esteem and respect you, but I do not love you." "I should wonder if you did. But will you let me earn your love, Isabel?" "Oh, yes," she earnestly answered. "I hope so." He drew her closer to him, bent his face, and took from her lips his first kiss. Isabel was passive; she supposed he had gained the right to do so. "My dearest, it is all I ask." Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Moonlight Walk. The sensations of Mr. Carlyle, when he returned to West Lynne, were much like those of an Eton boy, who knows he has been in mischief, and dreads detection. Always open as to his own affairs, for he had nothing to conceal, he yet deemed it expedient to dissemble now. He felt that his sister would be bitter at the prospect of his marrying; instinct had taught him that, years past, and he believed that, of all women, the most objectionable to her would be Lady Isabel, for Miss Carlyle looked to the useful, and had neither sympathy nor admiration for the beautiful. He was not sure but she might be capable of endeavouring to frustrate the marriage, should news of it reach her ears, and her indomitable will had caused many strange things in her life; therefore, you will not blame Mr. Carlyle for observing entire reticence as to his future plans. A family of the name of Carew had been about taking East Lynne; they wished to rent it, furnished, for 3 years. Upon some of the minor arrangements they and Mr. Carlyle were opposed, but the latter declined to give way. During his absence at Castle Marling, news had arrived from them; they had acceded to all his terms, and would enter upon East Lynne as soon as it was convenient. Miss Carlyle was full of congratulations; it was off their hands, she said, but the first letter Mr. Carlyle wrote was, to decline them. He did not tell this to Miss Carlyle. The final touches to the house were given, preparatory to the reception of its inhabitants, and 3 maids and 2 men servants hired and sent there, upon board wages, until the family should arrive. One evening, 3 weeks subsequent to Mr. Carlyle's visit to Castle Marling, Barbara Hare called at Miss Carlyle's, and found them going to tea much earlier than usual. "We dined earlier," said Miss Corny, "and I ordered tea as soon as the dinner went away. Otherwise Archibald would have taken none. I am as well without tea, and I have a mass of business to get through yet." "You are not as well without it," cried Miss Corny, "and I don't choose you should go without it. Take off your bonnet, Barbara. He does things like nobody else. He is off to Castle Marling to-morrow, and never could open his lips till just now that he was going." "Is that invalid, Brewster, or whatever his name is, laid up at Castle Marling still?" exclaimed Barbara. "He is still there," said Mr. Carlyle. Barbara sprang up the moment tea was over. "Dill is waiting for me in the office, and I have some hours' work before me. However, I suppose you won't care to put up with Peter's attendance, so make haste with your bonnet, Barbara." She took his arm, and they walked on. Mr. Carlyle striking the hedge and the grass with her parasol. Another minute, and the candle was in too. "I thought you would do it," said Barbara, while he was regarding the parasol with ludicrous dismay. "Never mind, it is an old one." "I will bring you another to replace it. What is the colour?" "Brown. I won't forget. Hold the relics a minute, Barbara." He put the pieces in her hand, and, taking out a note case, made a note in pencil. "What's that for?" she inquired. He held it close to her eyes that she might discern what he had written. "Brown parasol. B.H." "A reminder for me, Barbara, in case I forget." Barbara's eyes detected another item or two already entered in the note case. "Piano. Plate." "I jot down the things as they occur to me that I must get in London," he explained. "Otherwise I should forget half." "In London? I thought you were going in an opposite direction to Castle Marling." It was a slip of the tongue, but Mr. Carlyle repaired it. "I may probably have to visit London as well as Castle Marling. How bright the moon looks rising there, Barbara." "So bright, that or the sky, that I saw your secret," answered she. "Piano! Plate! What can you want with either, Archibald?" "They are for East Lynne," he quietly replied. "Oh, for the Carews!" and Barbara's interest in the item was gone. They turned into the road just below the grove, and reached it. Mr. Carlyle held the gate open for Barbara. "You will come in and say good night to mamma? She was saying to-day what a stranger you have made of yourself lately." "I have been busy, and I really have not the time to-night. You must remember me to her instead." And cordially shaking her by the hand, he closed the gate. It was 2 or 3 mornings after the departure of Mr. Carlyle that Mr. Dill appeared before Miss Carlyle, bearing a letter. She was busy regarding the effect of some new muslin curtains, just put up, and did not pay attention to him. "Will you please take out the letter, Miss Cornelia? The postman left it in the office with ours. It is from Mr. Archibald." "Why, what has he got to write to me about?" retorted Miss Corny. "Does he say when he is coming home?" "You had better see, Miss Cornelia. Mine does not." Castle Marling, May 1st. My dear Cornelia, I was married this morning to Lady Isabel Vane, and hasten briefly to acquaint you with the fact. I will write you more fully tomorrow or the next day, and explain all things. Your ever affectionate brother, Archibald Carlyle. "It is a hoax!" was the first guttural sound that escaped from Miss Carlyle's throat when speech came to her. Mr. Dill only stood like a stone image. "It is a hoax, I say," raved Miss Carlyle. "What are you standing there for, like a gander on one leg?" she reiterated, venting her anger upon the unoffending man. "Is it a hoax or not?" "I am overdone with amazement, Miss Corny. It is not a hoax. I have had a letter too." "It can't be true, it can't be true. He had no more thought of being married when he left here 3 days ago than I have." "How can we tell that, Miss Corny? How are we to know he did not go to be married? I fancy he did." "Go to be married!" shrieked Miss Corny, in a passion. "He would not be such a fool! And to that fine lady child! No, no!" "He has sent this to be put in the county journals," said Mr. Dill, holding forth a scrap of paper. "They are married, safe enough." Miss Carlyle took it and held it before her. Her hand was cold as ice, and shook as if with palsy. "Married, on the 1st instance, at Castle Marling, by the chaplain to the Earl of Mount Severn, Archibald Carlyle, Esquire, of East Lynne, to the Lady Isabel Mary Vane, only child of William, late Earl of Mount Severn." Miss Carlyle tore the paper to atoms and scattered it. Mr. Dill afterward made copies from memory, and sent them to the journal offices. But let that pass. "I will never forgive him," she deliberately uttered, "and I will never forgive or tolerate her." CHAPTER 14.
Chapter 14 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Anna Roberts. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 14. The Earl's Astonishment. The announcement of the marriage in the newspapers was the first intimation of it Lord Mount Severn received. He was little less thunderstruck than Miss Corny, and came steaming to England the same day, thereby missing his wife's letter, which gave her version of the affair. He met Mr. Carlyle and Lady Isabel in London, where they were staying at one of the West End hotels. Only for a day or two, however, for they were going further. Isabel was alone when the Earl was announced. "What is the meaning of this, Isabel?" began he, without the circumlocution of greeting. "You are married?"
"Yes," she answered, with her pretty innocent blush. "Some time ago."
"And to Carlyle, the lawyer? How did it come about?" Isabel began to think how it did come about, sufficiently to give a clear answer.
"He asked me," she said, "and I accepted him. He came to Castle Marling at Easter, and asked me then. I was very much surprised."
The Earl looked at her attentively. "Why was I kept in ignorance of this, Isabel?"
"I did not know you were kept in ignorance of it. Mr. Carlyle wrote to you, as did Lady Mount Severn."
Lord Mount Severn was a man in the dark, and looked like it. "I suppose this comes," soliloquized he, aloud, "of your father's having allowed the gentleman to dance daily attendance at East Lynne, and so you fell in love with him."
"Indeed, no," answered she, in an amused tone. "I never thought of such a thing as falling in love with Mr. Carlyle."
"Then you don't love him?" abruptly asked the Earl.
"No," she whispered, timidly, "but I like him very much, oh, very much, and he is so good to me."
The Earl stroked his chin and mused. Isabel had destroyed the only reasonable conclusion he had been able to come to as to the motives for the hasty marriage. "If you do not love Mr. Carlyle, how comes it that you are so wise in the distinction between liking and love? It cannot be that you love anybody else." The question turned home, and Isabel turned crimson.
"I shall love my husband in time," was all she answered, as she bent her head and played nervously with her watch chain.
"My poor child!" involuntarily exclaimed the Earl, but he was one who liked to fathom the depth of everything. "Who has been staying at Castle Marling since I left?" he asked sharply.
"Mrs. Levison came down."
"I alluded to gentlemen, young men."
"Only Francis Levison," she replied.
"Francis Levison! You have never been so foolish as to fall in love with him?" The question was so pointed, so abrupt, and Isabel's self-consciousness moreover so great, that she betrayed lamentable confusion, and the Earl had no further need to ask. Pity stole into his hard eyes as they fixed themselves on her downcast, glowing face. "Isabel," he gravely began, "Captain Levison is not a good man. If ever you are inclined to think him one, dispossess your mind of the idea, and hold him at arm's distance. Drop his acquaintance, encourage no intimacy with him."
"I have already dropped it," said Isabel, "and I shall not take it up again. But Lady Mount Severn must think well of him, or she would not have him there."
"She thinks none too well of him. None can of Francis Levison," returned the Earl significantly. Before Isabel could reply, Mr. Carlyle entered. He held out his hand to the Earl. The Earl did not appear to see it. "Isabel," said he, "I am sorry to turn you out, but I suppose you have but this one sitting room. I wish to say a few words to Mr. Carlyle." She quitted then, and the Earl wheeled round and faced Mr. Carlyle, speaking in a stern, haughty tone. "How came this marriage about, sir? Do you possess so little honor, that, taking advantage of my absence, you must intrude yourself into my family, and clandestinely espouse Lady Isabel Vane?" Mr. Carlyle stood confounded and confused. He drew himself up to his full height, looking every whit as fearless and far more noble than the peer. "My lord, I do not understand you." "Yet I speak plainly. What is it but a clandestine procedure to take advantage of a guardian's absence, and beguile a young girl into a marriage beneath her? There has been nothing clandestine in my conduct toward Lady Isabel Vane. There shall be nothing but honor in my conduct toward Lady Isabel Carlyle. Your lordship has been misinformed." "I have not been informed at all," retorted the Earl. "I was allowed to learn this from the public papers. I, the only relative of Lady Isabel."
"When I proposed for Lady Isabel—"
"But a month ago," sarcastically interrupted the Earl. "But a month ago," calmly repeated Mr. Carlyle, "my first action, after Isabel accepted me, was to write to you. but that I imagine you may not have received the letter, by stating you first heard of our marriage through the papers, I should say, the want of courtesy lay on your lordship's side for having vouchsafed me no reply to it. What were the contents of the letter? I stated what had occurred, mentioning what I was able to do in the way of settlements, and also that both Isabel and myself wished the ceremony to take place as soon as might be. And pray where did you address the letter? Lady Mount Severn could not give me the address. She said if I would entrust the letter to her, she would forward it with the rest she wrote, for she expected daily to hear from you. I did give her the letter, and I heard no more of the matter, except that her ladyship sent me a message when Isabel was writing to me, that as you had returned no reply, of course you approved. Is this the fact? Cried the Earl. My lord, coldly replied Mr. Carlyle, whatever may be my defects in your eyes, I am at least a man of truth. Until this moment, the suspicion that you were in ignorance of the contemplated marriage never occurred to me. So far, then, I beg your pardon, Mr. Carlyle. But how came the marriage about at all? How came it to be hurried over in this unseemly fashion? You made the offer at Easter, Isabel tells me, and you married her 3 weeks after it. And I would have married her and brought her away with me the day I did make it, had it been practicable, returned Mr. Carlyle. I have acted throughout for her comfort and happiness. Oh, indeed! Exclaimed the Earl, returning to his disagreeable tone. Perhaps you will put me in possession of the facts, and of your motives. I warn you that the facts to you will not bear a pleasant sound, Lord Mount Severn. Allow me to be the judge of that, said the Earl. Business took me to Castle Marling on Good Friday. On the following day I called at your house. After your own and Isabel's invitation, it was natural I should. In fact, it would have been a breach of good feeling not to do so. I found Isabel ill-treated and miserable, far from enjoying a happy home in your house. What, sir? Interrupted the Earl. Ill-treated and miserable? Ill-treated even to blows, my lord. The Earl stood as one petrified, staring at Mr. Carlyle. I learnt it, I must premise, through the chattering revelations of your little son. Isabel, of course, would not have mentioned it to me, but when the child had spoken, she did not deny it. In short, she was too broken-hearted, too completely bowed in spirit to deny it. It aroused all my feelings of indignation. It excited in me an irresistible desire to emancipate her from this cruel life, and take her where she would find affection, and I hope happiness. There was only one way which I could do this, and I risked it. I asked her to become my wife, and to return to her home at East Lynne. The Earl was slowly recovering from his petrifaction. Then am I to understand that when you called that day at my house, you carried no intention with you of proposing to Isabel? Not any. It was an impromptu step, the circumstances under which I found her calling it forth. The Earl paced the room, perplexed still, and evidently disturbed. May I inquire if you love her? He abruptly said. Mr. Carlyle paused ere he spoke, and a red flush dyed his face. Those sort of feelings man rarely acknowledges to man, Lord Mount Severn, but I will answer you. I do love her, passionately and sincerely. I learnt to love her at East Lynne, but I could have carried my love silently within me to the end of my life, and never betrayed it, and probably should have done so, but for the unexpected visit to Castle Marling. If the idea of making her my wife had never previously occurred to me as practicable, it was that I deemed her rank incompatible with my own. As it was, said the Earl. Country solicitors have married peers' daughters before now, remarked Mr. Carlyle. I only add another to the list. But you cannot keep her as a peer's daughter, I presume? East Lynne will be her home. Our establishment will be small and quiet as compared with her father's. I explained to Isabel how quiet at the first, and she might have retracted had she wished. I explained also in full to Lady Mount Severn. East Lynne will descend to our eldest son, should we have children. My profession is most lucrative, my income good. Were I to die tomorrow, Isabel would enjoy East Lynne and about £3,000 per annum. I gave these details in the letter, which appears to have miscarried. The Earl made no immediate reply. He was absorbed in thought. Your lordship perceives, I hope, that there has been nothing clandestine in my conduct to Lady Isabel. Lord Mount Severn held out his hand. I refused my hand when you came in, Mr. Carlyle, as you may have observed. Perhaps you will refuse yours now, though I should be proud to shake it. When I find myself in the wrong, I am not above acknowledging the fact, and I must state my opinion that you have behaved most kindly and honourably. Mr. Carlyle smiled, and put his hand into the Earl's. The latter retained it while he spoke in a whisper. Of course, I cannot be ignorant that, in speaking of Isabel's ill treatment, you alluded to my wife. Has it transpired beyond yourselves? You may be sure that neither Isabel nor myself would mention it. We shall dismiss it from among our reminiscences. Let it be as though you had never heard it. It is past and done with." "Isabel," said the Earl, as he was departing that evening, for he remained to spend the day with them, "I came here this morning almost prepared to strike your husband, and I go away honoring him. Be a good and faithful wife to him, for he deserves it."
"Of course I shall," she answered, in surprise.
Lord Mount Severn steamed on to Castle Marling, and there he had a stormy interview with his wife, so stormy that the sounds penetrated to the ears of the domestics. He left again the same day in anger, and proceeded to Mount Severn. "He will have time to cool down before we meet in London," was the comment of my lady. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Anna Roberts. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 15. Coming Home. Miss Carlyle, having resolved upon her course, quitted her own house, and removed to East Lynne with Peter and her handmaidens. In spite of Mr. Dill's grieved remonstrances, she discharged the servants whom Mr. Carlyle had engaged, all save one man. On a Friday night, about a month after the wedding, Mr. Carlyle and his wife came home. They were expected, and Miss Carlyle went through the hall to receive them, and stood on the upper steps, between the pillars of the portico. An elegant chariot with 4 post-horses was drawing up. Miss Carlyle compressed her lips as she scanned it. She was attired in a handsome dark silk dress and a new cap. Her anger had had time to cool down in the last month, and her strong common sense told her that the wiser plan would be to make the best of it. Mr. Carlyle came up the steps with Isabel. "You here, Cornelia! That was kind. How are you? Isabel, this is my sister." Lady Isabel put forth her hand, and Miss Carlyle condescended to touch the tips of her fingers. "I hope you are well, ma'am," she jerked out. Mr. Carlyle left them together, and went back to search for some trifles which had been left in the carriage. Miss Carlyle led the way to a sitting room, where the supper tray was laid. "You would like to go upstairs and take your things off before supper, ma'am?" she said, in the same jerking tone, to Lady Isabel.
"Thank you. I will go to my rooms, but I do not require supper. We have dined."
"Then what would you like to take?" asked Miss Corny.
"Some tea, if you please. I am very thirsty."
"Tea!" ejaculated Miss Corny. "So late as this? I don't know that they have boiling water. You'd never sleep a wink all night, ma'am, if you took tea at 11 o'clock."
"Oh, then, never mind," replied Lady Isabel. "It is of no consequence. Do not let me give trouble."
Miss Carlyle whisked out of the room, upon what errand was best known to herself, and in the hall she and Marvel came to an encounter. No words passed, but each eyed the other grimly. Marvel was very stylish, with 5 flounces to her dress, a veil, and a parasol. Meanwhile, Lady Isabel sat down and burst into bitter tears and sobs. A chill had come over her. It did not seem like coming to East Lynne. Mr. Carlyle entered and witnessed the grief. "Isabel!" he uttered in amazement, as he hastened up to her. "My darling, what ails you?"
"I am tired, I think," she gently answered, "and coming into the house again made me think of papa. I should like to go to my rooms, Archibald, but I don't know which they are."
Neither did Mr. Carlyle know, but Miss Carlyle came whisking in again, and said, "The best rooms, those next the library. Should she go up with my lady?" Mr. Carlyle preferred to go himself, and he held out his arm to Isabel. She drew her veil over her face as she passed Miss Carlyle. The branches were not lighted, and the room looked cold and comfortless. "Things seem all 6s and 7s in the house," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "I fancy the servants must have misunderstood my letter, and not have expected us until to-morrow night." On returning to the sitting-room, Mr. Carlyle inquired the cause of the servants' negligence. "I sent them away because they were superfluous encumbrances," hastily replied Miss Carlyle. "We have 4 in the house, and my lady has brought a fine maid, I see, making 5. I have come up here to live." Mr. Carlyle felt checkmated. He had always bowed to the will of Miss Corny, but he had an idea that he and his wife should be better without her. "And your house?" he exclaimed. "I have let it furnished. The people enter to-day, so you cannot turn me out of East Lynne on to the road, or to furnished lodgings, Archibald. There'll be enough expense without our keeping on 2 houses, and most people in your place would jump at the prospect of my living here. Your wife will be mistress. I do not intend to take her honors from her, but I will save her a world of trouble in management. be as useful to her as a housekeeper. She will be glad of that, inexperienced as she is. I dare say she never gave a domestic order in her life." This was a view of the case, to Mr. Carlyle, so plausibly put that he began to think it might be all for the best. He had great reverence for his sister's judgment. Force of habit is strong upon all of us. Still, he did not know. "Did you buy that fine piano which has arrived?" angrily asked Miss Carlyle. "It was my present to Isabel." Miss Corny groaned. "What did it cost?" "Cost is of no importance. The old piano here was a bad one, and I bought a better." "What did it cost?" repeated Miss Carlyle. "120 guineas," he answered. Obedience to her will was yet powerful within him. Miss Corny threw up her hands and eyes. But at that moment Peter entered with some hot water which his master had rung for. Mr. Carlyle rose and looked on the sideboard. "Where's the wine, Peter?" The servant put it out, port and sherry. Mr. Carlyle drank a glass, and then proceeded to mix some wine and water. "Shall I mix some for you, Cornelia?" he asked. "I'll mix for myself if I want any. Who's that for?" "Isabel." He quitted the room, carrying the wine and water, and entered his wife's. She was sitting half buried, it seemed, in the armchair, her face muffled up. As she raised it, he saw that it was flushed and agitated, that her eyes were bright, and her frame was trembling. "What is the matter?" he hastily asked. "I got nervous after Marvel went," she whispered, laying hold of him, as if for protection from terror. "I came back to the chair, and covered my head over, hoping some one would come up." "I have been talking to Cornelia, but what made you nervous?" "Oh, I was very foolish. I kept thinking of frightful things. They would come into my mind. Do not blame me, Archibald. This is the room Papa died in." "Blame you, my darling?" he uttered with deep feeling. "I thought of a dreadful story about the bats that the servants told. I dare say you never heard it. And I kept thinking, suppose they were at the window now, behind the blinds. And then I was afraid to look at the bed. I fancied I might see— You are laughing!" Yes, he was smiling, for he knew that these moments of nervous fear are best met jestingly. He made her drink the wine and water, and then he showed her where the bell was, ringing it as he did so. Its position had been changed in some late alterations to the house. "Your rooms shall be changed to-morrow, Isabel." "No, let us remain in these. I shall like to feel that Papa was once their occupant. I won't get nervous again." But even as she spoke, her actions belied her words. Mr. Carlyle had gone to the door and opened it, and she flew close up to him, cowering behind him. "Shall you be gone very long, Archibald?" she whispered. "Not more than an hour," he answered. But he hastily put back one of his hands, and held her tightly in his protecting grasp. Marvel was coming along the corridor in answer to the ring. "Have the goodness to let Miss Carlyle know that I am not coming down again to-night," he said. "Yes, sir." Mr. Carlyle shut the door, and then looked at his wife and laughed. "He is very kind to me," thought Isabel. With the morning began the perplexities of Lady Isabel Carlyle. But, first of all, just fancy the group at breakfast. Miss Carlyle, descending in the startling costume the reader has seen, took her seat at the breakfast table, and there sat bolt upright. Mr. Carlyle came down next, and then Lady Isabel entered, in an elegant half-mourning dress, with flowing black ribbons. "Good morning, ma'am. I hope you slept well," was Miss Carlyle's salutation. "Quite well, thank you," she answered, as she took her seat opposite Miss Carlyle. Miss Carlyle pointed to the top of the table. "That is your place, ma'am, but I will pour the coffee, and save you the trouble if you wish it." "I should be glad if you would," answered Lady Isabel. So Miss Carlyle proceeded to her duties, very stern and grim. The meal was nearly over when Peter came in, and said the butcher had come up for orders. Miss Carlyle looked at Lady Isabel, waiting, of course, for her to give them. Isabel was silent with perplexity. She had never given such an order in her life. Totally ignorant was she of the requirements of a household, and did not know whether to suggest a few pounds of meat or a whole cow. It was the presence of that grim Miss Corny which put her out. Alone with her husband she would have said, "What ought I to order, Archibald? Tell me." Peter waited. Something to roast and boil, if you please," stammered Lady Isabel. She spoke in a low tone. Embarrassment makes cowards of us, and Mr. Carlyle repeated it after her. He knew no more about housekeeping than she did. "Something to roast and boil, tell the man, Peter." Up started Miss Corny. She could not stand that. "Are you aware, Lady Isabel, that an order such as that would only puzzle the butcher? Shall I give the necessary orders for to-day? The fishmonger will be here presently." "Oh, I wish you would!" cried the relieved Lady Isabel.
I have not been accustomed to it, but I must learn. I don't think I know anything about housekeeping." Miss Corny's answer was to stalk from the room. Isabel rose from her chair, like a bird released from its cage, and stood by his side. "Have you finished, Archibald?" "I think I have, dear. Oh, here's my coffee. There, I have finished now." "Let us go around the grounds." He rose, laid his hands playfully on her slender waist, and looked at her. "You may as well ask me to take a journey to the moon. It is past 9, and I have not been to the office for a month." The tears rose in her eyes. "I wish you would be always with me. East Lynne will not be East Lynne without you." "I will be with you as much as ever I can, my dearest," he whispered. "Come and walk with me through the park." She ran for her bonnet, gloves, and parasol. Mr. Carlyle waited for her in the hall, and they went out together. He thought it a good opportunity to speak about his sister. "She wishes to remain with us," he said. "I do not know what to decide. On the one hand, I think she might save you the worry of household management. On the other, I fancy we shall be happier by ourselves." Isabel's heart sank within her at the idea of that stern Miss Corny mounted over her as resident guard, but, refined and sensitive, almost painfully considerate of the feelings of others, she raised no word of objection. "As you and Miss Carlyle please," she answered. "Isabel," he said, "I wish it to be as you please. I wish matters to be arranged as may best please you, and I will have them so arranged. My chief object in life now is your happiness." He spoke in all the sincerity of truth, and Isabel knew it, and the thought came across her that with him by her side, her loving protector, Miss Carlyle could not mar her life's peace. "Let her stay, Archibald. She will not incommode us." "At any rate, it can be tried for a month or two, and we shall see how it works," he musingly observed. They reached the park gates. "I wish I could go with you, and be your clerk," she cried, unwilling to release his hand. "I should not have all that long way to go back by myself." He laughed and shook his head, telling her that she wanted to bribe him into taking her back, but it could not be. And away he went after saying farewell. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. Domestic Troubles. Isabel wandered back, and then wandered through the rooms. They looked lovely, not as they had seemed to look in her father's time. In her dressing-room knelt Marvel, unpacking. She rose when Lady Isabel entered. "Can I speak to you a moment, if you please, my lady?" "What is it?" Then Marvel poured forth her tale. That she feared so small an establishment would not suit her, and if my lady pleased, she would like to leave at once, that day. Anticipating it, she had not unpacked her things. "There has been some mistake about the servants, Marvel, but it will be remedied as soon as possible. And I told you before I married that Mr. Carlyle's establishment would be a limited one." "My lady, perhaps I could put up with that, but I never could stop in the house with—" That female Guy had been on the tip of Marvel's tongue, but she remembered in time of whom she was speaking, "with Miss Carlyle. I fear, my lady, we have both got tempers that would slash, and might be flying at each other. I could not stop, my lady, for untold gold. And if you please to make me forfeit my running month's salary, why, I must do it. So when I have set your ladyship's things to rights, I hope you'll allow me to go." Lady Isabel would not condescend to ask her to remain, but she wondered how she would manage the inconvenience. She drew her desk toward her. "What is the amount due you?" she inquired as she unlocked it. "Up to the end of the quarter, my lady?" cried Marvel in a brisk tone. "No," coldly answered Lady Isabel. "Up to to-day. I have not had time to reckon, my lady." Lady Isabel took a pencil and paper, made out the account, and laid it down in gold and silver on the table. "It is more than you deserve, Marvel," she remarked, "and more than you would get in most places. You ought to have given me proper notice." Marvel melted into tears, and began a string of excuses. She should never have wished to leave so kind a lady, but for attendant ill conveniences, and she hoped my lady would not object to testify to her character. Lady Isabel quitted the room in the midst of it, and in the course of the day Marvel took her departure, Joyce telling her that she ought to be ashamed of herself. "I couldn't help myself," retorted Marvel, "and I am sorry to leave her, for she's a pleasant young lady to serve." "Well, I know I'd have helped myself," was Joyce's remark. "I would not go off in this unhandsome way from a good mistress." "Perhaps you wouldn't," loftily returned Marvel, but my inside feelings are delicate and can't bear to be trampled upon. The same house is not going to hold me and that tall female image, who's more fit to be carried about at a foreign carnival than some that they do carry." So Marvell left. And when Lady Isabel went to her room to dress for dinner, Joyce entered it. "I am not much accustomed to a lady's maid's duties," began she, "but Miss Carlyle has sent me, my lady, to do what I can for you, if you will allow me." Isabel thought it was kind of Miss Carlyle. "And if you please to trust me with the keys of your things, I will take charge of them for you, my lady, until you are suited with a maid," Joyce resumed. "I don't know anything about the keys," answered Isabel. "I never keep them." Joyce did her best, and Lady Isabel went down. It was nearly 6 o'clock, the dinner hour, and she strolled to the park gates, hoping to meet Mr. Carlyle. Taking a few steps out, she looked down the road, but could not see him coming, so she turned in again, and sat down under a shady tree out of view of the road. It was remarkably warm weather for the closing days of May. Half an hour, and then Mr. Carlyle came pelting up, past the gates, and turned on to the grass. There he saw his wife. She had fallen asleep, her head leaning against the trunk of a tree. Her bonnet and parasol lay at her feet, her scarf had dropped, and she looked like a lovely child, her lips partly open, her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful hair falling around. It was an exquisite picture, and his heart beat quicker within him as he felt that it was all his own. A smile stole to his lips as he stood looking at her. She opened her eyes, and for a minute could not remember where she was. Then she started up. "Oh, Archibald! Have I been asleep?" "Ay, and might have been stolen and carried off. I could not afford that, Isabel." "I don't know how it came about. I was listening for you." "What have you been doing all day?" he asked, as he drew her arm within his, and they walked on. "Oh, I hardly know," she sighed. "Trying the new piano, and looking at my watch, and wishing the time would go quicker, that you might come home. The ponies and carriage have arrived, Archibald." "I know they have, my dear. Have you been out of doors much?" "No, I waited for you." And then she told him about Marvell. He felt vexed, saying she must replace her with all speed. Isabel said she knew of one, a young woman who had left Lady Mount Severn while she, Isabel, was at Castle Marling. Her health was delicate, and Lady Mount Severn's place too hard for her. She might suit. "Write to her," said Mr. Carlyle. The carriage came round, a beautiful little equipage, and Isabel was ready. As Mr. Carlyle drove slowly down the dusty road, they came upon Miss Corny, striding along in the sun with a great umbrella over her head. She would not turn to look at them. Once more, as in the year gone by, St. Jude's Church was in a flutter of expectation. It expected to see a whole paraphernalia of bridal finery, and again it was doomed to disappointment, for Isabel had not put off the mourning for her father. She was in black, a thin gauze dress, and her white bonnet had small black flowers inside and out. For the first time in his life, Mr. Carlyle took possession of the pew belonging to East Lynne, filling the place where the poor Earl used to sit. Not so Miss Corny; she sat in her own. Barbara was there with the Justice and Mrs. Hare. Her face wore a grey, dusky hue, of which she was only too conscious, but could not subdue. Her covetous eyes would wander to that other face, with its singular loveliness and its sweetly earnest eyes, sheltered under the protection of him for whose sheltering protection she had so long yearned. Poor Barbara did not benefit much by the services that day. Afterward they went across the churchyard to the west corner, where stood the tomb of Lord Mount Severn. Isabel looked at the inscription, her veil shading her face. "Not here and now, my darling," he whispered, pressing her arm to his side, for he felt her silent sobs. "Strive for calmness." "It seems but the other day he was at church with me, and now here." Mr. Carlyle suddenly changed their places, so that they stood with their backs to the hedge, and to any staring stragglers who might be lingering on the road. "There ought to be railings around the tomb," she presently said, after a successful battle with her emotion. "I thought so, and I suggested it to Lord Mount Severn, but he appeared to think differently. I will have it done." "I put you to great expense," she said, "taking one thing with another." Mr. Carlyle glanced quickly at her, a dim fear penetrating his mind that his sister might have been talking in her hearing. "An expense I would not be without for the whole world. You know it, Isabel." "And I have nothing to repay you with," she sighed. He looked expressively amused, and gazing into her face, the expression of his eyes made her smile. "Here is John with the carriage," she exclaimed. "Let us go, Archibald." Standing outside the gates, talking to the rector's family, were several ladies, one of them Barbara Hare. She watched Mr. Carlyle place his wife in the carriage; she watched them drive away. Barbara's lips were white, as she bowed in return to his greeting. "The heat is so great," murmured Barbara, when those around her noticed her paleness. "Ah! you ought to have gone in the phaeton, with Mr. and Mrs. Hare, as they desired you." "I wished to walk," returned the unhappy Barbara. "What a pretty girl that is!" uttered Lady Isabel to her husband. "What is her name?" "Barbara Hare." Chapter 17
of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 17. Visit of the Hare Family. The county carriages began to pour to East Lynne to pay the wedding visit, as it is called, to Mr. and Lady Isabel Carlyle. Of course they displayed themselves in their most courtly state. Mr. Carlyle, always a popular man, had gained double his former importance by his marriage with the daughter of the late Earl of Mount Severn. Among the earliest visitors went Justice and Mrs. Hare with Barbara. Isabel was in her dressing gown, attended by Joyce, whom she was just asking to take the place of her late maid, if Miss Carlyle would consent to the transfer. Joyce's face lighted up with pleasure at the proposal. "Oh, my lady, you are very kind. I should so like it. I would serve you faithfully to the best of my ability." Isabel laughed. "But Miss Carlyle may not be inclined to transfer you." "I think she would be, my lady. She said a day or two ago that I appeared to suit you, and you might have me altogether if you wished, provided I could still make her gowns. I make them to please her, you see, my lady." "Do you make her caps also?" demurely asked Lady Isabel. Joyce smiled. "Yes, my lady, but I am allowed to make them only according to her own pattern." "Joyce, if you become my maid, you must wear smarter caps yourself. I do not wish you to be fine like Marvel." "Oh, my lady, I shall never be fine," shuddered Joyce, and Joyce believed she had cause to shudder at finery. She was about to speak further when a knock came to the dressing-room door. Joyce went to open it and saw one of the housemaids, a girl who had recently been engaged, a native of West Lynne. Isabel heard the colloquy. "Is my lady there?" "Yes." "Some visitors. Pete ordered me to come and tell you. I say, Joyce, it's the Hares, and she's with them. I watched her get out of the carriage." "Who?" sharply returned Joyce. "Why, Miss Barbara. Only fancy her coming to pay the wedding visit here. My lady had better take care that she don't get a bowl of poison mixed for her. Master's out, or else I'd have given a shilling to see the interview between the three." Joyce sent the girl away, shut the door, and turned to her mistress, quite unconscious that the half-whispered conversation had been audible. "Some visitors are in the drawing-room, my lady, Susan says. Mr. Justice Hare and Mrs. Hare and Miss Barbara." Isabel descended, her mind full of the mysterious words spoken by Susan. The justice was in a new flaxen wig, obstinate-looking and pompous; Mrs. Hare, pale, delicate, and ladylike; Barbara, beautiful. Such was the impression they made upon Isabel. They paid rather a long visit, Isabel quite falling in love with the gentle and suffering Mrs. Hare, and had risen to leave when Miss Carlyle entered. She wished them to remain longer, had something, she said, to show Barbara. The justice declined. He had a brother justice coming to dine with him at 5, and it was then 4:30. Barbara might stop if she liked. Barbara's face turned crimson, but nevertheless she accepted the invitation, immediately proffered her by Miss Carlyle to remain at East Lynne for the rest of the day. Dinner-time approached, and Isabel went to dress for it. Joyce was waiting, and entered upon the subject of the service. "My lady, I have spoken to Miss Carlyle, and she is willing that I should be transferred to you, but she says I ought first to acquaint you with certain unpleasant facts in my history, and the same thought had occurred to me. Miss Carlyle is not over-pleasant in manner, my lady, but she is very upright and just." "What facts?" asked Lady Isabel, sitting down to have her hair brushed. "My lady, I'll tell you as shortly as it can. My father was a clerk in Mr. Carlyle's office. Of course I mean the late Mr. Carlyle. My mother died when I was 8 years old, and my father afterwards married again a sister of Mr. Kane's wife."
"Mr. Kane, the music master?"
"Yes, my lady. She and Mrs. Kane were quite ladies, and had been governesses. People said she lowered herself greatly in marrying my father. However, they did marry, and at the end of the year my little sister Afy was born. We lived in a pretty cottage in the wood, and were happy. But in 12 months more my stepmother died, and an aunt of hers adopted Afy. I lived with my father, going to school, then to learn dressmaking, and finally going to work to ladies' houses. After many years, Afy came home. Her aunt had died, and her income with her, but not the vanity and love of finery that Afy had acquired. She did nothing but dress herself and read novels. My father was angry. He said no good could come of it. She had several admirers, Mr. Richard Hare, Miss Barbara's own brother," continued Joyce, lowering her voice, "and she flirted with them all. My father used to go out to shoot on fine evenings after office, or to his duties as secretary to the library, and so Afy was generally all alone until I came home at 9 o'clock and was free to flirt with her beau."
"Had she any she favoured particularly, was it thought?" asked Lady Isabel.
"The chief one, my lady, was Richard Hare. She got acquainted with somebody else, a stranger, who used to ride over from a distance to see her, but I fancy there was nothing in it. Richard was the one, and it went on till he killed her father."
"Who?" uttered the startled Isabel.
"Richard Hare, my lady. Father had told Afy that Mr. Richard should not come there any longer, for when gentlemen go in secret after poor girls, it's well known they have not got marriage in their thoughts. Father would have interfered more than he did, but that he judged well of Mr. Richard, and did not think he was one to do Afy real harm. But he did not know how flighty she was. However, one day he heard people talk about it in West Lynne, coupling her name and Mr. Richard's offensively together, and at night he told Afy before me that it should not go on any longer, and she must not encourage him. My lady, the next night Richard Hare shot my father."
"How very dreadful!"
Whether it was done on purpose, or that they had a scuffle and the gun went off accidentally and killed my father, no one can tell. Afy said she had been in the woods at the back of the house, and when she came in father lay dead and Mr. Locksley was standing over him. He said he had heard the shot, and come up just to see Richard fly from the house, his shoes covered with blood. He has never been heard of since, but there is a judgment of murder out against him, and the fear and shame is killing his mother by inches."
"And Afy?"
"The worst is to come, my lady. Afy followed him directly after the inquest, and nothing has been known since of either of them. I was taken ill after all these shocks, with nervous fever, and Miss Carlyle took care of me, and I have remained with her ever since. This was what I had to tell you, my lady, before you decided to take me into service. It is not every lady who would like to engage one whose sister has turned out so badly."
Lady Isabel did not see that it could make any difference, or that it ought to. She said so, and then leaned back in her chair and mused.
"What dress, my lady?"
"Joyce, what was that I heard you and Susan gossiping over at the door?" Lady Isabel suddenly asked. "About Miss Hare giving me a bowl of poison. Something in the dramatic line, that would be. You should tell Susan not to make her whispers so loud."
"It was only a bit of nonsense, my lady. These ignorant servants will talk, and every one at West Lynne knew Miss Barbara was in love with Mr. Carlyle. But I don't fancy she would have been the one to make him happy with all her love."
A hot flush passed over the brow of Lady Isabel. A sensation very like jealousy flew to her heart. No woman likes to hear of another's being, or having been, attached to her husband. A doubt always arises whether the feeling may not have been reciprocated. Lady Isabel descended. She wore a costly black lace dress, its low body and sleeves trimmed with as costly white and ornaments of jet. She looked inexpressibly beautiful, and Barbara turned from her with a feeling of sinking jealousy, from her beauty, from her attire, even from the fine soft handkerchief which displayed the badge of her rank, the coronet of an earl's daughter. Barbara looked well too. She was in a light blue silk robe, and her pretty cheeks were damask with her mind's excitement. On her neck she wore the gold chain given her by Mr. Carlyle.
Strange that she had not discarded that. They stood together at the window, looking at Mr. Carlyle as he came up the avenue. He saw them, and nodded. Lady Isabel watched the damask cheeks turn to crimson at the sight of him. "How do you do, Barbara?" he cried, as he shook hands. "Come to pay us a visit at last? You have been rather tardy over it. And how are you, my darling?" he whispered over his wife, but she missed his kiss of greeting. Well, would she have had him give it her in public? No, but she was in the mood to notice the omission. Dinner over, Miss Carlyle beguiled Barbara out of doors. Barbara would far rather have remained in his presence. Of course, they discussed Lady Isabel. "How do you like her?" abruptly asked Barbara, alluding to Lady Isabel. "Better than I thought I should," acknowledged Miss Carlyle. "I had expected airs and graces and pretence, and I must say she is free from them. She seems quite wrapped up in Archibald, and watches for his coming home like a cat watches for a mouse. She is dull without him." Barbara compelled her manner to indifference. "I suppose it is natural." "I suppose it is absurd," was the retort of Miss Carlyle. "I give them little of my company, especially in an evening. They go strolling out together, or she sings to him, he hanging over her as if she were of gold. To judge by appearances, she is more precious to him than any gold that was ever coined into money. I'll tell you what I saw last night. Archibald had what he is not often subject to, a severe headache, and he went into the next room after dinner and lay on the sofa. She carried a cup of tea to him and never came back, leaving her own on the table till it was perfectly cold. I pushed open the door to tell her so. There was my lady's cambric handkerchief, soaked in eau de cologne, lying on his forehead, and there was my lady herself, kneeling down and looking at him, he with his arm thrown around her there. Now I ask you, Barbara, whether there's any sense in fadding with a man like that? If ever he did have a headache before he was married, I used to mix him up a good dose of salts and senna, and tell him to go to bed early and sleep the pain off." Barbara made no reply, but she turned her face from Miss Carlyle. On Barbara's return to the house, she found that Mr. Carlyle and Lady Isabel were in the adjoining room, at the piano, and Barbara had an opportunity of hearing that sweet voice. She did, as Miss Carlyle confessed to have done, pushed open the door between the two rooms, and looked in. It was the twilight hour, almost too dusk to see, but she could distinguish Isabel seated at the piano, and Mr. Carlyle standing behind her. She was singing one of the ballads from the opera of the Bohemian girl, When Other Lips. "Why do you like that song so much, Archibald?" she asked when she had finished it. "I don't know. I never liked it so much until I heard it from you." "I wonder if they are come in. Shall we go into the next room? Just this one first, this translation from the German. 'Twere vain to tell thee all I feel.' There's real music in that song." "Yes, there is. Do you know, Archibald, your taste is just like papa's. He liked all these quiet, imaginative songs, and so do you, and so do I," she laughingly added, "if I must speak the truth." She ceased and began the song, singing it exquisitely, in a low, sweet, earnest tone, the chords of the accompaniment, as its conclusion, dying off gradually into silence. "There, Archibald, I'm sure I have sung you 10 songs at least," she said, leaning her head back against him and looking at him from her upturned face. "You ought to pay me." He did pay her, holding the dear face to him and taking from it some impassioned kisses. Barbara turned to the window, a low moan of pain escaping her, as she pressed her forehead on one of its panes and looked forth at the dusky night. Isabel came in on her husband's arm. "Are you here alone, Miss Hare? I really beg your pardon. I supposed you were with Miss Carlyle." "Where is Cornelia, Barbara?" "I have just come in," was Barbara's reply. "I dare say she is following me." So she was, for she entered a moment after, her voice raised in anger at the gardener, who had disobeyed her orders and obeyed the wishes of Lady Isabel. The evening wore on to 10, and as the timepiece struck the hour, Barbara rose from her chair in amazement. "I did not think it was so late. Surely some one must have come for me." "I will inquire," was Lady Isabel's answer, and Mr. Carlyle touched the bell. No one had come for Miss Hare. "Then I fear I must trouble Peter," cried Barbara. "Mamma may be gone to rest, tired, and papa must have forgotten me. It would never do for me to get locked out," she gaily added. "As you were one night before," said Mr. Carlyle significantly. He alluded to the night when Barbara was in the grove of trees with her unfortunate brother, and Mr. Hare was on the point, unconsciously, of locking her out. She had given Mr. Carlyle the history, but its recollection now called up a smart pain, and a change passed over her face. "Oh, don't, Archibald," she uttered in the impulse of the moment. "Don't recall it." Isabel wondered. "Can Peter take me?" continued Barbara. "I had better take you," said Mr. Carlyle. "It is late." Barbara's heart beat at the words, beat as she put her things on, as she said good night to Lady Isabel and Miss Carlyle. It beat to throbbing as she went out with him and took his arm. All just as it used to be, only now that he was the husband of another. Only. It was a warm, lovely June night, not moonlight, but bright with its summer twilight. They went down the park into the road which they crossed, and soon came to a stile. From that stile there led a path through the fields which would pass the back of Justice Hare's. Barbara stopped at it. "Would you choose the field way to-night, Barbara? The grass will be damp, and this is the longest way." "But we shall escape the dust of the road." "Oh, very well, if you prefer it. It will not make 3 minutes' difference." "He is very anxious to get home to her," mentally exclaimed Barbara. "I shall fly out upon him presently, or my heart will burst." Mr. Carlyle crossed the stile, helped Barbara over, and then gave her his arm again. He had taken her parasol, as he had taken it the last night they had walked together, an elegant little parasol this, of blue silk and white lace, and he did not switch the hedges with it. That night was present to Barbara now, with all its words and its delusive hopes. Terribly present to her was their bitter ending. There are women of warm, impulsive temperaments who can scarcely help, in certain moments of highly wrought excitement, overstepping the bounds of nature and decorum, and giving the reins to temper, tongue, and imagination, making a scene, in short. Barbara had been working herself into this state during the whole evening. The affection of Isabel for her husband, her voice, his caress, seen through the half-open doors, had maddened her. She felt it impossible to restrain her excitement. Mr. Carlyle walked on, utterly unconscious that a storm was brewing. More than that, he was unconscious of having given cause for one, and dashed into an indifferent, commonplace topic in the most provoking manner. "When does the justice begin haymaking, Barbara?" There was no reply. Barbara was swelling and panting and trying to keep her emotion down. Mr. Carlyle tried again. "Barbara, I asked you which day your papa cut his hay." Still no reply. Barbara was literally incapable of making one. The steam of excitement was on, nearly to its highest pitch. Her throat was working, the muscles of her mouth began to twitch, and a convulsive sob, or what sounded like it, broke from her. Mr. Carlyle turned his head hastily. "Barbara, are you ill? What is it?" On it came. Passion, temper, wrongs, and nervousness, all boiling over together. She shrieked, she sobbed, she was in strong hysterics. Mr. Carlyle half carried, half dragged her to the second stile, and placed her against it, his arm supporting her, and an old cow and 2 calves, wondering what the disturbance could mean at that sombre time of night, walked up and stared at them. Barbara struggled with her emotion, struggled manfully, and the sobs and shrieks subsided, not the excitement or the passion. She put away his arm, and stood with her back to the stile, leaning against it. Mr. Carlyle felt inclined to fly to the pond for water, but he had nothing but his hat to get it in. "Are you better, Barbara? What can have caused it?" "What can have caused it?" she burst forth, giving full swing to the reins, and forgetting everything. "You can ask me that!" Mr. Carlyle was struck dumb, but by some inexplicable laws of sympathy a dim and very unpleasant consciousness of the truth had begun to steal over him. "I don't understand you, Barbara. If I have offended you in any way, I am truly sorry." "Truly sorry, no doubt," was the retort, the sobs and the shrieks alarmingly near. "What do you care for me? If I go under the sod to-morrow," stamping it with her foot, "you have your wife to care for. What am I?" "Hush!" he interposed, glancing round, more mindful for her than she was for herself. "Hush, yes. You would like me to hush. What is my misery to you?
I would rather be in my grave, Archibald Carlyle, than endure the life I have led since you married her. My pain is greater than I well know how to bear." "I cannot affect to misunderstand you," he said, feeling more at a nonplus than he had felt for many a day, and heartily wishing the whole female creation save Isabel somewhere. "But, my dear Barbara, I never gave you cause to think that I cared for you more than I did." "Never gave me cause," she gasped, "when you have been coming to our house constantly, almost like my shadow, when you gave me this," dashing open her mantle and holding up the locket to his view, "when you have been more intimate with me than a brother." "Stay, Barbara, there it is, a brother. I have been nothing else. It never occurred to me to be anything else," he added in straightforward truth. "I, a brother and nothing else!" And her voice rose once more with her excitement. It seemed that she would not long control it. "What cared you for my feelings? What recked you that you gained my love?" "Barbara, hush!" he implored. "Do be calm and reasonable. If I ever gave you cause to think I regarded you with deeper feelings, I can only express to you my deep regret, my repentance, and assure you it was done unconsciously." She was growing calmer. The passion was fading, leaving her face still and white. She lifted it towards Mr. Carlyle. "You treated me ill in showing signs of love, if you felt it not. Why did you kiss me?" "I kissed you as I might kiss a sister, or perhaps as a pretty girl. Man likes to do so. The close terms on which our families have lived excused, if it did not justify, a degree of familiarity that might have been unseemly, and—" "You need not tell me that," hotly interrupted Barbara. "Had it been a stranger who had won my love, and then thrown me from him, do you suppose I would have reproached him as I am now reproaching you? No. I would have died rather than that he should have suspected it. If she had not come between us, should you have loved me?" "Do not pursue this unthankful topic," he besought, almost wishing the staring cow would run away with her. "I ask you, should you have loved me?" persisted Barbara, passing her handkerchief over her ashy lips. "I don't know. How can I know? Do I not say to you, Barbara, that I only thought of you as a friend, a sister? I cannot tell what might have been." "I could better bear it but that it was known," she murmured. "All West Lynne had coupled us together in their prying gossip, and they have only pity to cast on me now. I would far rather you had killed me, Archibald." "I can but express to you my deepest regret," he repeated. "I can only hope that you will soon forget it all. Let the remembrance of this conversation pass away with to-night. Let us still be to each other as friends, as brother and sister. Believe me," he concluded, in a deeper tone, "the confession has not lessened you in my estimation." He made a movement as though he would get over the stile, but Barbara did not stir. The tears were silently coursing down her pallid face. At that moment there was an interruption. "Is that you, Miss Barbara?" Barbara stared as if she had been shot. On the other side of the stile stood Wilson, their upper maid. How long might she have been there? She began to explain that Mr. Hare had sent Jasper out, and Mrs. Hare had thought it was better to wait longer for the man's return, so had dispatched her, Wilson, for Miss Barbara. Mr. Carlyle got over the stile and handed over Miss Barbara. "You need not come any further now," she said to him in a low tone. "I should see you home," was his reply, and he held out his arm. Barbara took it. They walked in silence, arrived at the back gate of the grove which gave entrance to the kitchen garden. Wilson went forward. Mr. Carlyle took both Barbara's in his hands. "Good night, Barbara. God bless you." She had had time for reflection, and the excitement gone, she saw her outbreak in all its shame and folly. Mr. Carlyle noticed how subdued and white she looked. "I think I have been mad," she groaned. "I must have been mad to say what I did. Forget that it was uttered." "I told you I would." "You will not betray me to your wife," she panted. "Barbara." "Thank you. Good night." But he still retained her hands. "In a short time, Barbara. I trust you will find one more worthy to receive your love than I have been." "Never," she impulsively answered. "I do not love and forget so lightly." in the years to come, in my old age, I shall still be nothing but Barbara Hare." Mr. Carlyle walked away in a fit of musing. The revelation had given him pain, and possibly a little bit of flattery into the bargain, for he was fond of pretty Barbara. Fond in his way, not hers, not with the sort of fondness he felt for his wife. He asked his conscience whether his manner to her in the past days had been a tinge warmer than we bestow upon a sister, and he decided that it might have been, but he most certainly never cast a suspicion to the mischief it was doing. "I heartily hope she'll soon find somebody to her liking and forget me," was his concluding thought. "As to living and dying Barbara Hare, that's all moonshine and sentimental rubbish that girls like to— Archibald!" He was passing the very last tree in the park, nearest to his house, and the interruption came from a dark form standing under it. "Is it you, my dearest? I came out to meet you. Have you not been very long?" "I think I have," he answered, as he drew his wife to his side and walked on with her. "We met one of the servants at the second stile, but I went on all the way." "You have been intimate with the Hares?" "Quite so. Cornelia is related to them. Do you think Barbara pretty?" "Very." "Then, intimate as you were, I wonder you never fell in love with her." Mr. Carlyle laughed, a very conscious laugh, considering the recent interview. "Did you, Archibald?" The words were spoken in a low tone, almost, as he fancied it, a tone of emotion, and he looked at her in amazement. "Did I what, Isabel?" "You never loved Barbara Hare?" "Loved her? What is your head running on, Isabel? I never loved but one, and that one I made my own, my cherished wife." End of chapter 17. Recording by John Fricker. Chapter 18 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Fricker. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 18. Miss Carlyle, Isabel unhappy. Another year came in. Isabel would have been altogether happy but for Miss Carlyle. That lady still inflicted her presence upon East Lynne, and made it the bane of its household. She deferred outwardly to Lady Isabel as the mistress, but the real mistress was herself. Isabel was little more than an automaton. Her impulses were checked, her wishes frustrated, her actions tacitly condemned by the imperiously willed Miss Carlyle. Poor Isabel, with her refined manners and her timid and sensitive temperament, had no chance against the strong-minded woman, and she was in a state of galling subjection in her own house. Not a day passed but Miss Carlyle, by dint of hints and innuendoes, contrived to impress upon Lady Isabel the unfortunate blow to his own interests that Mr. Carlyle's marriage had been, the ruinous expense she had entailed upon the family. It struck a complete chill to Isabel's heart, and she became painfully impressed with the incubus she must be to Mr. Carlyle, so far as his pocket was concerned. Lord Mount Severn with his little son had paid them a short visit at Christmas, and Isabel had asked him, apparently with unconcern, whether Mr. Carlyle had put himself very much out of the way to marry her, whether it had entailed on him an expense and a style of living he would not otherwise have deemed himself justified in affording. Lord Mount Severn's reply was an unfortunate one. His opinion was that it had, he said, and that Isabel ought to feel grateful to him for his generosity. She sighed as she listened, and from thenceforth determined to put up with Miss Carlyle. More timid and sensitive by nature than many would believe or can imagine, reared in seclusion more simply and quietly than falls to the general lot of peers' daughters, completely inexperienced, Isabel was unfit to battle with the worldly, totally unfit to battle with Miss Carlyle. The penniless state in which she was left at her father's death, the want of a home save that accorded her at Castle Marling, even the £100 note left in her hand by Mr. Carlyle, all had imbued her with a deep consciousness of humiliation.
and, far from rebelling at or despising the small establishment, comparatively speaking, provided for her by Mr. Carlyle, she felt thankful to him for it. But to be told continuously that this was more than he could afford, that she was in fact a blight upon his prospects, was enough to turn her heart to bitterness. Oh, that she had had the courage to speak out openly to her husband, that he might say by a single word of earnest love and assurance, have taken the weight from her heart, and rejoiced it with the truth, that all these miserable complaints were but the phantoms of his narrow-minded sister. But Isabel never did. When Miss Corny lapsed into her grumbling mood, she would hear in silence, or generally bend her aching forehead in her hands, never retorting. Never before Mr. Carlyle was the lady's temper vented upon her. Plenty fell to his own share when he and his sister were alone, and he had become so accustomed to the sort of thing all his life, he had got used to it, like the eels do to skinning, that it went, as the saying runs, in at one ear and out at the other, making no impression. He never dreamt that Isabel also received her portion. It was a morning early in April. Joyce sat in its grey dawn, over a large fire in the dressing-room of Lady Isabel Carlyle, her hands clasped to pain, and the tears coursing down her cheeks. Joyce was frightened. She had had some experience in illness, but illness of this nature she had never witnessed, and she was fervently hoping never to witness it again. In the adjoining room lay Lady Isabel, sick nearly unto death. The door from the corridor slowly opened, and Miss Carlyle slowly entered. She had probably never walked with so gentle a step in all her life, and she had got a thick wadded mantle over her head and ears. Down she sat in a chair quite meekly, and Joyce saw that her face looked as grey as the early dawn. "Joyce," whispered she, "is there any danger?" "Oh, ma'am, I trust not, but it's hard to witness, and it must be awful to bear." "It's our common curse, Joyce. You and I may congratulate ourselves that we had not chose to encounter it, Joyce." She added, after a pause, "I trust there's no danger. I should not like her to die." Miss Carlyle spoke in a low, dread tone. Was she fearing that if her poor young sister-in-law did die, a weight would rest on her own conscience for all that time, a heavy, ever-present weight, whispering that she might have rendered her short year of marriage more happy, had she chosen, and that she had not so chosen, but had deliberately steeled every crevice of her heart against her? Very probably. She looked anxious and apprehensive in the morning's twilight. "If there's any danger, Joyce—" "Why do you think there's danger, ma'am?" interrupted Joyce. "Are other people not as ill as this?" "It is to be hoped they are not," rejoined Miss Carlyle. "And why has the express gone to Lynneborough for Dr. Martin?" Up started Joyce, awestruck. "An express for Dr. Martin? Oh, ma'am, who sent it? When did it go?" "All I know is that it's gone. Mr. Wainwright went to your master, and he came out of his room and sent John galloping to the telegraph office at West Lynne. Where could your ears have been, not to hear the horse tearing off? I heard it, I know that, and a nice fright it put me in. I went to Mr. Carlyle's room to ask what was amiss, and he said he did not know himself. Nothing, he hoped, and then he shut his door again in my face, instead of stopping to speak to me as any other Christian would." Joyce did not answer. She was faint with apprehension, and there was a silence broken only by the sounds from the next room. Miss Carlyle rose, and a fanciful person might have thought she was shivering. "I can't stand this, Joyce. I shall go. If they want coffee or anything of that, it can be sent here. Ask." "I will presently, in a few minutes," answered Joyce, with a real shiver. "You are not going in, are you, ma'am?" she uttered in apprehension, as Miss Carlyle began to steal on tiptoe to the inner door, and Joyce had a lively consciousness that her sight would not be an agreeable one to Lady Isabel. "They want the room free. They sent me out." "Not I," answered Miss Corny. "I could do no good, and those who cannot are better away." "Just what Mr. Wainwright said when he dismissed me," murmured Joyce, and Miss Carlyle finally passed into the corridor and withdrew. Joyce sat on, it seemed to her, an interminable time, and then she heard the arrival of Dr. Martin, heard him go into the next room. By and by Mr. Wainwright came out of it into the room where Joyce was sitting. Her tongue clove to the roof of her mouth, and before she could bring out the ominous words, "Is there any danger?" he had passed through it. Mr. Wainwright was on his way to the apartment where he expected to find Mr. Carlyle. The latter was pacing it. He had so paced it all the night. His pale face flushed as the surgeon entered. "You have little mercy on my suspense, Wainwright. Dr. Martin has been here this 20 minutes. What does he say?"
"Well, he cannot say any more than I did. The symptoms are critical, but he hopes she will do well. There's nothing for it but patience."
Mr. Carlyle resumed his weary walk.
"I come now to suggest that you should send for Little. In these protracted cases—"
The speech was interrupted by a cry from Mr. Carlyle, half horror, half despair, for the Reverend Mr. Little was the incumbent of St. Jude's, and his apprehensions had flown. He hardly knew to what they had flown.
"Not for your wife," hastily rejoined the surgeon. "What good should a clergyman do to her? I spoke on the score of the child. Should it not live, it may be satisfactory to you and Lady Isabel to know that it was baptized."
I thank you," said Mr. Carlyle, grasping his hand in his inexpressible relief. "Little shall be sent for."
"You jumped to the conclusion that your wife's soul was flitting. Please God she may yet live to bear you other children, if this one does die."
"Please God," was the inward aspiration of Mr. Carlyle.
"Carlyle,"
added the surgeon, in a musing sort of tone, as he laid his hand on Mr. Carlyle's shoulder, which his own head scarcely reached,
"I am sometimes at deathbeds, where the clergyman is sent for in this desperate need to the fleeting spirit, and I am tempted to ask myself what good another man, priest though he be, can do at the 12th hour, where accounts have not been made up previously."
It was hard upon midday. The Reverend Mr. Little, Mr. Carlyle, and Miss Carlyle were gathered in the dressing-room round a table, on which stood a rich china bowl, containing water for the baptism. Joyce, her pale face working with emotion, came into the room, carrying what looked like a bundle of flannel. Little cared Mr. Carlyle for the bundle in comparison with his care for his wife. "Joyce," he whispered, "is it well still?" "I believe so, sir." The services commenced. The clergyman took the child. "What name?" he asked. Mr. Carlyle had never thought about the name, but he replied very promptly, "William," for he knew it was a name revered and loved by Lady Isabel. The minister dipped his fingers in the water. Joyce interrupted in much confusion, looking at her master. "It is a little girl, sir. I beg your pardon. I'm sure I thought I had said so, but I'm so flurried as I never was before." There was a pause, and then the minister spoke again. "Name the child." "Isabel Lucy," said Mr. Carlyle, upon which a strange sort of resentful sniff was heard from Miss Corny. She had probably thought to hear him mention her own, but he had named it after his wife and his mother. Mr. Carlyle was not allowed to see his wife until evening. His eyelashes glistened as he looked down at her. She detected his emotions, and a faint smile parted her lips. "I fear I bore it badly, Archibald, but let us be thankful that it is over. How thankful none can know, save those who have gone through it." "I think they can," he murmured. "I never knew what thankfulness was until this day." "That the baby is safe." "That you are safe, my darling, safe and spared to me, Isabel," he whispered, hiding his face upon hers. "I never until this day knew what prayer was, the prayer of a heart in its sore need." "Have you written to Lord Mount Severn?" she asked after a while. "This afternoon," he replied.
Why did you give baby my name, Isabel? Do you think I could have given it a prettier one? I don't. Why do you not bring a chair and sit down by me?" He smiled and shook his head. "I wish I might, but they limited my stay with you to 4 minutes, and Wainwright has posted himself outside the door with his watch in his hand." Quite true. There stood the careful surgeon, and the short interview was over almost as soon as it had begun. The baby lived, and appeared likely to live, and of course the next thing was to look out for a maid for it. Isabel did not get strong very quickly. Fever and weakness had a struggle with each other, and with her. One day, when she was dressing and sitting in her easy chair, Miss Carlyle entered. "Of all the servants in the neighbourhood, who should you suppose is come up after the place of nurse?" "Indeed, I cannot guess." "Why, Wilson, Mrs. Hare's maid. 3 years and 5 months she has been with them, and now leaves in consequence of a fall-out with Barbara. Will you see her?" "Is she likely to suit? Is she a good servant?" "She's not a bad servant, as servants go," responded Miss Carlyle. "She's steady and respectable, but she has got a tongue as long as from here to Lynneborough." "That won't hurt the baby," said Lady Isabel. "But if she has lived as a lady's maid, she probably does not understand the care of infants." "Yes, she does. She was upper servant at Squire Pinner's before going to Mrs. Hare's. 5 years she lived there." "I will see her," said Lady Isabel. Miss Carlyle left the room to send the servant in, but came back first alone. "Mind, Lady Isabel, don't you engage her. If she is likely to suit you, let her come again for the answer, and meanwhile I will go down to Mrs. Hare's and learn the ins and outs of her leaving. It is all very plausible for her to put upon Barbara, but that is only one side of the question. Before engaging her, it may be well to hear the other." Of course this was but right. Isabel acquiesced, and the servant was introduced, a tall, pleasant-looking woman with black eyes. Lady Isabel inquired why she was leaving Mrs. Hare's. "My lady, it is through Miss Barbara's temper. Latterly, for this year past, nothing has pleased her. She has grown nearly as imperious as the justice himself. I have threatened many times to leave, and last evening we came to another outbreak, and I left this morning." "Left entirely?" "Yes, my lady. Miss Barbara provoked me, so that I said last night I would leave as soon as breakfast was over, and I did so. I should be very glad to take your situation, my lady, if you would please to try me." "You have been the upper maid at Mrs. Hare's?" "Oh, yes, my lady." "Then possibly this situation might not suit you so well as you imagine. Joyce is the upper servant here, and you would in a manner be under her. I have great confidence in Joyce, and in case of my illness or absence, Joyce would superintend the nursery." "I should not mind that," was the applicant's answer. "We all like Joyce, my lady." A few more questions, and then the girl was told to come again in the evening for her answer. Miss Carlyle went to the Grove for the ins and outs of the affair, where Mrs. Hare frankly stated that she had nothing to urge against Wilson, save her hasty manner of leaving, and believed the chief blame to be due to Barbara. Wilson, therefore, was engaged, and was to enter upon her new service the following morning. In the afternoon succeeding to it, Isabel was lying on the sofa in her bedroom, asleep, as was supposed. In point of fact, she was in that state, half asleep, half wakeful delirium, which those who suffer from weakness and fever know only too well. Suddenly she was aroused from it by hearing her own name mentioned in the adjoining room, where sat Joyce and Wilson, the latter holding the sleeping infant on her knee, the former sewing, the door between the rooms being ajar. "How ill she does look," observed Wilson. "Who?" asked Joyce. "Her ladyship. She looks just as if she'd never get over it." "She is getting over it quickly now," returned Joyce. "If you had seen her but a week ago, you would not say she was looking ill now, speaking in comparison." "My goodness!" Would not somebody's hopes be up again if anything should happen?" "Nonsense!" crossly rejoined Joyce. "You may cry out nonsense for ever, Joyce, but they would," went on Wilson, "and she would snap him up to a dead certainty. She'd never let him escape her a second time. She is as much in love with him as she ever was." "It was all talk and fancy," said Joyce. "West Lynne must be busy. Mr. Carlyle never cared for her." "There's more than you know. I have seen a little, Joyce. I have seen him kiss her." "A pack of rubbish!" remarked Joyce. "That tells nothing." "I don't say it does. There's not a young man living but what's fond of a sly kiss in the dark, if he can get it. He gave her that locket and chain she wears." "Who wears?" retorted Joyce, determined not graciously to countenance the subject. "I don't want to hear anything about it." "Who now? Why, Miss Barbara. She has hardly had it off her neck since. My belief is she wears it in her sleep." "More simpleton she," returned Joyce. "The night before he left West Lynne to marry Lady Isabel, and didn't the news come upon us like a thunderclap? Miss Barbara had been at Miss Carlyle's, and he brought her home. A lovely night it was, the moon rising, and nearly as light as day. He somehow broke her parasol in coming home, and when they got to our gate there was a love scene." "Were you a third in it?" sarcastically demanded Joyce. "Yes, without meaning to be. It was a regular love scene. I could hear enough for that, if ever anybody thought to be Mrs. Carlyle. Barbara did that night." "Why, you great baby! You have just said it was the night before he went to get married." "I don't care. She did. After he was gone, I saw her lift up her hands and her face in ecstasy, and say he would never know how much she loved him until she was his wife. Be you very sure, Joyce, many a love passage has passed between them two, but I suppose when my lady was thrown in his way, he couldn't resist her rank and her beauty, and the old love was cast over. It is in the nature of man to be fickle, especially those that can boast of their own good looks like Mr. Carlyle." "Mr. Carlyle's not fickle." "I can tell you more yet. 2 or 3 days after that, Miss Corny came up to our house with the news of his marriage. I was in mistress's bedroom, and they were in the room underneath, the windows open, and I heard Miss Corny tell the tale, for I was leaning out. Up came Miss Barbara upon an excuse, and flew into her room, and I went into the corridor. A few moments, and I heard a noise. It was a sort of wail or groan, and I opened the door softly, fearing she might be fainting. Joyce, if my heart never ached for anybody before, it ached then. She was lying upon the floor, her hands writhed together, and her poor face all white like one in mortal agony. I'd have given a quarter's wages to be able to say a word of comfort to her, but I didn't dare interfere with such a sorrow as that. I came out again and shut the door without her seeing me." "How thoroughly stupid she must have been," uttered Joyce, "to go caring for one who did not care for her." "I tell you, Joyce, you don't know that he did not care. You are as obstinate as the justice, and I wish to goodness you wouldn't interrupt me. They came up here to pay the wedding visit. Master, mistress, and she came in state in the grand chariot with the coachman and Jasper. If you have got any memory at all, you can't fail to recollect it. Miss Barbara remained behind at East Lynne to spend the rest of the day." "I remember it." "I was sent to fetch her home in the evening, Jasper being out. I came the field way, for the dust by the road was enough to smother one, and by the last stile but one, what do you think I came upon?" Joyce lifted her eyes. A snake, perhaps. I came upon Miss Barbara and Mr. Carlyle. What had passed nobody knows but themselves. She was leaning back against the stile, crying, low soft sobs breaking from her like one might expect to hear from a breaking heart. It seemed as if she had been reproaching him, as if some explanation had passed, and I heard him say that from henceforth they could only be brother and sister. I spoke soon, for fear they should see me, and Mr. Carlyle got over the stile. Miss Barbara said to him that he need not come any further, but he held out his arm, and came with her to our back gate. I went on then to open the door, and I saw him with his head bent down to her, and her 2 hands held in his. We don't know how it is between them, I tell you. At any rate, she is a downright fool to suffer herself to love him still, uttered Joyce indignantly. So she is, but she does do it. She'll often steal out to the gate about the time she knows he'll be passing, and watch him by, not letting him see her. It is nothing but her unhappiness, her jealousy of Lady Isabel, that makes her cross. I assure you, Joyce, in this past year she has so changed that she's not like the same person. If Mr. Carlyle should ever get tired of my lady, and—" "Wilson!" harshly interrupted Joyce, "have the goodness to recollect yourself." "What have I said not? Nothing but truth. Men are shamefully fickle. Husbands worse than sweethearts, and I'm sure I'm not thinking of anything wrong. But to go back to the argument that we began with, I say that if anything happened to my lady, Miss Barbara, as sure as fate, would step into her shoes." "Nothing is going to happen to her," continued Joyce with composure. "I hope it is not, now or later, for the sake of this dear little innocent thing upon my lap," went on the undaunted Wilson. "She would not make a very kind stepmother, for it is certain that where the first wife had been hated, her children won't be loved. She would turn Mr. Carlyle against them." "I tell you what it is, Wilson," interrupted Joyce in a firm, unmistakable tone, "if you think to pursue those sort of topics at East Lynne, I shall inform my lady that you are unsuitable for the situation." "I dare say." "And you know that when I make up my mind to a thing, I do it," continued Joyce. "Miss Carlyle may well say you have the longest tongue in West Lynne, but you might have the grace to know that this subject is one more unsuitable to it than another, whether you are eating Mr. Hare's bread, or whether you are eating Mr. Carlyle's. Another word, Wilson, it appears to me that you have been carrying on a prying system in Mrs. Hare's house. Do not attempt such a thing in this." "You were always one of the straight-laced sort, Joyce," cried Wilson, laughing good-humouredly. "But now that I have my say out, I shall stop, and you need not fear I shall be such a simpleton as to go prattling of this kind of thing to the servants." Now just fancy this conversation penetrating to Lady Isabel. She heard every word. It is all very well to oppose the argument who attends to the gossip of servants. Let me tell you it depends upon what the subject matter may be whether the gossip is attended to or not. It might not, and indeed would not, have made so great an impression upon her had she been in strong health, but she was weak, feverish, and in a state of partial delirium, and she hastily took up the idea that Archibald Carlyle had never loved her, that he had admired her and made her his wife in his ambition, but that his heart had been given to Barbara Hare. A pretty state of excitement she worked herself into as she lay there, jealousy and fever, ay, and love too, playing pranks with her brain. It was near the dinner hour when Mr. Carlyle entered. He was startled to see her. Her pallid cheeks were burning with a red, hectic glow, and her eyes glistened with fever. "Isabel, you are worse," he uttered, as he approached her with a quick step. She partially rose from the sofa, and clasped hold of him in her emotion. "Oh, Archibald, Archibald!" she uttered. "Don't marry her. I could not rest in my grave." Mr. Carlyle, in his puzzled astonishment, believed her to be labouring under some temporary hallucination, the result of weakness. He set himself to soothe her, but it seemed that she could not be soothed. She burst into a storm of tears, and began again, wild words. "She would ill-treat my child. She would draw your love from it, and from my memory. Archibald, you must not marry her." "You must be speaking from the influence of dream, Isabel," he soothingly said. "You have been asleep, and are not yet awake. Be still, and recollection will return to you. There, love, rest upon me. To think of her as your wife brings pain enough to kill me," she continued to reiterate. "Promise me that you will not marry her. Archibald, promise it." "I will promise you anything in reason," he replied, bewildered with her words, "but I do not know what you mean. There is no possibility of me marrying any one, Isabel. You are my wife." "But if I die, I may, you know, I may, and many think I shall. Do not let her usurp my place." "Indeed she shall not, whoever you may be talking of. What have you been dreaming? Who is it that has been troubling your mind?" "Archibald, do you need to ask? Did you love no one before you married me? Perhaps you have loved her since. Perhaps you love her still." Mr. Carlyle began to discern method in her madness. He changed his cheering tone to one of great earnestness. "Of whom do you speak, Isabel?" "Of Barbara Hare." He knitted his brow. He was both annoyed and vexed. Whatever had put this bygone nonsense into his wife's head? He quitted the sofa where he had been supporting her, and stood upright before her, calm, dignified, almost solemn in his seriousness. "Isabel, what notion can you possibly have picked up about myself and Barbara Hare? I never entertained the faintest shadow of love for her, either before my marriage or since. You must tell me what has given rise to this idea in your mind." "But she loved you." A moment's hesitation, for of course Mr. Carlyle was conscious that she had, but, taking all the circumstances into consideration, more especially how he had learnt the fact, he could not in honour acknowledge it to his wife. "If it was so, Isabel, she was more reprehensibly foolish than I should have given Barbara's good sense could be, for a woman may almost as well lose herself as to suffer herself to love unsought. If she did give her love to me, I can only say I was entirely unconscious of it. Believe me, you have as much cause to be jealous of Cornelia as you have of Barbara Hare." An impulse rose within her that she would tell him all, the few words dropped by Susan and Joyce 12 months before, the conversation she had just overheard, but in that moment of renewed confidence it did appear to her that she must have been very foolish to attach importance to it, that a sort of humiliation in listening to the converse of servants was reflected on her, and she remained silent. There never was a passion in this world, there never will be one, so fantastic, so delusive, so powerful as jealousy. Mr. Carlyle dismissed the episode from his thoughts. He believed his wife's emotion to have been simply from a feverish dream, and never supposed but that, with the dream, its recollection would pass away from her. Not so. Implicitly relying upon her husband's words at the moment, feeling quite ashamed at her own suspicion, Lady Isabel afterwards suffered the unhappy fear to regain its influence. The ill-starred revelations of Wilson reasserted their power, overmastering the denial of Mr. Carlyle. Shakespeare calls jealousy yellow and green. I think it may be called black and white, for it most assuredly views white as black, and black as white. The most fanciful surmises wear the aspect of truth. The great improbabilities appear as consistent realities. Not another word said Isabel to her husband, and the feeling, you will understand this if you have ever been foolish enough to sun yourself in its delights, only caused her to grow more attached to him, to be more eager for his love.
but certain it is that Barbara Hare dwelt on her heart like an incubus. End of chapter 18. Recording by John Fricker.
Chapter 19 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Caron. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 19. Captain Thorn at West Lynne. Barbara, how fine the day seems. It is a beautiful day, Mamma. I do think I should be all the better for going out. I am sure you would, Mamma, was Barbara's answer. If you went out more, you would find the benefit. Every fine day you ought to do so. I will go and ask Papa if he can spare Benjamin and the carriage. She waltzed gaily out of the room, but returned in a moment. Mamma, it is all right. Benjamin is gone to get the carriage ready. You would like a bit of luncheon before you go. I will order the tray. Anything you please, dear, said the sweet-tempered gentlewoman. I don't know why, but I feel glad to go out today, perhaps because it is lovely. Benjamin made ready his carriage and himself, and drove out of the yard at the back, and brought the carriage round to the front gate. The carriage, or phaeton, as it was often called, was a somewhat old-fashioned concern, as many country things are apt to be. A small box in front for the driver, and a wide seat with a head behind, accommodating Barbara well between them when Mr. and Mrs. Hare both sat in. Benjamin drew the rug carefully over his mistress's knees. The servants did not like Mr. Hare, but would have laid down their lives for her, ascended to his box, and drove them to their destination, the linen draper's. It was an excellent shop, situated a little beyond the office of Mr. Carlyle, and Mrs. Hare and Barbara were soon engaged in that occupation said to possess for all women a fascination. They had been in about an hour when Mrs. Hare discovered that her bag was missing. I must have left it in the carriage, Barbara. Go and bring it, will you, my dear? The pattern of that silk is in it. Barbara went out. The carriage and Benjamin and the sleek old horse were all waiting docilely together. Barbara could not see the bag, and she appealed to the servant. Find Mamma's bag, Benjamin. It must be somewhere in the carriage. Benjamin got off his box and began to search. Barbara waited, gazing listlessly down the street. The sun was shining brilliantly, and its rays fell upon the large cable chain of a gentleman who was sauntering idly up the pavement, making its gold links and its drooping seal and key glitter as they crossed his waistcoat. It shone also upon the enamelled gold studs of his shirt front, making them glitter, and as he suddenly raised his ungloved hand to stroke his moustache, by which action you know a vain man, a diamond ring he wore gleamed with a light that was positively dazzling. Involuntarily, Barbara thought of the description her brother Richard had given of certain dazzling jewels worn by another. She watched him advance. He was a handsome man of perhaps 7 or 8 and 20, tall, slender, and well made, his eyes and hair black. A very pleasant expression sat upon his countenance, and on the left hand he wore a light buff kid glove, and was swinging its fellow by the fingers. But for the light cast at that moment by the sun, Barbara might not have noticed the jewelry, or connected it in her mind with the other jewelry in that unhappy secret. "Hallo, Thorn, is that you? Just step over here." The speaker was Otway Bethel, who was on the opposite side of the street, the spoken to, the gentleman with the jewelry, but the latter was in a brown study, and did not hear. Bethel called out again louder, "Captain Thorn!" That was heard. Captain Thorn nodded, and turned short off across the street. Barbara stood like one in a dream, her brain, her mind, her fancy all in a confused mass together. "Here's the bag, Miss Barbara. It had got among the folds of the rug." Benjamin held it out to her, but she took no notice. She was unconscious of all external things, save one, that she beheld the real murderer of Hallijohn. She entertained no matter of doubt. In every particular he tallied with the description given by Richard: tall, dark, vain, handsome, delicate hands, jewelry, and Captain Thorn. Barbara's cheeks grew white and her heart turned sick. "The bag, Miss Barbara." Away tore Barbara, leaving Benjamin and the bag in wonder. She had caught sight of Mr. Wainwright, the surgeon, at a little distance, and sped toward him. "Mr. Wainwright," began she, forgetting ceremony in her agitation. "You see that gentleman talking to Otway Bethel? Who is he?" Mr. Wainwright had to put his glasses across the bridge of his nose before he could answer, for he was short-sighted. "That? Oh, it is a Captain Thorn. He is visiting the Herberts, I believe." "Where does he come from? Where does he live?" reiterated Barbara in her eagerness. "I don't know anything about him. I saw him this morning with young Smith, and he told me he was a friend of the Herberts. You are not looking well, Miss Barbara." She made no answer. Captain Thorn and Mr. Bethel came walking down the street, and the latter saluted her, but she was too much confused to respond to it. Mr. Wainwright then wished her good day, and Barbara walked slowly back. Mrs. Hare was appearing at the shop door. "My dear, how long you are! Cannot the bag be found?" "I went to speak to Mr. Wainwright," answered Barbara, mechanically, taking the bag from Benjamin and giving it to her mother, her whole heart and eyes still absorbed with that one object moving away in the distance. "You look pale, child. Are you well?" "Oh, yes, quite. Let us get our shopping over, mamma." She moved on to their places at the counter as she spoke, eager to get it over, and be at home, that she might have time for thought. Mrs. Hare wondered what had come to her. The pleased interest displayed in their purchases previously was now gone, and she sat inattentive and absorbed. "Now, my dear, it is only waiting for you to choose. Which of the 2 silks will you have?" "Either any. Take which you like, mamma." "Barbara, what has come to you?" "I believe I am tired," said Barbara, with a forced laugh, as she compelled herself to pay some sort of attention. "I don't like the green. I will take the other." They arrived at home. Barbara got just 5 minutes alone in her chamber before the dinner was on the table. All the conclusion she could come to was, she could do nothing to save tell the facts to Archibald Carlyle. How could she contrive to see him? The business might admit of no delay. She supposed she might go to East Lynne that evening, but where would be her excuse for it at home? Puzzling over it, she went down to dinner. During the meal, Mrs. Hare began talking of some silk she had purchased for a mantle. She should have made it like Mrs. Carlyle's new one, when Miss Carlyle was at the Grove the other day, about Wilson's character. She offered her the pattern, and she, Mrs. Hare, who would send one of the servants up for it after dinner. "Oh, mamma, let me go!" burst forth Barbara, and so vehemently spoke she that the justice paused in carving, and demanded what ailed her. Barbara made some timid excuse. "Her eagerness is natural, Richard," smiled Mrs. Hare. "Barbara thinks she shall get a peep at the baby, I expect. All young folks are fond of babies." Barbara's face flushed crimson, but she did not contradict the opinion. She could not eat her dinner. She was too full of poor Richard. She played with it, and then sent away her plate nearly untouched. "That's through the finery she's been buying," pronounced Justin Hare. "Her head is stuffed up with it." No opposition was offered to Barbara's going to East Lynne. She reached it just as their dinner was over. "It was for Miss Carlyle?" she asked. "Miss Carlyle's not at home, miss. She is spending the day out, and my lady does not receive visitors yet." It was a sort of checkmate. Barbara was compelled to say she would see Mr. Carlyle. Peter ushered her into the drawing-room, and Mr. Carlyle came to her. "I am so very sorry to disturb you, to have asked for you," began Barbara with a burning face, for somehow a certain evening interview of hers with him 12 months before was disagreeably present to her. Never since that evening of agitation had Barbara suffered herself to betray emotion to Mr. Carlyle. Her manner to him had been calm, courteous, and indifferent, and she now more frequently called him Mr. Carlyle than Archibald. Take a seat, Barbara. I asked for Miss Carlyle," she continued, "for mamma is in want of a pattern that she promised to lend her. You remember the Lieutenant Thorn whom Richard spoke of as being the real criminal?" "Yes, I think he is at West Lynne." Mr. Carlyle was aroused to eager interest. "He, the same Thorn?" "It can be no other. Mamma and I were shopping today, and I went out for her bag, which she left in the carriage. While Benjamin was getting it, I saw a stranger coming up the street, a tall, good-looking, dark-haired man, with a conspicuous gold chain and studs. The sun was full upon him, causing the ornaments to shine, especially a diamond ring which he wore, for he had one hand raised to his face. The thought flashed over me, that is just like the description Richard gave of the man Thorn. Why the idea should have occurred to me in that strange manner, I do not know. But it most assuredly did occur, though I did not really suppose him to be the same. Just then I heard him spoken to by someone on the other side of the street. It was Otway Bethel, and he called him Captain Thorn." "This is curious indeed, Barbara. I did not know any stranger was at West Lynne. I saw Mr. Wainwright, and asked him who it was. He said a Captain Thorn, a friend of the Herberts. A Lieutenant Thorn 4 or 5 years ago would probably be Captain Thorn now." Mr. Carlyle nodded, and there was a pause. "What can be done?" asked Barbara. Mr. Carlyle was passing one hand over his brow. It was a habit of his when in deep thought. "It is hard to say what is to be done, Barbara. The description you gave of this man certainly tallies with that given by Richard. Did he look like a gentleman?" "Very much so. A remarkably aristocratic-looking man, as it struck me." Mr. Carlyle again nodded assentingly. He remembered Richard's words when describing the other, an out-and-out aristocrat. "Of course, Barbara, the first thing must be to try and ascertain whether it is the same," he observed. "If we find it is, then we must deliberate upon future measures. I will see what I can pick up and let you know." Barbara rose. Mr. Carlyle escorted her across the hall, and then strolled down the park by her side, deep in the subject, and quite unconscious that Lady Isabel's jealous eyes were watching them from her dressing-room window. "You say he seemed intimate with Otway Bethel?" "As to being intimate, I cannot say. Otway Bethel spoke as though he knew him." This must have caused excitement to Mrs. Hare. "You forgot, Archibald, that mamma was not told anything about Thorn," was the answer of Barbara. The uncertainty would have worried her to death. All Richard said to her was that he was innocent, that it was a stranger who did the deed, and she asked for no particulars. She had implicit faith in Richard's truth. "True, I did forget," replied Mr. Carlyle. "I wish we could find out someone who knew the other Thorn. To ascertain that they were the same would be a great point gained." He went as far as the park gates with Barbara, shook hands, and wished her good evening. Scarcely had she departed when Mr. Carlyle saw 2 gentlemen advancing from the opposite direction, in one of whom he recognized Tom Herbert, and the other instinct told him was Captain Thorn. He waited till they came up. "If this isn't lucky seeing you," cried Mr. Tom Herbert, who was a free and easy sort of a gentleman, the second son of a brother justice of Mr. Hare. "I wish to goodness you'd give us a draught of your cider, Carlyle. We went up to Beaucamp's for a stroll, but found them all out, and I'm awful thirsty. Captain Thorn, Carlyle." Mr. Carlyle invited him to his house and ordered in refreshments. Young Herbert coolly threw himself into an armchair and lit a cigar. "Come, Thorn," cried he, "here's a weed for you." Captain Thorn glanced toward Mr. Carlyle. He appeared of a far more gentlemanly nature than Tom Herbert. "You'll have one too, Carlyle," said Herbert, holding out his cigar case. "Oh, I forgot, you are a muff. Don't smoke one twice a year. I say, how's Lady Isabel?" "Very ill still." "By Jove! Is she, though? Tell her I am sorry to hear it. Will you, Carlyle? But, I say, will she smell the smoke?" asked he, with a mixture of alarm and concern in his face. Mr. Carlyle reassured him upon the point, and turned to Captain Thorn. "Are you acquainted with this neighborhood?" Captain Thorn smiled. "I only reached West Lynne yesterday." You were never here before then, continued Mr. Carlyle, setting down the last as a probably evasive answer. No. He and my brother Jack, you know, are in the same regiment, put in Tom with scanty ceremony. Jack had invited him down for some fishing, and that, and Thorn arrives, but he never sent word he was coming. You see, Jack had given him up, and is off to some Irish expedition, the deuce knows where. Precious unlucky that it should have happened so. Thorn says he shall cut short his stay, and go again. The conversation turned upon fishing, and in the heat of the argument the stranger mentioned a certain pond, and its famous eels, the Low Pond. Mr. Carlyle looked at him, speaking, however, in a careless manner. Which do you mean? We have 2 ponds, not far apart, each called the Low Pond. I mean the one on the estate, about 3 miles from here, Squire Thorpe's, unless I am mistaken. Mr. Carlyle smiled. I think you must have been in the neighborhood before, Captain Thorn. Squire Thorpe is dead, and the property has passed to his daughter's husband, and that Low Pond was filled up 3 years ago. I have heard a friend mention it, was Captain Thorn's reply, spoken in an indifferent tone, though he evidently wished not to pursue the subject. Mr. Carlyle, by easy degrees, turned the conversation upon Swainson, the place where Richard Hare's Captain Thorn was suspected to have come. The present Captain Thorn said he knew it a little. He had once been staying there a short time. Mr. Carlyle became nearly convinced that Barbara's suspicions were correct. The description certainly agreed, so far as he could judge in the most minute particulars. The man before him wore 2 rings, a diamond, and a very beautiful diamond too, on the one hand, a seal ring on the other. His hands were delicate to a degree, and his handkerchief, a cambric one of unusually fine texture, was not entirely quentless of scent. Mr. Carlyle quitted the room for a moment, and summoned Joyce to him. My lady has been asking for you, said Joyce. Tell her I will be up at the moment these gentlemen leave, Joyce. He added, find an excuse to come into the room presently. You can bring something or other in. I want you to look at this stranger, who is with young Mr. Herbert. Notice him well. I fancy you may have seen him before. Mr. Carlyle returned to the room, leaving Joyce surprised. However, she presently followed, taking in some water, and lingered a few minutes, apparently placing the things on the table in better order. When the 2 departed, Mr. Carlyle called Joyce, before proceeding to his wife's room. Well, he questioned, did you recognize him? Not at all, sir. He seemed quite strange to me. Cast your thoughts back, Joyce. Did you ever see him in days gone by? Joyce looked puzzled, and she replied in the negative. Is he the man, think you, who used to ride from Swainson to see if I? Joyce's face flushed crimson. Oh, sir, was all she uttered. The name is the same, Thorn. I thought it possible the men might be, observed Mr. Carlyle. Sir, I cannot say. I never saw that Captain Thorn but once, and I don't know. Joyce spoke slowly, and with consideration, that I should at all know him again. I did not think of him when I looked at this gentleman, but at any rate, no appearance in this one struck upon my memory as being familiar. So from Joyce, Mr. Carlyle obtained no clue, one way or the other. The following day he sought out Otway Bethel. Are you intimate with that Captain Thorn who is staying with the Herberts? Asked he. Yes, answered Bethel decisively, if passing a couple of hours in his company can constitute intimacy. That's all I have seen of Thorn. Are you sure? Pursued Mr. Carlyle. Sure, returned Bethel. Why, what are you driving at now? I called in at Herbert's the night before last, and Tom asked me to stay the evening. Thorn had just come. A jolly bout we had. Cigars and cold punch. Bethel, said Mr. Carlyle, dashing to the point. It is Thorn who used to go after Afy Hallijohn? Come, you could tell if you like. Bethel remained dumb for a moment, apparently with amazement. What a confounded lie, uttered he at length. Why, it's no more of that, then. What, Thorn? He broke off abruptly. You are equivocating, Bethel. The Thorn who is mixed up, or said to be, in the Hallijohn affair. Is this the same man? You are a fool, Carlyle, which is what I never took you to be yet, was Mr. Bethel's rejoinder, spoken in a savage tone. I have told you that I never know there was any thorn mixed up with a fly, and I should like to know why my word is not to be believed. I never saw Thorn in my life till I saw him the other night at the Herberts, and that I would take my oath too, if put to it. Bethel quitted Mr. Carlyle with the last word, and the latter gazed after him, revolving points in his brain. The mention of Thorn's name, and one spoken of by Richard Hare, appeared to excite some feeling in Bethel's mind, arousing it to irritation. Mr. Carlyle remembered that it had done so previously, and now it had done so again, and yet Bethel was an easy-natured man in general, far better tempered than principled, that there was something hidden, some mystery connected with the affair. Mr. Carlyle felt sure, but he could not attempt so much as a guess at what it might be, and this interview with Bethel brought him so nearer the point he wished to find out. Whether this Thorn was the same man. In walking back to his office he met Mr. Tom Herbert. "Does Captain Thorn propose making a long stay with you?" he stopped him to inquire. "He's gone. I have just seen him off by the train," was the reply of Tom Herbert. It seemed rather slow with him without Jack, so he docked his visit, and says he'll pay us one when Jack's to the... As Mr. Carlyle went home to dinner that evening, he entered the Grove, ostensibly to make a short call on Mrs. Hare. Barbara, on the tenterhooks of impatience, accompanied him outside when he departed, and walked down the path. "What have you learned?" she eagerly asked. "Nothing satisfactory," was the reply of Mr. Carlyle, "and the man has left again." "Left?" uttered Barbara. Mr. Carlyle explained. He told her how they had come to his house the previous evening after Barbara's departure, and his encounter with Tom Herbert that day. He mentioned, also, his interview with Bethel. "Can he have gone on purpose, feeling consequences?" wondered Barbara. "Scarcely, or why should he have come?" "You did not suffer any word to escape you last night, causing him to suspect for a moment that he was hounded?" "Not any. You would make a bad lawyer, Barbara." "Who or what is he?" "An officer in Her Majesty's service, in John Herbert's regiment. I ascertained no more. Tom said he was of good family, but I cannot help suspecting it is the same man." "Can nothing more be done?" "Nothing in the present stage of the affair," continued Mr. Carlyle, as he passed through the gate to continue his way. "We can only wait on again with what patience we may, hoping that time will bring about its own elucidation." Barbara pressed her forehead down on the cold iron of the gate as his footsteps died away. "Ay, to wait on," she murmured, "to wait on in dreary pain, to wait on perhaps for years, perhaps forever, and poor Richard wearing out his days in poverty and exile." End of chapter 19. Recording by Chris Caron, Ham Lake, Minnesota.
Chapter 20 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood, Chapter 20. Going from Home. I should recommend a complete change of scene altogether, Mr. Carlyle. Say some place on the French or Belgian coast. Sea bathing might do wonders. Should you think it well for her to go so far from home? I should. In these cases of protracted weakness, where you can do nothing but try to coax the strength back again, change of air and scene are of immense benefit. I will propose it to her, said Mr. Carlyle. I have just done so, replied Dr. Martin, who was the other speaker. She met it with objection, which I expected, for invalids naturally feel a disinclination to move from home, but it is necessary that she should go. The object of their conversation was Lady Isabel. Years had gone on, and there were 3 children now at East Lynne: Isabel, William, and Archibald, the latter 12 months old. Lady Isabel had, a month or two back, been attacked with illness. She recovered from the disorder, but it had left her in an alarming state of weakness. She seemed to get worse instead of better, and Dr. Martin was summoned from Lynneborough. The best thing he could recommend, as you have seen, was change of air. Lady Isabel was unwilling to take the advice, more especially to go so far as the French coast, and but for a circumstance that seemed to have happened purposely to induce her to decide, would probably never have gone. Mrs. Ducie, the reader may not have forgotten her name, had, in conjunction with her husband, the Honourable Augustus, somewhat run out at the elbows, and found it convenient to enter for a time on the less expensive life of the Continent. For 18 months she had been staying in Paris, the education of her younger daughters being the plea put forth, and a very convenient plea it is, and serves hundreds. Isabel had 2 or 3 letters from her during her absence, and she now received another, saying that they were going to spend a month or 2 at Boulogne-sur-Mer. Mr. Carlyle, Mr. Wainwright, and Dr. Martin, in short, everybody, declared this must remove all Lady Isabel's unwillingness to go from home, for Mrs. Ducie's society would do away with the loneliness she had anticipated, which had been the ostensible score of her objection. Boulogne-sur-Mer, of all places in the world, remonstrated Lady Isabel. It is spoken of as being crowded and vulgar. The more amusing for you, my lady, cried Dr. Martin, while Mr. Carlyle laughed at her, and finding she had no chance against them all, she consented to go, and plans were hastily decided upon. Joyce, said Lady Isabel to her waiting maid, I shall leave you at home. I must take Wilson instead. Oh, my lady, what have I done? You have done all that you ought, Joyce, but you must stay with the children. If I may not take them, the next best thing will be to leave them in your charge, not Miss Carlyle's, she said, shaking her voice. If it were Wilson who remained, I could not do that. My lady, I must do whatever you think best. I wish I could attend you and stay with them, but of course I cannot do both. I am sent away to get health and strength, but it may be that I shall die, Joyce. If I never come back, will you promise to remain with my children? Joyce felt a creeping sensation in her veins. The sobs rose in her throat, but she swallowed them down and constrained her voice to calmness. My lady, I hope you will come back to us as well as you used to be. I trust you will hope so too, my lady, and not give way to low spirits. I sincerely hope and trust I shall, answered Lady Isabel fervently. Still, there's no telling, for I am very ill. Joyce, give me your promise, in case of the worst, you will remain with the children. I will, my lady, as long as I am permitted. And be kind to them and love them, and shield them from any unkindness that may be put upon them, she added, her head full of Mrs. Carlyle, and talk to them sometimes of their poor mother, who is gone. I will, oh, my lady, I will. And Joyce sat down in the rocking-chair as Lady Isabel quitted her, and burst into tears. Mr. Carlyle and Lady Isabel, with Wilson and Peter in attendance, arrived at Boulogne, and proceeded to the Hôtel des Bains. It may be as well to mention that Peter had been transferred from Miss Carlyle's service to theirs, when the establishment was first formed at East Lynne. Upon entering the hotel they inquired for Mrs. Ducie, and then a disappointment awaited them. A letter was handed them, which had arrived that morning from Mrs. Ducie, expressing her regret that certain family arrangements prevented her visiting Boulogne. She was proceeding to some of the baths in Germany instead. "I might almost have known it," remarked Isabel. "She was always the most changeable of women." Mr. Carlyle went out in search of lodgings, Isabel objecting to remain in the bustling hotel. He succeeded in finding some very desirable ones situated in the Rue de l'Écu, near the port, and they moved into them. He thought the journey had done her good, for she looked better and said she already felt stronger. Mr. Carlyle remained with her 3 days. He had promised only one, but he was pleased with everything around him, pleased with Isabel's returning glimpses of health, and amused with the scenes of the busy town. The tide served at 8 o'clock the following morning, and Mr. Carlyle left by the Folkestone boat. Wilson made his breakfast, and after swallowing it in haste, he returned to his wife's room to say farewell. "Good-bye, my love," he said, stooping to kiss her. "Take care of yourself. Give my dear love to the darlings, Archibald. And what?" he asked. "I have not a moment to lose." "Do not get making love to Barbara Hare while I am away." She spoke in a tone half jest, half serious. Could he but have seen how her heart was breaking? Mr. Carlyle took it wholly as a jest, and went away laughing. Had he believed she was serious, he could have been little more surprised had she charged him not to go about the country on a dromedary. Isabel rose later and lingered over her breakfast. Listless enough, she was wondering how she would make the next few weeks pass, what she should do with her time. She had taken 2 sea baths since her arrival, but they had appeared not to agree with her, leaving her low and shivering afterwards. So it was not deemed advisable that she should attempt more. It was a lovely morning, and she determined to venture on to the pier, to where they had sat on the previous evening. She had not Mr. Carlyle's arm, but it was not far, and she could take a good rest at the end of it. She went, attended by Peter, took her seat, and told him to come for her in an hour. She watched the strollers on the pier as they had done the previous evening, not in crowds now, but stragglers, coming on at intervals. There came a gouty man in a list shoe. There came 3 young ladies and their governess. There came 2 fast puppies in shooting jackets and eyeglasses, which they turned with a broad stare on Lady Isabel. But there was something about her which caused them to drop their glasses and their ill manners together. After an interval there appeared another, a tall, handsome, gentlemanly man. Her eyes fell upon him, and what was it that caused every nerve in her frame to vibrate, every pulse to quicken? Whose form was it that was thus advancing and changing the monotony of her mind into tumult? It was that of one whom she was soon to find had never been entirely forgotten. Captain Levison came slowly on, approaching the pier where she sat. He glanced at her, not with the hardihood displayed by the 2 young men, but with quite sufficiently evident admiration. "What a lovely girl," thought he to himself. "Who can she be, sitting there alone?" All at once a recollection flashed into his mind. He raised his hat and extended his hand, his fascinating smile in full play. "I certainly cannot be mistaken. Have I the honour of once more meeting Lady Isabel Vane?" She rose from the seat and allowed him to take her hand, answering a few words at random, for her wits seemed wool-gathering. "I beg your pardon, I should have said Lady Isabel Carlyle. Time has elapsed since we parted, and in the pleasure of seeing you again so unexpectedly, I thought of you as you were then. She sat down again, the brilliant flush of emotion dying away upon her cheeks. It was the loveliest face Francis Levison had seen since he saw hers, and he thought so as he gazed at it. "What can have brought you to this place?" he inquired, taking a seat beside her. "I have been ill," she explained, "and am ordered to the seaside. We should not have come here but for Mrs. Ducie. We expected to meet her. Mr. Carlyle only left me this morning." "Mrs. Ducie is off to Ems. I see them occasionally. They have been fixtures in Paris for some time. You do indeed look ill," he abruptly added in a tone of sympathy. "Alarmingly ill. Is there anything I can do for you?" She was aware that she looked unusually ill at that moment, for the agitation and surprise of meeting him were fading away, leaving her face an ashy whiteness. Exceedingly vexed and angry with herself did she feel that the meeting should have power to call forth emotion. Until that moment she was unconscious that she retained any sort of feeling for Captain Levison. "Perhaps I have ventured out too early," she said, in a tone that would seem to apologize for her looks. "I think I will return. I shall meet my servant, no doubt. Good morning, Captain Levison." "But indeed you do not appear fit to walk alone," he remonstrated. "You must allow me to see you safely home." Drawing her hand within his own, quite as a matter of course, as he had done many a time in days gone by, he proceeded to assist her down the pier. Lady Isabel, conscious of her own feelings, felt that it was not quite the thing to walk thus familiarly with him, but he was a sort of a relation of the family, a connection at any rate, and she could find no ready excuse for declining. "Have you seen Lady Mount Severn lately?" he inquired. "I saw her when I was in London this spring with Mr. Carlyle. The first time we have met since my marriage, and we do not correspond. Lord Mount Severn had paid us 2 or 3 visits at East Lynne. They are in town yet, I believe." "For all I know, I have not seen them, or England either, for 10 months. I have been staying in Paris, and got here yesterday." "A long leave of absence," she observed. "Oh, I have left the army. I sold out. The truth is, Lady Isabel, for I don't mind telling you, things are rather down with me at present. My old uncle has behaved shamefully. He has married again." "I heard that Sir Peter had married." "He is 73, the old simpleton. Of course, this materially alters my prospects, for it is just possible he may have a son of his own now, and my creditors all came down upon me. They allowed me to run into debt with complacency when I was heir to the title and estates, but as soon as Sir Peter's marriage appeared in the papers, myself and my consequence dropped 100%. Credit was stopped, and I was dunned for payment. So I thought I'd cut it altogether, and I sold out and came abroad." "Leaving your creditors?" "What else could I do? My uncle would not pay them, or increase my allowance." "What are your prospects, then?" resumed Lady Isabel. "Prospects? Do you see that little ragged boy throwing stones into the harbour? It is well the police don't drop upon him. Ask him what his prospects are, and he will stare you in the face and say, 'None.' Mine are on a like par." "You may succeed Sir Peter yet." "I may, but I may not, when those old idiots get a young wife." "Have you quarrelled with Sir Peter?" interrupted Lady Isabel. "I should quarrel with him as he deserves, if it would do any good, but I might get my allowance stopped. Self-interest, you see, Lady Isabel, is the order of the day with most of us." "Do you propose staying in Boulogne long?" "I don't know, as I may find amusement. Paris is a fast capital, with its heated rooms and its late hours, and I came down for the refreshment of a few sea dips. Am I walking too fast for you? You increased your pace alarmingly when you spoke of Sir Peter's marriage, and I am not sorry for it," she added good-naturedly, "for it has proved to me how strong I am getting. A week ago I could not have walked half so fast." He interrupted with eager apologies, and soon they reached her home. Captain Levison entered with her, uninvited. He probably deemed between connections great ceremonies might be dispensed with, and he sat a quarter of an hour chatting to amuse her. When he rose, he inquired what she meant to do with herself in the afternoon. "To lie down," replied Isabel. "I am not strong enough to sit up all day." "Should you be going out afterwards, you must allow me to take care of you," he observed. "I am glad that I happened to be here, for I am sure you are not fit to wander out without an arm, and only followed by a servant. When Mr. Carlyle comes, he will thank me for my pains." What was she to urge in objection? Simply nothing. He spoke, let us not doubt, from a genuine wish to serve her, in a plain, easy tone, as any acquaintance might speak. Lady Isabel schooled herself severely. If these old feelings were not quite dead within her, why, she must smother them down again as effectually as if they were. The very fact of recognizing such to her own heart brought a glow of shame to her brow. She would meet Captain Levison and suffer his companionship as she would that of the most indifferent stranger. It was just the wrong way for her to go to work, though. As the days passed on, Lady Isabel improved wonderfully. She was soon able to go to the sands in the morning and sit there to enjoy the sea air, watching the waves come up to reside with the tide. She made no acquaintance whatever in the place, and when she had a companion it was Captain Levison. He would frequently join her there, sometimes take her, almost always give her his arm home. Of all things, she disliked the having to take his arm. Would 1,000 times over rather have taken good old Peter's. A secret prick of the conscience whispered it might be better if she did not. One day she said in a joking sort of manner, she would not say it in any other, that now she was strong, she had no need of his arm and his escort. He demanded in evident astonishment what had arisen that he might not still afford it, seeing her husband was not with her to give her his. She had no answer in reply to this, no excuse to urge, and in default of one, took his arm as usual. In the evening he would be ready to take her to the pier, but they sat apart, mixing not with the bustling crowd, he lending to his manner, as he conversed with her, all that he would call up of fascination, and fascination such as Francis Levison's might be dangerous to any ear in the sweet evening twilight. The walk-over, he left her at her own door. She never asked him in the evening, and he did not intrude without, as he sometimes would of a morning. Now, where was the help for this? You may say that she should have remained indoors, and not have subjected herself to his companionship, but the remaining indoors would not have brought her health, and it was health that she was staying in Boulogne to acquire, and the sooner it came the better pleased she would be, for she wanted to be at home with her husband and children. In a fortnight from the period of his departure, Mr. Carlyle was expected in Boulogne, but what marvellous change had this fortnight wrought in Lady Isabel! She did not dare to analyze her feelings, but she was conscious that all the fresh emotions of her youth had come again. The blue sky seemed as of the sweetest sapphire. The green fields and waving trees were of an emerald brightness. The perfume of the flowers was more fragrant than any perfume had yet seemed. She knew that the sky, that the grassy plains, the leafy trees, the brilliant flowers, were but as they ever had been. She knew that the sunny atmosphere possessed no more of loveliness or power of imparting delight than of old, and she knew that the change, the sensation of ecstasy, was in her own heart. No wonder that she shrank from self-examination. The change from listless languor to her present feeling brought the hue and contour of health to her face far sooner than anything else could have done. She went down with Captain Levison to meet Mr. Carlyle the evening he came in, and when Mr. Carlyle saw her behind the cords as he was going to the custom-house, he scarcely knew her. Her features had lost their sharpness, her cheeks wore a rosy flush, and the light of pleasure at meeting him again shone in her eyes. "What can you have been doing to yourself, my darling?" he uttered in delight, as he emerged from the custom-house and took her hands in his. "You look almost well." "Yes, I am much better, Archibald, but I am warm now and flushed. We have waited here some time, and the setting sun was full upon us. How long was the boat in coming in?" "The wind was against us," replied Mr. Carlyle, wondering who the exquisite was at his wife's side. He thought he remembered his face. "Captain Levison," said Lady Isabel. "I wrote you word in one of my letters that he was here. Have you forgotten it?" Yes, it had slipped from his memory. "And I am happy that it happened so," said that gentleman, interposing, "for it has enabled me to attend Lady Isabel in some of her walks. She is stronger now, but at first she was unfit to venture alone." "I feel much indebted to you," said Mr. Carlyle, warmly. The following day was Sunday, and Francis Levison was asked to dine with them, the first meal he had been invited to in the house. After dinner, when Lady Isabel left them, he grew confidential over his claret to Mr. Carlyle, laying open all his intricate affairs and his cargo of troubles. "This compulsory exile abroad is becoming intolerable," he concluded, "and a Paris life plays the very deuce with one. Do you see any chance of my getting back to England?" "Not the least," was the candid answer, "unless you can manage to satisfy, or partially satisfy, those claims you have been telling me of. Will not Sir Peter assist you?" "I believe he would, were the case fairly represented to him. But how am I to get over to do it? I have written several letters to him lately, and for some time I got no reply. Then came an epistle from Lady Levison, not short and sweet, but short and sour. It was to the effect that Peter was ill, and could not at present be troubled with business matters." "He cannot be very ill," remarked Mr. Carlyle. "He passed through West Lynne in his open carriage a week ago." "He ought to help me," grumbled Captain Levison. "I am his heir so long as Lady Levison does not give him one. I do not hear that she has expectations." "You should contrive to see him." "I know I should, but it is not possible under present circumstances. With these thunderclouds hanging over me, I dare not set foot in England, and run the risk to be dropped upon. I can stand a few things, but I shudder at the bare idea of a prison. Something peculiar in my idiosyncrasy, I take it, for those who have tried it say it's nothing when you're used to it." "Someone might see him for you." "Someone? Who? I have quarrelled with my lawyers, Sharp and Steele, of Lincoln's Inn." "Keen practitioners," put in Mr. Carlyle. "Too keen for me. I'd send them over the herring pond if I could. They have used me shamefully since my uncle's marriage. If ever I do come into the Levison estates, they'll be ready to eat their ears off. They would like a finger in a pie with such property as that." Shall I see Peter Levison for you?" "Will you?" returned Captain Levison, his dark eyes lighting up. "If you like. As your friend, you understand. Not as your solicitor. That I decline. I have a slight knowledge of Sir Peter. My father was well acquainted with him, and if I can render you any little service, I shall be happy in return for your kind attention to my wife. I cannot promise to see him for those 2 or 3 weeks, though," resumed Mr. Carlyle, "for we are terribly busy. I never was so driven. But for being so, I should stay here with my wife." Francis Levison expressed his gratitude, and the prospect, however remote, of being enabled to return to England increased his spirits to exultation. While they continued to converse, Lady Isabel sat at the window in the adjoining room, listlessly looking out on the crowds of French who were crowding to and from the port in their Sunday holiday attire. Looking at them with her eyes, not with her senses. Her senses were holding commune with herself, and it was not altogether satisfactory. She was aware that a sensation all too warm, a feeling of attraction towards Francis Levison, was working within her. Not a voluntary one. She could no more repress it than she could repress her own sense of being, and mixed with it was the stern voice of conscience, overwhelming her with the most lively terror. She would have given all she possessed to be able to overcome it. She would have given half the years of her future life to separate herself at once and forever from the man. But do not mistake the word terror, or suppose that Lady Isabel Carlyle applied it here in the vulgar acceptation of the term. She did not fear for herself. None could be more conscious of self-rectitude of principle and conduct, and she would have believed it as impossible for her ever to forsake her duty as a wife, a gentlewoman, and a Christian, as for the sun to turn round from west to east. That was not the fear which possessed her. It had never presented itself to her mind. What she did fear was that further companionship with Francis Levison might augment the sentiments she entertained for him to a height that her life, for perhaps years to come, would be one of unhappiness, a sort of concealment, and, more than all, she shrank from the consciousness of the bitter wrong that these sentiments cast upon her husband. "Archibald, I have a favour to ask you," she said, after Captain Levison's departure. "Take me back with you." "Impossible, my love. The change is doing you so much good, and I took the apartments for 6 weeks. You must at least remain that time." The colour flowed painfully into her cheek. "I cannot stay without you, Archibald." "Tell me why." "I am so dull without you," was all she could say. He felt that this was not reason enough for altering an arrangement that was so beneficial to her, so he left the following morning, commending her to the continued care of Captain Levison. Chapter 21 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 21. Quitting the Danger. Lady Isabel was seated on one of the benches of the Petit Camp, as it is called, underneath the ramparts of the upper tower. A week or 10 days had passed away since the departure of Mr. Carlyle, and in her health there was a further visible improvement. It was still evening, cool for July. No sound was heard save the hum of the summer insects, and Lady Isabel sat in silence with her companion, her rebellious heart beating with a sense of its own happiness. But for the voice of conscience strong within her, but for the sense of right and wrong, but for the existing things in short, but that she was a wife, she might have been content to sit by his side forever, never to wish to move or to break the silence. Did he read her feelings? He told her, months afterward, that he did, but it may have been a vain boast and excuse. Do you remember the evening, Lady Isabel, just such a one as this, that we all passed at Richmond? He suddenly asked. Your father, Mrs. Vane, you and I and others? Yes, I remember it. We had spent a pleasant day. The 2 Miss Challoners were with us. You drove Mrs. Vane home, and I went with papa. You drove recklessly, I recollect, and Mrs. Vane said when we got home that you should never drive her again. Which meant not until the next time. Of all capricious, vain, exacting women, Emma Vane was the worst, and Emma Mount Severn is no improvement upon it. She's a systematic flirt and nothing better. I drove recklessly on purpose to put her in a fright and pay her off. What had she done? Put me in a rage. She had saddled herself upon me when I wished for another to be my companion. Blanche Challoner? Blanche Challoner? Echoed Captain Levison in a mocking tone. What did I care for Blanche Challoner? Isabel remembered that he had been supposed in those days to care a great deal for Miss Blanche Challoner, a most lovely girl of 17. Mrs. Vane used to accuse you of caring too much for her, she said aloud. She accused me of caring for someone else more than for Blanche Challoner, he significantly returned, and for once her jealous surmises were not misplaced. No, Lady Isabel, it was not Blanche Challoner I had wished to drive home. Could you not have given a better guess than that at the time? He added, turning to her. There was no mistaking the tone of his voice or the glance of his eye. Lady Isabel felt a crimson flush rising, and she turned her face away. The past is gone, and cannot be recalled, he continued. But we both played our cards like simpletons. If ever 2 beings were formed to love each other, you and I were. I sometimes thought you read my feelings. Surprise had kept her silent, but she interrupted him now, haughtily enough. I must speak, Lady Isabel. It is but a few words, and then I am silent forever. I would have declared myself had I dared, but my uncertain position, my debts, my inability to keep a wife weighed me down, and instead of appealing to Sir Peter, as I ought to have done, for the means to assume a position that would justify me in asking Lord Mount Severn's daughter, I crushed my hopes within me and suffered you to escape. I will not hear this, Captain Levison, she cried, rising from her seat in anger. He touched her arm to place her on it again. "One single moment yet, I pray you. I have for years wished that you should know why I lost you, a loss that tells upon me yet. I have bitterly worked out my own folly, since I knew not how passionately I loved you until you became the wife of another. Isabel, I love you passionately still." "How dare you presume to address me?" She spoke in a cold, dignified tone of hauteur, as it was her bounden duty to speak, but nevertheless she was conscious of an undercurrent of feeling, whispering that, under other auspices, the avowal would have brought to her heart the most intense bliss. "What I have said can do no hurt now," resumed Captain Levison. "The time has gone by for it, for neither you nor I are likely to forget that you are a wife. We have each chosen our path in life, and must abide by it. The gulf between us is impassable, but the fault was mine. I ought to have avowed my affection, and not have suffered you to throw yourself away upon Mr. Carlyle." "Throw myself away!" she indignantly uttered, roused to the retort. "Mr. Carlyle is my dear husband, esteemed, respected, and beloved. I married him of my own free choice, and I have never repented it. I have grown more attached to him day by day. Look at his noble nature, his noble form. What are you by his side? You forget yourself, Francis Levison." He bit his lip. "No, I do not." "You are talking to me as you have no right to talk," she exclaimed in agitation. "Who but you would so insult me? Taking advantage of my momentarily unprotected condition, would you dare to do it were Mr. Carlyle within reach? I wish you good evening, sir." She walked away as quickly as her tired frame would permit. Captain Levison strode after her. He took forcible possession of her hand, and placed it within his arm. "I pray you forgive and forget what has escaped me, Lady Isabel. Suffer me to be, as before, the kind friend, the anxious brother endeavouring to be of service to you in the absence of Mr. Carlyle." "It is what I have suffered you to be, looking upon you as, I may say, a relative," she coldly rejoined, withdrawing her hand from his contact. "Not else should I have permitted your incessant companionship, and this is how you have repaid it. My husband thanked you for your attention to me. Could he have read what was in your false heart? He had offered you a different sort of thanks, I fancy." "I ask your pardon, Lady Isabel. I have acknowledged my fault, and I can do no more. I will not so offend again. But there are moments when our dearest feelings break through the convenances of life, and betray themselves, in spite of our sober judgment. Suffer me to support you down this steep hill," he added, for they were then going over the sharp stones of the Grand Rue. "You are not strong enough to proceed alone after this evening's long walk." "You should have thought of that before," she said, with some sarcasm in her tone. "No, I have declined." So she had to put his arm back, which he was holding out, as she walked on unsupported, with what strength she had, he continuing by her side. Arriving at her door, she wished him a cool good evening, and he turned away in the direction of his hotel. Lady Isabel brushed past Peter and flew upstairs, startling Wilson, who had taken possession of the drawing room, to aid her smart cap at its windows in the absence of her lady. "My desk, Wilson, immediately," cried she, bearing off her gloves, her bonnet, and her shawl. "Tell Peter to be in readiness to take a letter to the post, and he must walk fast, or he will not catch it before the English mail is closed." The symptoms of sinful happiness throbbing at her heart while Francis Levison told her of his love spoke plainly to Lady Isabel of the expediency of withdrawing entirely from his society and his dangerous sophistries. She would be away from the very place that contained him, put the sea between them. So she dashed off a letter to her husband, an urgent summons that he should come to her without delay, for remain away longer she would not. It is probable she would have started alone, not waiting for Mr. Carlyle, but for fear of not having sufficient funds for the journey after the rent and other things were paid. Mr. Carlyle, when he received the letter and marked its earnest tone, wondered much. In reply he stated that he would be with her on the following Saturday, and then her returning or not with him would be settled. Fully determined not to meet Captain Levison, Isabel in the intervening days only went out in a carriage. He called once and was shown into the drawing-room, but Lady Isabel, who happened to be in her own chamber, sent out a message which was delivered by Peter, "My lady's compliments, but she must decline receiving visitors." Sunday morning, it had been impossible for him to get away before, brought Mr. Carlyle. He strongly combated her wish to return home until 6 weeks should have expired. He nearly said he would not take her, and she grew earnest over it, almost to agitation. "Isabel," he said, "let me know your motive, for it appears to me you have one. The sojourn here is evidently doing you a vast deal of good, and what you urge about being dull sounds very like nonsense. Tell me what it is." A sudden impulse flashed over her that she would tell him the truth. Not tell him that she loved Francis Levison, or that he had spoken to her as he did. She valued her husband too greatly to draw him into any unpleasantness whose end could not be seen, but owned to him that she had once felt a passing fancy for Francis Levison, and preferred not to be subjected to his companionship now. Oh, that she had done so! Her kind, her noble, her judicious husband! Why did she not? The whole truth as to her present feelings it was not expedient that she should tell, but she might have confided to him quite sufficient. He would only have cherished her the more deeply, and sheltered her under his fostering care, safe from harm. Why did she not? In the impulse of the moment she was about to do so, when Mr. Carlyle, who had been taking a letter from his pocket-book, put it into her hand. Upon what slight threads the events of life turn! Her thoughts diverted, she remained silent while she opened the letter. It was from Miss Carlyle, who had handed it to her brother in the moment of his departure, to carry to Lady Isabel and save postage. Mr. Carlyle had nearly dropped it into the Folkestone post office. A letter as stiff as Miss Corny herself. The children were well, and the house was going on well, and she hoped Lady Isabel was better. It filled 3 sides of notepaper, but that was all the news it contained, and it wound up with the following sentence: "I would continue my epistle, but Barbara Hare, who is to spend the day with us, has just arrived." Barbara Hare spending the day at East Lynne. That item was quite enough for Lady Isabel, and her heart and her confidence closed to her husband. She must go home to her children, she urged. She could not remain longer away from them, and she urged it at length with tears. "Nay, Isabel," said Mr. Carlyle, "if you are so much in earnest as this, you shall certainly go back with me." Then she was like a child let loose from school. She laughed, she danced in her excess of content, she showered kisses on her husband, thanking him in her gleeful gratitude. Mr. Carlyle set it down to her love for him. He arrived at the conclusion that, in reiterating that she could not bear to be away from him, she spoke the fond truth. "Isabel," he said, smiling tenderly upon her, "do you remember in the first days of our marriage you told me that you did not yet love me, but that the love would come? I think this is it." Her face flushed nearly to tears at the words, a bright, glowing, all too conscious flush. Mr. Carlyle mistook its source, and caught her to his heart. Lady Isabel had returned home to bodily health, to the delight of meeting her children, to the glad sensation of security. But as the days went on, a miserable feeling of apathy stole over her, a feeling as if all whom she had loved in the world had died, leaving her living and alone. She did not encourage these reflections. Knowing what you do know of her, you may be sure of that, but they thrust themselves continually forward. The form of Francis Levison was ever present to her. Not a minute of the day but it gave the colouring to her thoughts, and at night it made the subject of her dreams. Oh, those dreams! They were painful to wake from, painful from the contrasts they presented to reality, and equally painful to her conscience in its strife after what was right. Mr. Carlyle mounted his horse one morning and rode over to Levison Park. He asked for Sir Peter, but was shown into the presence of Lady Levison, a young and pretty woman, dressed showily. She inquired his business. "My business, madam, is with Sir Peter." "But Sir Peter is not well enough to attend to business. It upsets him, worries him." "Nevertheless, I am here by his own appointment. 12 o'clock he mentioned, and the hour has barely struck." Lady Levison bit her lip and bowed coldly, and at that moment a servant appeared to conduct Mr. Carlyle to Sir Peter. The matter which had taken Mr. Carlyle thither was entered upon immediately. Francis Levison, his debts, and his gracelessness. Sir Peter, an old gentleman in a velvet skull-cap, particularly enlarged upon the latter. "I'd pay his debts to-day, and set him on his legs again, but that I know I should have to do the same thing over and over again, to the end of the chapter, as I have done it repeatedly hitherto," cried Sir Peter. "His grandfather was my only brother, his father my dutiful and beloved nephew, but he is just as bad as they were estimable. He is a worthless fellow and nothing else, Mr. Carlyle." "His tale drew forth my compassion, and I promised I would see you and speak for him," returned Mr. Carlyle. "Of Captain Levison's personal virtues or vices I know nothing." "And the less you know, the better," growled Sir Peter. I suppose he wants me to clear him and start him afresh." "Something of that sort, I conclude." "But how is it to be done? I am at home, and he is over there. His affairs are in a state of confusion, and nobody can come to the bottom of them without an explanation from him. Some liabilities, for which I have furnished the money, the creditors swear have not been liquidated. He must come over if he wants anything done." "Where is he to come to? He must be in England sub rosa?" "He can't be here," hastily rejoined Sir Peter. "Lady Levison would not have him for a day." "He might be at East Lynne," good-naturedly observed Mr. Carlyle. "Nobody would think of looking for him there. I think it is a pity that you should not meet, if you do feel inclined to help him." "You are a deal more considerate to him than he deserves, Mr. Carlyle. May I ask if you intend to act for him in a professional capacity?" "I do not." A few more words, and it was decided that Captain Levison should be immediately sent for. As Mr. Carlyle left Sir Peter's presence, he encountered Lady Levison. "I can scarcely be ignorant that your conference with my husband has reference to his grand-nephew," she observed. "It has," replied Mr. Carlyle. "I have had a very bad opinion of him, Mr. Carlyle. At the same time, I do not wish you to carry away a wrong impression of me. Francis Levison is my husband's nephew, his presumptive heir. It may therefore appear strange that I set my face against him. 2 or 3 years ago, previous to my marriage with Sir Peter, in fact, before I knew Sir Peter, I was brought into contact with Francis Levison. He got acquainted with some friends of mine, and at their house I met him. He behaved shamefully ill. He repaid their hospitality with gross ingratitude. Other details and facts regarding his conduct also became known to me. Altogether, I believe him to be a base and despicable man, both by nature and inclination, and that he will remain such to the end of time." "I know very little indeed of him," observed Mr. Carlyle. "May I inquire the nature of his ill conduct in that instance?" He ruined them, Mr. Carlyle. They were simple, unsuspicious country people, understanding neither fraud nor vice, nor the ways of an evil world. Francis Levison got them to put their names to bills as a matter of form, to accommodate him for a month or so, he stated, and so they believed. They were not wealthy. They lived upon their own small estate, with none too much of superfluous money to spare, and when the time came for them to pay, as come it did, it brought ruin, and they had to leave their home. He deliberately did it, knowing what would be the end, and I could tell you of other things. Sir Peter may have informed you that I object to receive him here. I do. My objection is to the man, to his character, not owing, as I hear it has been said, to any jealous paltry feeling touching his being the heir. I must lose my own self-respect before I admit Francis Levison to my house as an inmate. Sir Peter may assist him in welcome, may pay his debt and get him out of his scrapes as often as he pleases, but I will not have him here. Sir Peter said you declined to receive him, but it is necessary that he should come to England if his affairs are to be set straight, and also that he should see Sir Peter." "Come to England?" interrupted Lady Levison. "How can he come to England under present circumstances, unless, indeed, he comes en cachette?" "En cachette, of course," replied Mr. Carlyle. "There is no other way. I have offered to let him stay at East Lynne. He is, you may be aware, a sort of a connection of Lady Isabel's." Take care that he does not repay your hospitality with ingratitude, warmly returned Lady Levison. It would only be in accordance with his practice. Mr. Carlyle laughed. I do not see what harm he could do me, allowing that he had the inclination. He would not scare my clients from me, or beat my children, and I can take care of my pocket. A few days, no doubt, will be the extent of his sojourn. Lady Levison smiled too, and shook hands with Mr. Carlyle. In your house, perhaps, there may be no field for his vagaries, but rely on it, where there is one, he is sure to be at some mischief or other. This visit of Mr. Carlyle's to Levison Park took place on a Friday morning, and on his return to his office he dispatched an account of it to Captain Levison at Boulogne, telling him he had better come over. But now Mr. Carlyle, like many another man whose mind has had its share of work, was sometimes forgetful of trifles, and it entirely slipped his memory to mention the expected arrival at home. The following evening, Saturday, he and Lady Isabel were dining in the neighbourhood, when the conversation at table turned upon the Ducies and their embarrassments. The association of ideas led Mr. Carlyle's thoughts to Boulogne, to Captain Levison and his embarrassments, and it immediately occurred to him that he had not told his wife of the anticipated visit. He kept it in his mind then, and spoke as soon as they were in the chariot returning home. Isabel, began he, I suppose we always have rooms ready for visitors, because I am expecting one. Oh, yes, or if not, they are soon made ready. Ah, but tomorrow's Sunday, and I have no doubt that's the day he will take advantage of to come. I am sorry I forgot to mention it yesterday. Who is coming, then? Captain Levison. Who? Repeated Lady Isabel in a sharp tone of consternation. Captain Levison. Sir Peter consents to see him with a view to the settlement of his liabilities, but Lady Levison declines to receive him at the park, so I offered to give him house room at East Lynne for a few days. There is an old saying, the heart leaping into the mouth, and Lady Isabel's leapt into hers. She grew dizzy at the words. Her senses seemed momentarily to desert her. Her first sensation was as if the dull earth had opened up and shown her a way into paradise. Her second, a lively consciousness that Francis Levison ought not to be suffered to come again into companionship with her. Mr. Carlyle continued to converse of the man's embarrassments, of his own interview with Sir Peter and Lady Levison, but Isabel was as one who had heard not. She was debating the question, how could she prevent his coming? Archibald, she presently said, I do not wish Francis Levison to stay at East Lynne. It will only be for a few days, perhaps but a day or two. Sir Peter is in the humour to discharge the claims, and, the moment his resolve is known, the ex-captain can walk on Her Majesty's dominions, an unmolested man, free to go where he will. That may be, interrupted Lady Isabel in an accent of impatience. But why should he come to our house? I proposed it myself. I had no idea you would dislike his coming. Why should you? I don't like Francis Levison, she murmured. That is, I don't care to have him at East Lynne. My dear, I fear there is no help for it now. He is most likely on his road, and will arrive tomorrow. I cannot turn him out again, after my own voluntary invitation. Had I known it would be disagreeable to you, I would not have proposed it." "Tomorrow?" she exclaimed, all the words that caught her ear. "Is he coming tomorrow?" "Being Sunday, a free day, he will be sure to take advantage of it. What has he done that you should object to his coming? You did not say in Boulogne that you disliked him." "He had done nothing," was her faltering answer, feeling that her grounds of opposition must melt under her one by one. "Lady Levison appears to possess a very ill opinion of him," resumed Mr. Carlyle. "She says she knew him in years gone by. She mentioned one or two things which, if true, must be bad enough, but possibly she may be prejudiced." "She is prejudiced," said Isabel. "At least Francis Levison told me so at Boulogne. There appeared to be no love lost between them." "At any rate, his ill-doings or well-doings cannot affect us for the short period he is likely to remain. You have taken a prejudice against him also, I suppose, Isabel?" She suffered Mr. Carlyle to remain in the belief, and sat with clasped hands and a despairing spirit, feeling that fate was against her. How could she accomplish her task of forgetting this man if he was thus to be thrown into her home and her companionship? Suddenly she turned to her husband, and laid her cheek upon his shoulder. He thought she was tired. He passed his arm around her waist, drew her face to a more comfortable position, and bent his own lovingly upon it. It came to her mind as she lay there to tell him a portion of the truth, like it had done once before. It was a strong arm of shelter that round her, a powerful pillar of protection, him upon whom she leaned. Why did she not confide herself to him as trustingly as a little child? Simply because her courage failed. Once, twice, the opening words were upon her lips, but come forth they did not, and then the carriage stopped at East Lynne, and the opportunity was over. Oh, how many a time in her after years did Lady Isabel recall that midnight drive with her husband, and wish, in her vain repentance, that she had opened his eyes to that dangerous man. On Sunday, Captain Levison arrived at East Lynne. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 22, Part 1. Mrs. Hare's Dream. The next day rose bright, warm, and cloudless, and the morning sun streamed into the bedroom of Mrs. Hare. Mr. and Mrs. Hare were of the old-fashioned class who knew nothing about dressing-rooms. Their bedrooms were very large, and they never used a dressing-room in their lives, or found the want of one. The justice rubbed his face to a shining brilliancy, settled on his morning wig and his dressing-gown, and then turned to the bed. "What will you have for breakfast?" "Thank you, Richard. I do not think I can eat anything. I shall be glad of my tea. I am very thirsty." "Oh, nonsense!" responded the justice, alluding to the intimation of not eating. "Have a poached egg." Mrs. Hare smiled at him and gently shook her head. "You are very kind, Richard, but I could not eat this morning. Barbara may send up the smallest bit of dry toast.
Would you please throw the window open before you go down? I should like to feel the air." "You will get the air too near from this window," replied Mr. Justice Hare, opening the further one. Had his wife requested that the further one to be opened, he would have opened the other. His own will and opinions were ever paramount. Then he descended. A minute or two, and up ran Barbara, looking bright and fair as the morning, her pink muslin dress with its ribbon and its open white lace sleeves as pretty as she was. She leaned over to kiss her mother. "Mamma, are you ill? And you have been so well lately. You went to bed so well last night, papa says." "Barbara, dear," interrupted Mrs. Hare, glancing around the room with dread, and speaking in a deep whisper, "I have had one of those dreadful dreams again." "Oh, mamma, how can you?" exclaimed Barbara, starting up in vexation. "How can you suffer a foolish dream to overcome you as to make you ill? You have good sense in other matters, but in this you seem to put all sense away from you." "Child, will you tell me how I am to help it?" returned Mrs. Hare, taking Barbara's hand and drawing her to her again. "I do not give myself the dreams. I cannot prevent them making me sick, prostrate, and feverish. How can I help these things, I ask?" At this moment the bedroom door was flung open, and the face of the justice, especially stern and cross, then was pushed in. So startled was Mrs. Hare that she shook till she shook the pillow, and Barbara sprang away from the bed. Surely he had not distinguished their topic of conversation. "Are you coming to make the breakfast to-day or not, Barbara? Do you expect me to make it?" "She is coming this instant, Richard," said Mrs. Hare, her voice more faint than usual, and the justice turned and stamped down again. "Barbara, could your papa have heard me mention Richard?" "No, no, mamma, impossible. The door was shut. I will bring up your breakfast myself, and then you can tell me the dream." Barbara flew after Mr. Hare, poured out his coffee, saw him settled at his breakfast, with a plateful of grouse pie before him, and then returned upstairs with a mamma's tea and dry toast. "Go on with your dream, mamma," she said. "But your breakfast will be cold, child." "Oh, don't mind that. Did you dream of Richard?" "Not very much of Richard, except that the old and continuous trouble of his being away and unable to return seemed to pervade it all through. You remember, Barbara, Richard asserted to us in that short hidden night visit that he did not commit the murder, that it was another who did." "Yes, I remember it," replied Barbara. "Barbara, I am convinced he spoke the truth. I trust him implicitly." "I feel sure of it also, mamma. I asked him, you remember, whether it was Otway Bethel who committed it, for I have always doubted Bethel, in an indefinite vague manner. Richard replied it was not Bethel, but a stranger. Well, Barbara, in my dream I thought that stranger came to West Lynne, that he came to this house here, and we were talking to him of him, conversing as we might with any other visitor. Mind you, we seemed to know that he was the one who actually did it, but he denied it. He wanted to put it upon Richard, and I saw him, yes I did, Barbara, whisper to Otway Bethel. But oh, I cannot tell you the sickening horror that was upon me throughout, and seemed to be upon you also, lest he should make good his own apparent innocence, and crush Richard his victim. I think the dread and horror awoke me." "What was he like, this stranger?" asked Barbara in a low tone. "Well, I cannot quite tell. The recollection of his appearance seemed to pass away from me with the dream. He was dressed as a gentleman, and we conversed with him as an equal." Barbara's mind was full of Captain Thorn, but his name had not been mentioned to Mrs. Hare, and neither would she mention it now. She fell into deep thought, and Mrs. Hare had to speak twice before she could be aroused. "Barbara, I say, don't you think this dream, coming uncalled for, uninduced, must forebode some ill? Rely upon it, something connected with that wretched murder is going to be stirred up again." "You know I do not believe in dreams," was Barbara's answer. "I think when people say, 'This dream is a sign of such and such a thing,' it is the greatest absurdity in the world. I wish you could remember what the man seemed like in your dream." "I wish I could," answered Mrs. Hare, breaking off a particle of her dry toast. "All I can remember is, that he appeared to be a gentleman." Was he tall? Had he black hair? Mrs. Hare shook her head. I tell you, my dear, remembrance has passed from me, so whether his hair was black or light I cannot say. I think he was tall, but he was sitting down, and Otway Bethel stood behind his chair. I seemed to feel that Richard was outside the door in hiding, trembling lest the man should go out and see him there, and I trembled too. Oh, Barbara, it was a distressing dream. I wish you could avoid having them, mamma, for they seem to upset you very much. Why did you ask whether the man was tall and had black hair? Barbara returned an evasive answer. It would not do to tell Mrs. Hare that her suspicions pointed to one particular quarter. It would have agitated her too greatly. So vivid was the dream she could scarcely persuade herself, when she awoke, that it was not real, and the murderer actually at West Lynne. "Oh, Barbara, Barbara," she exclaimed in a wailing tone, "when will this mystery be cleared, and my own restored to me? 7 years since he stole here to see us, and no tidings yet." "People say that changes come every 7 years, mamma," said Barbara hopefully, "but I will go down and send you up some more tea." "And guard your countenance well," returned her mother. "Don't let your father suspect anything. Remember his oath to bring Richard to justice. If he thought we dwelt on his innocence, there is no knowing what he might do to find him. He is so very just." "So very cruel and unnatural, I call it, mamma. But never fear my betraying anything. But have you heard about Joyce?" "No, what is it?" "She had a severe fall while playing with little Isabel, and it is said she will be confined to bed for several weeks. I am very sorry for her." And, composing her face, she descended to the breakfast room. The dinner hour at the Hares, when they were alone, was 4 o'clock, and it arrived that day as usual, and they sat down to table. Mrs. Hare was better then. The sunshine and the business of stirring life had in some measure effaced the visions of the night, and restored her to her wonted frame of mind. The cloth removed, the justice sat but a little while over his port wine, for he was engaged to smoke an after-dinner pipe with the brother magistrate, Mr. Justice Herbert. "Shall you be home to tea, papa?" inquired Barbara. "Is it any business of yours, young lady?" "Oh, not in the least," answered Miss Barbara. "Only if you had been coming home to tea, I suppose we must have waited, had you not been in time." "I thought you said, Richard, that you were going to stay the evening with Mr. Herbert," observed Mrs. Hare. "So I am," responded the justice, "but Barbara has a great liking for the sound of her own tongue." The justice departed, striding pompously down the gravel walk. Barbara waltzed round the large room to a gleeful song, as if she felt his absence a relief. Perhaps she did. "You can have tea now, mamma, at any time you please, if you are thirsty, without waiting till 7, quoth she. "Barbara," said Mrs. Hare. "What, mamma?" "I am sorry to hear of the calamity which has fallen upon Joyce. I should like to walk to East Lynne this evening and inquire after her, and see her if I may. It would be but neighbourly. I feel quite equal to it. Since I have accustomed myself to take more exercise, I feel better for it, you know, and we have not been out to-day. Poor Joyce! What time shall we go, Barbara?" "If we were to get there by 7, I should think. Their dinner will be over then." "Yes," answered Mrs. Hare, with alacrity, who was always pleased when somebody else decided for her. "But I should like some tea before we start, Barbara." Barbara took care that her mamma should have some tea, and then they proceeded towards East Lynne. It was a lovely evening, the air warm, and the humming gnats sported in it as if to make the most of the waning summer. Mrs. Hare enjoyed it at first, but ere she reached East Lynne she became aware that the walk was too much for her. She did not usually venture upon half so long a one, and probably the fever and agitation of the morning had somewhat impaired her day's strength. She laid her hand upon the iron gate as they turned into the park, and stood still. "I did wrong to come, Barbara." "Lean on me, mamma. When you reach those benches you can take a good rest before proceeding to the house. It is very warm, and that may have fatigued you." They gained the benches, which were placed under some of the park trees, in front of the gates and the road, but not off the house, and Mrs. Hare sat down. Another minute and they were surrounded. Mr. Carlyle, his wife, and sister, who were taking an after-dinner stroll amidst the flowers with their guest, Francis Levison, discerned them and came up. The children, except the youngest, were of the party. Lady Isabel warmly welcomed Mrs. Hare. She had become quite attached to the delicate and suffering woman. "A pretty one I am I not, Archibald, to come inquiring after one invalid, and am so much of an invalid myself that I have to stop half-way?" Mrs. Hare exclaimed, as Mr. Carlyle shook her hand. "I was so greatly concerned to hear of poor Joyce." "You must stay the evening, now you are here," cried Lady Isabel. "It will afford you a good rest, and tea will refresh you." "Oh, thank you, but we have taken tea," said Mrs. Hare. "There is no reason why you should not take some more," she laughed. "Indeed, you seem too fatigued to be anything but a prisoner with us for the next hour or two." "I fear I am," answered Mrs. Hare. "Who the dickens are they?" Captain Levison was muttering to himself, as he contemplated the guests from a distance. "It is a deuced pretty girl, whoever she may be. I think I'll approach. They don't look formidable." He did approach, and the introduction was made. Captain Levison, Mrs. Hare, Miss Hare, a few formal words, and Captain Levison disappeared again, challenging little William Carlyle to a foot race. "How very poorly your mamma looks!" Mr. Carlyle exclaimed to Barbara, when they were beyond the hearing of Mrs. Hare, who was busy talking with Lady Isabel and Miss Carlyle. "And she appeared so much stronger lately, altogether better." "The walk here has fatigued her. I feared it would be too long, so that she looks unusually pale," replied Barbara. "But what do you think it is that has upset her again, Mr. Carlyle?" He turned his inquiring eyes upon Barbara. "Papa came downstairs this morning, saying mamma was ill, that she had one of her old attacks of fever and restlessness. I declare, as papa spoke, I thought to myself, could mamma have been dreaming some foolish dream again? For you remember how ill she used to be after them. I ran upstairs, and the first thing that mamma said to me was that she had had one of those dreadful dreams. I fancied she must have outlived her fear of them, that her own plain sense had come to her aid long ago, showing her how futile dreams are, meaning nothing, even if hers do occasionally touch upon that unhappy mystery. You may just as well reason with the post as reason with mamma when she is suffering from the influence of one of those dreams," returned Barbara. "I tried it this morning. I asked her to call up, as you observe, good sense to her aid, and her reply was, how could she help her feelings? She did not induce the dream by thinking of Richard, or in any other way, and yet it came and shattered her. Of course, so far, mamma is right, for she cannot help the dreams coming." End of chapter 22, part 1. Chapter 22, part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 22, part 2. Mrs. Hare's Dream, continued. Mr. Carlyle made no immediate reply. He picked up a ball belonging to one of the children which lay in his path, and began tossing it gently in his hand. "It is a singular thing," he observed presently, "that we do not hear from Richard." "Oh, very, very, and I know mamma distresses over it. A few words which she let fall this morning betrayed it plainly. I am no believer in dreams," continued Barbara, "but I cannot deny that these, which take such a hold upon mamma, do bear upon the case in a curious manner, the one she had last night especially." "What was it?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "She dreamed that the real murderer was at West Lynne. She thought he was at our house as a visitor, she said, or like one making a morning call, and we, she and I, were conversing with him about the murder. He wanted to deny it, to put it on Richard, and he turned and whispered to Otway Bethel, who stood behind his chair. This is another strange thing," added Barbara, lifting her blue eyes in the deep earnestness to the face of Mr. Carlyle. "What is strange? You speak in enigmas, Barbara." "I mean that Otway Bethel should invariably appear in her dreams. Until that stolen visit of Richard's, we had no idea he was near the spot at the time, and yet he had always made a prominent feature in these dreams." "And who was the murderer, in your mamma's dream?" continued Mr. Carlyle, speaking as gravely as though he were upon a subject that men ridicule not. "She cannot remember, except that he seemed a gentleman, and that we held intercourse with him as such. Now, that again is remarkable. We never told her, you know, of our suspicions of Captain Thorn." "I think you must be becoming a convert to the theory of dreams yourself, Barbara. You are so very earnest," smiled Mr. Carlyle. "No, not to dreams, but I am earnest for my dear brother Richard's sake. That Thorn does not appear in a hurry again to favour West Lynne with his—" Mr. Carlyle paused, for Barbara had hurriedly laid her hand upon his arm, with a warning gesture. In talking they had wandered across the park to its ornamental grounds, and were now in a quiet path, overshadowed on the other side by a chain of imitation rocks. Seated astride on the summit of these rocks, right above where Mr. Carlyle and Barbara were standing, was Francis Levison. His face was turned from them, and he appeared intent upon a child's whip, winding leather around its handle. Whether he heard the footsteps or not, he did not turn. They quickened their pace and quitted the walk, bending their steps backward toward the group of ladies. "Could he have heard what we were saying?" ejaculated Barbara below her breath. Mr. Carlyle looked down upon the concerned flushed cheeks with a smile. Barbara was so evidently perturbed. But for a certain episode of their lives, some years ago, he might have soothed her tenderly. "I think he must have heard a little, Barbara, unless his wits were wool-gathering. He might not be attending. What if he did hear? It is of no consequence." "I was speaking, you know, of Captain Thorn, of his being the murderer." "You were not speaking of Richard or his movements, so never mind. Levison is a stranger to the whole. It is nothing to him. If he did hear the name of Thorn mentioned, or even distinguish the subject, it would bear for him no interest. Would go, as the saying runs, in at one ear and out at the other. Be at rest, Barbara." He really did look somewhat tenderly upon her as he spoke, and they were near enough to Lady Isabel for her to note the glance. She need not have been jealous, it bore no treachery to her. But she did note it. She had noted also their wandering away together, and she jumped to the conclusion that it was premeditated, that they had gone beyond her sight to enjoy each other's society for a few stolen moments. Wonderfully attractive looked Barbara that evening, for Mr. Carlyle or any one else to steal away with. Her tasty, elegant, airy summer attire, her bright blue eyes, her charming features, and her damask cheeks. She had untied the strings of her pretty white bonnet, and was restlessly playing with them, more in thought than nervousness. "Barbara, love, how are we to get home?" asked Mrs. Hare. "I do fear I shall never walk it. I wish I had told Benjamin to bring the phaeton." "I can send to him," said Mr. Carlyle. "But it is too bad of me, Archibald, to take you and Lady Isabel by storm in this unceremonious manner, and to give your servants trouble besides." "A great deal too bad, I think," returned Mr. Carlyle with mock gravity. "As to the servants, the one who has to go will never get over the trouble, depend upon it. You always were more concerned for others than for yourself, dear Mrs. Hare. And you were always kind, Archibald, soothing difficulties for all, and making a trouble of nothing. Ah, Lady Isabel, were I a young woman, I should be envying you your good husband. There are not many like him." Possibly the sentence reminded Lady Isabel that another, who was young, might be envying her, for her cheeks, Isabel's, flushed crimson. Mr. Carlyle held out his strong arm of help to Mrs. Hare. "If sufficiently rested, I fancy you would be more comfortable on a sofa indoors. Allow me to support you thither." "And you can take my arm on the other side," cried Mrs. Carlyle, placing her tall form by Mrs. Hare. "Between us both we will pull you bravely along. Your feet need scarcely touch the ground." Mrs. Hare laughed, but said she thought Mr. Carlyle's arm would be sufficient. She took it, and they were turning toward the house when her eye caught the form of a gentleman passing along the road by the park gate. "Barbara, run!" she hurriedly exclaimed. "There's Tom Herbert going toward our house, and he will just call in and tell them to send the phaeton if you ask him, which will save the trouble to Mr. Carlyle's servants of going expressly. Make haste, child! You will be up with him in half a minute." Barbara, thus urged, set off on the spur of the moment toward the gates, before the rest of the party well knew what was being done. It was too late for Mr. Carlyle to stop her and repeat that the servant should go, for Barbara was already up with Mr. Tom Herbert. The latter had seen her running toward him and waited at the gate. "Are you going past our house?" inquired Barbara, perceiving then that Otway Bethel also stood there, but just beyond the view of the women. "Yes, why?" replied Tom Herbert, who was not famed for his politeness, being blunt by nature and fast by habit. "Mamma would be so much obliged to you if you could just call in and leave word that Benjamin is to bring up the phaeton. Mamma walked here, intending to walk home, but she finds herself so fatigued as to be unequal to it." "All right, I'll call and send him. What time?" Nothing had been said to Barbara about the time, so she was at liberty to name her own. 10 o'clock. We shall be home then before papa." "That you will," responded Tom Herbert. "He and the governor and 2 or 3 more old codgers are blowing clouds till you can't see across the room, and they are sure to get at it after supper. I say, Miss Barbara, are you engaged for a few picnics?" "Good for a great many," returned Barbara. "Our girls want to get up some in the next week or 2. Jack's home, you know." "Is he?" said Barbara in surprise. "We had a letter yesterday, and he came today. A brother officer with him. Jack vows, if the girls don't cater well for them in the way of amusement, he'll never honour them by spending his leave at home again. So mind you keep yourself in readiness for any fun that may turn up. Good evening." "Good evening, Miss Hare," added Otway Bethel. As Barbara was returning the salutation, she became conscious of other footsteps advancing from the same direction that they had come, and moved her head hastily round. 2 gentlemen, walking arm in arm, were close upon her, in one of whom she recognized Jack, otherwise Major Herbert. He stopped and held out his hand. "It is some years since we met, but I have not forgotten the pretty face of Miss Barbara," he cried. "A young girl's face it was then, but it is a stately young lady's now." Barbara laughed. "Your brother has just told me you had arrived at West Lynne, but I did not know you were so close to me. He has been asking me if I am ready for some pic—" Barbara's voice faltered, and the rushing crimson dyed her face. Whose face was that? Who was he, standing opposite to her, side by side with John Herbert? She had seen the face but once, yet it had implanted itself upon her memory in characters of fire. Major Herbert continued to talk, but Barbara for once lost her self-possession. She could not listen. She could only stare at that face as if fascinated to the gaze, looking herself something like a simpleton, her shy blue eyes anxious and restless, and her lips turning to an ashy whiteness. A strange feeling of wonder, a superstition was creeping over Barbara. Was that man behind her in sober, veritable reality? Or was it but a phantom called up in her mind by the associations rising from her mamma's dream, or by the conversation held not many moments ago with Mr. Carlyle? Major Herbert may have deemed that Barbara, who evidently could not attend to himself, but was attending to his companion, wished for an introduction, and he accordingly made it. "Captain Thorn? Miss Hare." Then Barbara roused herself. Her senses were partially coming to her, and she became alive to the fact that they must deem her behaviour unorthodox for a young lady. I looked at Captain Thorn, for I thought I remembered his face," she stammered. "I was in West Lynne for a day or 2, some 5 years ago," he observed. "Ah, yes," returned Barbara. "Are you going to make a long stay now?" We have several weeks' leave of absence. Whether we shall remain here all the time I cannot say." Barbara parted from them. Thought upon thought crowded upon her brain as she flew back to East Lynne. She ran up the steps to the hall, gliding toward a group which stood near its further end: her mother, Miss Carlyle, Mr. Carlyle, and little Isabel. Lady Isabel she did not see. Mrs. Hare was then going up to see Joyce. In the agitation of the moment she stealthily touched Mr. Carlyle, and he stepped away from the rest to speak to her. She drew him back toward the door of one of the reception rooms, and motioning him to approach. "Oh, Archibald, I must speak to you alone. Could you not come out again for a little while?" He nodded, and walked out openly by her side. Why should he not? What had he to conceal? But, unfortunately, Lady Isabel, who had but gone into that same room for a minute, and was coming out again to join Mrs. Hare, both saw Barbara's touch upon her husband's arm, marked her agitation, and heard her words. She went to one of the hall windows and watched them saunter toward the more private part of the ground. She saw her husband send back Isabel. Never since her marriage had Lady Isabel's jealousy been excited as it was excited that evening. I scarcely know whether I am awake or dreaming," began Barbara, putting up her hand to her brow and speaking in a dreamy tone. "Pardon me for bringing you out in this unceremonious fashion." "What state secrets have you to discuss?" asked Mr. Carlyle in a jesting manner. "We were speaking of mamma's dream. She said the impression it had left upon her mind, that the murderer was in West Lynne, was so vivid that in spite of common sense she could not persuade herself that he was not." "Well, just now—" "Barbara, what can be the matter?" uttered Mr. Carlyle, perceiving that her agitation was so great as to impede her words. "I have just seen him," she rejoined. "Seen him!" echoed Mr. Carlyle, looking at her fixedly, a doubt crossing his mind whether Barbara's mind might be as uncollected as her manner. "What were nearly my last words to you, that if ever that Thorn did come to West Lynne again, I would leave no stone unturned to bring it home to him. Here he is, Archibald. Now, when I went to the gate to speak to Tom Herbert, his brother Major Herbert was also there, and with him Captain Thorn, Bethel also. Do you wonder I say that I know not whether I am awake or dreaming? They have some weeks' holiday, and are here to spend it." "It is a singular coincidence," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle. "Had anything been wanting to convince me that Thorn is the guilty man, this would have done it," went on Barbara in her excitement. "Mamma's dream, with the steadfast impression it left upon her, that Hallijohn's murderer was now at West Lynne." In turning the sharp corner of the covered walk they came in contact with Captain Levison, who appeared to be either standing or sauntering there, his hands underneath his coat tails. Again Barbara felt vexed, wondering how much he had heard, and beginning in her heart to dislike the man. He accosted them familiarly, and appeared as if he would have turned with them, but none could put down presumption more effectually than Mr. Carlyle, calm and gentlemanly though he always was. "I will join you presently, Captain Levison," he said with a wave of the hand, and he turned back with Barbara toward the open parts of the park. "Do you like that Captain Levison?" she abruptly inquired, when they were beyond hearing. "I cannot say I do," was Mr. Carlyle's reply. "He is one who does not improve upon acquaintance. To me it looks as though he had placed himself in our way to hear what we were saying. No, no, Barbara. What interest could it bear for him?" Barbara did not contest the point. She turned to the one nearer at heart. "What must be our course with regard to Thorn?" "It is more than I can tell you," replied Mr. Carlyle. "I cannot go up to the man and unceremoniously accuse him of being Hallijohn's murderer." They took their way to the house, for there was nothing further to discuss. Captain Levison entered it before them, and saw Lady Isabel standing at the hall window. Yes, she was standing and looking still, brooding over her fancied wrongs. "Who is that Miss Hare?" he demanded in a cynical tone. "They appear to have a pretty good understanding together. Twice this evening I have met them enjoying a private walk and a private confab." "What did you say?" sharply and haughtily returned Lady Isabel. "Nay, I did not mean to offend you," was the answer, for he knew that she heard his words distinctly in spite of her question. "I spoke of Monsieur votre mari." End of chapter 22, part 2. Chapter 23, part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 23, part 1. Captain Thorn in trouble about a bill. Part 1. In talking over a bygone misfortune, we sometimes make the remark, or hear it made to us, "Circumstances worked against us." Such and such a thing might have turned out differently, we say, had the surrounding circumstances been more favourable. But they were in opposition, they were dead against it. Now, if ever attendant circumstances can be said to have borne a baneful influence upon any person in this world, they most assuredly did at this present time against Lady Isabel Carlyle. Coeval, you see, with the arrival of the ex-captain Levison at East Lynne, all the jealous feeling touching her husband and Barbara Hare was renewed, and with greater force than ever. Barbara, painfully anxious that something should be brought to light, it would have puzzled her to say how or by what means, by which her brother should be exonerated from the terrible charge under which he lay, fully believing that Frederick Thorn, captain in Her Majesty's service, was the man who had committed the crime, as asserted by Richard, was in a state of excitement bordering upon frenzy. Too keenly she felt the truth of her own words, that she was powerless, that she could herself do nothing. When she rose in the morning, after a night passed in troubled reflection more than in sleep, her thoughts were, "Oh, that I could this day find out something certain." She was often at Herbert's, frequently invited there, sometimes going uninvited. She and the Herberts were intimate, and they pressed Barbara into all the impromptu gay doings, now their brother was at home. There she of course saw Captain Thorn, and now and then she was enabled to pick up scraps of his past history. Eagerly were the scraps carried to Mr. Carlyle. Not at his office, Barbara would not appear there. Perhaps she was afraid of the gossiping tongues of West Lynne, or that her visits might have come to the knowledge of that stern, prying, and questioning old gentleman whom she called sire. It may be, too, that she feared, if seen haunting Mr. Carlyle's office, Captain Thorn might come to hear of it and suspect the agitation that was afloat, for who could know better than he the guilt that was falsely attaching to Richard? Therefore she chose rather to go to East Lynne, or to waylay Mr. Carlyle as he passed to and from business. It was little she gathered to tell him. One evening she met him with the news that Mr. Thorn had been in former years at West Lynne, though she could not fix the date. Another time she went boldly to East Lynne in eager anxiety, ostensibly to make a call on Lady Isabel, and a very restless one it was, contriving to make Mr. Carlyle understand that she wanted to see him alone. He went out with her when she departed, and accompanied her as far as the park gates, the two evidently absorbed in earnest converse. Lady Isabel's jealous eyes saw that. The communication Barbara had to make was that Captain Thorn had let fall the avowal that he had once been "in trouble," though of its nature there was no indication given. Another journey of hers took the scrap of news that she had discovered he knew Swainson well. Part of this, nay, perhaps the whole of it, Mr. Carlyle had found out for himself. Nevertheless, he always received Barbara with vivid interest. Richard Hare was related to Miss Carlyle, and if his innocence could be made clear in the sight of men, it would be little less gratifying to them than to the Hares. Of Richard's innocence Mr. Carlyle now entertained little, if any, doubt, and he was becoming impressed with the guilt of Captain Thorn. The latter spoke mysteriously of a portion of his past life, when he could be brought to speak of it at all, and he bore evidently some secret that he did not care to have alluded to. But now look at the mean treachery of that man Francis Levison. The few meetings that Lady Isabel did witness between her husband and Barbara would have been quite enough to excite her anger and jealousy, to trouble her peace. But, in addition, Francis Levison took care to tell her of those she did not see. It pleased him, he could best tell with what motive, to watch the movements of Mr. Carlyle and Barbara. There was a hedge pathway through the fields on the opposite side of the road to the residence of Justice Hare, and as Mr. Carlyle walked down the road to business in his unsuspicion, not one time in 50 did he choose to ride. The walk to and fro kept him in health, he said. Captain Levison would be strolling down like a serpent behind the hedge, watching all his movements, watching his interviews with Barbara, did any take place, watching Mr. Carlyle turn into the grove as he sometimes did, and perhaps watch Barbara run out of the house to meet him. It was all related over, and with miserable exaggeration, to Lady Isabel, whose jealousy, as a natural sequence, grew feverish in its extent. It is scarcely necessary to explain that of this feeling of Lady Isabel's, Barbara knew nothing. Not a shadow of suspicion had ever penetrated to her mind that Lady Isabel was jealous of her. Had she been told that such was the fact, she would have laughed in derision at her informant. Mr. Carlyle's happy wife, proudly secure in her position and in his affection, jealous of her! Of her! To whom he had never given an admiring look or a loving word. It would have taken a great deal to make Barbara believe that. How different were the facts in reality! These meetings of Mr. Carlyle's and Barbara's, instead of episodes of love-making and tender speeches, were positively painful, especially to Barbara, from the unhappy nature of the subject to be discussed. Far from feeling a reprehensible pleasure at seeking the meetings with Mr. Carlyle, Barbara shrank from them, but that she was urged by dire necessity in the interest of Richard, she would wholly have avoided such. Poor Barbara, in spite of that explosion of bottled-up excitement years back, was a lady, possessed of a lady's ideas and feelings, and, remembering the explosion, it did not accord with her pride at all to be pushing herself into what might be called secret meetings with Archibald Carlyle. But Barbara, in her sisterly love, pressed down all thought of self and went perseveringly forward for Richard's sake. Mr. Carlyle was seated one morning in his private room at his office, when his head clerk, Mr. Dill, came in. "A gentleman is asking to see you, Mr. Archibald." "I am too busy to see anybody for this hour to come. You know that, Dill." "So I told him, sir, and he says he'll wait. It is that Captain Thorn who is staying here with John Herbert." Mr. Carlyle raised his eyes, and they encountered those of the old man. A peculiar expression was in the face of both. Mr. Carlyle glanced down at the parchment he was perusing, as if calculating his time. Then he looked up again and spoke. "I will see him, Dill. Send him in." The business leading to the visit was quite simple. Captain Frederick Thorn had got himself into some trouble and vexation about a bill, as too many captains will do, and he had come to crave advice of Mr. Carlyle. Mr. Carlyle felt dubious about giving it. This Captain Thorn was a pleasant, attractive sort of a man, who won much on acquaintance, one whom Mr. Carlyle would have been pleased, in a friendly point of view, and setting professional interest apart, to help out of his difficulties. But if he were the villain they suspected him to be, the man with crime upon his hand, then Mr. Carlyle would have ordered his office door held wide for him to slink out of it. "Cannot you advise me what my course ought to be?" he inquired, detecting Mr. Carlyle's hesitation. "I could advise you, certainly, but you must excuse my being plain, Captain Thorn. I like to know who my clients are before I take up their cause or accept them as clients." "I am able to pay you," was Captain Thorn's reply. "I am not short of ready money. Only this bill—" Mr. Carlyle laughed out, after having bit his lip with annoyance. "It was a natural inference of yours," he said, "but I assure you I was not thinking of your purse or my pocket. My father held it right never to undertake business for a stranger, unless a man was good, in a respectable point of view, and his course was good. He did not mention it, and I have acted on the same principle. By these means the position and character of our business is rarely attained by a solicitor. Now, in saying that you are a stranger to me, I am not casting any doubt upon you, Captain Thorn. I am merely upholding my common practice." "My family is well connected," was Captain Thorn's next venture. "Excuse me, family has nothing to do with it. If the poorest day labourer, if a pauper out of the workhouse came to me for advice, he should be heartily welcome to it, provided he were an honest man in the face of the day. Again, I repeat, you must take no offence at what I say, for I cast no reflection on you. I only urge that you and your character are unknown to me." Curious words from a lawyer to a client aspirant, and Captain Thorn found them so. But Mr. Carlyle's tone was so courteous, his manner so affable, in fact, he was so thoroughly the gentleman, that it was impossible to feel hurt. "Well, how can I convince you that I am respectable? I have served my country ever since I was 16, and my brother officers have found no cause of complaint. Any position as an officer and a gentleman would be generally deemed as a sufficient guarantee. Inquire of John Herbert. The Herberts, too, are friends of yours, and they have not disdained to give me room amidst their family." "True," returned Mr. Carlyle, feeling that he could not well object further, and also that all men should be deemed innocent until proved guilty. "At any rate, I will advise you what must be done at present," he added. "Though if the affair is one that must go on, I do not promise that I can continue to act for you. I am very busy just now." Captain Thorn explained his dilemma, and Mr. Carlyle told him what to do in it. "Were you not at West Lynne some 10 years ago?" he suddenly inquired, at the close of the conversation. "You denied it to me once at my house, but I concluded from an observation you let fall that you had been there." "Yes, I was," replied Captain Thorn in a confidential tone. "I don't mind owing it to you in confidence, but I do not wish it to get abroad. I was not at West Lynne, but in its neighbourhood. The fact is, when I was a careless young fellow, I was stopping a few miles from here, and got into a scrape, though in short, it was an affair of gallantry. I did not show out very well at the time, and I don't care that it should be known in the country again." Mr. Carlyle's pulse, for Richard Hare's sake, beat a shade quicker. The avowal of an affair of gallantry was almost a confirmation of his suspicions. "Yes," he pointedly said, "the girl was Afy Hallijohn." "Afy who?" repeated Captain Thorn, opening his eyes and fixing them on Mr. Carlyle's. "Afy Hallijohn." Captain Thorn continued to look at Mr. Carlyle, an amused expression, rather than any other, predominant on his features. "You are mistaken," he observed. "Afy Hallijohn? I never heard the name before in my life." "Did you ever hear or know that a dreadful tragedy was enacted in this place about that period?" replied Mr. Carlyle in a low, meaning tone. "That Afy Hallijohn's father was—" "Oh, stay, hastily interrupted Captain Thorn. "I am telling a story in saying I never heard her name. Afy Hallijohn? Why, that's the girl Tom Herbert was telling me about, who, what was it, disappeared after her father was murdered." "Murdered in his own cottage, almost in Afy's presence." "Murdered by—" Mr. Carlyle recollected himself. He had spoken more impulsively than was his custom. "Hallijohn was my father's faithful clerk for many years," he more calmly concluded. "And he who committed the murder was young Hare, son of Justice Hare, and brother to that attractive girl Barbara. Your speaking of this has recalled what they told me to my recollection the first evening I was at the Herberts. Justice Hare was there, smoking, half a dozen pipes there were going at once. I also saw Miss Barbara that evening at your park gates, and Tom told me of the murder. An awful calamity for the Hares. I suppose that is the reason the young lady is Miss Hare still. One with her good fortune and good looks ought to have changed her name ere this." "No, it is not the reason," returned Mr. Carlyle. "What is the reason, then?" A faint flush tinged the brow of Mr. Carlyle. I know more than one who would be glad to get Barbara, in spite of the murder. Do not depreciate Miss Hare." "Not I, indeed. I like the young lady too well," replied Captain Thorn. "The girl, Afy, has never been heard of since, has she?" "Never," said Mr. Carlyle. "Do you know her well?" he deliberately added. "I never knew her at all, if you mean Afy Hallijohn. Why should you think I did? I never heard of her till Tom Herbert amused me with the history." Mr. Carlyle most devoutly wished he could tell whether the man before him was speaking the truth or falsehood. He continued: "Afy's favours, I speak in no invidious sense, I mean her smiles and chatter, were pretty freely dispersed, for she was heedless and vain. Amidst others who got the credit for occasional basking in her rays was a gentleman of the name of Thorn. Was it not yourself?" Captain Thorn stroked his moustache with an air that seemed to say he could boast of his share of such baskings. In short, as if he felt half inclined to do it. "Upon my word," he simpered, "you do me too much honour. I cannot confess to having been favoured by Miss Afy." "Then she was not the damsel you speak of, who drove you, if I understand right, from the locality?" resumed Mr. Carlyle, fixing his eyes upon him, so as to take in every tone of the answer and shade of countenance as he gave it. "I should think not, indeed. It was a married lady, more's the pity. Young, pretty, vain, and heedless, as you represent this Afy. Things went smoother after a time, and she and her husband, a stupid country yeoman, became reconciled. But I have been ashamed of it since I have grown wiser. I do not care ever to be recognized as the actor in it, or to have it raked up against me." Captain Thorn rose and took a somewhat hasty leave. Was he or was he not the man? Mr. Carlyle could not solve the doubt. Mr. Dill came in as he disappeared, closed the door, and advanced to his master, speaking in an undertone. "Mr. Archibald, has it struck you that the gentleman just gone out may be the Lieutenant Thorn you once spoke to me about, he who had used to gallop over from Swainson to court Afy Hallijohn?" "It has struck me so, most forcibly," replied Mr. Carlyle. "Dill, I would give £500 out of my pocket this moment to be assured of the fact, if he is the same." "I have seen him several times since he has been staying with the Herberts," pursued the old gentleman, "and my doubts have naturally been excited as to whether it could be the man in question. Curious enough, Besant, the doctor, was over here yesterday from Swainson, and as I was walking with him arm in arm, we met Captain Thorn. The two recognized each other and bowed, merely as distant acquaintances. 'Do you know that gentleman?' said I to Besant. 'Yes,' he answered, 'it is Mr. Frederick.' 'Mr. Frederick with something added on to it,' said I. 'His name is Thorn.' 'I know that,' returned Besant, 'but when he was in Swainson some years ago, he chose to drop the Thorn, and the town in general knew him only as Mr. Frederick.' 'What was he doing there, Besant?' I asked. 'Amusing himself and getting into mischief,' was the answer. 'Nothing very bad, only the random scrapes of young men.' 'Was he often on horseback, riding to a distance?' was my next question. 'Yes, that he was,' replied Besant. 'None more fond of galloping across the country than he. I used to tell him he'd ride his horse's tail off.' Now, Mr. Archibald, what do you think?" concluded the old clerk. And so far as I could make out, this was about the very time of the tragedy at Hallijohn's. "Think!" replied Mr. Carlyle. "What can I think but that it is the same man? I am convinced of it now." And leaning back into his chair, he fell into a deep reverie, regardless of the parchments that lay before him. The weeks went on, 2 or 3, and things seemed to be progressing backward rather than forward, if that's not Irish. Francis Levison's affairs, that is, the adjustment of them, did not advance at all. End of chapter 23, part 1. Chapter 23, part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Magdalena Cook. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 23, Part 2. Captain Thorn in trouble about a bill. Continued. Another thing that may be said to be progressing backward, for it was going on fast to bad instead of good, was the jealousy of Lady Isabel. How could it be otherwise? Kept up, as it was, by Barbara's frequent meetings with Mr. Carlyle, and by Captain Levison's exaggerated whispers of them. Discontented, ill at ease with herself, and with everybody about her, Isabel was living now in a state of excitement, a dangerous resentment against her husband beginning to rise up in her heart. That very day, the one of Captain Levison's visits to Levison Park, in driving through West Lynne in the pony carriage, she had come upon her husband in close converse with Barbara Hare. So absorbed were they that they never saw her, though her carriage passed close to the pavement where they stood. On the morning following this, as the Hare family were seated at breakfast, the postman was observed coming toward the house. Barbara sprang from her seat to the open window, and the man advanced to her. "Only one, miss. It is for yourself." "Who's it from?" began the justice, as Barbara returned to her chair. In letters, as in other things, he was always curious to know their contents, whether they might be addressed to himself or not. "It is from Anne, papa," replied Barbara, as she laid the letter by her side on the table. "Why don't you open it and see what she says?" "I will, directly. I am just going to pour out some more tea for mamma." Finally the justice finished his breakfast and strolled out into the garden. Barbara opened her letter. Mrs. Hare watched her movements and her countenance. She saw the latter flush suddenly and vividly, and then become deadly pale. She saw Barbara crush the note in her hand when read. "Oh, mamma!" she uttered. The flush of emotion came also into Mrs. Hare's delicate cheeks. "Barbara, is it bad news?" "Mamma, it is about Richard," she whispered, glancing at the door and window, to see that none might be within sight or hearing. "I never thought of him. I only fancied Anne might be sending me some bit of news concerning her own affairs. Good heavens! How fortunate, how providential that papa did not see the paper fall, and that you did not persist in your inquiries. If he—" "Barbara, you are keeping me in suspense," interrupted Mrs. Hare, who had also grown white. "What should Anne know about Richard?" Barbara smoothed out the writing and held it before her mother. It was as follows: "I have had a curious note from R. It was without date or signature, but I knew his handwriting. He tells me to let you know in the most sure and private manner that I can, that he will soon be paying another night visit. You are to watch the grove every evening when the crescent moon gets bright." Mrs. Hare covered her face for some minutes. "Thank God for all his mercies," she murmured. "Oh, mamma, but it's an awful risk for him to run." "But to know that he is in life, to know that he is in life! And for the risk, Barbara, I dread it not. The same God who protected him through the last visit will protect him through this. He will not forsake the oppressed, the innocent. Destroy the paper, child. Archibald Carlyle must first see it, mamma. I shall not be easy until it is destroyed, Barbara." Braving the comments of gossip, hoping the visit would not reach the ears or eyes of the justice, Barbara went that day to the office of Mr. Carlyle. He was not there. He was at West Lynne. He had gone to Lynneborough on business, and Mr. Dill thought it a question if he would be at the office again that day. If so, it would be late in the afternoon. Barbara, as soon as their own dinner was over, took up her patient station at the gate, hoping to see him pass, but the time went by and he did not. She had little doubt that he had returned home without going to West Lynne. What should she do? Go up to East Lynne and see him, said her conscience. Barbara's mind was in a strangely excited state. It appeared to her that this visit of Richard's must have been specially designed by Providence, that he might be confronted by Thorn. "Mamma," she said, returning indoors, after seeing the justice depart upon an evening visit to the Buck's Head, where he and certain other justices and gentlemen sometimes congregated to smoke and chat. "I shall go up to East Lynne, if you have no objection. I must see Mr. Carlyle." Away went Barbara. It had struck 7 when she arrived at East Lynne. "Is Mr. Carlyle disengaged?" "Mr. Carlyle is not yet home, miss. My lady and Miss Carlyle are waiting dinner for him." A cheque for Barbara. The servant asked her to walk in, but she declined and turned from the door. She was in no mood for visit paying. Lady Isabel had been standing at the window watching for her husband, and wondering what made him so late. She observed Barbara approach the house, and saw her walk away again. Presently the servant who had answered the door entered the drawing-room. "Was not that Miss Hare?" "Yes, my lady," was the man's reply. "She wanted master. I said your ladyship was at home, but she would not enter." Isabel said no more. She caught the eyes of Francis Levison fixed on her with as much meaning, compassionate meaning, as they dared express. She clasped her hands in pain and turned again to the window. Barbara was slowly walking down the avenue. Mr. Carlyle was then in sight, walking quickly up it. Lady Isabel saw their hands meet in greeting. "Oh, I am so thankful to have met you!" Barbara exclaimed to him impulsively. "I actually went to your office today, and I have been now to your house. We have such news!" "Eh? What, about Thorn?" "No, about Richard," replied Barbara, taking the scrap of paper from the folds of her dress. "This came to me this morning from Anne." Mr. Carlyle took the document, and Barbara looked over him whilst he read it, neither of them thinking that Lady Isabel's jealous eyes and Captain Levison's evil ones were strained upon them from the distant windows. Miss Carlyle's also, for the matter of that. "Archibald, it seems to me that Providence must be directing him hither at this moment. Our suspicions with regard to Thorn can now be set at rest. You must contrive that Richard shall see him. What can he be coming again for?" "More money," was the supposition of Mr. Carlyle. "Does Mrs. Hare know of this?" "She does, unfortunately. I opened the paper before her, never dreaming it was connected with Richard. Poor unhappy Richard! And not to be guilty!" "He acted as though he were guilty, Barbara, and that line of conduct often entails as much trouble as real guilt." "You do not believe him guilty?" she most passionately uttered. "I do not. I have little doubt of the guilt of Thorn." "Oh, if it could be brought home to him," returned Barbara, "so that Richard might be cleared in the sight of day. How can you contrive that he shall see Thorn?" "I cannot tell. I must think it over. Let me know the instant he arrives, Barbara." "Of course I shall. It may be that he does not want money, that his errand is only to see mamma. He was always so fond of her." "I must leave you," said Mr. Carlyle, taking her hand in token of farewell. Then, as a thought occurred to him, he turned and walked a few steps with her, without releasing it. He was probably unconscious that he retained it. She was not. "You know, Barbara, if he should want money, and it be not convenient to Mrs. Hare to supply it at so short a notice, I can give it to him, as I did before." Thank you, Archibald. Mamma felt sure you would." She lifted her eyes to his with an expression of gratitude. A warmer feeling for an uncontrolled moment mingled with it. Mr. Carlyle nodded pleasantly, and then set off toward his house at the pace of a steam engine. 2 minutes in his dressing-room, and he entered the drawing-room, apologizing for keeping them waiting dinner, and explaining that he had been compelled to go to his office to give some orders subsequent to his return to Lynneborough. Lady Isabel's lips were pressed together, and she preserved an obstinate silence. Mr. Carlyle, in his unsuspicion, did not notice it. "What did Barbara Hare want?" demanded Miss Carlyle during dinner. "She wanted to see me on business," was his reply, given in a tone that certainly did not invite his sister to pursue the subject. "Will you take some more fish, Isabel?" "What was that you were reading over with her?" pursued the indefatigable Miss Corny. "It looked like a note." "That would be telling," returned Mr. Carlyle, willing to turn it off with gaiety. "If young ladies choose to make me party to their love letters, I cannot betray confidence, you know." "What rubbish, Archibald!" quoth she, as if you could not say outright what Barbara wants, without making a mystery of it. And she seems to be always wanting you now." Mr. Carlyle glanced at his sister a quick, peculiar look. It seemed to her to speak both of seriousness and warning. Involuntarily her thoughts, and her fears, flew back to the past. "Archibald! Archibald!" she uttered, repeating the name as if she could not get any further words out in her dread. It is never. That old affair is never being raked up again." Now Miss Carlyle's old affair referred to one sole and sore point, Richard Hare, and so Mr. Carlyle understood it. Lady Isabel unhappily believing that any old affair could only have reference to the bygone loves of her husband and Barbara. "You will oblige me by going on with your dinner, Cornelia," gravely responded Mr. Carlyle. Then, assuming a more laughing tone, "I tell you, it is unreasonable to expect me to betray a young woman's secrets, although she may choose to confide them professionally to me. What say you, Captain Levison?" The gentleman addressed bowed, a smile of mockery, all too perceptible to Lady Isabel, on his lips, and Miss Carlyle bent her head over her plate and went on with her dinner as meek as any lamb. That same evening Lady Isabel's indignant and rebellious heart condescended to speak of it when alone with her husband. "What is it that she wants with you so much, that Barbara Hare?" "It is private business, Isabel. She has to bring me messages from her mother." "Must the business be kept from me?" He was silent for a moment, considering whether he might tell her, but it was impossible he could speak, even to his wife, of the suspicion they were attaching to Captain Thorn. It would have been unfair and wrong, neither could he betray that a secret visit was expected from Richard. To no one in the world could he betray that, however safe and true. "It would not make you the happier to know it, Isabel. There is a dark secret, you are aware, touching the Hare family. It is connected with that." She did not put faith in a word of the reply. She believed he could not tell her because her feelings as his wife would be outraged by the confession, and it goaded her anger into recklessness. Mr. Carlyle, on his part, never gave a thought to the supposition that she might be jealous. He had believed that nonsense at an end years ago. He was perfectly honourable and true, strictly faithful to his wife, giving her no shadow of cause or reason to be jealous of him, and being a practical matter-of-fact man, it did not occur to him that she could be so. Lady Isabel was sitting the following morning, moody and out of sorts. Captain Levison, who had accompanied Mr. Carlyle in the most friendly manner possible to the park gate on his departure, and then stolen along the hedge-walk, had returned to Lady Isabel with the news of an ardent interview with Barbara, who had been watching for his going by at the gate of the grove. She sat sullenly digesting the tidings, when a note was brought in. It proved to be an invitation to dinner for the following Tuesday at a Mrs. Jefferson's, for Mr. and Lady Isabel Carlyle and Miss Carlyle. "Do you go?" asked Miss Carlyle. "Yes," replied Isabel. "Mr. Carlyle and I both want a change of some sort," she added in a mocking sort of spirit. "It may be well to have it, if only for an evening." In truth, this unhappy jealousy, this distrust of her husband, appeared to have altered Lady Isabel's very nature. "And leave Captain Levison?" returned Miss Carlyle. Lady Isabel went over to her desk, making no reply. "What will you do with him, I ask?" persisted Miss Carlyle. "He can remain here. He can dine by himself. Shall I accept the invitation for you?" "No, I shall not go," said Miss Carlyle. "Then, in that case, there can be no difficulty in regard to Captain Levison," coldly spoke Lady Isabel. "I don't want his company. I am not fond of it," cried Miss Carlyle. "I would go to Mrs. Jefferson's, but that I should want a new dress." "That's easily had," said Lady Isabel. "I shall want one myself." "You want a new dress?" uttered Miss Carlyle. "Why, you have a dozen." "I don't know that I could count a dozen in all," returned Lady Isabel, chafing at the remark, and the continual thwarting put upon her by Miss Carlyle, which had latterly seemed more than hard to endure. Petty evils are more difficult to support than great ones. Take notice. Lady Isabel concluded her note, folded, sealed it, and then rang the bell. As the man left the room with it, she decided that Wilson might be sent to her. "Is it this morning, Wilson, that the dressmaker comes to try on Miss Isabel's dress?" she inquired. Wilson hesitated and stammered, and glanced from her mistress to Miss Carlyle. The latter looked up from her work. "The dressmaker's not coming," spoke she sharply. "I countermanded the order for the frock, for Isabel does not require it." "She does require it," answered Lady Isabel, in perhaps the most displeased tone she had ever used to Miss Carlyle. "I am a competent judge of what is necessary for my children. She no more requires a new frock than that table requires one, or that you require the one you are longing for," stoically persisted Miss Carlyle. "She has got ever so many lying by, and her striped silk turned will make up as handsome as ever." Wilson backed out of the room and closed the door softly, but her mistress caught a compassionate look directed toward her. Her heart seemed bursting with indignation and despair. There seemed to be no side on which she could turn for refuge. Pitied by her own servants, she reopened her desk and dashed off a haughty, peremptory note for the attendance of the dressmaker at East Lynne, commanding its immediate dispatch. Miss Corny groaned in her wrath. "You will be sorry for not listening to me, ma'am, when your husband shall be brought to poverty. He works like a horse now, and with all his slaving can scarcely, I fear, keep expenses down." Poor Lady Isabel, ever sensitive, began to think they might, with one another, be spending more than Mr. Carlyle's means would justify. She knew their expenses were heavy. The same tale had been dinned into her ears ever since she married him. She gave up in that moment all thought of a new dress for herself and for Isabel. But her spirit, in her deep unhappiness, felt sick and faint within her. Wilson, meanwhile, had flown to Joyce's room, and was exercising her dearly beloved tongue in an exaggerated account of the matter, how Miss Carlyle put upon my lady, and had forbidden a new dress to her, as well as the frock to Miss Isabel. And yet a few more days passed on. End of chapter 23, part 2.
Chapter 24, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 24. Richard Hare at Mr. Dill's Window. Part 1. Bright was the moon on that genial Monday night. Bright was the evening star, as they shone upon a solitary wayfarer, who walked on the shady side of the road with his head down, as though he did not care to court observation. A labourer apparently, for he wore a smock frock and had hobnails in his shoes, but his whiskers were large and black, quite hiding the lower part of his face, and his broad-brimmed wide-awake came far over his brows. He drew near the dwelling of Richard Hare, Esquire, plunged rapidly over some palings, after looking well to the right and to the left, into a field, and thence over the side wall into Mr. Hare's garden, where he remained amidst the thick trees. Now, by some mischievous spirit of intuition or contrariety, Justice Hare was spending this evening at home, a thing he did not do once in 6 months, unless he had friends with him. Things in real life do mostly go by the rules of contrary, as children say in their play, holding the corners of the handkerchief. Here we go round and round by the rules of contrary. If I tell you to hold fast, you must lose. If I tell you to lose, you must hold fast. Just so in the play of life. When we want people to hold fast, they lose, and when we want them to lose, they hold fast. Barbara, anxious, troubled, worn out almost with the suspense of looking and watching for her brother, feeling a feverish expectation that night would bring him, but so had she felt for the 2 or 3 nights past, would have given her hand for her father to go out. But no, things were going by the rule of contrary. There sat the stern justice in full view of the garden and the grove, his chair drawn precisely in front of the window, his wig awry and a long pipe in his mouth. "Are you not going out, Richard?" Mrs. Hare ventured to say. "No." "Mamma, shall I ring for the shutters to be closed?" asked Barbara by and by. "Shutters closed," said the justice. "Who'd shut out this bright moon? You've got the lamp at the far end of the room, young lady, and can go to it." Barbara ejaculated an inward prayer for patience, for safety of Richard if he did come, and waited on, watching the grove in the distance. It came, the signal. Her quick eye caught it, a movement as if some person or thing had stepped out beyond the trees and stepped back again. Barbara's face turned white and her lips dry. "I am so hot!" she exclaimed, in her confused eagerness for an excuse. "I must take a turn in the garden." She stole out, throwing a dark shawl over her shoulders that might render her less conspicuous to the justice, and her dress that evening was a dark silk. She did not dare to stand still when she reached the trees, or to penetrate them, but she caught glimpses of Richard's face, and her heart ached at the change in it. It was white, thin, and full of care, and his hair, he told her, was turning grey. "Oh, Richard, darling, and I may not stop to talk to you," she wailed in a deep whisper. "Papa is at home, you see, of all the nights in the world." "Can't I see my mother?" "How can you? You must wait till tomorrow night." "I don't like waiting a second night, Barbara. There's danger in every inch of ground that this neighbourhood contains." "But you must wait, Richard, for reasons. That man who caused all the mischief, Thorn—" "Hang him!" gloomily interrupted Richard. "He is at West Lynne. At least there is a Thorn I and Mr. Carlyle believe to be the same, and we want you to see him." "Let me see him," panted Richard, whom the news appeared to agitate. "Let me see him, Barbara, I say." Barbara had passed on again, returning presently. "You know, Richard, I must keep moving, with papa's eyes there. He is a tall man, very good looking, very fond of dress and ornament, especially of diamonds." "That's he!" cried Richard eagerly. "Mr. Carlyle will contrive that you shall see him," she continued, stooping as if to tie her shoe. "Should it prove to be the same, perhaps nothing can be done, immediately done, toward clearing you, but it shall be a great point ascertained. Are you sure you should know him again?" "Sure? That I should know him?" uttered Richard Hare. "Should I know my own father? Should I know you? And are you not engraven on my heart in letters of blood, as is he? How and when am I to see him, Barbara?" "I can tell you nothing till I have seen Mr. Carlyle. Be here tomorrow, as soon as ever the dusk will permit you. Perhaps Mr. Carlyle will contrive to bring him here, if—" The window was thrown open, and the stentorian voice of Justice Hare was heard from it. "Barbara, are you wandering about there to take cold? Come in! Come in, I say!" "Oh, Richard, I'm so sorry," she lingered to whisper. "But papa is sure to be out tomorrow evening. He would not stay in 2 evenings running. Good night, dear." There must be no delay now, and the next day Barbara, braving comments, appeared once more at the office of Mr. Carlyle. Terribly did the rules of contrary seem in action just then. Mr. Carlyle was not in, and the clerks did not know when to expect him. He was gone out for some hours, they believed. "Mr. Dill," urged Barbara, as the old gentleman came to the door to greet her, "I must see him." "He will not be in till late in the afternoon, Miss Barbara. I expect him then. Is it anything I can do?" "No, no," sighed Barbara. At that moment Lady Isabel and her little girl passed in the chariot. She saw Barbara at her husband's door. What should she be doing there, unless paying him a visit? A slight, haughty bow to Barbara, a pleasant nod and smile to Mr. Dill, and the carriage bowled on. It was 4 o'clock before Barbara could see Mr. Carlyle, and communicated tidings that Richard had arrived. Mr. Carlyle held this seat and all underhand doings in especial abhorrence, yet he deemed that he was acting right, under the circumstances, in allowing Captain Thorn to be secretly seen by Richard Hare. In haste he arranged his plans. It was the evening of his own dinner engagement at Mrs. Jefferson's, but that he must give up. Telling Barbara to dispatch Richard to his office as soon as he should make his appearance at the Grove, and to urge him to come boldly and not fear, for none would know him in his disguise, he wrote a hurried note to Thorn, requesting him also to be at his office at 8 o'clock that evening, as he had something to communicate to him. The latter plea was no fiction, for he had received an important communication that morning relative to the business on which Captain Thorn had consulted him, and his own absence from the office in the day had alone prevented his sending for him earlier. Other matters were calling the attention of Mr. Carlyle, and it was 5 o'clock ere he departed for East Lynne. He would not have gone so early, but that he must inform his wife of his inability to keep his dinner engagement. Mr. Carlyle was one who never hesitated to sacrifice personal gratification to friendship or to business. The chariot was at the door, and Lady Isabel dressed and waiting for him in her dressing-room. "Did you forget that the Jeffersons dined at 6?" was her greeting. "No, Isabel, but it was impossible for me to get here before, and I should not have come so soon but to tell you that I cannot accompany you. You must make my excuses to Mrs. Jefferson." A pause. Strange thoughts were running through Lady Isabel's mind. "Why so?" she inquired. "Some business has arisen, which I am compelled to attend to this evening. As soon as I have snatched a bit of dinner at home, I must hasten back to the office." Was he making this excuse to spend the hours of her absence with Barbara Hare? The idea that it was so took firm possession of her mind and remained there. Her face expressed a variety of feelings, the most prominent that of resentment. Mr. Carlyle saw it. "You must not be vexed, Isabel. I assure you it is no fault of mine. It is important private business which cannot be put off, and which I cannot delegate to Dill. I am sorry it should have so happened." "You never return to the office in the evening?" she remarked, with pale lips. "No, because if anything arises to take us there after hours, Dill officiates, but the business to-night must be done by myself." Another pause. Lady Isabel suddenly broke it. "Shall you join us later in the evening?" "I believe I shall not be able to do so." She drew her light shawl round her shoulders and swept down the staircase. Mr. Carlyle followed to place her in the carriage. When he said farewell, she never answered but looked out straight before her with a stony look. "What time, my lady?" inquired the footman as he alighted at Mrs. Jefferson's. "Early. 9:30. A little before 8 o'clock, Richard Hare, in his smock frock and his slouching hat and his false whiskers, rang dubiously at the outer door of Mr. Carlyle's office. The gentleman instantly opened it. He was quite alone. "Come in, Richard," said he, grasping his hand. "Did you meet any whom you knew?" "I never looked at whom I met, sir," was the reply. "I thought that if I looked at people they might look at me, so I came straight ahead with my eyes before me. How the place has altered! There's a new brick house on the corner where old Morgan's shop used to stand." "That's the new police station. West Lynne, I assure you, is becoming grand in public buildings. And how have you been, Richard?" "Ailing and wretched," answered Richard Hare. "How can it be otherwise, Mr. Carlyle, with so false an accusation attached to me, and working like a slave as I have to do?" "You may take off the disfiguring hat, Richard. No one is here." Richard slowly heaved it from his brows, and his fair face, so like his mother's, was disclosed. But the moment he was uncovered, he turned shrinkingly towards the entrance door. "If anyone should come in, sir?" "Impossible," replied Mr. Carlyle. "The front door is fast, and the office is supposed to be empty at this hour." "For if I should be seen and recognized, it might come to hanging, you know, sir. You are expecting that cursed Thorn here, Barbara told me." "Directly," replied Mr. Carlyle, observing the mode of addressing him "sir." It spoke plainly of the scale of society in which Richard had been mixing, that he was with those who said it habitually, nay, that he used it habitually himself. "From your description of the Lieutenant Thorn who destroyed Hallijohn, we believe this Captain Thorn to be the same man," pursued Mr. Carlyle. "In person he appears to tally exactly, and I have ascertained that a few years ago he was a deal at Swainson, and got into some sort of scrape. He's in John Herbert's regiment, and is here with him on a visit." "But what an idiot he must be to venture here!" uttered Richard. "Here, of all places in the world!" "He counts, no doubt, on not being known. So far as I can find out, Richard, nobody here did know him, save you and Afy. I shall put you in Mr. Dill's room. You may remember the little window in it, and from thence you can take a full view of Thorn, whom I shall keep in the front office. You are sure you would recognize him at this distance of time?" I should know him if it were 50 years to come. I should know him were he disguised as I am disguised. We cannot," Richard sank his voice, "forget a man who has been the object of our frenzied jealousy." "What has brought you to East Lynne again, Richard? Any particular object?" "Chiefly a hankering within me that I could not get rid of," replied Richard. "It was not so much to see my mother and Barbara, though I did want that, especially since my illness, as that a feeling was within me that I could not rest away from it. So I said I'd risk it again, just for a day." "I thought you might possibly want some assistance, as before." "I do want that also," said Richard. "Not much. My illness has run me into debt, and if my mother can let me have a little, I shall be thankful." "I'm sure she will," answered Mr. Carlyle. "You shall have it from me to-night. What has been the matter with you?" "The beginning of it was a kick from a horse, sir. That was last winter, and it laid me up for 6 weeks. Then in the spring, after I got well and was at work again, I caught some sort of fever, and down again I was for 6 weeks. I have not been to say well since." "How is it you have never written or sent me your address?" "Because I dared not," answered Richard, timorously. "I should always be in fear. Not of you, Mr. Carlyle, but of its becoming known some way or other. The time is getting on, sir. Is that Thorn sure to come?" "He sent me word that he would in reply to my note. And there he is," uttered Mr. Carlyle, as a ring was heard at the bell. "Now, Richard, come this way. Bring your hat." Richard complied by putting his hat on his head, pulling it so low that it touched his nose. He felt himself safer in it. Mr. Carlyle showed him into Mr. Dill's room, and then turned the key upon him, and put it in his pocket. Whether this precautionary measure was intended to prevent any possibility of Captain Thorn's finding his way in, or of Richard's finding his way out, was best known to himself. Mr. Carlyle came to the front door, opened it, and admitted Captain Thorn. He brought him into the clerk's office, which was bright with gas, keeping him in conversation for a few minutes, standing, and then asking him to be seated, all in view of the little window. "I must beg your pardon for being late," Captain Thorn observed. "I am half an hour beyond the time you mentioned, but the Herberts had 2 or 3 friends at dinner, and I could not get away. I hope, Mr. Carlyle, you have not come to your office to-night purposely for me." "Business must be attended to," somewhat evasively answered Mr. Carlyle. "I have been out myself nearly all day. We received a communication from London this morning relative to your affair, and I am sorry to say anything but satisfactory. They will not wait." "But I am not liable, Mr. Carlyle, not liable in justice." "No, if what you tell me be correct. But justice and law are sometimes in opposition, Captain Thorn." Captain Thorn sat in perplexity. "They will not get me arrested here, will they?" "They would have done it, beyond doubt. But I have caused a letter to be written and dispatched to them, which must bring forth an answer before any violent proceedings are taken. That answer will be here the morning after tomorrow." "And what am I to do then?" "I think it is probable there may be a way of checkmating them. But I am not sure, Captain Thorn, that I can give my attention further to this affair." "I hope and trust you will," was the reply. "You have not forgotten that I told you at first I could not promise to do so," rejoined Mr. Carlyle. "You shall hear from me tomorrow. If I carry it on for you, I will then appoint an hour for you to be here on the following day. If not, why, I dare say you will find a solicitor as capable of assisting you as I am." "But why will you not? What is the reason?" "I cannot always give reasons for what I do," was the response. "You will hear from me tomorrow." He rose as he spoke. Captain Thorn also rose. Mr. Carlyle detained him yet a few moments, and then saw him out at the front door and fastened it. He returned and released Richard. The latter took off his hat as he advanced into the blaze of light. "Well, Richard, is it the same man?" "No, sir. Not in the least like him." Mr. Carlyle, though little given to emotion, felt a strange relief for Captain Thorn's sake. He had rarely seen one whom he could so little associate with the notion of a murderer as Captain Thorn, and he was a man who exceedingly won upon the regard. He would hardly help him out of his dilemma now. "Excepting that they are both tall, with nearly the same colour of hair, there is no resemblance whatever between them," proceeded Richard. "Their faces, their figures, are as opposite as light is from dark. That other, in spite of his handsome features, had the expression at times of a demon, but this one's expression is the best part of his face. Hallijohn's murderer had a curious look here, sir." "Where?" questioned Mr. Carlyle, for Richard had only pointed to his face generally. "Well, I cannot say precisely where it lay, whether in the eyebrows or the eyes. I could not tell when I used to have him before me, but it was in one of them. Mr. Carlyle, I thought when Barbara told me Thorn was here, it was too good news to be true. Depend upon it, he won't venture to West Lynne again. This man is no more like that other villain than you are like him." "Then, as that is set at rest, we had better be going, Richard. You have to see your mother, and she must be waiting in anxiety. How much money do you want?" £25 would do, but Richard stopped in hesitation. "But what?" asked Mr. Carlyle. "Speak out, Richard." "30 would be more welcome. 30 would put me at ease." "You shall take 30," said Mr. Carlyle, counting out the notes to him. "Now, will you walk with me to the Grove, or will you walk alone? I mean to see you there in safety." Richard thought he would prefer to walk alone. Everybody they met might be speaking to Mr. Carlyle. The latter inquired why he chose moonlight nights for his visits. "It is pleasanter for travelling, and had I chosen dark nights, Barbara could not have seen my signal from the trees," was the answer of Richard. They went out and proceeded unmolested to the house of Justice Hare. It was past 9 then. "I am so much obliged to you, Mr. Carlyle," whispered Richard as they walked up the path. "I wish I could help you more effectually, Richard, and clear up the mystery. Is Barbara on the watch? Yes, there's the door slowly opening." Richard stole across the hall and into the parlour to his mother. Barbara approached and softly whispered to Mr. Carlyle, standing just outside the portico. Her voice trembled with the suspense of what the answer might be. "Is it the same man, the same Thorn?" "No. Richard says this man bears no resemblance to the real one." "Oh!" uttered Barbara, in her surprise and disappointment. "Not the same! And for the best part of poor Richard's evening to have been taken up for nothing." "Not quite nothing," said Mr. Carlyle. "The question is now set at rest." "Set at rest!" repeated Barbara. "It is left in more uncertainty than ever." "Set at rest so far as regards Captain Thorn, and whilst our suspicions were concentrated upon him, we thought not of looking to other quarters." When they entered the sitting room, Mrs. Hare was crying over Richard, and Richard was crying over her, but she seized the hand of Mr. Carlyle. "You have been very kind. I don't know whatever we should do without you. And I want to tax your kindness further. Has Barbara mentioned it?" "I could not talk in the hall, mamma. The servants might have overheard." "Mr. Hare is not well, and we terribly fear he will be home early in consequence. Otherwise we should have been quite safe until after 10, for he's gone to the Buck's Head, and they never leave, you know, till that hour is struck. Should he come in and see Richard? Oh, I need not enlarge upon the consequences to you, Archibald. The very thought sends me into a shiver. Barbara and I have been discussing it all the evening, and we can only think of one plan. It is, that you will kindly stay in the garden near the gate, and, should he come in, stop him and keep him in conversation. Barbara will be with you, and will run in with the warning, and Richard can go inside the closet in the hall till Mr. Hare has entered and is safe in this room, and then he can make his escape. Will you do this, Archibald?" "Certainly I will." "I cannot part with him before 10 o'clock unless I am forced," she whispered, pressing Mr. Carlyle's hands in her earnest gratitude. "You don't know what it is, Archibald, to have a lost son home for an hour but once in 7 years. At 10 o'clock we will part." Mr. Carlyle and Barbara began to pace in the path in compliance with the wish of Mrs. Hare, keeping near the entrance gate. When they were turning the second time, Mr. Carlyle offered her his arm. It was an act of mere politeness. Barbara took it, and there they waited and waited, but the justice did not come. Punctually to the minute, half after 9, Lady Isabel's carriage arrived at Mrs. Jefferson's, and she came out immediately, a headache being the plea for her early departure. She had not far to go to reach East Lynne, about 2 miles, and it was a by-road nearly all the way. They could emerge into the open road if they pleased, but it was a trifle further. Suddenly a gentleman approached the carriage as it was bowling along, and waved his hand to the coachman to pull up. In spite of the glowing moonlight, Lady Isabel did not at first recognize him, for he wore a disfigured fur cap, the ears of which were tied over his ears and cheeks. It was Francis Levison. She put down the window. "I thought it must be your carriage. How early you were returning! Were you tired of your entertainers?" Why, he knew what time my lady was returning, thought John to himself. He asked me. A false sort of a chap that, I've a notion. "I came out for a midnight stroll, and have tired myself," he proceeded. "Will you take compassion on me, and give me a seat home?" She acquiesced. She could not do otherwise. The footman sprang from behind the door, and Francis Levison took his place beside Lady Isabel. "Take the high road," he put out his head to say to the coachman, and the man touched his hat. Which high road would cause them to pass Mr. Hare's. "I did not know you," she began, gathering herself into her own corner. "What ugly thing is that you have on? It is like a disguise." He was taking off the ugly thing as she spoke, and began to twirl it round his hand. "Disguise? Oh no, I have no creditors in the immediate neighbourhood of East Lynne." False as ever, it was worn as a disguise, and he knew it. "Is Mr. Carlyle at home?" she inquired. "No." Then, after a pause, "I expect he is more agreeably engaged." The tone, a most significant one, brought the tingling blood to the cheeks of Lady Isabel. She wished to preserve a dignified silence, and did for a few moments, but the jealous question broke out. "Engaged in what manner?" "As I came by Hare's house just now, I saw two people, a gentleman and a young lady, coupled lovingly together, enjoying a tête-à-tête by moonlight. Unless I am mistaken, he was the favoured individual whom you call lord and master." Lady Isabel almost gnashed her teeth. The jealous doubts which had been tormenting her all the evening were confirmed. That the man whom she hated, yes, in her blind anger she hated him then, should so impose upon her, should excuse himself by lies, base and false as he was, from accompanying her out, on purpose to pass the hours with Barbara Hare. Had she been alone in the carriage, a torrent of passion had probably escaped her. She leaned back, panting in her emotion, but hiding it from Captain Levison. As they came opposite to Justice Hare's, she deliberately bent forward and scanned the garden with eager eyes. There, in the bright moonlight, all too bright and clear, slowly paced arm in arm and drawn close to each other, her husband and Barbara Hare. With a choking sob that could no longer be controlled or hidden, Lady Isabel sunk back again. He, that bold, bad man, dared to put his arm around her, to draw her to his side, to whisper that his love was left to her, if another's was withdrawn. She was most assuredly out of her senses that night, or she never would have listened. A jealous woman is mad, an outraged woman is doubly mad, and the ill-fated Lady Isabel truly believed that every sacred feeling which ought to exist between man and wife was betrayed by Mr. Carlyle. "Be avenged on that false hound, Isabel. He was never worthy of you. Leave your life of misery, and come to happiness." In her bitter distress and wrath she broke into a storm of sobs. Were they caused by passion against her husband, or by those bold and shameless words? Alas, alas! Francis Levison applied himself to soothe her with all the sweet and dangerous sophistry of his crafty nature. The minutes flew on. 10:15, now 10:15, and still Richard Hare lingered on with his mother, and still Mr. Carlyle and Barbara paced patiently the garden path. At 10:30 Richard came forth, after having taken his last farewell. Then came Barbara's tearful farewell, which Mr. Carlyle witnessed, and then a hard grasp of the gentleman's hand, and Richard plunged amidst the trees to depart the way he came. End of Chapter 24, Part 1. Chapter 24, Part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. East Lynne, by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 24. Richard Hare at Mr. Dill's Window. Part 2. "Good night, Barbara," said Mr. Carlyle. "Will you not come in and say good night to mamma?" "Not now. It is late. Tell her how glad I am things have gone off so well." He started off at a strapping pace towards his home, and Barbara leaned on the gate to indulge her tears. Not a soul passed to interrupt her, and the justice did not come. What could have become of him? What could the Buck's Head be thinking of, to retain respectable elderly justices from their beds, who ought to go home early and set a good example to the parish? Barbara knew, the next day, that Justice Hare, with a few more gentlemen, had been seduced from the State Old Inn to a friend's house, to an entertainment of supper, pipes, and whist, 2 tables, penny points, and it was between 12 and 1 ere the party rose from the fascination. So far well, as it happened. Barbara knew not how long she lingered at the gate. 10 minutes it may have been. Nobody summoned her. Mrs. Hare was indulging her grief indoors, giving no thought to Barbara, and the justice did not make his appearance. Exceedingly surprised was Barbara to hear fast footsteps, and to find that they were Mr. Carlyle's. "The more haste the less speed, Barbara," he called out as he came up. "I got half-way home and have had to come back again. When I went into your sitting-room I left a small parcel, containing a parchment, on the sideboard. Will you get it for me?" Barbara ran indoors and brought forth the parcel, and Mr. Carlyle, with a brief word of thanks, sped away with it. She leaned on the gate as before, the ready tears flowing again. Her heart was aching for Richard. It was aching for the disappointment the night had brought forth respecting Captain Thorn. Still nobody passed. Still the steps of her father were not heard, and Barbara stayed on. But what was that figure, cowering under the shade of the hedge at a distance, and, seemingly, watching her? Barbara strained her eyes, while her heart beat as if it would burst its bounds. Surely it was her brother. What had he ventured back for? Richard Hare it was. When fully assured that Barbara was standing there, he knew the justice was still absent, and ventured to advance. He appeared to be in a strange state of emotion, his breath laboured, his whole frame trembling. "Barbara! Barbara!" he called. "I have seen Thorn." Barbara thought him demented. "I know you saw him," she slowly said, "but it was not the right Thorn." "Not he," breathed Richard, "and not the gentleman I saw to-night in Carlyle's office. I've seen the fellow himself. Why do you stare at me so, Barbara?" Barbara was in truth scanning his face keenly. It appeared to her a strange tale that he was telling. "When I left here I cut across into Bean Lane, which is more private for me than this road," proceeded Richard. "Just as I got to that clump of trees, you know it, Barbara, I saw somebody coming toward me from a distance. I stepped back behind the trunks of the trees into the shade of the hedge, for I don't care to be met, though I am disguised. He came along the middle of the lane, going toward West Lynne, and I looked out upon him. I knew him long before he was abreast of me. It was Thorn." Barbara made no comment. She was digesting the news. "Every drop of blood within me began to tingle, and an impulse came upon me to spring upon him and accuse him of the murder of Hallijohn," went on Richard, in the same excited manner. "But I resisted it, or perhaps my courage failed. One of the reproaches against me it used to be that I was a physical coward, you know, Barbara," he added, in a tone of bitterness. "In a struggle, Thorn would have had the best of it. He is taller and more powerful than I, and might have battered me to death. A man who can commit one murder won't hesitate at a second." "Richard, do you think you could have been deceived?" she urged. "You had been talking of Thorn, and your thoughts were, naturally, bearing upon him. Imagination—" "Be still, Barbara," he interrupted in a tone of pain. "Imagination, indeed! Did I not tell you who was stamped here?" touching his breast. "Do you take me for a child or an imbecile, that I should fancy I see Thorn in every shadow, or meet people where I do not? He had his hat off, as if he had been walking fast and got hot. Fast he was walking, and he carried the hat in one hand and what looked like a small parcel. With the other hand he was pushing the hair from his brow, in this way, a peculiar way," added Richard, slightly lifting his own hat and pushing back his hair. "By that action alone I should have known him, for he was always doing it in the old days. And there was his white hand, adorned with his diamond ring. Barbara, the diamond glittered in the moonlight." Richard's voice and manner were singularly earnest, and a conviction of the truth of his assertion flashed over his sister. "I saw his face as plainly as I ever saw it, every feature. He is scarcely altered, save for a haggardness in his cheeks now. Barbara, you need not doubt me. I swear it was Thorn." She grew excited as he was. Now that she believed the news, it was telling upon her. Reason left its place, and impulse succeeded. Barbara did not wait to weigh her actions. "Richard, Mr. Carlyle ought to know this. He has but just gone. We may overtake him if we try." Forgetting the strange appearance it would have, her flying along the public road at that hour of the night, should she meet any who knew her, forgetting what the consequence might be did Justice Hare return and find her absent, Barbara set off with her fleet foot, Richard more stealthily following her, his eyes cast in all directions. Fortunately, Barbara wore a bonnet and mantle, which she had put on to pace the garden with Mr. Carlyle. Fortunately, also, the road was remarkably empty of passengers. She succeeded in reaching Mr. Carlyle before he turned into East Lynne gates. "Barbara!" he exclaimed in the extreme of astonishment. "Barbara!" "Archibald! Archibald!" she panted, gasping for breath. "I'm not out of my mind. But do come and speak to Richard. He's just seen the real Thorn." Mr. Carlyle, amazed and wondering, turned back. They got over the field stile, nearly opposite the gates, drew behind the hedge, and there Richard told his tale. Mr. Carlyle did not appear to doubt it, as Barbara had done. Perhaps he could not, in the face of Richard's agitated and intense earnestness. "I'm sure there's no one named Thorn in the neighborhood, save the gentleman you saw in my office tonight, Richard," observed Mr. Carlyle, after some deliberation. "It is very strange." "He may be staying here under a feigned name," replied Richard. "There can be no mistake that it was Thorn whom I have just met." "How was he dressed? As a gentleman?" "Catch him dressing as anything else," returned Richard. "He was in an evening suit of black, with a sort of thin overcoat thrown on, but it was flung back at the shoulders, and I distinctly saw his clothes. A grey alpaca, it looked like. As I've told Barbara, I should have known him by this action of the hand," imitating it, "as he pushed his hair off his forehead. It was the delicate white hand of the days gone by, Mr. Carlyle. It was the flashing of the diamond ring." Mr. Carlyle was silent, Barbara also, but the thoughts of both were busy. "Richard," observed the former, "I should advise you to remain a day or two in the neighborhood, and look out for this man. You may see him again, and may track him home. It is very desirable to find out who he really is, if practicable." "But the danger?" urged Richard. "Your fears magnify that. I am quite certain that nobody would know you in broad daylight, disguised as you are now. So many years have flown since, that people have forgotten to think about you, Richard." But Richard could not be persuaded. He was full of fears. He described the man as accurately as he could to Mr. Carlyle and Barbara, and told them they must look out. With some trouble, Mr. Carlyle got from him an address in London, to which he might write, in case anything turned up, and Richard's presence should be necessary. He then once more said farewell, and quitted them, his way lying past East Lynne. "And now to see you back, Barbara," said Mr. Carlyle. "Indeed, you shall not do it. Late as it is, and tired as you must be, I came here alone. Richard did not keep near me." "I cannot help your having come here alone, but you may rely upon it I do not suffer you to go back so. Nonsense, Barbara. Allow you to go along the high road by yourself at 11 o'clock at night! What are you thinking of?" He gave Barbara his arm, and they pursued their way. "How late Lady Isabel will think you," observed Barbara. "I don't know that Lady Isabel has returned home yet. My being late once in a while is of no consequence." Not another word was spoken save by Barbara. "Whatever excuse can I make should papa come home?" Both were buried in their own reflections. "Thank you very greatly," she said, as they reached her gate, and Mr. Carlyle finally turned away. Barbara stole in, and found the coast clear. Her papa had not arrived. Lady Isabel was in her dressing room when Mr. Carlyle entered. She was seated at a table, writing. A few questions as to her evening's visit, which she answered in the briefest way possible, and then he asked her if she was not going to bed. "By and by. I am not sleepy." "I must go at once, Isabel, for I am dead tired." And no wonder. "You can go," was her answer. He bent down to kiss her, but she dexterously turned her face away. He supposed that she felt hurt that he had not gone with her to the party, and placed his hand on her shoulder with a pleasant smile. "You foolish child, to be aggrieved at that! It was no fault of mine, Isabel. I could not help myself. I will talk to you in the morning. I am too tired to night. I suppose you will not be long." Her head was bent over her writing again, and she made no reply. Mr. Carlyle went into his bedroom and shut the door. Some time after, Lady Isabel went softly upstairs to Joyce's room. Joyce, fast in her first sleep, was suddenly aroused from it. There stood her mistress, a wax light in her hand. Joyce rubbed her eyes and collected her senses, and finally sat up in bed. "My lady, are you ill?" "Ill, yes, ill and wretched," answered Lady Isabel, and ill she did look, for she was perfectly white. "Joyce, I want a promise from you. If anything should happen to me, stay at East Lynne with my children." Joyce stared in amazement, too much astonished to make any reply. "Joyce, you promised it once before. Promise it again. Whatever betide you, you will stay with my children when I am gone." "I will stay with them. But, oh, my lady, what can be the matter with you? Are you taken suddenly ill?" "Good bye, Joyce," murmured Lady Isabel, gliding from the chamber as quietly as she had entered it, and Joyce, after an hour of perplexity, dropped to sleep again. Joyce was not the only one whose rest was disturbed that eventful night. Mr. Carlyle himself awoke, and to his surprise found that his wife had not come to bed. He wondered what the time was, and struck his repeater. 3:15. Rising, he made his way to the door of his wife's dressing room. It was in darkness, and, so far as he could judge by the absence of sound, unoccupied. "Isabel!" No reply. Nothing but the echo of his own voice in the silence of the night. He struck a match and lighted a taper, partially dressed himself, and went about to look for her. He feared she might have been taken ill, or else that she had fallen asleep in some one of the rooms, but nowhere could he find her, and feeling perplexed, he proceeded to his sister's chamber door and knocked. Miss Carlyle was a slight sleeper, and rose up in bed at once. "Who's that?" cried out she. "It is only I, Cornelia," said Mr. Carlyle. "You?" cried Miss Corny. "What, in the name of fortune, do you want? You can come in." Mr. Carlyle opened the door, and met the keen eyes of his sister bent on him from the bed. Her head was surmounted by a remarkable nightcap, at least a foot high. "Is anybody ill?" she demanded. "I think Isabel must be. I cannot find her." "Not find her?" echoed Miss Corny. "Why, what's the time? Is she not in bed?" "It's 3 o'clock. She has not been to bed. I cannot find her in the sitting rooms, neither is she in the children's room." "Then I'll tell you what it is, Archibald. She's gone worrying after Joyce. Perhaps the girl may be in pain to night." Mr. Carlyle was in full retreat toward Joyce's room at this suggestion, when his sister called to him. "If anything is amiss with Joyce, you come and tell me, Archibald, for I shall get up and see after her. The girl was my servant before she was your wife's." He reached Joyce's room, and softly unlatched the door, fully expecting to find a light there, and his wife sitting by the bedside. There was no light there, however, save that which came from the taper he held, and he saw no signs of his wife. Where was she? Was it probable that Joyce should tell him? He stepped inside the room and called to her. Joyce started up in a fright, which changed to astonishment when she recognized her master. He inquired whether Lady Isabel had been there, and for a few moments Joyce did not answer. She had been dreaming of Lady Isabel, and could not at first detach the dream from the visit which had probably given rise to it. "What did you say, sir? Is my lady worse?" "I asked if she had been here. I cannot find her." "Why, yes," said Joyce, now fully aroused. "She came here and woke me. That was just before 12, for I heard the clock strike. She did not stay here a minute, sir." "Woke you?" repeated Mr. Carlyle. "What did she want? What did she come here for?" Thoughts are quick. Imagination is still quicker, and Joyce was giving the reins to both. Her mistress's gloomy and ambiguous words were crowding on her brain. 3 o'clock, and she had not been in bed, and was not to be found in the house. A nameless horror struggled to Joyce's face. Her eyes were dilating with it. She seized and threw on a large flannel gown which lay on a chair by the bed, and forgetful of her master who stood there, out she sprang to the floor. All minor considerations faded to insignificance beside the terrible dread which had taken possession of her. Clasping the flannel gown tight around her with one hand, she laid the other on the arm of Mr. Carlyle. "Oh, master! Oh, master! She has destroyed herself! I see it all now!" "Joyce!" sternly interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "She has destroyed herself, as true as that we two are living here." persisted Joyce, her own face livid with emotion. "I can understand her words now. I could not before. She came here, and her face was like a corpse as the light fell upon it, saying she had come to get a promise from me to stay with her children when she was gone. I asked whether she was ill, and she answered, 'Yes, ill and wretched. Oh, sir, may Heaven support you under this dreadful trial!'" Mr. Carlyle felt bewildered, perplexed. Not a syllable did he believe. He was not angry with Joyce, for he thought she had lost her reason. "It is so, sir, incredible as you may deem my words," pursued Joyce, wringing her hands. "My lady has been miserably unhappy, and that has driven her to it." "Joyce, are you in your senses or out of them?" demanded Mr. Carlyle, a certain sternness in his tone. "Your lady miserably unhappy? What do you mean?" Before Joyce could answer, an addition was received to the company in the person of Miss Carlyle, who appeared in black stockings and a shawl, and a lofty nightcap. Hearing voices in Joyce's room, which was above her own, and full of curiosity, she ascended, not choosing to be shut out from the conference. "Whatever's up?" cried she. "Is Lady Isabel found?" "She's not found, and she never will be found but in her winding sheet," returned Joyce, whose lamentable and unusual state of excitement completely overpowered her customary quiet respect and plain good sense. "And, ma'am, I'm glad that you have come up, for what I was about to say to my master I would prefer to say in your presence. When my lady is brought into this house and laid before us dead, what will your feelings be? My master has done his duty by her in love, but you have made her life a misery. Yes, ma'am, you have." "Hoity toity!" muttered Miss Carlyle, staring at Joyce in consternation. "What is all this? Where's my lady?" "She's gone, and taken the life that was not hers to take," sobbed Joyce. "And I say she has been driven to it. She has not been allowed to indulge a will of her own, poor thing, since she came to East Lynne. In her own house she has been less free than either of her servants. You have curbed her, ma'am, and snapped at her, and you made her feel that she was but a slave to your caprices and temper. All these years she has been crossed and put upon, everything, in short, but beaten. Ma'am, you know she has, and has borne it all in silence like a patient angel, never, as I believe, complaining to master. He can say whether she has or not. We all loved her, we all felt for her, and my master's heart would have bled had he suspected what she had to put up with, day after day, and year after year." Miss Carlyle's tongue was glued to her mouth. Her brother, confounded at the rapid words, could scarcely gather in their sense. "What is it that you are saying, Joyce?" he asked, in a low tone. "I do not understand." "I have longed to say it to you many a hundred times, sir, but it is right that you should hear it, now things have come to this dreadful ending. Since the very night Lady Isabel came home here, your wife, she had been taunted with the cost she has brought to East Lynne and to you. If she wanted but the simplest thing, she was forbidden to have it, and told that she was bringing her husband to poverty. For this very dinner party that she went to tonight, she wished for a new dress, and your cruel words, ma'am, forbade her having it. She ordered a new frock for Miss Isabel, and you countermanded it. You've told her that master worked like a dog to support her extravagances, when you know that she never was extravagant, that none were less inclined to go beyond proper limits than she. I've seen her, ma'am, come away from your reproaches with the tears in her eyes, and her hands meekly clasped upon her bosom, as though life was heavy to bear. A gentle-spirited, high-born lady, as I know she was, could not fail to be driven to desperation, and I know that she has been." Mr. Carlyle turned to his sister. "Can this be true?" he inquired, in a tone of deep agitation. She did not answer. Whether it was the shade cast by the nightcap, or the reflection of the wax taper, her face looked of a green cast, and, for the first time, probably, in Miss Carlyle's life, her words failed her. "May God forgive you, Cornelia!" he muttered, as he went out of the chamber. He descended to his own. That his wife had laid violent hands upon herself, his reason utterly repudiated. She was one of the least likely to commit so great a sin. He believed that, in her unhappiness, she might have wandered out in the grounds, and was lingering there. By this time the house was aroused, and the servants were astir. Joyce, surely a supernatural strength was given her, for though she had been able to put her foot to the ground, she had not yet walked upon it, crept downstairs, and went into Lady Isabel's dressing-room. Mr. Carlyle was hastily assuming the articles of attire he had not yet put on, to go out and search the grounds, when Joyce limped in, holding out a note. Joyce did not stand on ceremony that night. I found this in the dressing-glass drawer, sir. It's my lady's writing." He took it in his hand and looked at the address. Archibald Carlyle. Though a calm man, one who had his emotions under his own control, he was no stoic, and his fingers shook as he broke the seal. "When years go on, and my children ask where their mother is, and why she left them, tell them that you, their father, goaded her to it. If they inquire what she is, tell them also, if you so will. But tell them, at the same time, that you outraged and betrayed her, driving her to the very depths of desperation ere she quitted them in her despair." The handwriting, his wife's, swam before the eyes of Mr. Carlyle. All save the disgraceful fact that she had flown, and a horrible suspicion began to dawn upon him with whom, was totally incomprehensible. How had he outraged her? In what manner had he goaded her to it? The discomforts alluded to by Joyce, and the work of his sister, had evidently no part in this. Yet what had he done? He read the letter again, more slowly. No, he could not comprehend it. He had not the clue. At that moment the voices of the servants in the corridor outside penetrated his ears. Of course they were peering about and making their own comments, Wilson, with a long tongue, the busiest. They were saying that Captain Levison was not in his room, that his bed had not been slept in. Joyce sat on the edge of a chair. She could not stand, watching her master with a blanched face. Never had she seen him betray agitation so powerful. Not the faintest suspicion of the dreadful truth yet dawned upon her. He walked to the door, the open note in his hand, then turned, wavered, and stood still, as if he did not know what he was doing. Probably he did not. Then he took out his pocket-book, put the note inside it, and returned it to his pocket, his hands trembling equally with his livid lips. "You need not mention this," he said to Joyce, indicating the note. "It concerns myself alone." "Sir, does it say she's dead?" "She is not dead," he answered. "Worse than that," he added in his heart. "Why, who's this?" uttered Joyce. It was little Isabel, stealing in with a frightened face, in her white nightgown. The commotion had aroused her. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Where's mamma?" "Child, you'll catch your death of cold," said Joyce. "Go back to bed." "But I want mamma." "In the morning, dear," evasively returned Joyce. "Sir, please, must not Isabel go back to bed?" Mr. Carlyle made no reply to the question. Most likely he never heard its import, but he touched Isabel's shoulder to draw Joyce's attention to the child. "Joyce, Miss Lucy in future." He left the room, and Joyce remained silent from amazement. She heard him go out at the hall door and bang it after him. Isabel, nay, we must say Lucy also, went and stood outside the chamber door. The servants, gathered in a group near, did not observe her. Presently she came running back, and disturbed Joyce from her reverie. "Joyce, is it true?" "Is what true, my dear?" "They are saying that Captain Levison has taken away my mamma." Joyce fell back in her chair with a scream. It changed to a long, low moan of anguish. "What has he taken her for? To kill her? I thought it was only kidnappers who took people. Child, child, go to bed. Oh, Joyce, I want mamma. When will she come back?" Joyce hid her face in her hands to conceal its emotion from the motherless child. And just then Miss Carlyle entered on tiptoe, and humbly sat down in a low chair, her green face green that night, and its grief, its remorse, and its horror, looking nearly as dark as her stockings. She broke into a subdued wail. "God be merciful to this dishonored house!" Mr. Justice Hare turned into the gate between 12 and 1, turned in with a jaunty air, for the justice was in spirits, he having won 9 sixpences, and his friend's tap of ale having been unusually good. When he reached his bedroom, he told Mrs. Hare of a chaise and four which had gone tearing past at a furious pace as he was closing the gate, coming from the direction of East Lynne. He wondered where it could be going at that midnight hour, and whom it contained. Chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 25. Charming Results. Nearly a year went by. Lady Isabel Carlyle had spent it on the Continent, that refuge for such fugitives. Now moving about from place to place with her companion, now stationary and alone. Quite half the time, taking one absence with the other, he had been away from her, chiefly in Paris, pursuing his own course and his own pleasure. How fared it with Lady Isabel? Just as it must be expected to fare, and does fare, when a high-principled gentlewoman falls from her pedestal. Never had she experienced a moment's calm, or peace, or happiness, since the fatal night of quitting her home. She had taken a blind leap in a moment of wild passion, when, instead of the garden of roses it had been her persuader's pleasure to promise her she would fall into, but which, in truth, she had barely glanced at, for that had not been her moving motive. She had found herself plunged into a yawning abyss of horror, from which there was never more any escape, nevermore, nevermore. The very instant, the very night of her departure, she awoke to what she had done. The guilt, whose aspect had been shunned in the perspective, assumed at once its true frightful colour, the blackness of darkness, and a lively remorse, a never-dying anguish, took possession of her soul for ever. O reader, believe me, lady, wife, mother, should you ever be tempted to abandon your home, so will you awake. Whatever trials may be the lot of your married life, though they may magnify themselves to your crushed spirit as beyond the nature, the endurance of woman to bear, resolve to bear them. Fall down upon your knees, and pray to be enabled to bear them. Pray for patience. Pray for strength to resist the demon that would tempt you to escape. Bear until death, rather than forfeit your fair name and your good conscience, for be assured that the alternative, if you do rush on to it, will be found worse than death. Poor thing, poor Lady Isabel! She had sacrificed husband, children, reputation, home, all that makes life of value to woman. She had forfeited her duty to God, and deliberately broken his commandments, for the one poor miserable mistake of flying with Francis Levison. But the instant the step was irrevocable, the instant she had left the barrier behind, repentance set in. Even in the first days of her departure, in the fleeting moments of abandonment, when it may be supposed she might momentarily forget conscience, it was sharply wounding her with its adder stings. And she knew that her whole future existence, whether spent with that man or without him, would be a dark course of gnawing retribution. Nearly a year went by, save some 6 or 8 weeks, when one morning in July Lady Isabel made her appearance in the breakfast-room. They were staying now at Grenoble. Taking that town on their way to Switzerland through Savoy, it had been Captain Levison's pleasure to halt in it. He engaged apartments, furnished, in the vicinity of the Place Grenette. A windy old house it was, full of doors and windows, chimneys and cupboards, and he said he should remain there. Lady Isabel remonstrated. She wished to go farther on, where they might get quicker news from England. But her will now was as nothing. She was looking like the ghost of her former self. Talk of her having looked ill when she took the voyage over the water with Mr. Carlyle. You should have seen her now. Misery marks the countenance worse than sickness. Her face was white and worn. Her hands were thin. Her eyes were sunken and surrounded by a black circle. Care was digging caves for them. A stranger might have attributed these signs to the state of her health. She knew better, knew that they were the effects of her wretched mind and heart. It was very late for breakfast, but why should she rise early only to drag through another endless day? Languidly she took her seat at the table, just as Captain Levison's servant, a Frenchman whom he had engaged in Paris, entered the room with 2 letters. "Point de Gazette, Pierre?" she said. "No, milady." And all the time the sly fox had got the Times in his coat pocket. But he was only obeying the orders of his master. It had been Captain Levison's recent pleasure that the newspapers should not be seen by Lady Isabel until he had overlooked them. You will speedily gather his motive. Pierre departed through Captain Levison's room, and Lady Isabel took up the letters and examined their superscription with interest. It was known to her that Mr. Carlyle had not lost a moment in seeking a divorce, and the announcement that it was granted was now daily expected. She was anxious for it, anxious that Captain Levison should render her the only reparation in his power before the birth of her unhappy child. Little thought she that there was not the least intention on his part to make her reparation, any more than he had made it to others who had gone before her. She had become painfully aware of the fact that the man for whom she had chosen to sacrifice herself was bad, but she had not learned all his badness yet. Captain Levison, unwashed, unshaven, with a dressing gown loosely flung on, lounged into breakfast. The decked-out dandies before the world are frequently the greatest slovens in domestic privacy. He wished her good morning in a careless tone of apathy, and she as apathetically answered to it. "Pierre says there are some letters," he began. "What a precious hot day it is!" "Two," was her short reply, her tone sullen as his. For if you think, my good reader, that the flattering words, the ardent expressions, which usually attend the first go-off of these promising unions, last out a whole 10 months, you are in egregious error. Compliments the very opposite to honey and sweetness have generally supervened long before. Try it, if you don't believe me. "Two letters," she continued, "and they are both in the same handwriting. Your solicitors, I believe." Up went his hand at the last word, and he made a sort of grab at the letters, stalked to the farthest window, opened it, and glanced over its contents. "Sir, we beg to inform you that the suit Carlyle versus Carlyle is at an end. The divorce was pronounced without opposition. According to your request, we hasten to forward you the earliest intimation of the fact. We are, sir, faithfully yours, Moss and Grab. F. Levison, Esquire." It was over then, and all claim to the name of Carlyle was declared to have been forfeited by the Lady Isabel forever. Captain Levison folded up the letter and placed it securely in an inner pocket. "Is there any news?" she asked. "News? Of the divorce, I mean." "Tush!" was the response of Captain Levison, as if wishing to imply that the divorce was yet a far-off affair, and he proceeded to open the other letter. "Sir, after sending off our last dated to-day, we received tidings of the demise of Sir Peter Levison, your grand-uncle. He expired this afternoon in town, where he had come for the benefit of medical advice. We have much pleasure in congratulating you upon your accession to the title and estates, and beg to state that should it not be convenient to you to visit England at present, we will be happy to transact all necessary matters for you, on your favouring us with instructions. And we remain, sir, most faithfully yours, Moss and Grab. Sir Francis Levison, Bart. The outside of the letter was superscribed as the other, F. Levison, Esquire, no doubt with a view to its more certain delivery. "At last, thank the pigs!" was the gentleman's euphonious expression as he tossed the letter open on the breakfast table. "The divorce is granted?" feverishly uttered Lady Isabel. He made no reply, but seated himself to breakfast. "May I read the letter? Is it for me to read?" "For what else should I have thrown it there?" he said. "A few days ago you put a letter open on the table, I thought for me, but when I took it up you swore at me. Do you remember it, Captain Levison?" "You may drop that odious title, Isabel, which has stuck to me too long. I own a better now." "What one, pray?" "You can look and see." Lady Isabel took up the letter and read it. Sir Francis swallowed down his coffee and rang the table handbell, the only bell you generally meet with in France. Pierre answered it. "Put me up a change of things," said he, in French. "I start for England in an hour." "It is very well," Pierre responded, and departed to do it. Lady Isabel waited till the man was gone, and then spoke, a faint flush of emotion in her cheeks. "You do not mean what you say? You will not leave me yet?" "I cannot do otherwise," he answered. "There's a mountain of business to be attended to, now that I have come into power." Moss and Grab say they will act for you. Had there been a necessity for your going, they would not have offered that. Ay, they do say so, with a fair eye to the feathering of their pockets. Besides, I should not choose for the old man's funeral to take place without me. Then I must accompany you, she urged. I wish you would not talk nonsense, Isabel. Are you in a state to travel night and day? Neither would home be agreeable to you yet awhile. She felt the force of the objections, resuming after a moment's pause. Were you to go to England, you might not be back in time. In time for what? Oh, how can you ask? She rejoined in a sharp tone of reproach. You know too well. In time to make me your wife when the divorce shall appear. I shall chance it, coolly observed Sir Francis. Chance it? Chance the legitimacy of the child? You must assure that before all things. More terrible to me than all the rest would be if— Now don't put yourself in a fever, Isabel. How many times am I to be compelled to beg that of you? It does no good. Is it my fault if I am called suddenly to England? Have you no pity for your child? She urged in agitation. Nothing can repair the injury. If you once suffer it to come upon him, he will be a byword amidst men throughout his life. You had better have written to the law lords to urge on the divorce, he returned. I cannot help the delay. There has been no delay, quite the contrary, but it may be expected hourly now. You are worrying yourself for nothing, Isabel. I shall be back in time. He quitted the room as he spoke, and Lady Isabel remained in it, the image of despair. Nearly an hour elapsed when she remembered the breakfast things and rang for them to be removed. A maid-servant entered to do it, and she thought how ill milady looked. "Where is Pierre?" milady asked. Pierre was making himself ready to attend monsieur to England. Scarcely had she closed the door upon herself and the tray when Sir Francis Levison appeared, equipped for travelling. "Good-bye, Isabel," said he, without further circumlocution or ceremony. Lady Isabel, excited beyond all self-control, slipped the bolt of the door, and half leaning against it, half leaning at his feet, held up her hand in supplication. "Francis, have you any consideration left for me? Any in the world?" "How can you be so alarmed, Isabel? Of course I have," he continued, in a peevish though kind tone, as he took hold of her hands to raise her. "No, not yet. I will remain here until you say you will wait another day or two. You know that the French Protestant minister is prepared to marry us the instant news of the divorce shall arrive. If you do still care for me, you will wait." "I cannot wait," he replied, his tone changing to one of determination. "It is useless to urge it." He broke from her and left the room, and in another minute had left the house, Pierre attending him. A feeling amounting to a conviction rushed over the unhappy lady that she had seen him for the last time until it was too late. She was right. It was too late by weeks and months. December came in. The Alps were covered with snow. Grenoble borrowed the shade and looked cold and white and sleety and sloppy. The gutters running through the middle of certain of the streets were unusually black, and the people crept along especially dismal. Close to the fire in the barn of a French bedroom, full of windows and doors and draughts, with its wide hearth and its wide chimney, into which we could put 4 or 5 of our English ones, shivered Lady Isabel Vane. She had an invalid cap on, and a thick woollen invalid shawl, and she shook and shivered perpetually, though she had drawn so close to the wood fire that there was a danger of her petticoats igniting, and the attendant had frequently to spring up and interpose between them and the crackling logs. Little did it seem to matter to Lady Isabel. She sat in one position, her countenance the picture of stony despair. So she had sat, so looking, since she began to get better. She had had a long illness, terminating in a low fever, but the attendants whispered among themselves that milady would soon get about if she would only rouse herself. She had got so far about as to sit up in the windy chamber, and it seemed to be to her a matter of perfect indifference whether she ever got out of it. This day she had partaken of her early dinner, such as it was, for her appetite failed, and had dozed asleep in the armchair, when a noise arose from below, like a carriage driving into the courtyard through the porte cochere. It instantly aroused her. Had he come? "Who is it?" she asked of the nurse. "Milady, it is Monsieur, and Pierre is with him. I have begged Milady often and often not to fret, for Monsieur would surely come, Milady. See, I am right." The girl departed, closing the door, and Lady Isabel sat looking at it, schooling her patience. Another moment, and it was flung open. Sir Francis Levison approached to greet her as he came in. She waved him off, begging him, in a subdued, quiet tone, not to draw too near, as any little excitement made her faint now. He took a seat opposite to her, and began pushing the logs together with his boot, as he explained that he really could not get away from town before. "Why did you come now?" she quietly rejoined. "Why did I come?" repeated he. "Are these all the thanks a fellow gets for travelling in this inclement weather? I thought you at least would have been glad to welcome me, Isabel." End of East Lynne, Chapter 25, Part 1. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, February 2009. Part 2 of Chapter 25 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood, Chapter 25, Part 2. "Sir Francis," she rejoined, speaking still with almost unnatural calmness, as she continued to do throughout the interview, though the frequent changes in her countenance, and the movement of her hands, when she laid them from time to time on her chest to keep down its beating, told what effort the struggle cost her. "Sir Francis, I am glad, for one reason, to welcome you. We must come to an understanding one with the other, and so far I am pleased that you are here. It is my intention to have communicated with you by letter as soon as I found myself capable of the necessary exertion, but your visit has removed the necessity. I wish to deal with you quite unreservedly, without concealment or deceit. I must request you so to deal with me." "What do you mean by deal?" he asked, settling the logs to his apparent satisfaction. "To speak and act. Let there be plain truth between us at this interview, if there never has been before. I don't understand you." "Naked truth, unglossed over," she pursued, bending her eyes determinately upon him. "It must be." "With all my heart," rejoined Sir Francis. "It is you who have thrown out the challenge, mind." "When you left in July, you gave me a sacred promise to come back in time for our marriage. You know what I mean when I say in time, but—" "Of course I meant to do so when I gave the promise," he interrupted, "but no sooner had I set my foot in London than I found myself overwhelmed with business, and away from it I could not get. Even now I can only remain with you a couple of days, for I must hasten back to town." "You are breaking faith already," she said, after hearing him calmly to the end. "Your words are not words of truth, but of deceit. You did not intend to be back in time for the marriage, or otherwise you would have caused it to take place ere you went at all." "What fancies you do take up!" uttered Francis Levison. "Sometime subsequent to your departure," she quietly went on, "one of the maids was setting to rights the clothes in your dressing closet, and she brought me a letter she found in one of the pockets. I saw by the date that it was one of those two which you received on the morning of your departure. It contained the information that the divorce was pronounced." She spoke so quietly, so apparently without feeling or passion, that Sir Francis was agreeably astonished. He should have less trouble in throwing off the mask. But he was an ill-tempered man, and to hear that the letter had been found to have the falseness of his fine protestations and promises laid bare, did not improve his temper now. Lady Isabel continued. "It would have been better to have undeceived me then, to have told me that the hopes I was cherishing for the sake of the unborn child were worse than vain." "I did not judge so," he replied. "The excited state you then appeared to be in would have precluded your listening to any sort of reason." Her heart beat a little quicker, but she stilled it. "You deemed that it was not in reason that I should aspire to be the wife of Sir Francis Levison?" He rose and began kicking at the logs with the heel of his boot this time. Well, Isabel, you must be aware that it is an awful sacrifice for a man in my position to marry a divorced woman. The hectic flushed into her thin cheeks, but her voice sounded calm as before. When I expected or wished for the sacrifice, it was not for my own sake. I told you so then. But it was not made, and the child's inheritance is that of sin and shame. There he lies. Sir Francis half turned to where she pointed, and saw an infant's cradle by the side of the bed. He did not take the trouble to look at it. I am the representative now of an ancient and respected baronetcy, he resumed, in a tone as of apology for his previous heartless words, and to make you my wife would so offend all my family that— Stay, interrupted Lady Isabel. You need not trouble yourself to find needless excuses. Had you taken this journey for the purpose of making me your wife, were you to propose to do so this day, and bring a clergyman into the room to perform the ceremony, it would be futile. The injury to the child can never be repaired, and for myself, I cannot imagine any fate in life worse than being compelled to pass it with you. If you have taken this aversion to me, it cannot be helped, he coldly said, inwardly congratulating himself, let us not doubt, at being spared the work of trouble he had anticipated. You made commotion enough once about me making you reparation. She shook her head. All the reparation in your power to make, all the reparation that the whole world can invent, could not undo my sin. It and the effects must lie upon me forever. "Oh, sin!" was the derisive exclamation. "You ladies should think of that beforehand." "Yes," she sadly answered. "May Heaven help all to do so who may be tempted as I was." "If you mean that as a reproach to me, it's rather out of place," chafed Sir Francis, whose fits of ill temper were under no control, and who never, when in them, cared what he said to outrage the feelings of another. "The temptation to sin, as you call it, lay not in my persuasions half so much as in your jealous anger toward your husband." "Quite true," was her reply. "And I believe you were on the wrong scent, Isabel. If it will be any satisfaction to you to hear it, since we are mutually on this complimentary discourse, it is of no consequence to smooth over facts." "I do not understand what you would imply," she said, drawing her shawl around her with a fresh shiver. "How on the wrong scent?" "With regard to your husband and that Hare girl. You were blindly, outrageously jealous of him." "Go on." "And I say I think you are on the wrong scent. I do not believe Mr. Carlyle ever thought of the girl in that way." "What do you mean?" she gasped. "They had a secret between them, not of love, a secret of business, and those interviews they had together, her dancing attendance upon him perpetually, related to that and that alone." Her face was more flushed than it had been throughout the interview. He spoke quietly now, quite in an equal tone of reasoning. It was his way when the ill temper was upon him, and the calmer he spoke, the more cutting were his words. He need not have told her this. "What was the secret?" she inquired in a low tone. "Nay, I can't explain all. They did not take me into their confidence. They did not even take you. Better, perhaps, that they had, though, as things have turned out, or seem to be turning. There's some disreputable secret attached to the Hare family, and Carlyle was acting in it, under the rose, for Mrs. Hare. She could not seek out Carlyle herself, so she sent the young lady. That's all I know." "How did you know it?" "I had reason to think so." "What reason? I must request you to tell me." "I overheard scraps of their conversation now and then in those meetings, and so gathered my information." "You told a different tale to me, Sir Francis," was her remark, as she turned her indignant eyes toward him. Sir Francis laughed. "All stratagems are fair in love and war." She dared not immediately trust herself to reply, and a silence ensued. Sir Francis broke it, pointing with his left thumb over his shoulder in the direction of the cradle. "What have you named that young article there?" "The name which ought to have been his by inheritance. Francis Levison," was her icy answer. "Let's see, how old is he now?" "He was born on the last day of August." Sir Francis threw up his arms and stretched himself, as if a fit of idleness had overtaken him, then advanced to the cradle and pulled down the clothes. "Who is he like, Isabel? My handsome self?" Were he like you in spirit, I would pray that he might die ere he could speak or think," she burst forth, and then remembering the resolution marked out for herself, subsided outwardly into calmness again. "What else?" retorted Sir Francis. "You know my disposition pretty well by this time, Isabel, and may be sure that if you deal out small change to me, you will get it back with interest." She made no reply. Sir Francis put the clothes back over the sleeping child, returned to the fire, and stood a few moments with his back to it. "Is my room prepared for me, do you know?" he presently asked. "No, it is not," she quietly rejoined. "These apartments are mine now. They have been transferred into my name, and they can never again afford you accommodation. Will you be so obliging, I am not strong, as to hand me that writing case?" Sir Francis walked to the table she indicated, which was at the far end of the great barn of a room, and taking the writing case from it, gave it to her. She reached her keys from the stand at her elbow, unlocked the case, and took from it some bank notes. "I received these from you a month ago," she said. "They came by post." "And never had the grace to acknowledge them," he returned, in a sort of mock reproachful tone. £40, that was the amount, was it not? "I believe so." "Allow me to return them to you. Count them." "Return them to me? For what?" inquired Sir Francis, in amazement. "I have no longer anything whatever to do with you in any way. Do not make my arm ache holding out these notes to you so long. Take them." Sir Francis took the notes from her hand and placed them on a stand near her. "If it be your wish that all relations should end between us, why, let it be so," he said. "I must confess I think it may be the wisest course, as things have come to this pass, for a cat and dog life, which would seemingly be ours, is not agreeable. Remember, though, that it is your doing, not mine. But you cannot think I am going to see you starve, Isabel. A sum, we will fix upon the amount amicably, shall be placed in your credit half yearly, and I beg of you to cease," she passionately interrupted. "What do you take me for?" "Take you for? Why, how can you live? You have no fortune. You must receive assistance from some one." "I will not receive it from you. If the whole world denied me, and I could find no help from strangers, or means of earning my own bread, and it was necessary that I should still exist, I would apply to my husband for means rather than to you. In saying this, it ought to convince you that the topic may cease." "Your husband?" sarcastically rejoined Sir Francis. "Generous man!" A flush, deep and painful, dyed her cheeks. "I should have said my late husband. You need not have reminded me of the mistake." "If you will accept nothing for yourself, you must for the child. He, at any rate, falls to my share. I shall give you a few hundred a year with him." She beat her hands before her, as if beating off the man and his words. "Not a farthing, now or ever. Were you to attempt to send money to him, I would throw it in the nearest river. Whom do you take me for? What do you take me for?" she repeated, rising in her bitter mortification. "If you have put me beyond the pale of the world, I am still Lord Mount Severn's daughter." "You did as much toward putting yourself beyond its pale as— Don't I know it? Have I not said so?" she sharply interrupted, and then she sat, striving to calm herself, clasping together her shaking hands. "Well, if you will persist in this perverse resolution, I cannot mend it," resumed Sir Francis. "In a little time you may probably wish to recall it, in which case a line addressed to me at my banker's will—" Lady Isabel drew herself up. "Put away those notes, if you please," she interrupted, not allowing him to finish his sentence. He took out his pocket-book and placed the bank notes within it. "Your clothes, those you left here when you went to England, you will have the goodness to order Pierre to take away this afternoon. And now, Sir Francis, I believe that is all. We will part." "To remain mortal enemies from henceforth? Is that to be it?" "To be strangers," she replied, correcting him. "I wish you a good day." "So you will not even shake hands with me, Isabel?" "I would prefer not." And thus they parted. Sir Francis left the room, but not immediately the house. He went into a distant apartment, and calling the servants before him, there were but two, gave them each a year's wages in advance. "That they might not have to trouble my lady for money," he said to them. Then he paid a visit to the landlord, and handed him, likewise, a year's rent in advance, making the same remark. After that he ordered dinner at a hotel, and the same night he and Pierre departed on their journey home again. Sir Francis thanking his lucky star that he had so easily got rid of a vexatious annoyance. And Lady Isabel? She passed her evening alone, sitting in the same place, close to the fire and the sparks. The attendant remonstrated that milady was remaining up too late for her strength, but milady ordered her and her remonstrances into an adjoining room. When Lady Isabel lay down to rest, she sank into a somewhat calmer sleep than she had known of late, also into a dream. She thought she was back at East Lynne. Not back, in one sense, but that she seemed never to have gone away from it, walking in the flower garden with Mr. Carlyle, while the 3 children played on the lawn. Her arm was within her husband's, and he was relating something to her. What the news was, she could not remember afterward, excepting that it was connected with the office and old Mr. Dill, and that Mr. Carlyle laughed when he told it. They appeared to be interrupted by the crying of Archibald, and in turning to the lawn to ask what was the matter, she awoke. Alas, it was the actual crying of her own child which awoke her, this last child, the ill-fated little being in the cradle beside her. But for a single instant she forgot recent events and doings. She believed she was indeed in her happy home at East Lynne, a proud woman, an honoured wife. As recollection flashed across her with its piercing stings, she gave vent to a sharp cry of agony, of unavailing despair. This concludes the reading of Part 2 of Chapter 25 of East Lynne. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, February 2009.
Chapter 26 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Blashford. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 26. Alone for Evermore. A surprise awaited Lady Isabel Vane. It was on a windy day in the following March that a traveller arrived at Grenoble, and inquired his way of a porter to the best hotel in the place, his French being such as only an Englishman can produce. "Hotel, let's see," returned the man politely, but with native indifference. There are 2 hotels nearly contiguous to each other, and monsieur would find himself comfortable at either. There is the Trois Dauphins, and there is the Ambassadeur. Monsieur chose haphazard the Hotel des Ambassadeurs, and was conducted to it. Shortly after his arrival there, he inquired his road to the Place Grenette, and was offered to be shown, but he preferred that it should be described to him, and to go alone. The Place was found, and he thence turned to the apartments of Lady Isabel Vane. Lady Isabel was sitting where you saw her the previous December, in the precise spot, courting the warmth of the fire, and it seemed, courting the sparks also, for they appeared as fond of her as formerly. The marvel was, how she had escaped spontaneous combustion, but there she was yet, and her clothes likewise. You might think that but a night had passed when you looked at the room, for it wore precisely the same aspect now as then. Everything was the same, even to the child's cradle in the remote corner, partially hidden by the bed curtains, and the sleeping child in it. Lady Isabel's progress toward recovery was remarkably lingering, as is frequently the case when mind and body are both diseased. She was so sitting when Suzanne entered the room and said that a Monsieur Anglais had arrived in the town to see her, and was waiting below in the saloon. Lady Isabel was startled. An English gentleman to see her! English, for certain, was Suzanne's answer, for she had difficulty to comprehend his French. Who could be desirous to see her, one out of the world and forgotten? "Suzanne," she cried aloud, a thought striking her, "it is never Sir it is not Monsieur." "Not in the least like Monsieur," complacently answered Suzanne. "It is a tall, brave English gentleman, proud and noble looking, like a prince." Every pulse within Lady Isabel's body throbbed rebelliously. Her heart bounded till it was like to burst her side, and she turned sick with astonishment. Tall, brave, noble! Could that description apply to any but Mr. Carlyle? Strange that so unnatural an idea should have occurred to her. It would not have done so in a calmer moment. She rose, tottered across the chamber, and prepared to descend. Suzanne's tongue was let loose at the proceeding. Was milady out of her senses? To attempt going downstairs would be a pretty ending, for she'd surely fall by the way. Milady knew that the bottom step was of lead, and that no head could pitch down upon that, without ever never being a head any more, except in the hospitals. Let milady sit still in her place, and she'd bring the monsieur up. What did it signify? He was not a young petit maître to quiz things. He was 50 if he was a day, his hair already turned to fine grey. This set the question touching Mr. Carlyle at rest, and her heart stilled again. The next moment she was inwardly laughing in her bitter mockery at her insensate folly. Mr. Carlyle come to see her! Her! Francis Levison might be sending over some man of business regarding the money question, was her next thought. If so, she should certainly refuse to see him. Go down to the gentleman and ask him his name, Suzanne. Ask also from whence he came. Suzanne disappeared, and returned, and the gentleman behind her. Whether she had invited him, or whether he had chosen to come uninvited, there he was. Lady Isabel caught a glimpse, and flung her hands over her burning cheeks of shame. It was Lord Mount Severn. "How did you find out where I was?" she gasped, when some painful words had been uttered on both sides. "I went to Sir Francis Levison and demanded your address. Certain recent events implied that he and you must have parted, and I therefore deemed it time to inquire what he had done with you." "Since last July," she interrupted, lifting up her wan face, now colourless again. "Do not think worse of me than I am. He was here in December for an hour's recriminating interview, and we parted for life." "What have you heard of him lately?" "Not anything. I never know what is passing in the world at home. I have no newspaper, no correspondence, and he would scarcely be so bold as to write to me again." "I shall not shock you, then, by some tidings I bring you regarding him," returned Lord Mount Severn. "The greatest shock to me would be to hear that I should ever again be subjected to the sight of him," she answered. "He is married." "Heaven have pity on his poor wife," was all the comment of Lady Isabel. "He has married Alice Chelona." She lifted her head, then, in simple surprise. "Alice? Not Blanche?" "The story runs that he has played Blanche very false, that he has been with her much during the last 3 or 4 months, leading on her expectations, and then suddenly proposed for her younger sister. I know nothing of the details myself, it is not likely, and I heard nothing, until one evening at the club I saw the announcement of the marriage for the following day at St. George's. I was at the church the next morning before he was." "Not to stop it, not to intercept the marriage?" breathlessly uttered the Lady Isabel. "Certainly not. I had no power to attempt anything of the sort. I went to demand an answer to my question, what he had done with you, and where you were. He gave me this address, but said he knew nothing of your movements since December." There was a long silence. The earl appeared to be alternately ruminating and taking a survey of the room. Isabel sat with her head down. "Why did you seek me out?" she presently broke forth. "I am not worth it. I have brought enough disgrace upon your name." "And upon your husband's, and upon your children's," he rejoined, in the most severe manner, for it was not in the nature of the Earl of Mount Severn to gloss over guilt. "Nevertheless, it is incumbent upon me, as your nearest blood relative, to see after you, now that you are alone again, and to take care, as far as I can, that you do not lapse lower." He might have spared her that stab, but she scarcely understood him. She looked at him, wondering whether she did understand. "You have not a shilling in the world," he resumed. "How do you propose to live?" "I have some money yet. When—" "His money?" sharply and haughtily interposed the earl. "No," she indignantly replied. "I am selling my trinkets. Before they are all gone, I shall look out to get a living in some way, by teaching probably." "Trinkets," repeated Lord Mount Severn. "Mr. Carlyle told me that you carried nothing away with you from East Lynne." "Nothing that he had given me. These were mine before I married." "You have seen Mr. Carlyle, then?" she faltered. "Seen him?" echoed the indignant earl. "When such a blow was dealt him by a member of my family, could I do less than hasten to East Lynne to tender my sympathies? I went with another subject, too, to discover what could have been the moving springs of your conduct; for I protest, when the black tidings reached me, I believed that you must have gone mad. You were one of the last whom I should have feared to trust. But I learned nothing, and Carlyle was as ignorant as I. How could you strike him such a blow?" Lower and lower drooped her head, brighter shone the shame on her hectic cheek. An awful blow to Mr. Carlyle it must have been. She was feeling it in all its bitter intensity. Lord Mount Severn read her repentant looks. "Isabel," he said, in a tone which had lost something of its harshness, and it was the first time he had called her by her Christian name, "I see that you are reaping the fruits. Tell me how it happened. What demon prompted you to sell yourself to that bad man?" "He is a bad man," she exclaimed, "a base, heartless man." "I warned you at the commencement of your married life to avoid him, to shun all association with him, not to admit him to your house." "His coming to East Lynne was not my doing," she whispered. "Mr. Carlyle invited him." "I know he did. Invited him in his unsuspicious confidence, believing his wife to be his wife, a trustworthy woman of honor," was the severe remark. She did not reply. She could not gainsay it. She only sat with her meek face of shame and her eyelids drooping. If ever a woman had a good husband in every sense of the word, you had in Carlyle. If ever man loved his wife, he loved you. How could you so requite him?" She rolled, in a confused manner, the corners of her warm shawl over her unconscious fingers. "I read the note you left for your husband. He showed it to me. The only one, I believe, to whom he did show it. It was to him entirely inexplicable. It was so to me. A notion had been suggested to him after your departure that his sister had somewhat marred your peace at East Lynne, and he blamed you much, if it was so, for not giving him your full confidence on the point, that he might set matters on the right footing. But it was impossible, and there was the evidence in the note besides, that the presence of Miss Carlyle at East Lynne could be any excuse for your disgracing us all and ruining yourself. "Do not let us speak of these things," said Lady Isabel faintly. "It cannot redeem the past." "But I must speak of them. I came to speak of them," persisted the earl. "I could not do it as long as that man was here. When these inexplicable things take place in the career of a woman, it is a father's duty to look into motives and causes and actions, although the events in themselves may be, as in this case, irreparable. Your father is gone, but I stand in his place. There is no one else to stand in it." Her tears began to fall, and she let them fall in silence. The earl resumed: "But for that extraordinary letter, I should have supposed you had been actuated by a mad infatuation for the cur Levison. Its tenor gave the matter a different aspect. To what did you allude when you asserted that your husband had driven you to it?" "He knew," she answered, scarcely above her breath. "He did not know," sternly replied the earl. "A more truthful, honourable man than Carlyle does not exist on the face of the earth. When he told me then, in his agony of grief, that he was unable to form even a suspicion of your meaning, I could have staked my earldom on his veracity. I would stake it still." "I believed," she began, in a low, nervous voice, for she knew that there was no evading the questions of Lord Mount Severn when he was resolute in their being answered, and indeed she was too weak both in body and spirit to resist. "I believed that his love was no longer mine, that he had deserted me for another." The earl stared at her. "What can you mean by deserted? He was with you." "There is a desertion of the heart," was her murmured answer. "Desertion of a fiddlestick!" retorted his lordship. "The interpretation we gave to the note, I and Carlyle, was that you had been actuated by motives of jealousy, had penned it in a jealous mood. I put the question to Carlyle, as between man and man, do you listen, Isabel, whether he had given you cause, and he answered me, as with God over us, he had never given you cause. He had been faithful to you in thought, word, and deed. He had never, so far as he could call to mind, even looked upon another woman with covetous feelings since the hour that he made you his wife. His whole thoughts had been of you, and of you alone. It is more than many a husband can say," significantly coughed Lord Mount Severn. Her pulses were beating wildly. A powerful conviction that the words were true, that her own blind jealousy had been utterly mistaken and unfounded, was forcing its way to her brain. "After that, I could only set your letter down as subterfuge," resumed the earl, "a false, barefaced plea, put forth to conceal your real motives, and I told Carlyle so. I inquired how it was he had never detected any secret understanding between you and that beast, located as the fellow was, in the house. He replied that no such suspicion had ever occurred to him. He placed the most implicit confidence in you, and would have trusted you with the creature around the world, ay, with any one else." She entwined her hands one within the other, pressing them to pain. It would not deaden the pain at her heart. "Carlyle told me he had been unusually occupied during the stay of that man. Besides his customary office work, his time was taken up with some private business for a family in the neighbourhood, and he had repeatedly to see them, more particularly the daughter, after office hours. Very old acquaintances of his, he said, relatives of the Carlyle family, and he was as anxious about the secret, a painful one, as they were. This, I observed to him, may have rendered him unobservant to what was passing at home. He told me, I remember, that on the very evening of the catastrophe, he ought to have gone with you to a dinner party, but most important circumstances arose, in connection with the affair, which obliged him to meet two gentlemen at his office, and to receive them in secret, unknown to his clerks." "Did he mention the name of the family?" inquired Lady Isabel, with white lips. "Yes, he did. I forgot it, though. Rabbit, Ribbit, some such name as that." "Was it Hare?" "That was it, Hare. He said you appeared vexed that he did not accompany you to the dinner, and seeing that he intended to go in afterward, but was prevented. When the interview was over in his office, he was again detained at Mrs. Hare's house, and by business as impossible to avoid as the other." "Important business," she echoed, giving way for a moment to the bitterness of former feelings. "He was promenading in their garden by moonlight with Barbara, Miss Hare. I saw them as my carriage passed." "And you were jealous that he should be there!" exclaimed Lord Mount Severn, with mocking reproach, as he detected her mood. "Listen," he whispered, bending his head toward her. "While you may have thought, as your present tone would seem to intimate, that they were pacing there to enjoy each other's society, know that they, Carlyle at any rate, was pacing the walk to keep guard. One was within that house for a short half-hour's interview with his poor mother, one who lives in danger of the scaffold, to which his own father would be the first to deliver him up. They were keeping the path against that father, Carlyle, and the young lady. Of all the nights in the previous 7 years, that one only saw the unhappy son at home for a half-hour's meeting with his mother and sister. Carlyle, in the grief and excitement caused by your conduct, confided so much to me, when mentioning what kept him from the dinner party. Her face had become crimson, crimson at her past lamentable folly, and there was no redemption. But he was always with Barbara Hare, she murmured, by way of some faint excuse. I have mentioned so. She had to see him upon this affair. Her mother could not, for it was obliged to be kept from the father. And so you construed business interviews into assignations, continued Lord Mount Severn with cutting derision. I had given you credit for better sense. But was this enough to hurl you on the step you took? Surely not. You must have yielded in the persuasions of that wicked man. It is all over now, she wailed. Carlyle was true and faithful to you, and to you alone. Few women have the chance of happiness in their married life, in the degree that you had. He is an upright and good man, one of nature's gentlemen, one that England may be proud of as having grown upon her soil. The more I see of him, the greater becomes my admiration of him, and of his thorough honour. Do you know what he did in the matter of the damages? She shook her head. He did not wish to proceed for damages, or only for the trifling sum demanded by law, but the jury, feeling for his wrongs, gave unprecedentedly heavy ones. Since the fellow came into his baronetcy, they have been paid. Carlyle immediately handed them over to the county hospital. He holds the apparently obsolete opinion that money cannot wipe out a wife's dishonour. Let us close those topics, implored the poor invalid. I acted wickedly and madly, and have the consequences to bear forever. More I cannot say. Where do you intend to fix your future residence? Inquired the Earl. I am unable to tell. I shall leave this town as soon as I am well enough. Ay, it cannot be pleasant for you to remain under the eyes of its inhabitants. You were here with him, were you not? They think I am his wife, she murmured. The servants think it. That's well, so far. How many servants have you? 2. I am not strong enough yet to do much myself, so am obliged to keep 2, she continued, as if in apology for the extravagance under her reduced circumstances. As soon as ever the baby can walk, I shall manage to do with 1. The Earl looked confounded. The baby, he uttered, in a tone of astonishment and grief painful to her to hear. Isabel, is there a child? Not less painful was her own emotion as she hid her face. Lord Mount Severn rose and paced the room with striding steps. I did not know it. I did not know it. Wicked, heartless villain. He ought to have married you before its birth. Was the divorce out previously? He asked, stopping short in his strides to put the question. Yes. Coward! Sneak! May good men shun him from henceforth. May his queen refuse to receive him. You, an earl's daughter! Oh, Isabel, how utterly you have lost yourself! Lady Isabel started from her chair in a burst of hysterical sobs, her hands extending beseechingly toward the Earl. Spare me, spare me! You have been rending my heart ever since you came. Indeed, I am too weak to bear it. The Earl, in truth, had been betrayed into showing more of his sentiments than he intended. He recalled his recollection. Well, well, sit down again, Isabel, he said, putting her into her chair. We shall go to the point I chiefly came here to settle. What sum will it take you to live upon? Quietly, as of course you would now wish to live, but comfortably. I will not accept anything, she replied. I will get my own living. And the Earl's irascibility again arose at the speech. He spoke in a sharp tone. Absurd, Isabel. Do not add romantic folly to your own mistakes. Get your own living, indeed. As much as is necessary for you to live upon, I shall supply. No remonstrance. I tell you I am acting as for your father. Do you suppose he would have abandoned you to starve or to work? The allusion touched every chord within her bosom, and the tears fell fast. I thought I could get my living by teaching, she sobbed. And how much did you anticipate the teaching would bring you in? Not very much, she listlessly said. 100 a year, perhaps. I am very clever at music and singing. That sum might keep us, I fancy, even if I only went out by the day. And a fine keep it would be. You shall have that sum every quarter. No, 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 I do not deserve it. I could not accept it. I have forfeited all claim to assistance. Not to mine. Now, it is of no use to excite yourself. My mind is made up. I never willingly forego a duty, and I look upon this not only as a duty, but as an imperative one. Upon my return, I shall immediately settle 400 upon you, and you can draw it quarterly. Then half that sum, she reflected, knowing how useless it was to contend with Lord Mount Severn when he got upon the stilts of duty. Indeed, 200 a year will be ample. It will seem like riches to me. I have named the sum, Isabel, and I shall not make it less. 100 every 3 months shall be paid to you, dating from this day. This does not count, said he, laying down some notes on the table. He took her hand within his in token of farewell, turned, and was gone. And Lady Isabel remained in her chamber alone. Alone, alone, alone for evermore. End of chapter 26.
Section 31 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 27. Barbara's Misdoings. Part 1. A sunny afternoon in summer. More correctly speaking, it may be said a summer's evening, for the bright beams were already slanting athwart the substantial garden of Mr. Justice Hare, and the tea hour, 7, was passing. Mr. and Mrs. Hare and Barbara were seated at the meal. Somehow, meals always did seem in process at Justice Hare's. If it was not breakfast, it was luncheon. If it was not luncheon, it was dinner. If it was not dinner, it was tea. Barbara sat in tears, for the justice was giving her a piece of his mind, and poor Mrs. Hare deferently agreeing with her husband, as she would have done had he proposed to set the house on fire and burn her up in it, yet sympathizing with Barbara, moved uneasily in her chair. "You do it for the purpose. You do it to anger me," thundered the justice, bringing down his hand on the tea table and causing the cups to rattle. "No, I don't, papa," sobbed Barbara. "Then why do you do it?" Barbara was silent. "No, you can't answer. You have nothing to urge. What is the matter, pray, with Major Thorn? Come, I will be answered." "I don't like him," faltered Barbara. "You do like him. You are telling me an untruth. You have liked him well enough whenever he has been here." "I liked him as an acquaintance, papa, not as a husband." "Not as a husband?" repeated the exasperated justice. "Why, bless my heart and body, the girl's going mad." "Not as a husband? Who asked him to like him as a husband before he became such? Did ever you hear that it was necessary or expedient or becoming for a young lady to act on and begin to like a gentleman as her husband?" Barbara felt a little bewildered. "Here's the whole parish saying that Barbara Hare can't be married, that nobody will have her, on account of that cursed stain left by. I won't trust myself to name him. I should go too far. Now, don't you think that's a pretty disgrace? A fine state of things?" "But it is not true," said Barbara. "People do ask me." "But what's the use of their asking when you say no?" raved the justice. "Is that the way to let the parish know that they ask? You are an ungrateful, rebellious, self-willed daughter, and you'll never be otherwise." Barbara's tears flowed freely. The justice gave a dash at the bell handle to order the tea things carried away, and after their removal the subject was renewed, together with Barbara's grief. That was the worst of Justice Hare. Let him seize hold of a grievance. It was not often he got upon a real one, and he kept on at it, like a blacksmith hammering at his forge. In the midst of a stormy oration, tongue and hands going together, Mr. Carlyle came in. Not much altered, not much. A year and 3/4 had gone by, and they had served to silver his hair upon the temples. His manner, too, would never again be careless and light as it once had been. He was the same keen man of business, the same pleasant, intelligent companion. The generality of people saw no change in him. Barbara rose to escape. "No," said Justice Hare, planting himself between her and the door. "That's the way you like to get out of my reach when I am talking to you. You won't go, so sit down again. I'll tell you of your ill conduct before Mr. Carlyle, and see if that will shame you." Barbara resumed her seat, a rush of crimson dyeing her cheeks, and Mr. Carlyle looked inquiringly, seeming to ask an explanation of her distress. The justice continued after his own fashion. "You know, Carlyle, that horrible blow that fell upon us, that shameless disgrace? Well, because the parish can't clack enough about the fact itself, it must begin about Barbara, saying that the disgrace and humiliation are reflected upon her, and that nobody will come near her to ask her to be his wife. One would think, rather than lie under the stigma and afford the parish room to talk, she'd marry the first man that came. If it was the parish beadle anybody else would. But now, what are the facts? You'll stare when you know them. She has received a bushel of good offers, a bushel of them," repeated the justice, dashing his hand down on his knee, "and she says no to all. The last was today, from Major Thorn, and my young lady takes and puts the stopper upon it, as usual, without reference to me or her mother, without saying with your leave or by your leave. She wants to be kept in her room for a week upon bread and water, to bring her to her senses." Mr. Carlyle glanced at Barbara. She was sitting meekly under the infliction, her wet eyelashes falling on her flushed cheeks and shading her eyes. The justice was heated enough, and had pushed his flaxen wig nearly hind part before in the warmth of his argument. "What did you say to her?" snapped the justice. "Matrimony may not have charms for Barbara," replied Mr. Carlyle half jokingly. "Nothing does have charms for her that ought to have," growled Justice Hare. "She's one of the contrary ones. By the way, though," hastily resumed the justice, leaving the objectionable subject, as another flashed across his memory, "they were coupling your name and matrimony together, Carlyle, last night, at the Buck's Head." A very perceptible tinge of red rose to the face of Mr. Carlyle, telling of inward emotion, but his voice and manner betrayed none. "Indeed," he carelessly said. "Ah, you are a sly one, you are, Carlyle. Remember how sly you were over your first marriage," Justice Hare was going to bring out, but it suddenly occurred to him that, all circumstances considered, it was not precisely the topic to recall to Mr. Carlyle. So he stopped himself in the utterance, coughed, and went on again. "There you go, over to see Sir John Dobede, not to see Sir John, but paying court to Mr. Bede. So the Buck's Head was amusing itself with that. Good naturedly," observed Mr. Carlyle. "Well, Miss Dobede is going to be married, and I am drawing up the settlements." "It's not she marries young Somerset. Everybody knows that." "It's the other one, Louisa, a nice girl, Carlyle." "Very," responded Mr. Carlyle, and it was all the answer he gave. The justice, tired of sitting indoors, tired, perhaps, of extracting nothing satisfactory from Mr. Carlyle, rose, shook himself, set his wig aright before the chimney glass, and quitted the house on his customary evening visit to the Buck's Head. Barbara, who watched him down the path, saw that he encountered someone who happened to be passing the gate. She could not at first distinguish who it might be. Nothing but an arm and shoulder cased in velveteen met her view, but as their positions changed in conversation, his and her father's, she saw that it was Locksley. He had been the chief witness, not a vindictive one. He could not help himself, against her brother Richard, touching the murder of Hallijohn. Meanwhile Mrs. Hare had drawn Mr. Carlyle into a chair close by her own. "Archibald, will you forgive me if I say a word upon the topic introduced by Mr. Hare?" she said, in a low tone, as she shook his hand. "You know how fondly I have ever regarded you, second only to my poor Richard. Your welfare and happiness are precious to me. I wish I could in any way promote them. It occurs to me sometimes that you are not at present so happy as you might be." "I have some sources of happiness," said Mr. Carlyle. "My children and I have plenty of sources of interest." "What do you mean, dear Mrs. Hare?" "Your home might be made happier." Mr. Carlyle smiled, nearly laughed. "Cornelia takes care of that, as she did in the old days, you know." "Yes, I know. Would it not be as well to consider whether she would not be better in a home of her own, and for you to give East Lynne another mistress?" He shook his head. "Archibald, it would be happier for you. It would indeed. It is only in new ties that you can forget the past. You might find recompense yet for the sorrow you have gone through, and I know none," repeated Mrs. Hare, emphatically, "more calculated to bring it you than that sweet girl Louisa Dobede." So long as Mr. Carlyle was beginning, had not got so far in his sentence, when he was interrupted by an exclamation from Barbara. "What can be the matter with papa? Locksley must have said something to anger him. He is coming in the greatest passion, mamma, his face crimson, and his hands and arms working." "Oh, dear, Barbara," was all poor Mrs. Hare's reply. The justice's great bursts of passion frightened her. In he came, closed the door, and stood in the middle of the room, looking alternately at Mrs. Hare and Barbara. "What is this cursed report that's being whispered in the place?" quoth he, in a tone of suppressed rage, but not unmixed with awe. "What report?" asked Mr. Carlyle, for the justice waited for an answer, and Mrs. Hare seemed unable to speak. Barbara took care to keep silence. She had some misgivings that the justice's words might be referring to herself, to the recent grievance. "A report that he has been here disguised as a labourer, has dared to show himself in the place where he'll come yet, to the gibbet." Mrs. Hare's face turned as white as death. Mr. Carlyle rose, dexterously contrived to stand before her, so that it should not be seen. Barbara silently locked her hands, one within the other, and turned to the window. "Of whom did you speak?" asked Mr. Carlyle, in a matter of fact tone, as if he were putting the most matter of fact question. He knew too well, but he thought to temporize for the sake of Mrs. Hare. "Of whom do I speak?" uttered the exasperated justice, nearly beside himself with passion. "Of whom would I speak but the bastard Dick? Who else in West Lynne is likely to come to a felon's death?" "Oh, Richard!" sobbed forth Mrs. Hare, as she sank back in her chair. "Be merciful." "He is our own true son." "Never a true son of the Hares," raved the justice. "A true son of wickedness, and cowardice, and blight, and evil. If he has dared to show his face at West Lynne, I'll set the whole police of England upon his track, that he may be brought here as he ought, if he must come. When Locksley told me of it just now, I raised my hand to knock him down, so infamously false did I deem the report. Do you know anything of his having been here?" continued the justice to his wife, in a pointed, resolute tone. How Mrs. Hare would have extricated herself, or what she would have answered, cannot even be imagined, but Mr. Carlyle interposed. "You are frightening Mrs. Hare, sir. Don't you see that she knows nothing of it, that the very report of such a thing is alarming her into illness? But allow me to inquire what it may be that Locksley said. "I met him at the gate," retorted Justice Hare, turning his attention upon Mr. Carlyle. "He was going by as I reached it. Oh, Justice, I am glad I met you. That's a nasty report in the place that Richard has been here. I'd see what I could do toward hushing it up, sir, if I were you, for it may only serve to put the police in mind of bygone things, which it may be better they should forget. Carlyle, I went, as I tell you, to knock him down. I asked him how he could have the hardihood to repeat such slander to my face. He was on the high horse directly, said the parish spoke the slander, not he, and I got out of him what it was he had heard." "And what was it?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle, more eagerly than he generally spoke. "Why, they say the fellow showed himself here some time ago, a year or so, disguised as a farm labourer. Confounded fools! Not but what he'd have been the fool had he done it." "To be sure he would," repeated Mr. Carlyle, "and he is not fool enough for that, sir. Let West Lynne talk, Mr. Hare, but do not put faith in a word of its gossip. I never do. Poor Richard, wherever he may be. I won't have him pitied in my presence," burst forth the justice. "Poor Richard, indeed! Villain Richard, if you please. I was about to observe that, wherever he may be, whether in the backwoods of America, or digging for gold in California, or wandering about the United Kingdom, there is little fear that he will quit his place of safety to dare the dangerous ground of West Lynne. Had I been you, sir, I would have laughed at Locksley and his words. Why does West Lynne invent such lies?" "Ah, there's the rub. I dare say West Lynne could not tell why, if it were paid for doing it, but it seems to have been a lame story it had got up this time. If they must have concocted a report that Richard had been seen at West Lynne, why put it back to a year ago? Why not have fixed it for today or yesterday? If I heard anything more, I would treat it with the silence and contempt it deserves, Justice." Silence and contempt were not greatly in the justice's line. Noise and explosion were more so, but he had a high opinion of the judgment of Mr. Carlyle, and, growling a sort of assent, he once more set forth to pay his evening visit. "Oh, Archibald," uttered Mrs. Hare, when her husband was halfway down the path, "what a mercy that you were here! I should inevitably have betrayed myself." Barbara turned round from the window. "But what could have possessed Locksley to say what he did?" she exclaimed. "I have no doubt Locksley spoke with a motive," said Mr. Carlyle. "He is not unfriendly to Richard, and thought, probably, that by telling Mr. Hare of the report he might get it stopped. The rumour had been mentioned to me." Barbara turned cold all over. "How can it have come to light?" she breathed. "I am at a loss to know," said Mr. Carlyle. "The person to mention it to me was Tom Herbert. "I say," said he, meeting me yesterday, "what's this row about Dick Hare?" "What now?" I asked him. "Why, that Dick was at West Lynne some time back, disguised as a farm labourer. Just the same, you see, that Locksley said to Mr. Hare." "I laughed at Tom Herbert," continued Mr. Carlyle, "turned his report into ridicule also, before I had done with him." "Will it be the means of causing Richard's detection?" murmured Mrs. Hare from between her dry lips. "No, no," warmly responded Mr. Carlyle. "Had the report arisen immediately after he was really here, it might not have been so pleasant. But nearly 2 years have elapsed since the period. Be under no uneasiness, dear Mrs. Hare. for rely upon it there is no cause." "But how could it have come out, Archibald?" she urged, "and at this distant period of time? I assure you I am quite at a loss to imagine. Had anybody at West Lynne seen and recognized Richard, they would have spoken of it at the time. Do not let it trouble you. The rumour will die away." Mrs. Hare sighed deeply, and left the room to proceed to her own chamber. Barbara and Mr. Carlyle were alone. "Oh, that the real murderer could be discovered!" she aspirated, clasping her hands. "To be subjected to these shocks of fear is dreadful. Mamma will not be herself for days to come." End of chapter 27, part 1. Section 32 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 27. Barbara's Misdoings. Part 2. "I wish the right man could be found, but it seems as far off as ever," remarked Mr. Carlyle. Barbara sat ruminating. It seemed that she would say something to Mr. Carlyle, but a feeling caused her to hesitate. When she did at length speak, it was in a low, timid voice. "You remember the description Richard gave, that last night, of the person he had met, the true Thorn?" "Yes." "Did it strike you then, as it ever occurred to you to think that it accorded with someone?" "In what way, Barbara?" he asked, after a pause. "It accorded with the description Richard always gave of the man Thorn." "Richard spoke of the peculiar movement of throwing off the hair from the forehead in this way. Did that strike you as being familiar, in connection with the white hand and the diamond ring?" "Many have a habit of pushing off their hair. I think I do it myself sometimes." "Barbara, what do you mean? Have you a suspicion of any one?" "Have you?" she returned, answering the question by asking another. "I have not. Since Captain Thorn was disposed of, my suspicions have not pointed anywhere." This sealed Barbara's lips. She had hers, vague doubts, bringing wonder more than anything else. At times she had thought the same doubts might have occurred to Mr. Carlyle. She now found that they had not. The terrible domestic calamity which had happened to Mr. Carlyle the same night that Richard protested he had seen Thorn, had prevented Barbara's discussing the matter with him then, and she had never done so since. Richard had never been further heard of, and the affair had remained in abeyance. "I begin to despair of its ever being discovered," she observed. "What will come of poor Richard?" "We can but wait, and hope that time may bring forth its own elucidation," continued Mr. Carlyle. "Ah," sighed Barbara, "but it is weary waiting, weary, weary." "How is it you contrive to get under the paternal displeasure?" he resumed, in a gayer tone. She blushed vividly, and it was her only answer. "The Major Thorn alluded to by your papa is our old friend, I presume?" Barbara inclined her head. "He is a very pleasant man, Barbara. Many a young lady in West Lynne would be proud to get him." There was a pause. Barbara broke it, but she did not look at Mr. Carlyle as she spoke. "The other rumour, is it a correct one?" "What other rumour?" "That you are to marry Louisa Dobede?" "It is not. I have no intention of marrying anyone. Nay, I will say it more strongly. It is my intention not to marry anyone, to remain as I am." Barbara lifted her eyes to his in the surprise of the moment. "You look amused, Barbara. Have you been lending your credence to the gossips who have so kindly disposed of me to Louisa Dobede?" "Not so. But Louisa Dobede is a girl to be coveted, and, as mamma says, it might be happier for you if you were married again. I thought you would be sure to do so." "No. She who was my wife lives." "What of that?" uttered Barbara, in simplicity. He did not answer for a moment, and when he did, it was in a low, almost imperceptible tone, as he stood by the table at which Barbara sat, and looked down on her. "Whosoever putteth away his wife, and marrieth another, committeth adultery." And before Barbara could answer, if, indeed, she had found any answer to make, or had recovered her surprise, he had taken his hat and was gone. To return for a short while to Lady Isabel. As the year advanced she grew stronger, and in the latter part of the summer she made preparations for quitting Grenoble. Where she would fix her residence, or what she would do, she knew not. She was miserable and restless, and cared little what became of her. The remotest spot on earth, one unpenetrated by the steps of civilized man, appeared the most desirable for her. Where was she to find this? She set out on her search. She and the child and its nurse. Not Susan. Susan had a sweetheart in Grenoble, and declined to leave it, so a girl was engaged for the child in her place. Lady Isabel wound up her housekeeping, had her things packed and forwarded to Paris, there to wait her orders, and finally quitted Grenoble. It was a fine day when she left it, all too fine for the dark ending it was to bring. When a railway accident does take place in France, it is an accident. None of your milk and water affairs, where a few bruises and a great fright are the extent of the damages, but too often a calamity whose remembrance lasts a lifetime. Lady Isabel had travelled a considerable distance that first day, and at the dusk of evening, as they were approaching a place, Camere, where she proposed to halt for the night, a dreadful accident occurred. The details need not be given, and will not be. It is sufficient to say that some of the passengers were killed, her child and nurse being amongst them, and she herself was dangerously injured. The injuries lay chiefly in her left leg and in her face, the lower part of her face. The surgeons, taking their cursory view of her, as they did of the rest of the sufferers, were not sparing in their remarks, for they believed her to be insensible. She had gathered that the leg was to be amputated, and that she would probably die under the operation, but her turn to be attended to was not yet. How she contrived to write she never knew, but she got a pen and ink brought to her, and did succeed in scrawling a letter to Lord Mount Severn. She told him that a sad accident had taken place, she could not say how, all was confusion, and that her child and maid were killed. She herself was dangerously injured, and was about to undergo an operation, which the doctors believed she could not survive. Only in case of her death would the letter be sent to Lord Mount Severn. She could not die, she said, without a word of thanks for all his kindness, and she begged him, when he saw Mr. Carlyle, to say that with her last breath she humbly implored his forgiveness, and his children's, whom she no longer dared to call hers. Now this letter, by the officiousness of a servant at the inn to which the sufferers were carried, was taken at once to the post. And, after all, things turned out not quite so bad as anticipated, for when the doctors came to examine the state of Lady Isabel, not cursorily, they found there would be no absolute necessity for the operation contemplated. Fond as the French surgeons are of the knife, to resort to it, in this instance, would have been cruel, and they proceeded to other means of cure. The letter was duly delivered at the town house of Lord Mount Severn, where it was addressed. The Countess was sojourning there for a few days. She had quitted it after the season, but some business or pleasure had called her again to town. Lord Vane was with her, but the Earl was in Scotland. They were at breakfast, she and her son, when the letter was brought in. 18 pence to pay. Its scrawled address, its foreign aspect, its appearance, altogether, excited her curiosity. In her own mind, she believed she had dropped upon a nice little conjugal mare's nest. "I shall open this," cried she. "Why, it is addressed to papa!" exclaimed Lord Vane, who possessed all his father's notions of honour. "But such an odd letter! It may require an immediate answer, or is some begging petition, perhaps. Get on with your breakfast." Lady Mount Severn opened the letter, and with some difficulty spelt through its contents. They shocked even her. "How dreadful!" she uttered, in the impulse of the moment. "What is dreadful?" asked Lord Vane, looking up from his breakfast. "Lady Isabel. Isabel Vane. You have not forgotten her?" "Forgotten her?" he echoed. "Why, mamma, I must possess a funny memory to have forgotten her already." "She is dead. She has been killed in a railway accident in France." His large blue eyes, honest and true as they had been in childhood, filled, and his face flushed. He said nothing, for emotion was strong within him. "But, shocking as it is better for her," went on the Countess. "For, poor creature, what could her future life have been?" "Oh, don't say it!" impetuously broke out the young Viscount. "Killed in a railway accident, and for you to say that it is better for her!" "So it is better," said the Countess. "Don't go into heroics, William. You are quite old enough to know that she had brought misery upon herself, and disgrace upon all connected with her. No one could ever have taken notice of her again." "I would," said the boy stoutly. Lady Mount Severn smiled derisively. "I would. I never liked anybody in the world half so much as I liked Isabel." "That's past and gone. You would not have continued to like her, after the disgrace she wrought." "Somebody else wrought more of the disgrace than she did, and, had I been a man, I would have shot him dead," flashed the Viscount. "You don't know anything about it." "Don't I?" returned he, not over dutifully. But Lady Mount Severn had not brought him up to be dutiful. "May I read the letter, mamma?" he demanded, after a pause. "If you can read it," she replied, tossing it to him. "It is written in the strangest style, syllables divided, and the words running one into the other. She wrote it herself when she was dying." Lord Vane took the letter to a window, and stayed looking over it for some time. The Countess ate an egg and a plate of ham meanwhile. Presently he came back with it folded, and laid it on the table. "You will forward it to papa today," he observed. "I shall forward it to him. But there's no hurry, and I don't exactly know where your papa may be. I shall send the notice of her death to the papers, and I am glad to do it. It is a blight removed from the family." "Mamma, I do think you are the unkindest woman that ever breathed. "I'll give you something to call me unkind for, if you don't mind," retorted the countess, her colour rising. "Dock you of your holiday, and pack you back to school to-day." A few mornings after this, Mr. Carlyle left East Lynne and proceeded to his office as usual. Scarcely was he seated when Mr. Dill entered, and Mr. Carlyle looked at him inquiringly, for it was not Mr. Carlyle's custom to be intruded upon by any person until he had opened his letters. Then he would ring for Mr. Dill. The letters and the Times newspaper lay on the table before him. The old gentleman came up in a covert, timid sort of way, which made Mr. Carlyle look all the more. "I beg pardon, sir. Will you let me ask if you have heard any particular news?" "Yes, I have heard it," replied Mr. Carlyle. "Then, sir, I beg your pardon 1,000 times over. It occurred to me that you probably had not, Mr. Archibald, and I thought I would have said a word to prepare you, before you came upon it suddenly in the paper." "To prepare me?" echoed Mr. Carlyle, as old Dill was turning away. "Why, what has come to you, Dill? Are you afraid my nerves are growing delicate, or that I shall faint over the loss of £100? At the very most, we shall not suffer above that extent." Old Dill turned back again. "If I don't believe you are speaking of the failure of Kent and Green, it's not that, Mr. Archibald. They won't affect us much, and there'll be a dividend, report runs. What is it then?" "Then you have not heard it, sir. I am glad that I'm in time." "It might not be well for you to have seen it without a word of preparation, Mr. Archibald." "If you have not gone demented, you will tell me what you mean, Dill, and leave me to my letters," cried Mr. Carlyle, wondering excessively at his sober, matter-of-fact clerk's words and manner. Old Dill put his hands upon the Times newspaper. "It's here, Mr. Archibald, in the column of deaths, the first on the list. Please prepare yourself a little before you look at it." He shuffled out quickly, and Mr. Carlyle as quickly unfolded the paper. It was, as old Dill said, the first on the list of deaths. At Commiers, in France, on the 18th inst., Isabel Mary, only child of William, late Earl of Mount Severn. Clients called. Mr. Carlyle's bell did not ring. An hour or two passed, and old Dill protested that Mr. Carlyle was engaged until he could protest no longer. He went in deprecatingly. Mr. Carlyle sat yet, with the newspaper before him, and the letters unopened at his elbow. "There are one or two who will come in, Mr. Archibald, who will see you. What am I to say?" Mr. Carlyle stared at him for a moment, as if his wits had been in the next world. Then he swept the newspaper from before him, and was the calm, collected man of business again. As the news of Lady Isabel's marriage had first come, in the knowledge of Lord Mount Severn, through the newspapers, so singular to say did the tidings of her death. The next post brought him the letter which his wife had tardily forwarded. But, unlike Lady Mount Severn, he did not take her death as entirely upon trust. He thought it possible the letter might have been dispatched without its having taken place, and he deemed it incumbent on him to make inquiries. He wrote immediately to the authorities of the town, in the best French he could muster, asking for particulars, and whether she was really dead. He received in due course a satisfactory answer, satisfactory in so far as that it set his doubts at rest. He had inquired after her by a proper name and title, La Dame Isabella Vane, and as the authorities could find none of the survivors owning that name, they took it for granted she was dead. They wrote him word that the child and nurse were killed on the spot. Two ladies occupying the same compartment of the carriage had since died, one of whom was no doubt the mother and lady he inquired for. She was dead and buried, sufficient money having been found upon her person to defray the few necessary expenses. Thus, through no premeditated intention of Lady Isabel, news of her death went forth to Lord Mount Severn and to the world. Her first intimation that she was regarded as dead was through a copy of that very day's Times, seen by Mr. Carlyle, seen by Lord Mount Severn. An English traveller who had been amongst the sufferers, and who received the English newspaper daily, sometimes lent them to her to read. She was not travelling under her own name. She left that behind her when she left Grenoble. She had rendered her own too notorious to risk the chance recognition of travellers, and the authorities little thought that the quiet, unobtrusive Madame Vine, slowly recovering at the inn, was the Dame Isabella Vane, respecting whom the grand English Comte wrote. Lady Isabel understood it at once, that the dispatching of her letter had been the foundation of the misapprehension, and she began to ask herself now why she should undeceive Lord Mount Severn and the world. She longed, none knew with what intense longings, to be unknown, obscure, totally unrecognised by all. None can know it, till they have put a barrier between themselves and the world, as she had done. The child was gone, happy being. She thought she could never be sufficiently thankful that it was released from the uncertain future. Therefore she had not his support to think of. She had only herself, and surely she could with ease earn enough for that, or she could starve. It mattered little which. No, there was no necessity for her continuing to accept the bounty of Lord Mount Severn, and she would let him and everybody else continue to believe that she was dead, and be henceforth only Madame Vine. A resolution she adhered to. Thus the unhappy Isabel's career was looked upon as run. Lord Mount Severn forwarded her letter to Mr. Carlyle, with the confirmation of her death, which he had obtained from the French authorities. It was a 9 days' wonder. That poor, erring Lady Isabel was dead. People did not call her names in the very teeth of her fate. And then it was over. It was over. Lady Isabel was as one forgotten. End of chapter 27, part 2.
Chapter 28 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda McDaniel. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor at East Lynne. There went, sailing up the avenue to East Lynne, a lady, one windy afternoon. If not a lady, she was attired as one. A flounced dress, and a stylish-looking shawl, and a white veil. A very pretty woman, tall and slender was she, and she minced as she walked, and coquetted with her head, and altogether contrived to show that she had quite as much vanity as brains. She went boldly up to the broad entrance of the house, and boldly rang at it, drawing her white veil over her face as she did so. One of the men servants answered it, not Peter, and seeing someone very smart before him, bowed deferentially. "Miss Hallijohn is residing here, I believe. Is she within?" "Who, ma'am?" "Miss Hallijohn. Miss Joyce Hallijohn." somewhat sharply repeated the lady, as if impatient of any delay. "I wish to see her." The man was rather taken aback. He had deemed it a visitor to the house, and was prepared to usher her to the drawing-room, at least, but it seemed it was only a visitor to Joyce. He showed her into a small parlour, and went upstairs to the nursery, where Joyce was sitting with Wilson, for there had been no change in the domestic department of East Lynne. Joyce remained as upper maid, partially superintending the servants, attending upon Lucy, and making Miss Carlyle's dresses as usual. Wilson was nurse still. "Miss Joyce, there's a lady asking for you," said the man. "I have shown her into the grey parlour." "A lady for me?" repeated Joyce. "Who is it? Someone to see the children, perhaps." "It's for you yourself, I think. She asked for Miss Hallijohn." Joyce looked at the man, but she put down her work and proceeded to the grey parlour. A pretty woman, vain and dashing, threw up her white veil at her entrance. "Well, Joyce, how are you?" Joyce, always pale, turned paler still as she gazed in blank consternation. Was it really Afy who stood before her? Afy the erring? Afy it was, and she stood there, holding out her hand to Joyce, with what Wilson would have called all the brass in the world. Joyce could not reconcile her mind to link her own with it. "Excuse me, Afy, but I cannot take your hand. I cannot welcome you here. What could have induced you to come?" "If you are going to be upon the high ropes, it seems I might as well have stayed away," was Afy's reply, given in the pert but good-humoured manner she had ever used to Joyce. "My hand won't damage yours. I'm not poison." "You are looked upon in the neighbourhood as worse than poison, Afy," returned Joyce, in a tone not of anger but of sorrow. "Where's Richard Hare?" Afy tossed her head. "Where's who?" asked she. "Richard Hare. My question was plain enough." "How should I know where he is? It's like your impudence to mention him to me. Why don't you ask me where old Nick is, and how he does? I'd rather own acquaintance with him than with Richard Hare, if I'd my choice between the two." "Then you have left Richard Hare? How long since?" "I have left, and what do you say?" broke off Afy, whose lips were quivering ominously with suppressed passion. "Perhaps you'll condescend to explain. I don't understand." "When you left here, did you not go after Richard Hare? Did you not join him?" "I'll tell you what it is, Joyce," flashed Afy, her face indignant and her voice passionate. "I have put up with some things from you in my time, but human nature has its limits of endurance, and I won't bear that. I have never set eyes on Richard Hare since that night of horror. I wish I could. I'd help to hang him." Joyce paused. The belief that Afy was with him had been long and deeply imbued within her. It was the long-continued and firm conviction of all West Lynne, and a settled belief such as that is not easily shaken. Was Afy telling the truth? She knew her propensity for making false assertions when they served to excuse herself. "Afy," she said at length, "let me understand you. When you left this place, was it not to share Richard Hare's flight? Have you not been living with him?" "No," burst forth Afy, with kindling eyes. "Living with him? With our father's murderer? Shame upon you, Joyce Hallijohn! You must be precious wicked yourself to suppose it." "If I have judged you wrongly, Afy, I sincerely beg your pardon. Not only myself, but the whole of West Lynne believed you were with him, and the thought has caused me pain night and day." "What a cannibal-minded set you all must be, then!" was Afy's indignant rejoinder. "What have you been doing ever since then? Where have you been?" "Never mind, I say," repeated Afy. "West Lynne has not been so complimentary to me, it seems, that I need put myself out of my way to satisfy its curiosity. I was knocking about a bit at first, but I soon settled down as steady as old time. As steady as you." "Are you married?" inquired Joyce, noting the word settled. "Catch me marrying!" retorted Afy. "I like my liberty too well. Not but what I might be induced to change my condition, if anything out of the way eligible occurred. It must be very eligible, though, to tempt me. I am what I suppose you call yourself, a lady's maid." "Indeed!" said Joyce, much relieved. "And are you comfortable, Afy? Are you in good service?" "Middling for that. The pay's not amiss, but there's a great deal to do, and Lady Mount Severn's too much of a Tartar for me." Joyce looked at her in surprise. "What have you to do with Lady Mount Severn?" "Well, that's good. It's where I am at service." At Lady Mount Severn's? Why not? I have been there 2 years. It is not a great deal longer I shall stop, though. She had too much vinegar in her for me. But it poses me to imagine what on earth could have induced you to fancy I should go off with that Dick Hare," she added, for she could not forget the grievance. "Look at the circumstances," argued Joyce. "You both disappeared, but not together. Nearly together. There were only a few days intervening, and you had neither money nor friends. You don't know what I had, but I would rather have died of want on father's grave than have shared his means," continued Afy, growing passionate again. "Where is he? Not hung, or I should have heard of it." "He has never been seen since that night, Afy." "Nor heard of?" "Nor heard of. Most people think he's in Australia, or some other foreign land." "The best place for him. The more distance he puts between him and home, the better. If he does come back, I hope he'll get his deserts, which is a rope's end. I'd go to his hanging." "You're as bitter against him as Mr. Justice Hare. He would bring his son back to suffer if he could." "A cross-grained old camel," remarked Afy, in allusion to the qualities, social and amiable, of the revered justice. "I don't defend Dick Hare. I hate him too much for that. But if his father had treated him differently, Dick might have been different. Well, let's talk of something else. The subject invariably gives me the shivers. Who is mistress here?" "Miss Carlyle." "Oh, I might have guessed that. Is she as fierce as ever?" "There is little alteration in her. And there won't be on this side of the grave, I say. Joyce, I don't want to encounter her. She might set on at me, like she has done many a time in the old days. Little love was there lost between me and Corny Carlyle. Is Mr. Carlyle at home?" "He will be home for dinner. I dare say you would like some tea. You shall come and take it with me and Wilson, in the nursery." "I was thinking you might have the grace to offer me something," cried Afy. "I intend to stop till tomorrow in the neighbourhood. My lady gave me 2 days' holiday, for she was going to see her dreadful old grandmother, where she can't take a maid, and I thought I'd use it in coming to have a look at the old place again. Don't stare at me in that blank way, as if you feared I should ask the grand loan of sleeping here. I shall sleep in the Mount Severn Arms." "I am not glancing at such a thought, Afy. Come and take your bonnet off." "Is the nursery full of children?" "There is only one child in it. Miss Lucy and Master William are with the governess." Wilson received Afy with lofty condescension, having Richard Hare in her thoughts. But Joyce explained that it was all a misapprehension, that her sister had never been near Richard Hare, but was as indignant against him as they were. Upon which Wilson grew cordial and chatty, rejoicing in the delightful recreation her tongue would enjoy that evening. Afy's account of herself, as to past proceedings, was certainly not the most satisfactory in the world, but altogether, taken in the present, it was so vast an improvement over Joyce's conclusions, that she had not felt so elated for many a day. When Mr. Carlyle returned home, Joyce sought him, and acquainted him with what had happened, that Afy was home, was maid to Lady Mount Severn, and above all, that she had never been with Richard Hare. "Ah, you remember what I said, Joyce," he remarked, "that I did not believe Afy was with Richard Hare." "I have been telling her so, sir, to be sure, when I informed her what people had believed," continued Joyce. "She nearly went into one of her old passions." "Does she seem steady, Joyce?" "I think so, sir. Steady for her. I was thinking, sir, that as she appears to have turned out so respectable, and is with Lady Mount Severn, you might, perhaps, see no objection to her sleeping here for to-night. It would be better than for her to go to the inn, as she talks of doing." "None at all," replied Mr. Carlyle. "Let her remain." Later in the evening, after Mr. Carlyle's dinner, a message came that Afy was to go to him. Accordingly, she proceeded to his presence. "So, Afy, you have returned to let West Lynne know that you are alive. Sit down." "West Lynne may go a walking for me in the future, sir, for all the heed I shall take of it," retorted Afy. "A set of wicked-minded scandal-mongers, to take and say I had gone after Richard Hare." "You should not have gone off at all, Afy." "Well, sir, that was my business, and I chose to go. I could not stop in the cottage after that night's work." "There is a mystery attached to that night's work, Afy," observed Mr. Carlyle, "a mystery that I cannot fathom. Perhaps you can help me out." "What mystery, sir?" returned Afy. Mr. Carlyle leaned forward, his arms on the table. Afy had taken a chair at the other end of it. "Who was it that committed the murder?" he demanded, in a grave and somewhat imperative tone. Afy stared some moments before she replied, astonished at the question. "Who committed the murder, sir?" she uttered at length. "Richard Hare committed it. Everybody knows that." "Did you see it done?" "No," replied Afy. "If I had seen it, the fright and horror would have killed me. Richard Hare quarrelled with my father, and drew the gun upon him in passion." "You assume this to have been the case, Afy, as others have assumed it. I do not think it was Richard Hare who killed your father." "Not Richard Hare!" exclaimed Afy, after a pause. "Then who do you think did it, sir? I?" "Nonsense, Afy." "I know he did it," proceeded Afy. "It is true that I did not see it done, but I know for all that. I know it, sir." "You cannot know it, Afy." "I do know it, sir. I would not assert it to you if I did not. If Richard Hare was here, present before us, and swore until he was black in the face that it was not him, I could convict him." "By what means?" "I had rather not say, sir, but you may believe me, for I am speaking truth." "There was another friend of yours present that evening, Afy, Lieutenant Thorn." Afy's face turned crimson. She was evidently surprised. But Mr. Carlyle's speech and manner were authoritative, and she saw it would be useless to attempt to trifle with him. "I know he was, sir. A young chap who used to ride over some evenings to see me. He had nothing to do with what occurred." "Where did he ride from?" "He was stopping with some friends at Swainson. He was nobody, sir." "What was his name?" questioned Mr. Carlyle. "Thorn," said Afy. "I mean his real name. Thorn was an assumed name." "Oh dear, no," returned Afy. "Thorn was his name." Mr. Carlyle paused and looked at her. "Afy, I have reason to believe that Thorn was only an assumed name. Now I have a motive for wishing to know his real one, and you would very much oblige me by confiding it to me. What was it?" "I don't know that he had any other name, sir. I am sure he had no other," persisted Afy. "He was Lieutenant Thorn then, and he was Captain Thorn afterward." "You have seen him since?" "Once, in a way, we have met." "Where is he now?" "Now? Oh, my goodness, I don't know anything about him," muttered Afy. "I have not heard of him or seen him for a long while. I think I heard something about his going to India with his regiment." "What regiment is he in?" "I'm sure I don't know about that," said Afy. "Is not one regiment the same as another? They are all in the army, aren't they, sir?" "Afy, I must find this Captain Thorn. Do you know anything of his family?" Afy shook her head. "I don't think he had any. I never heard him mention so much as a brother or a sister." "And you persist in saying his name was Thorn?" "I persist in saying it because it was his name. I am positive it was his name." "Afy, shall I tell you why I want to find him? I believe it was he who murdered your father, not Richard Hare." Afy's mouth and eyes gradually opened, and her face turned hot and cold alternately. Then passion mastered her, and she burst forth. "It's a lie! I beg your pardon, sir, but whoever told you that told you a lie. Thorn had no more to do with it than I had. I'll swear it." "I tell you, Afy, I believe Thorn to have been the man. You were not present. You cannot know who actually did it." "Yes, I can, and I do know," said Afy, bursting into sobs of hysterical passion. "Thorn was with me when it happened, so it could not have been Thorn. It was that wicked Richard Hare. Sir, have I not said that I'll swear it?" "Thorn was with you at the moment of the murder?" repeated Mr. Carlyle. "Yes, he was!" shrieked Afy, nearly beside herself with emotion. "Whoever has been trying to put it off on Richard Hare, and on to him, is a wicked, false hearted wretch. It was Richard Hare and nobody else, and I hope he'll be hung for it yet." "You are telling me the truth, Afy?" "Truth!" echoed Afy, flinging up her hands. "Would I tell a lie over my father's death? If Thorn had done it, would I screen him, or shuffle it off to Richard Hare? Not so." Mr. Carlyle felt uncertain and bewildered. That Afy was sincere in what she said was but too apparent. He spoke again, but Afy had risen from her chair to leave. "Locksley was in the wood that evening. Otway Bethel was in it. Could either of them have been the culprit?" "No, sir," firmly retorted Afy. "The culprit was Richard Hare, and I'd say it with my latest breath. I'd say it because I know it, though I don't choose to say how I know it. Time enough when he gets taken." She quitted the room, leaving Mr. Carlyle in a state of puzzled bewilderment. Was he to believe Afy, or was he to believe the bygone assertion of Richard Hare? End of chapter 28. Recording by Linda McDaniel, Atlanta, Georgia, January 2009.
Chapter 29, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Part 1 of Chapter 29. A Night Invasion of East Lynne. In one of the comfortable sitting-rooms of East Lynne sat Mr. Carlyle and his sister, one inclement January night. The contrast within and without was great. The warm blazing fire, the handsome carpet on which it flickered, the exceedingly comfortable arrangement of the furniture, of the room altogether, and the light of the chandelier, which fell on all, presented a picture of home peace, though it may not have deserved the name of luxury. Without, heavy flakes of snow were falling thickly, flakes as large and nearly as heavy as a crown-piece, rendering the atmosphere so dense and obscure that a man could not see a yard before him. Mr. Carlyle had driven home in the pony carriage, and the snow had so settled upon him that Lucy, who happened to see him as he entered the hall, screamed out laughingly that her papa had turned into a white man. It was now later in the evening, the children were in bed, the governess was in her sitting-room. It was not often that Miss Carlyle invited her to theirs of an evening, and the house was quiet. Mr. Carlyle was deep in the pages of one of the monthly periodicals, and Miss Carlyle sat on the other side of the fire, grumbling and grunting and sniffling and choking. Miss Carlyle was one of your strong-minded ladies, who never condescended to be ill. Of course, had she been attacked with scarlet fever, or paralysis, or St. Vitus' dance, she must have given in to the enemy, but trifling ailments such as headache, influenza, sore throat, which other people get, passed her by. Imagine, therefore, her exasperation at finding her head stuffed up, her chest sore, and her voice going, in short, at having, for once in her life, caught a cold like ordinary mortals. "What's the time, I wonder?" she exclaimed. Mr. Carlyle looked at his watch. "It is just 9, Cornelia." "Then I think I shall go to bed. I'll have a basin of arrowroot, or gruel, or some slop of that sort after I'm in it. I'm sure I have been free enough all my life from requiring such sick dishes." "Do so," said Mr. Carlyle. "It may do you good. There's one excellent thing for a cold in the head, you know. It's to dout your flannel petticoat crossways, or any other large piece of flannel you may conveniently have at hand, and put it on over your nightcap. I'll try it." "I would," said Mr. Carlyle, smothering an irreverent laugh. She sat on 5 minutes longer and then left, wishing Mr. Carlyle good night. He resumed his reading, but another page or two concluded the article, upon which Mr. Carlyle threw the book on the table, rose and stretched himself, as if tired of sitting. He stirred the fire into a brighter blaze, and stood on the hearth-rug. "I wonder if it snows still," he exclaimed to himself. Proceeding to the window, one of those opening to the ground, he threw aside the half of the warm crimson curtain. It all looked dull and dark outside. Mr. Carlyle could see little what the weather was, and he opened the window and stepped half out. The snow was falling faster and thicker than ever. Not at that did Mr. Carlyle start with surprise, if not with a more unpleasant sensation, but at feeling a man's hand touch his, and at finding a man's face nearly in contact with his own. "Let me come in, Mr. Carlyle, for the love of life! I see you are alone. I'm dead beat, and I don't know but I'm dodged also." The tones struck familiarly on Mr. Carlyle's ear. He drew back mechanically, a thousand perplexing sensations overwhelming him, and the man followed him into the room, a white man, as Lucy called her father. Ay, for he had been hours and hours on foot in the snow. His hat, his clothes, his eyebrows, his large whiskers, all were white. "Lock the door, sir," were his first words. Need you be told that it was Richard Hare? Mr. Carlyle fastened the window, drew the heavy curtains across, and turned rapidly to lock the two doors, for there were two to the room, one of them leading into the adjoining one. Richard meanwhile took off his wet smock frock of former memory, his hat, and his false black whiskers, wiping the snow from the latter with his hand. "Richard," uttered Mr. Carlyle, "I am thunderstruck. I fear you have done wrong to come here." "I cut off from London at a moment's notice," replied Richard, who was literally shivering with the cold. "I'm dodged, Mr. Carlyle, I am indeed. The police are after me, set on by that wretch Thorn." Mr. Carlyle turned to the sideboard and poured out a wineglass of brandy. "Drink it, Richard. It will warm you." "I'd rather have it in some hot water, sir." "But how am I to get the hot water brought in? Drink this for now. Why, how you tremble!" "Ah, a few hours outside in the cold snow is enough to make the strongest man tremble, sir, and it lies so deep in places that you have to come along at a snail's pace. But I'll tell you all about this business. A fortnight ago I was at a cab stand at the West End, talking to a cab driver, when some drops of rain came down. A gentleman and lady were passing at the time, but I had not paid any attention to them. 'By Jove,' I heard him exclaim to her, 'I think we're going to have pepper. We had better take a cab, my dear.' With that, the man I was talking to swung open the door of his cab, and she got in, such a fair young lady she was. I turned to look at him, and you might just have knocked me down with astonishment. Mr. Carlyle, it was the man Thorn." "Indeed!" "You thought I might be mistaken in him that moonlight night, but there was no mistaking him in broad daylight. I looked him full in the face, and he looked at me. He turned as white as cloth. Perhaps I did, I don't know." "Was he well dressed?" "Very. Oh, there's no mistaking his position. That he moves in the higher classes there's no doubt. The cab drove away, and I got up behind it. The driver thought boys were there, and turned his head and his whip, but I made him a sign. We didn't go much more than the length of a street. I was on the pavement before Thorn was, and looked at him again, and again he went white. I marked the house, thinking it was where he lived, and why did you not give him into custody, Richard?" Richard Hare shook his head. "And my proofs of his guilt, Mr. Carlyle? I could bring none against him, no positive ones. No, I must wait till I can get proofs to do that. He would turn round upon me now, and swear my life away to murder. Well, I thought I'd ascertain for certain what his name was, and that night I went to the house, and got into conversation with one of the servants, who was standing at the door. 'Does Captain Thorn live here?' I asked him. 'Mr. Westleby lives here,' said he. 'I don't know any Captain Thorn.' 'Then that's his name,' I thought to myself. 'A youngish man, isn't he?' said I. 'Very smart, with a pretty wife?' 'I don't know what you call youngish,' he laughed. 'My master's turned 60, and his wife's as old.' That checked me. 'Perhaps he has sons?' I asked. 'Not any,' the man answered. 'There's nobody but their two selves.' So with that I told him what I wanted, that a lady and a gentleman had alighted there in a cab that day, and I wished to know his name. Well, Mr. Carlyle, I could get at nothing satisfactory. The fellow said that a great many had called there that day, for his master was just up from a long illness, and people came to see him." "Is that all, Richard?" "All! I wish it had been all. I kept looking about for him in all the best streets. I was half mad." "Do you not wonder, if he is in this position of life, and resides in London, that you have never dropped upon him previously?" interrupted Mr. Carlyle. "No, sir, and I'll tell you why. I have been afraid to show myself in those latter parts of the town, fearing I might meet with someone I used to know at home, who would recognize me, so I have kept mostly in obscure places, stables and such like. I had gone up to the West End this day on a matter of business." "Well, go on with your story." "In a week's time I came upon him again. It was at night. He was coming out of one of the theatres, and I went up and stood before him. "'What do you want, fellow?' he asked. "'I have seen you watching me before this.' "'I want to know your name,' I said. "'That's enough for me at present.' He flew into a passion, and swore that if ever he caught sight of me near him again, he would hand me over into custody. And remember, men are not given into custody for watching others," he significantly added. "I know you, and if you have any regard for yourself, you'll keep out of my way." He had got into a private carriage as he spoke, and it drove away. I could see that it had a great coat of arms upon it. "When do you say this was?" "A week ago. Well, I could not rest. I was half mad, I say, and went about, still trying if I could not discover his name and who he was. I did come upon him, but he was walking quickly, arm in arm with another gentleman. Again I saw him, standing at the entrance to the betting rooms, talking to the same gentleman, and his face turned savage, I believe with fear as much as anger, when he discerned me. He seemed to hesitate, and then, as if he acted in a passion, suddenly beckoned to a policeman, pointed me out, and said something to him in a fast tone. That frightened me, and I slipped away. 2 hours after, when I was in quite a different part of the town, in turning my head I saw the same policeman following me. I bolted under the horses of a passing vehicle, down some turnings and passages, out into another street, and up beside a cabman who was on his box, driving a fare past. I reached my lodgings in safety, as I thought, but happening to glance into the street, there I saw the man again, standing opposite and reconnoitring the house. I had gone home hungry, but this took all my hunger away from me. I opened the box where I kept my disguise, put it on, and got out by a back way. I have been pretty nearly ever since on my feet reaching here. I only got a lift now and then. But, Richard, do you know that West Lynne is the very worst place you could have flown to? It has come to light that you were here before, disguised as a farm labourer." "Who the deuce betrayed that?" interrupted Richard. "I am unable to tell. I cannot even imagine. The rumour may make people's wits sharper to know you in your disguise than they otherwise might have been." "But what was I to do? I was forced to come here first and get a little money. I shall fix myself in some other big town, far away from London, Liverpool or Manchester perhaps, and see what employment I can get into, but I must have something to live on until I can get it. I don't possess a penny piece," he added, drawing out his trousers pockets for the inspection of Mr. Carlyle. "The last coppers I had, threepence, I spent in bread and cheese and half a pint of beer at midday. I have been outside that window for more than an hour, sir." "Indeed." "And as I neared West Lynne, I began to think what I should do. It was no use in me trying to catch Barbara's attention, such a night as this. I had no money to pay for a lodging, so I turned off here, hoping I might, by good luck, drop upon you. There was a little partition in the window curtain, it had not been drawn close, and through it I could see you and Miss Carlyle. I saw her leave the room, I saw you come to the window and open it, and then I spoke. Mr. Carlyle," he added, after a pause, "is this life to go on with me forever?" "I am deeply sorry for you, Richard," was the sympathizing answer. "I wish I could remedy it." Before another word was spoken, the room door was tried, and then gently knocked at. Mr. Carlyle placed his hand on Richard, who was looking scared out of his wits. "Be still, be at ease, Richard. No one shall come in. It is only Peter." Not Peter's voice, however, but Joyce's was heard, in response to Mr. Carlyle's demand of who was there. "Miss Carlyle has left her handkerchief downstairs, sir, and has sent me for it." "You cannot come in. I am busy," was the answer, delivered in a clear and most decisive tone. "Who was it?" quivered Richard as Joyce was heard going away. It was Joyce. "What? Is she here still? Has nothing ever been heard of Afy, sir?" "Afy was here herself 2 or 3 months ago." "Was she, though?" uttered Richard, beguiled for an instant from the thought of his own danger. "What is she doing?" "She is in service as a lady's maid. Richard, I questioned Afy about Thorn. She protested solemnly to me that it was not Thorn who committed the deed, that it could not have been he, for Thorn was with her at the moment of its being done." "It's not true!" fired Richard. "It was Thorn." "Richard, you cannot tell. You did not see it done." "I know that no man could have rushed out in that frantic manner, with those signs of guilt and fear about him, unless he had been engaged in a bad deed," was Richard Hare's answer. "It could have been no one else." "Afy declared he was with her," repeated Mr. Carlyle. "Look here, sir, you are a sharp man, and folks say I am not, but I can see things and draw my reasoning as well as they can, perhaps. If Thorn were not Hallijohn's murderer, why should he be persecuting me? What would he care about me? And why should his face turn livid, as it has done, each time he has seen my eyes upon him? Whether he did commit the murder or whether he didn't, he must know that I did not, because he came upon me waiting, as he was tearing from the cottage." Dick's reasoning was not bad. "Another thing," he resumed. "Afy swore at the inquest that she was alone when the deed was done, that she was alone at the back of the cottage, and knew nothing about it till afterwards. How could she have sworn she was alone if Thorn was with her?" The fact had entirely escaped Mr. Carlyle's memory in his conversation with Afy, or he would not have failed to point out the discrepancy, and to inquire how she could reconcile it. Yet her assertion to him had been most positive and solemn. There were difficulties in the matter which he could not reconcile. "Now that I have got over my passion for Afy, I can see her faults, Mr. Carlyle. She'd no more tell an untruth than I should stick—" A most awful thundering at the room door, loud enough to bring the very house down. No officers of justice, searching for a fugitive, ever made a louder. Richard Hare, his face turned to chalk, his eyes starting, and his own light hair bristling up with horror, struggled into his wet smock frock after a fashion, the tails up about his ears, and the sleeves hanging, forced on his hat and his false whiskers, looked round in a bewildered manner for some cupboard or mouse hole into which he might creep, and, seeing none, rushed to the fireplace and placed his foot on the fender. That he purposed an attempt at chimney climbing was evident, though how the fire would have agreed with his pantaloons, not to speak of what they contained, poor Dick appeared completely to ignore. Mr. Carlyle drew him back, keeping his calm, powerful hand upon his shoulder, while certain sounds in an angry voice were jerked through the keyhole. "Richard, be a man. Put aside this weakness, this fear. Have I not told you that harm shall not come near you in my house?" "It may be that officer from London. He may have brought half a dozen more with him," gasped the unhappy Richard. "I said they might have dodged me all the way here." "Nonsense. Sit you down and be at rest. It is only Cornelia. and she will be as anxious to shield you from danger as I can be." "Is it?" cried the relieved Richard. "Can't you make her keep out?" he continued, his teeth still chattering. "No, that I can't, if she has a mind to come in," was the candid answer. "You remember what she was, Richard. She is not altered." Knowing that to speak on this side of the door to his sister, when she was in one of her resolute moods, would be of no use, Mr. Carlyle opened the door, dexterously swung himself through it, and shut it after him. There she stood, in a towering passion, too. End of chapter 29, part 1. Chapter 29, part 2 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Part 2 of Chapter 29. It had struck Miss Carlyle, while undressing, that certain sounds as of talking proceeded from the room underneath, which she had just quitted. She possessed a remarkably keen sense of hearing, did Miss Carlyle, though indeed none of her qualities lacked the quality of keenness. The servants, Joyce and Peter excepted, would not be convinced that she must listen, but in that they did her injustice. First of all she believed her brother must be reading aloud to himself, but she soon decided otherwise. "Who on earth has he got in there with him?" quoth Miss Carlyle. She rang her bell. Joyce answered it. "Who is it that is with your master?" "Nobody, ma'am." "But I say there is. I can hear him talking." "I don't think anybody can be with him," persisted Joyce, "and the walls of this house are too well built, ma'am, for sounds from the downstairs room to penetrate here." "That's all you know about it," cried Miss Carlyle. "When talking goes on in that room, there's a certain sound given out, which does penetrate here, and which my ears have grown accustomed to. Go and see who it is. I believe I left my handkerchief on the table. You can bring it up." Joyce departed, and Miss Carlyle proceeded to take off her things, her dress first, her silk petticoat next. She had arrived as far as the flannel petticoat when Joyce returned. "Yes, ma'am, someone is talking with the master. I could not go in, for the door was bolted, and master called out that he was busy." Food for Miss Carlyle. She, feeling sure that no visitor had come to the house, ran her thoughts rapidly over the members of the household, and came to the conclusion that it must be the governess, Miss Manning, who had dared to closet herself with Mr. Carlyle. This unlucky governess was pretty, and Miss Carlyle had been cautious to keep her and her prettiness very much out of her brother's sight. She knew the attraction he would present to her visions, or to those of any other unprovided for governess. Oh yes, it was Miss Manning. She had stolen in believing she, Miss Carlyle, was safe for the night, but she'd just unearthed my lady. And what in the world could possess Archibald to lock the door? Looking around for something warm to throw over her shoulders, and catching up an article that looked as much like a green baize table cover as anything else, and throwing it on, down stalked Miss Carlyle. And in this trim Mr. Carlyle beheld her when he came out. The figure presented by Miss Carlyle to her brother's eyes was certainly ridiculous enough. She gave him no time to comment upon it, however, but instantly and curtly asked, "Who have you got in that room?" "It is someone on business," was his prompt reply. "Cornelia, you cannot go in." She very nearly laughed. "Not go in?" "Indeed, it is much better that you should not. Pray go back. You will make your cold worse, standing here." "Now I wonder whether you are not ashamed of yourself," she deliberately pursued. "You, a married man, with children in your house. I'd rather have believed anything downright wicked of myself than of you, Archibald." Mr. Carlyle stared considerably. "Come, I'll have her out, and out of this house she tramps tomorrow morning. A couple of audacious ones, to be in there with the door locked, the moment you thought you had got rid of me. Stand aside, I say, Archibald, I will enter." Mr. Carlyle never felt more inclined to laugh, and to Miss Carlyle's exceeding discomposure she, at this juncture, saw the governess emerge from the grey parlour, glance at the hall clock, and retire again. "Why, she's there," she uttered. "I thought she was with you." "Miss Manning, locked in with me? Is that the mare's nest, Cornelia? I think your cold must have obscured your reason." "Well, I shall go in all the same. I tell you, Archibald, that I will see who is there." "If you persist in going in, you must go. But allow me to warn you that you will find tragedy in that room, not comedy. There is no woman in it, but there is a man who came in through the window, like a hunted stag, a man upon whom a ban is set, who fears the police are on his track. Can you guess his name?" It was Miss Carlyle's turn to stare now. She opened her dry lips to speak, but they closed again. "It is Richard Hare, your kinsman. There's not a roof in the wide world open to him this bitter night." She said nothing. A long pause of dismay, and then she motioned to have the door opened. "You will not show yourself in that guise?" "Not show myself in this guise to Richard Hare, whom I have whipped, when he was a child, 10 times a day? Stand on ceremony with him? I dare say he looks no better than I do. But it's nothing short of madness, Archibald, for him to come here." He left her to enter, telling her to lock the door as soon as she was inside, and went himself into the adjoining room, the one which, by another door, opened to the one Richard was in. Then he rang the bell. It was answered by a footman. "Send Peter to me." "Lay supper here, Peter, for 2, began Mr. Carlyle, when the old servant appeared. "A person is with me on business. What have you in the house?" "There's the spiced beef, sir, and there are some home-made raised pork pies." "That will do," said Mr. Carlyle. "Put a quart of ale on the table, and everything likely to be wanted, and then the household can go to bed. We may be late, and the things can be removed in the morning. Oh, and Peter, none of you must come near the room, this or the next, under any pretence whatever, unless I ring, for I shall be too busy to be disturbed." "Very well, sir. Shall I serve the ham also?" "The ham?" "I beg pardon, sir. I guessed it might be Mr. Dill, and he is so fond of our hams." "Ah, you were always a shrewd guesser, Peter," smiled his master. "He is fond of ham, I know. Yes, you may put it on the table. Don't forget the small kettle." The consequence of which little finesse on Mr. Carlyle's part was, that Peter announced in the kitchen that Mr. Dill had arrived, and supper was to be served for 2. "But what a night for the old gentleman to have trudged through on foot!" exclaimed he. "And what a trudge he'll have of it back again, for it'll be worse then," chimed in one of the maids. When Mr. Carlyle got back in the other room, his sister and Richard Hare had scarcely finished staring at each other. "Please lock the door, Miss Cornelia," began poor shivering Dick. "The door's locked," snapped she. "But what on earth brought you here, Richard? You must be worse than mad." "The Bow Street officers were after me in London," he meekly responded, unconsciously using a term which had been familiar to his boyish years. "I had to cut away without a thing belonging to me, without so much as a clean shirt." "They must be polite officers, not to have been after you before." was the consolatory remark of Miss Carlyle. "Are you going to dance a hornpipe through the streets of West Lynne to-morrow, and show yourself openly?" "Not if I can help it," replied Richard. "You might just as well do that if you come to West Lynne at all, for you can't be here now without being found out. There was a bother about your having been here the last time. I should like to know how it got abroad." "The life I lead is dreadful," cried Richard. "I might make up my mind to toil, though that's hard, after being reared a gentleman, but to be in exile, banned, disgraced, afraid to show my face in broad daylight amidst my fellow men, in dread every hour that the sword may fall. I would almost as soon be dead as continue to live it." "Well, you have got nobody to grumble at. You brought it upon yourself," philosophically returned Miss Carlyle, as she opened the door to admit her brother. "You would go hunting after that brazen hussy Afy, you know, in defiance of all that could be said to you." "That would not have brought it upon me," said Richard. "It was through that fiend's having killed Hallijohn, that was what brought the ban upon me." "It's a most extraordinary thing, if anybody else did kill him, that the facts can't be brought to light," retorted Miss Carlyle. "Here you tell a cock and bull story of some man's having done it, some Thorn, but nobody ever saw or heard of him, at the time or since. It looks like a made-up story, Mr. Dick, to whiten yourself." "Made up?" panted Richard in agitation, for it seemed cruel to him, especially in his present frame of mind, to have a doubt cast upon his tale. "It is Thorn who is setting the officers upon me. I have seen him 3 or 4 times within the last fortnight." "And why did you not turn the tables and set the officers upon him?" demanded Miss Carlyle. "Because it would lead to no good. Where's the proof, save my bare word, that he committed the murder?" Miss Carlyle rubbed her nose. "Dick Hare," said she. "Well?" "You know you always were the greatest natural idiot that ever was let loose out of leading strings." "I know I always was told so." "And it's what you always will be. If I were accused of committing a crime, which I knew another had committed and not myself, should I be such an idiot as not to give that other into custody if I got the chance? If you were not in such a cold, shivery, shaky state, I would treat you to a bit of my mind, you may rely upon that." "He was in league with Afy at that period," pursued Richard, "a deceitful, bad man, and he carries it in his countenance. And he must be in league with her still if she asserts that he was in her company at the moment the murder was committed. Mr. Carlyle says she does, that she told him so the other day when she was here. He never was, and it was he and no other who did the murder." "Yes," burst forth Miss Carlyle, for the topic was sure to agitate her, "that Jezebel of brass did presume to come here. She chose her time well, and may thank her lucky stars I was not at home. Archibald, he's a fool too, quite as bad as you are, Dick Hare, in some things, actually suffered her to lodge here for 2 days. A vain, ill-conducted hussy, given to nothing but finery and folly." "Afy said that she knew nothing of Thorn's movements now, Richard, and had not for some time," interposed Mr. Carlyle, allowing his sister's compliments to pass in silence. "She heard a rumor, she thought, that he had gone abroad with his regiment." "So much the better for her, if she does know nothing of him, sir," was Richard's comment. "I can answer for it that he is not abroad, but in England." "And where are you going to lodge tonight?" abruptly spoke Miss Carlyle, confronting Richard. "I don't know," was the broken-spirited answer, sighed forth. "If I lay myself down in a snowdrift and I am found frozen in the morning, it won't be of much moment." "Was that what you thought of doing?" returned Miss Carlyle. "No," he mildly said. "What I thought of doing was to ask Mr. Carlyle for the loan of a few shillings, and then I can get a bed. I know a place where I shall be in safety, 2 or 3 miles from here." "Richard, I would not turn a dog out to go 2 or 3 miles on such a night as this," impulsively uttered Mr. Carlyle. "You must stop here." "Indeed, I don't see how he is to get up to a bedroom, or how a room is to be made ready for him, for the matter of that, without betraying his presence to the servants," snapped Miss Carlyle. And poor Richard laid his aching head upon his hands. But now Miss Carlyle's manner was more in fault than her heart. Will it be believed that, before speaking the above ungracious words, before Mr. Carlyle had touched upon the subject, she had been casting about in her busy mind for the best plan of keeping Richard, how it could be accomplished? "One thing is certain," she resumed, "that it will be impossible for you to sleep here without its being known to Joyce. And I suppose you and Joyce are upon the friendly terms of drawing daggers, for she believes you were the murderer of her father." "Let me disabuse her," interrupted Richard, his pale lips working as he started up. "Allow me to see her and convince her, Mr. Carlyle. Why did you not tell Joyce better?" "There's that small room at the back of mine," said Miss Carlyle, returning to the practical part of the subject. "He might sleep there, but Joyce must be taken into confidence." "Joyce had better come in," said Mr. Carlyle. "I will say a word to her first." He unlocked the door and quitted the room. Miss Carlyle as jealously locked it again, called to Joyce and beckoned her into the adjoining apartment. He knew that Joyce's belief in the guilt of Richard Hare was confirmed and strong, but he must uproot that belief if Richard was to be lodged in his house that night. "Joyce," he began, "you remember how thoroughly imbued with the persuasion you were that Afy went off with Richard Hare, and was living with him. I several times expressed my doubts upon the point. The fact was, I had positive information that she was not with him, and never had been, though I considered it expedient to keep my information to myself. You are convinced now that she was not with him." "Of course I am, sir." "Well, you see, Joyce, that my opinion would have been worth listening to. Now I am going to shake your belief upon another point, and if I assure you that I have equally good grounds for doing so, you will believe me?" "I am quite certain, sir, that you would state nothing but what was true, and I know that your judgment is sound," was Joyce's answer. "Then I must tell you that I do not believe it was Richard Hare who murdered your father." "Sir!" uttered Joyce, amazed out of her senses. "I believe Richard Hare to be as innocent of the murder as you or I," he deliberately repeated. "I have held grounds for this opinion, Joyce, for many years." "Then, sir, who did it?" "Afy's other lover, that dandy fellow Thorn, as I truly believe." "And you say you have grounds, sir?" Joyce asked, after a pause. "Good grounds, and I tell you I have been in possession of them for years. I should be glad for you to think as I do." "But, sir, if Richard Hare was innocent, why did he run away?" "Ah, why indeed? It is that which has done the mischief. His own weak cowardice was in fault. He feared to come back, and he felt that he could not remove the odium of circumstances. Joyce, I should like you to see him and hear his story." "There is not much chance of that, sir. I dare say he will never venture here again." "He is here now." Joyce looked up, considerably startled. "Here, in this house," repeated Mr. Carlyle. "He has taken shelter in it, and for the few hours that he will remain we must extend our hospitality and protection to him, concealing him in the best manner we can. I thought it well that this confidence should be reposed in you, Joyce. Come now and see him." Considering it was such a subdued interview, the voices subdued, I mean, it was a confused one. Richard talking vehemently, Joyce asking question after question, Miss Carlyle's tongue going as fast as theirs. The only silent one was Mr. Carlyle. Joyce could not refuse to believe protestations so solemn, and her suspicions veered around upon Captain Thorn. "And now about the bed," interjected Miss Carlyle impatiently. "Where's he to sleep, Joyce? The only safe room that I know of will be the one through mine." "He can't sleep there, ma'am. Don't you know that the key of the door was lost last week, and we cannot open it?" "So much the better. He'll be all the safer." "But how is he to get in?" "To get in? Why, through my room, of course. Doesn't mine open to it, stupid?" "Oh, well, ma'am, if you would like him to go through yours, that's different." "Why shouldn't he go through? Do you suppose I mind young Dick Hare? Not I, indeed," she irascibly continued. "I only wish he was young enough for me to flog him as I used to, that's all. He deserves as much as anybody ever did, playing the fool as he has done, in all ways. I shall be in bed with the curtains drawn, and his passing through won't harm me, and my lying there won't harm him. Stand on ceremony with Dick Hare! What next, I wonder?" Joyce made no reply to this energetic speech, but at once retired to prepare the room for Richard. Miss Carlyle soon followed. Having made everything ready, Joyce returned. "The room is ready, sir," she whispered, "and all the household are in bed." "Then now's your time, Richard. Good night." He stole upstairs after Joyce, who piloted him through the room of Miss Carlyle. Nothing could be seen of that lady, though something might be heard. One given to truth more than politeness might have called it snoring. Joyce showed Richard his chamber, gave him the candle, and closed the door upon him. Poor hunted Richard, good night to you. End of chapter 29, part 2 of 2. Chapter 30, Part 1 of East Lynne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. East Lynne by Mrs. Henry Wood. Chapter 30, Part 1. Barbara's heart at rest. Morning dawned. The same dull weather, the same heavy fall of snow. Miss Carlyle took her breakfast in bed, an indulgence she had not favoured for ever so many years. Richard Hare rose, but remained in his chamber, and Joyce carried his breakfast in to him. Mr. Carlyle entered whilst he was taking it. "How did you sleep, Richard?" "I slept well. I was so dead tired. What am I to do next, Mr. Carlyle? The sooner I get away from here, the better. I can't feel safe." "You must not think of it before evening. I am aware that you cannot remain here, save for a few temporary hours, as it would inevitably become known to the servants. You say you think of going to Liverpool or Manchester?" "To any large town. They are all alike to me. But one pursued as I am is safer in a large place than a small one." "I am inclined to think that this man, Thorn, only made a show of threatening you, Richard. If he be really the guilty party, his policy must be to keep all in quietness. The very worst thing that could happen for him would be your arrest." "Then why molest me? Why send an officer to dodge me?" "He did not like your molesting him, and he thought he would probably frighten you. After that day you would probably have seen no more of the officer. You may depend upon one thing, Richard. Had the policeman's object been to take you, he would have done so, not have contented himself with following you about from place to place. Besides, when a detective officer is employed to watch a party, he takes care not to allow himself to be seen. Now, this man showed himself to you more than once." "Yes, there's a good deal in all that," observed Richard. "For, To one in his class of life, the bare suspicion of such a crime brought against him would crush him for ever in the eyes of his compeers. "It is difficult to me, Richard, to believe that he is in the class of life you speak of," observed Mr. Carlyle. "There's no doubt about it. There's none indeed. But that I did not much like to mention the name, for it can't be a pleasant name to you, I should have said last night who I have seen him walking with," continued simple-hearted Richard. Mr. Carlyle looked inquiringly. "Richard, say on." "I've seen him, sir, with Sir Francis Levison. Twice. Once he was talking to him at the door of the betting rooms, and once they were walking arm in arm. They are apparently upon intimate terms." At this moment a loud, flustering, angry voice was heard calling from the stairs, and Richard leapt up as if he had been shot. His door, not the one leading to the room of Miss Carlyle, opened upon the corridor, and the voice sounded close, just as if its owner were coming in with a hound. It was the voice of Mr. Justice Hare. "Carlyle, where are you? Here's a pretty thing happened. Come down." Mr. Carlyle for once in his life lost his calm equanimity, and sprang to the door to keep it against invasion, as eagerly as Richard could have done. He forgot that Joyce had said the door was safely locked, and the key mislaid. As to Richard, he rushed on his hat and his black whiskers, and hesitated between under the bed and inside the wardrobe. "Don't agitate yourself, Richard," whispered Mr. Carlyle. "There is no real danger. I will go and keep him safely." But when Mr. Carlyle got through his sister's bedroom, he found that lady had taken the initiative, and was leaning over the balustrades, having been arrested in the process of dressing. Her clothes were on, but her nightcap was not off. Little cared she, however, who saw her nightcap. "What on earth brings you up in this weather?" began she, in a tone of exasperation. "I want to see Carlyle. Nice news I have had." "What about? Anything concerning Anne, or her family?" "Anne be bothered," replied the justice, who was from some cause in a furious temper. "It concerns that precious rascal whom I am forced to call son. I am told he is here." Down the stairs leapt Mr. Carlyle 4 at a time, wound his arm within Mr. Hare's, and led him into a sitting room. "Good morning, Justice. You had courage to venture up through the snow. What's the matter? You seem excited." "Excited!" raved the justice, dancing about the room, first on one leg, then on the other, like a cat upon hot bricks. "So you would be excited if your life were worried out, as mine is, over a wicked scamp of a son. Why can't folks trouble their heads about their own business, and let my affairs alone? A pity but what he was hung, and the thing done with." "But what has happened?" questioned Mr. Carlyle. "Why, this has happened," retorted the justice, throwing a letter on the table. "The post brought me this just now, and pleasant information it gives." Mr. Carlyle took up the note and read it. It purported to be from "a friend" to Justice Hare, informing that gentleman that his "criminal son" was likely to have arrived at West Lynne, or would arrive in the course of a day or so, and it recommended Mr. Hare to speed his departure from it, lest he should be pounced upon. "This letter is anonymous!" exclaimed Mr. Carlyle. "Of course it is!" stamped the justice. "The only notice I should ever take of an anonymous letter would be to put it in the fire," cried Mr. Carlyle, his lip curling with scorn. "But who has written it?" danced Justice Hare. "And is Dick at West Lynne? That's the question." "Now, is it likely that he should come to West Lynne?" remonstrated Mr. Carlyle. "Justice, will you pardon me if I venture to give you my candid opinion?" "The fool at West Lynne, running into the very jaws of death! By Jupiter, if I can drop upon him, I'll retain him in custody, and make out a warrant for his committal. I'll have this everlasting bother over." "I was going to give you my opinion," quietly put in Mr. Carlyle. "I fear, Justice, you bring these annoyances upon yourself." "Bring them upon myself!" ranted the indignant justice. "I? Did I murder Hallijohn? Did I fly away from the law? Am I hiding, Beelzebub knows where? Do I take starts right into my native parish, disguised as a laborer, on purpose to worry my own father? Do I write anonymous letters? Bring them upon myself, do I? That cobs all, Carlyle." You will not hear me out. It is known that you are much exasperated against Richard. And if your son serves you the same when he is grown up, shan't you be exasperated, pray?" fired Justice Hare. "Do hear me. It is known that you are much exasperated, and that any allusion to him excites and annoys you. Now, my opinion is, Justice, that some busybody is raising these reports and writing these letters on purpose to annoy you. It may be somebody at West Lynne, very near to us, for all we know." "That's all rubbish," peevishly responded the Justice after a pause. "It's not likely. Who'd do it?" "It's very likely, but you may be sure they will not give us a clue as to the who. I should put that letter in the fire and think no more about it. That's the only way to serve them. A pretty laugh they've had in their sleeve, if it is anybody near, at seeing you wade up here through the snow this morning. They would know you were bringing the letter to consult me." The Justice, in spite of his obstinacy, he was somewhat easily persuaded to different views of things, especially by Mr. Carlyle, let fall his coat tails, which had been gathered in his arms, as he stood with his back to the fire, and brought down both his hands upon the table with force enough to break it. "If I thought that," he spluttered, "if I could think it, I'd have the whole parish of West Lynne before me to-day, and commit them for trial." "It's a pity but what you could," said Mr. Carlyle. "Well, it may be or it may not be that villain is coming here," he resumed. "I shall call in at the police station, and tell them to keep a sharp look-out." "You will do nothing of the sort, Justice," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle, almost in agitation. "Richard is not likely to make his appearance at West Lynne, but if he did, would you, his own father, turn the flood upon him? Not a man living but would cry shame upon you." "I took an oath I'd do it," said the Justice. "You did not take an oath to go open-mouthed to the police station upon the receipt of any despicable anonymous letter or any foolish report, to say, 'I have news that my son will be here to-day, look after him.' Nonsense, Justice. Let the police look out for themselves, but don't you set them on." The Justice growled, whether in assent or dissent did not appear, and Mr. Carlyle resumed. "Have you shown this letter to Mrs. Hare, or mentioned it to her?" "Not I. I didn't give myself time. I'd gone down to the front gate to see how deep the snow lay in the road when the postman came up, so I read it as I stood there. I went in for my coat and umbrella to come off to you, and Mrs. Hare wanted to know where I was going in such a hurry, but I did not satisfy her." "I am truly glad to hear it," said Mr. Carlyle. "Such information as this could not fail to have a dangerous effect upon Mrs. Hare. Do not suffer a hint of it to escape you, Justice. Consider how much anxiety she has already suffered." "It's partly her own fault. Why can't she drive the ill-doing boy from her mind?" "If she could," said Mrs. Carlyle, "she would be acting against human nature. There is one phase of the question which you may possibly not have glanced at, Justice. You speak of delivering your son up to the law. Has it ever struck you that you would be delivering up at the same time your wife's life?" "Stuff!" said the Justice. "You would find it no stuff. So sure as Richard gets brought to trial, whether through your means or through any other, so sure will it kill your wife." Mr. Hare took up the letter, which had lain open on the table, folded it, and put it in its envelope. "I suppose you don't know the writing?" he asked of Mr. Carlyle. "I never saw it before that I remember. Are you returning home?" "No. I shall go on to Beauchamp's and show him this, and hear what he says. It's not much farther." "Tell him not to speak of it, then. Beauchamp's safe, for his sympathies are with Richard. Oh, yes, they are, Justice. Ask him the question plainly, if you like, and he will confess to it. I can tell you, more sympathy goes with Richard than is acknowledged to you. But I would not show that letter to any one else than Beauchamp," added Mr. Carlyle. "Neither would I speak of it." "Who can have written it?" repeated the Justice. "It bears, you see, the London postmark." "It's too wide a speculation to enter upon, and no satisfactory conclusion could come of it." Justice Hare departed. Mr. Carlyle watched him down the avenue, striding under his umbrella, and then went up to Richard. Miss Carlyle was sitting with the letter then. "I thought I should have died," spoke poor Dick. "I declare, Mr. Carlyle, my very blood seemed turned to water, and I thought I should have died with fright. Is he gone away? Is all safe?" "He's gone, and it's all safe." And what did he want? What was it he had heard about me? Mr. Carlyle gave a brief explanation, and Richard immediately set down the letter as the work of Thorn. "Will it be possible for me to see my mother this time?" he demanded of Mr. Carlyle. "I think it would be highly injudicious to let your mother know you are here, or have been here," was the answer of Mr. Carlyle. "She would naturally be inquiring into particulars, and when she came to hear that you were pursued, she would never have another minute's peace. You must forego the pleasure of seeing her this time, Richard." "And Barbara?" "Barbara might come and stay the day with you. Only—" "Only what, sir?" cried Richard, for Mr. Carlyle had hesitated. "I was thinking what a wretched morning it is for her to come out in." "She would go through an avalanche. She'd wade through mountains of snow to see me," cried Richard eagerly, "and be delighted to do it." "She always was a little fool," put in Mr. Carlyle, jerking some stitches out of her knitting. "I know she would," observed Mr. Carlyle, in answer to Richard. "We will try and get her here." "She can arrange about the money I am to have just as well as my mother could, you know, sir." "Yes, for Barbara is in receipt of money of her own now, and I know she would not wish better than to apply some of it to you. Cornelia, as an excuse for getting her here, I must say to Mrs. Hare that you are ill and wish Barbara to come for the day and bear you company. Shall I?" "Say I'm dead, if you like," responded Miss Corny, who was in one of her cross moods. Mr. Carlyle ordered the pony carriage and drove forth with John. He drew in at the Grove. Barbara and Mrs. Hare were seated together, and looked surprised at the early visit. "Do you want Mr. Hare, Archibald? He is out. He went while the breakfast was on the table, apparently in a desperate hurry." "I don't want Mr. Hare. I want Barbara. I've come to carry her off." "To carry off Barbara?" echoed Mrs. Hare. "Cornelia is not well. She had caught a violent cold, and wishes Barbara to spend the day with her." "Oh, Mr. Carlyle, I cannot leave mamma to day. She is not well herself, and she would be dull without me." "Neither can I spare her, Archibald. It is not a day for Barbara to go out." How could he get to say a word to Barbara alone? Whilst he deliberated, talking on, though all the while to Mrs. Hare, a servant appeared at the sitting-room door. "The fishmonger's boy has come up, ma'am. His master sent him to say that he fears there will be no fish in to-day, in anything like time. The trains won't get up with this weather." Mrs. Hare rose from her seat to hold a confab at the door with the maid, and Mr. Carlyle seized his opportunity. "Barbara," he whispered, "make no opposition. You must come. What I really want you for is connected with Richard." She looked up at him, a startled glance, and the crimson flew to her face. Mrs. Hare returned to her seat. "Oh, such a day!" she shivered. "I am sure Cornelia cannot expect Barbara." "But Cornelia does, and there is my pony carriage waiting to take her before I go to the office. Not a flake of snow can come near her, Mrs. Hare. The large warm apron will be up, and an umbrella shield her bonnet and face. Get your things on, Barbara." "Mamma, if you would not very much mind being left, I should like to go," said Barbara, with almost trembling eagerness. "But you would be sure to take cold, child." "Oh dear, no, I can wrap up well." "And I will see that she comes home all right this evening," added Mr. Carlyle. In a few minutes they were seated in the pony carriage. Barbara's tongue was burning to ask questions, but John sat behind them, and would have overheard. When they arrived at East Lynne, Mr. Carlyle gave her his arm up the steps, and took her into the breakfast-room. "Will you prepare yourself for a surprise, Barbara?" Suspense, fear, had turned her very pale. "Something that has happened to Richard," she uttered. "Nothing that need agitate you. He is here." "Here? Where?" "Here, under this roof. He slept here last night." "Oh, Archibald!" "Only fancy, Barbara. I opened the window at 9 last night to look at the weather, and in burst Richard. We could not let him go out again in the snow, so he slept here, in that room next Cornelia's." "Does she know of it?" "Of course. And Joyce also. We were obliged to tell Joyce. It is he you have come to spend the day with. But just imagine Richard's fear. Your father came this morning, calling up the stairs after me, saying he heard Richard was here. I thought Richard would have gone out of his mind with fright." A few more explanations, and Mr. Carlyle took Barbara into the room. Miss Carlyle and her knitting still keeping Richard company. In fact, that was to be the general sitting room of the day, and a hot lunch, Richard's dinner, would be served to Miss Carlyle's chamber at 1 o'clock. Joyce only admitted to wait on her. "And now I must go," said Mr. Carlyle, after chatting a few minutes. "The office is waiting for me, and my poor ponies are in the snow." "But you'll be sure to be home early, Mr. Carlyle," said Richard. "I dare not stop here. I must be off not a moment later than 6 or 7 o'clock." "I will be home, Richard." Anxiously did Richard and Barbara consult that day, Miss Carlyle of course putting in her word. Over and over again did Barbara ask the particulars of the slight interviews Richard had had with Thorn. Over and over again did she openly speculate upon what his name really was. "If you could but discover some one whom he knows, and inquire it," she exclaimed. "I have seen him with one person, but I can't inquire of him. They are too thick together, he and Thorn, and are birds of a feather also, I suspect. Great swells both." "Oh, Richard, don't use those expressions. They are unsuited to a gentleman." Richard laughed bitterly. "A gentleman?" "Who is it you have seen Thorn with?" inquired Barbara. "Sir Francis Levison," replied Richard, glancing at Miss Carlyle, who drew in her lips ominously. "With whom?" uttered Barbara, betraying complete astonishment. "Do you know Sir Francis Levison?" "Oh yes, I know him. Nearly the only man about town that I do know." Barbara seemed lost in a puzzled reverie, and it was some time before she aroused herself from it. "Are they at all alike?" she asked. "Very much so, I suspect. Both bad men." "But I meant in person." "Not in the least, except that they are both tall." Again Barbara sank into thought. Richard's words had surprised her. She was aroused by it, from hearing a child's voice in the next room. She ran into it, and Miss Carlyle immediately fastened the intervening door. It was little Archibald Carlyle. Joyce had come in with the tray to lay the luncheon, and before she could lock the door Archibald ran in after her. Barbara lifted him in her arms to carry him back to the nursery. "Oh, you heavy boy!" she exclaimed. Archie laughed. "Wilson said that," he lisped, "if ever she has to carry me—" "I've brought you a truant, Wilson," cried Barbara. "Oh, is it you, Miss Barbara? How are you, Miss? Naughty boy! Yes, he ran away without my noticing him. He's got now so that he can open the door." "You must be so kind as to keep him strictly in for to-day," concluded Miss Barbara, authoritatively. "Miss Carlyle is not well, and cannot be subjected to the annoyance of his running into the room." Chapter 30.